That's right. Feng Yingying answered with certainty. That's too dangerous. Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi gave his opinion. Other families' ancestors and patriarchs bitterly persuaded Feng Yingying against going to the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Feng Yingying was the Sea Tribe's new generation sea god. Therefore, the entire Sea Tribe's hope was rested on her. If any mishap were to befall Feng Yingying while at the extraterritorial devil battlefield, it would prove to be a devastating blow to the whole Sea Tribe. Feng Yingying slightly raised her palm to shush everyone, then spoke in a flat tone. I know that going to the extraterritorial devil battlefield at this time is more dangerous than usual, but, from the news that I have received, many of the devils that have run into the divine world carry the infernal devil's bloodline. Infernal devil's bloodline. The experts in the hall were astonished, and excitement seeped into the air. Feng Yingying spoke again. Yes, the infernal devil's bloodline. I am sure that all of you know how crucial the infernal devil's bloodline is. Although I have merged with the sea god's bloodline, I still haven't fully exhibit the bloodline's power. Moreover, the sea god's bloodline power and strength has not awakened completely. But if I get to swallow enough of the infernal devil's bloodline, then I will be able to fully control the sea god's bloodline power. I will be able to use the sea god's bloodline to improve your bloodline talent. As soon as I can manage to fully control my sea god's bloodline power. The people in the hall trembled at Feng Yingying's words. What? Improve our bloodline's talent? Lord Sea God, you're saying this for real? Guo family's patriarch Guo almost blurted out, but then quickly explained, I'm not doubting Lord Sea God. It's just that our bloodline talent is innate. Generations of Sea Tribe's ancestors have tried to use various secret methods to raise our bloodline talent, but were unsuccessful. Everyone looked at Feng Yingying. Feng Yingying went on calmly. Just because the past generations of Sea Tribe failed, doesn't mean that it can't be done. The power of the Sea God's bloodline is not something you can imagine. Guo family's patriarch Guo and other experts were filled with awe, as they respectfully said, yes. At the same time, everyone was filled with excitement. Feng Yingying had directly told them that the Sea God's bloodline could improve their bloodline's talent. As the Sea Tribe's higher echelons, each of them knew very well the benefits of improved bloodline talent. A person's talent was not only attributed by his godheads, but also by his physical body and the bloodline. For the Sea Tribe, bloodline was only second to godhead. If they could improve their bloodline's talent, it would be extremely beneficial to their future achievements in cultivation. As long as I can fully awaken and exert the power of my sea god's bloodline, I can improve all of your bloodline. The present peak late 10th order ancestor god realm ancestors have 60% chances to break through to that legendary realm. Feng Yingying's words continued to draw them in. The legendary realm. Their hearts trembled with excitement. 60%. Doesn't that mean, among the top 12 families' ancestors, 7 to 8 of them had high chances of breakthrough to that realm? Feng Yingying took note of everyone's excited expression and went on calmly. I believe that everyone already could guess that Golden Brow has already broken through to that realm. But wait until I fully control my sea god's bloodline. That Golden Brow wouldn't stand a chance in front of me and the Sea Tribe. When that time comes, our Sea Tribe will conquer the whole Vientiane world. Not only the Vientiane world, all the neighboring word surfaces must tremble and submit under our immense power. Feng Yingying's arms spread out, and vast bloodline power rushed out from her body. Her breasts quivered from excitement. Lord Sea God. Lord Sea God unifies Vientiane world. Undefeated. The Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs lauded with sonorous voices. Go back and prepare. Tomorrow, all 12 families' ancestors will go to the extraterritorial devil battlefield with me, also Guo and Teng Fei. Feng Yingying named a few other families' patriarchs and said, You will also go with me, others stay to guard the Sea God City, and listen to Feng Kaiyuan's orders until we return. Her aim was to hunt for ancestor god realm devils at the extraterritorial devil's battlefield. Thus, she had decided to have all the 12 families' ancestors to accompany her. The 12 families' ancestors were all peak late 10th order ancestor god realm masters. With them forming the Sea Tribe's grand formation, they could retreat without losses from devils with strength levels above the ancestor god realm. Yes, Lord Sea God. All the Sea Tribe's experts acknowledged respectfully, and their voice shook the heavens. That night, Huang Xiaolong stood silently on the roof of Cosmos Palace, pondering about his trip to the extraterritorial devil's battlefield. After exploring some information during the day, Huang Xiaolong could determine that the Wind Domain world was nearby the Lightning Pool mainland. Could be said that he was quite familiar with the Lightning Pool mainland. The last time he had gone to the extraterritorial devil's battlefield, he had stayed there for quite some time. At that time, the little cow had mentioned about the Chaos Lightning Pool from Lightning Pool mainland, which had existed from the times even before the divine world had come into existence. He had searched for that Chaos Lightning Pool during his last visit to Lightning Pool mainland, but had not been able to find it. Since Li Lu had disappeared at the Wind Domain world, he also could try his luck to search for the Chaos Lightning Pool while searching for Li Lu. Silver moon hung high in the night sky, and warm breeze blew in the dark, yearning for beauty on Cosmos' roof. Suddenly, the little cow recited a poem that Huang Xiaolong had no idea where she could possibly learn it from beside him. Huang Xiaolong blanked for a moment, and then laughed. This old cow. At times, it was truly hard to believe she was the reincarnation of a peerless old monster. The next day, Huang Xiaolong set off from the Fortune Divine Kingdom. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong went to the Assembly Shrine to bid farewell to his masters, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. He subsequently went to Xianxia and gave her numerous chaos spiritual pills as he told her to cultivate diligently, and then he embraced her tightly. The trip to the extraterritorial devil's battlefield was much more dangerous than usual. On top of that, he didn't know when he would return. "You must bring young sister Li Lu back safely," Yao Qi said softly as she pressed her cheek against Huang Xiaolong's warm chest. Huang Xiaolong nodded heavily and promised determinedly, "I will." Half an hour later, Yao Qi stood on the mountain peak, looking at Huang Xiaolong's figure disappearing in the distance. When he reached the Myriad Gods Manor, Feng Er, Guiyi Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, and the rest were waiting for him respectfully. Huang Xiaolong led them out from the Fortune Gate, and they all began their journey to the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Huang Xiaolong's group moved furtively, hence, not many people knew that Huang Xiaolong had left the Fortune Gate. However, a few days after Huang Xiaolong left, his absence was discovered by Wang Wei and Zhu Feng. They sent their subordinates to investigate and found out that Huang Xiaolong had left the Fortune Gate. Huang Xiaolong must have gone to the extraterritorial devil's battlefield. Zhu Feng gritted their teeth. "Young lord, do you want to send a few people to kill Huang Xiaolong?" Elder Lu Tai made a cutting gesture across his throat. Zhu Feng's eyes turned frosty and sneered. "Huang Xiaolong, you want to play a hero who rescues the damsel? But I'll turn you into a ghost of a hero while you are on your way. Go, leak the news to the Sea Tribe. Oh right, also the Blood Imperial Sect, Golden Phoenix Pavilion, and the Black Region World's Fortune Gate." Lu Tai complied respectfully. When Wang Wei learned Huang Xiaolong had gone to the extraterritorial devil battlefield, he too left the Fortune Divine Kingdom and headed to the extraterritorial devil battlefield on the same day. But Wang Wei headed to the extraterritorial devil battlefield not because of Huang Xiaolong. It was because of his master's order. Even though Master Blue Empyrean did not give any details in his message via communication talisman, he did tell Wang Wei that the loosening of the sealed devil's entrance could prove to be a fortuitous opportunity for him. If he was lucky, Wang Wei's strength could significantly increase, and it might even help him to break through to 7th Order Ancestor God Realm before the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate's successorship ceremony. 7th Order Ancestor God Realm. Ambition sparkled in Wang Wei's eyes as he said with determination. If he could break through to 7th Order Ancestor God Realm, would he fear Zhu Feng? Or even Huang Xiaolong? Once he breaks through to 7th Order Ancestor God Realm, the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate's chief position was his for certain. He had no worries even if Zhu Yi were to support Zhu Feng, or Golden Brow and Blood Knife were to support Huang Xiaolong for that position. The Vientiane world's fortune gate had another rule that stated that as long as an emperor-rank godhead disciple breaks through to high-level ancestor god realm, he would be the next fortune gate's chief, uncontested. Wait until I become the fortune gate's chief. It would be easy to deal with Huang Xiaolong. And Zhu Feng was no threat to him anymore. Wang Wei's figure blurred into indistinct black wisps of smoke on the vast space, as he accelerated and flew towards the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Although Ancestor God Realm Masters could perform great space teleportation, it greatly consumed God Force at his current strength. Thus, under normal circumstances, he would either fly or teleport over short distance only. On another side, Huang Xiaolong's group was also speeding to the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Under Huang Xiaolong's urging, the little cow sprinted madly on her four legs as fast as she could, as if she was in a million-mile speed race. In the dark space, the little cow turned into a streak of purple lightning with Huang Xiaolong on her back. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, Guei and others followed behind without any sense of hurry. In the recent days, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's strength had recovered significantly, and so had his cultivation. His cultivation had increased from the 7th Order Ancestor God Realm to peak mid-7th Order Ancestor God Realm, just half a step to return to late 7th Order Ancestor God Realm. Without the burning purgatory magical formation suppression, Su Baixing's growth was extremely speedy, as if he had eaten growth fertilizer. Based on Su Baixing's current recovery speed, it wouldn't take him long to return to 10th Order, late 10th Order, and peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm. After several days of flying at full speed, Huang Xiaolong decided to rest for a day on a barren planet in the distance, before resuming their journey. The moment her front hooves touched the ground, the little cow panted dramatically. "This cow is exhausted to death." Huang Xiaolong grinned and teased, "You can be exhausted to death?" As he said this, he threw a healing pill to the little cow. The little cow opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. When the pill was in her mouth, she rolled her eyes at Huang Xiaolong and retorted, "Haven't you heard of the saying that the cow dies of exhaustion from plowing the land?" Huang Xiaolong had no words to retort. "Forget it, what can I do when I've decided to follow you? It seems like in this life, this cow is fated to rush everywhere." The little cow blinked her eyes, glistening with crocodile tears. Goosebumps ran down Huang Xiaolong's arms. He randomly picked a spot and sat down. He had Feng Er and others lay out a concealing formation around them. Then everyone began cultivating. Huang Xiaolong swallowed 20 pellets of Sky King Buddha Dragon Holy Pill, Dark Devil Sea Divine Pill, and 9th Layer Moon Tyrant Divine Pill. A total of 60 pills simultaneously. Despite his true dragon physique, it was a painful experience swallowing 60 chaos spiritual pills simultaneously at his current strength. But he couldn't care much about it. He needed to raise his strength as fast as possible. Even if it involved almost unbearable pain, he would endure and persist. As 60 chaos spiritual pills entered Huang Xiaolong's body, they immediately melted into 3 oceans of frenzied energies, rushing to every corner of his body. Pangs of pain came from his internal organs as the 3 oceans of energies rushed back and forth. He endured the sharp pain all over his body as he circulated his god force according to the Grand Mist parasitic medium. At the same time, the 3 oceans of energies were devoured by his 3 supreme godheads. Even though his 3 supreme godheads' devouring speed was terrifying, the 3 oceans of energies were simply boundless. Huang Xiaolong felt like he was about to be torn apart from within. The 4 divine fires emitted ripples of fiery light as they swallowed the gray chaos energy gushing out from the void, protecting Huang Xiaolong's internal organs. The moon jade heavenly spiral shell hovered above his 3 supreme godheads, raining down moon essence energy. At a point, even the yellow spring's magic robe unfolded behind Huang Xiaolong. The devil chi from it expanded and shrunk, as it greedily devoured the gray chaos spiritual energy from the void. Huang Xiaolong did not know how much time had passed, when the pain all over his body finally reduced, as the 3 oceans of energies gradually weakened. A day later, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes. Feng Er, Guei, and others' anxious faces entered his sight. Huang Xiaolong realized that they were worried about him, Hence he gave them a reassuring smile and stood up. He stretched his arms and neck, feeling relaxed and comfortable. Although he still hadn't broken through to the 8th Order Ancient God realm, he was close, 2 months at most. Huang Xiaolong once again summoned the Yellow Springs magic robe. When he checked the robe, he discovered that many of the robe's magic symbols were more spirited. The little cow had told him that the magic robe could nourish itself. Therefore, he was not surprised. These days of nourishment with the gray chaos spiritual energy, not only the magic symbols on the magic robe seemed more spirited, but its power had risen a little as well. Of course, such power improvement was limited. To repair the Yellow Springs magic robe needed extreme element materials and the Devil World's Devil Holy Water. Huang Xiaolong did not immediately set off after he retreated from his cultivation. Instead, he began refining the 2 items he had received from his masters. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor had already removed their soul imprint from the Golden Divine Armor and Sky Dragon Blood Knife, which made it easier for Huang Xiaolong to refine them. Still, this couldn't be done within a day or 2. Huang Xiaolong knew he couldn't rush it and wasn't in a rush either. The group set off once again after 2 days. Huang Xiaolong's group continued flying at full speed for several days, then rested on an uninhabited planet once again. Roughly 1 month later, he successfully refined the Golden Divine Armor and Sky Dragon Blood Knife. Several days after that, Huang Xiaolong's group passed through the barrier to extraterritorial Devil Battlefield. They had finally arrived. This time, the startling Devil Chi, Death Chi, and Nefarious Chi in the extraterritorial Devil Battlefield actually gave Huang Xiaolong a close and familiar feeling. His Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power roared, and the Devil Chi, Death Chi, and Nefarious Chi rushed into his body from his surroundings. Tiny ribbons of lightning crackled from the little cow's golden horns as she absorbed the spiritual energy from the space. Although the Void Devil beasts Su Baisheng, Feng Er, Gui, and others' cultivation technique enabled them to refine the Devil Chi, Death Chi, and Nefarious Chi, they needed to exert more effort compared to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong flew in the direction of the Wind Domain world as he continued absorbing 3 kinds of Chi from his surroundings. A few days later, a brilliant light suddenly sparked from his body, and at the same time powerful pressure swept outwards, sending the surrounding Devil Chi roiling backwards. Finally, he had broke through to the 8th Order Ancient God realm. When the conditions are right, success naturally follows. Huang Xiaolong's group continued flying onwards. 3 days later, they reached the Wind Domain world. The various world surfaces within the extraterritorial Devil Battlefield had unique traits of their own, for example the Wind Domain world. The Wind Domain world was enshrouded in a wall of gales. Furthermore, these gales were a little strange. They actually formed small groups of tornadoes resembling herds of beasts. These tornadoes were violent and chaotic, but from afar, they looked like drifting snowflakes. These violent gales were light azure in color, and their nature was ever-changing, sometimes sharp and violent at other times, resembling a gentle breeze. After entering the Wind Domain world, Huang Xiaolong looked at the violent gales rampaging in the 4 directions, but did not stop. His group flew in a certain direction, only dispersing the gales in front of them. Huang Xiaolong punched forward, and resounding blasts ensued, as if he had just punched onto a steel ball, as the tornadoes in front of them exploded. The little cow's purple lightning whipped onto the gales, while corrosive Devil Chi roiled out from the Void Devil beast Su Baisheng's body. Feng Er's slender finger lightly pointed in the air, whereas Gui and Gui Air punched out like Huang Xiaolong. The gale that could shred a peak late 10th Order Ancient God Realm cultivator dispersed in an instant. The group flew onwards smoothly. Even if Huang Xiaolong knew that Li Lu had disappeared at the Wind Domain world, it was still difficult to search for her. Even though the Wind Domain world was half the size of the Vientiane world, it would take a lot of time to just fly around its perimeter. And trying to find someone in there would make it more time-consuming. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong decided to split up and search separately. Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and Void Devil beast Su Baisheng formed the first group. Feng Er was alone in the second group, and Gui and Gui Air were in the third group. The 3 groups separated in different directions, with Huang Xiaolong's reminder to contact using the communication talisman. The search went on for over a month. Huang Xiaolong was dejected. They had been searching for Li Lu for more than a month, but they weren't able to find even a single strand of Li Lu's hair. Everyone finally regrouped at the same place from where they had initially separated. Huang Xiaolong's brows were locked together, as he was certain by now that Li was not in the Wind Domain world anymore. And this was the worst situation scenario. Although Huang Xiaolong had expected this result before coming here, he still couldn't help but feel disappointed. Frustration, unease, even anger roiled within him. Even if it was rare, the little cow actually kept silent this time, knowing that Huang Xiaolong was in a low mood. "Let's go and check other world surfaces nearby," Huang Xiaolong said reluctantly and unwillingly. With that said, the group sped away. Facing the gales hindering their path, Huang Xiaolong angrily summoned the Yellow Springs magic robe and turned the area around them into hell, as whelming devil chi enshrouded the gales. The gales burst into mists and dispersed. After such a long time of being nourished by the gray spiritual energy, the Yellow Springs magic robe's devil chi was now able to reach 10 li radius, turning the entire 10 li radius into a Yellow Springs world. Inside this Yellow Springs world, Huang Xiaolong was the overlord. He controlled the devil chi from the robe that could corrode all living beings, turning them into yellow water mists. Without exaggeration, within the Yellow Springs magic robe's territory, an average 10th order ancient god realm cultivator would get reduced to yellow water mist in a short few breaths. Then again, if it was a late 10th order ancient god realm like Guijun, it would be somewhat harder. Huang Xiaolong's magic robe returned to his side after reducing the violent gales into yellow water mists. Its devil chi was now completely converged as it hung over his shoulders like a cloak. On the surface, it was merely looked like a common cloak. Since the Yellow Springs magic robe had dispersed the violent gales in a few short moments, even the little cow was amazed by its immense power. From the Wind Domain world, Huang Xiaolong's group could only search neighboring world surfaces one by one. As Huang Xiaolong continued to search for Li Lu, his archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power relentlessly absorbed the surrounding devil chi, death chi, and nefarious chi. During the time he had spent searching for Li Lu in the Wind Domain world, he had consolidated his recent breakthrough to the 8th Order Ancient God Realm, and was now running towards the peak early 8th Order Ancient God Realm. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook their eardrums. A strange, giant magical beast pounced at them from below with its jaw wide open. As Huang Xiaolong saw this beast, he did not depend on Feng Air or anyone else to kill it, and he did not even summon the Yellow Springs magic robe. Instead, a light flickered in his hand as the Sky Dragon blood knife appeared and slashed down without hesitation. The Sky Dragon on the knife's body flew, and then blood mist rained down in the space. A dozen blood knife chi pierced through the blood mist and vanished in the blink of an eye. The strange magic beast's limbs was chopped into several pieces as rays of knife chi stabbed down from its head to his torso. The magic beast froze for a second, before its body was split into two halves. Blood splattered everywhere like shooting arrows. A mid-10th order ancient god realm magic beast was dead. Just like that. Huang Xiaolong nodded with satisfaction, as he looked at the strange magic beast that was split into halves with a single slash. The result of combining the blood knife technique and Sky Dragon blood knife was satisfactory to him. However, at his current strength, Huang Xiaolong could only form 12 rays of blood knife chi by executing the blood knife technique with the Sky Dragon blood knife. On the other hand, Blood Knife Ancestor had once told him that in a single slash, he could form more than 10,000 rays of blood knife chi. This was the gap between Cultivation realm as well as strength. Of course, if Huang Xiaolong also had the strength of a peak late 10th order ancestor god realm cultivator, he too would have been able to form more than 10,000 rays of blood knife chi in one slash. The group traveled on in search of Li Lu, while absorbing the devil chi and hunting the magical beasts. As they tried to sense Li Lu's presence, they unknowingly reached the Lightning Pool mainland. The Lightning Pool mainland hadn't changed at all. When compared to Huang Xiaolong's last visit, lightning clouds continued to rumble, and there was abundant lightning element energy everywhere. Huang Xiaolong's group flew aimlessly above the lightning pool mainland. As time passed, the hope of finding Li Lu became remote, and correspondingly, Huang Xiaolong's mood grew worse. I have heard that some days ago, young lord caught a peerless beauty in the wind domain world. But is that woman really that beautiful? All of a sudden, a voice could be heard from ahead of them. Indeed a beauty, 100 times more beautiful than our Sandwave's sex Lu Lei. Moreover, she has a unique physique. Another voice sounded, full of praise. Due to the problem of the sealed devil's entrance loosening, numerous devils have trespassed into our divine world. Most of these devils have the infernal devil's bloodline. Thus, geniuses from the neighboring world surfaces are rushing towards the extraterritorial devil battlefield to hunt them. There's a rumor that the Tianwu treasure has appeared. I wonder if it's true. Even if it's true, it has got nothing to do with us. The Tianwu treasure is in the depths of the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Not to mention, many high-level ancestor god realms who went searching for it have died. Hearing this, Huang Xiaolong blurred into a streak of knife light, cutting across the space. When he appeared again, he was blocking the path of two Sandwave's sex disciples. The two Sandwave's sex disciples were startled as Huang Xiaolong had suddenly appeared in front of them. But when they noticed that Huang Xiaolong was just an 8th-order ancient god realm, they sighed in relief inwardly, but at the same time, anger erupted in their hearts. Bastard, you! One of the 9th-order ancient god realm Sandwave's sex disciples scolded Huang Xiaolong, but in the next second, a hand clutched his throat and raised him up. Huang Xiaolong commanded, "Speak. Where's your young lord? What is the female's name?" His frosty voice seemed like it was coming from the abyss of hell. One of the disciples of the Sandwave sect was furious and afraid. "You bastard! Who are you?" the other Sandwave sect's disciple demanded. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over the two disciples, and his soul force penetrated into one of the disciples' soul in an instant, scouring through his memories. "Stop!" The other Sandwave sect's disciple drew out his sword and thrusted it at Huang Xiaolong. This disciple was a little stronger, as he was a late 9th ancient god realm. But before he could even come close, Huang Xiaolong flicked his fingers, and a powerful finger force sent the disciple's sword tumbling out of sight, while the disciple crashed to the ground like a meteor. Huang Xiaolong continued to scour the memories of Sandwave's sex disciple without any further interruptions. A while later, Huang Xiaolong was done. The result surprised him. From the memories of the Sandwave sex disciple, he learned the woman captured by the Sandwave sex young lord was called Wang Luo. Whether it was the woman's face or name, it definitely differed from Li Lu's. It wasn't Li Lu who was captured. Huang Xiaolong was relieved, but at the same time, his worry deepened. If it wasn't Li Lu, then where was Li Lu? If it was Li Lu, at least he would have had clues about her whereabouts. Now, he didn't even know if Li Lu was alive or... By this time, the little cow, Feng Er, and the others had caught up with Huang Xiaolong. "Master, heavens would surely bless Miss Li Lu. She would be safe. You shouldn't worry too much, and we will continue to search for her. I am sure we will find her." The little cow anxiously comforted Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded, as they could only continue searching. Huang Xiaolong was about to let go of the two Sandwave sex disciples in order to leave, when sounds of whistling winds came from afar. Seconds later, a group of people appeared in Huang Xiaolong's line of sight. There were about 30 people in the group. These people were wearing the same patterned robe as the two Sandwave sex disciples. Without asking, this group of people were also disciples of Sandwave's sect. The person at the front was a young man with below-average looks. With an overall evaluation, the young man could be described as ugly, as his mouth and nose were a little crooked. "Young lord!" The two Sandwave's sex disciples cried out, seeing their comrades, grasping at a ray of hope. The group of Sandwave sex disciples accelerated towards the Huang Xiaolong's group. "What's going on here?" The Sandwave sex young lord questioned heavily. His face sank as he looked at the two disciples' injuries. His gaze then swept over Huang Xiaolong and the rest of his group. The disciples from his group had already spread out to encircle Huang Xiaolong's group. "Young Lord, this punk knows about Wang Luo. He attacked us the moment he appeared, and forcefully asked about Wang Luo's whereabouts." One of the two Sandwave sect's disciples hastened to explain. Clearly, he had mistakenly thought that Huang Xiaolong had come to rescue the woman called Wang Luo. Huang Xiaolong's brows furrowed slightly with displeasure, but he didn't bother to explain. A female disciple was standing behind the Sandwave sect's young lord. Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell on her pale red dress. He knew from the Sandwave sect disciples' memories that this woman was Wang Luo. The Sandwave sect's young lord Liang Mingji looked coldly at Huang Xiaolong after hearing the disciples' words. "Punk, since you want to be a hero who rescues the damsel, I shall fulfill your wish." With that said, he strode towards Huang Xiaolong. Wang Luo looked at Huang Xiaolong in confusion. She searched through her memories but couldn't put a name to this black-haired young man. Did her father send this black-haired young man to look for her? Liang Mingji stopped 3 meters away from Huang Xiaolong and said in a frosty voice, "If you can take one strike from me, I will let you leave." A feverish light flickered across his eyes as his gaze fell on Feng Er, who was standing behind Huang Xiaolong. And he added, "But your maid guard stays." However, his words ended right there as a shadow blurred, and before he could react, Huang Xiaolong's fist greeted his face, sending him crashing into the cliff wall in far the distance. A resounding boom shook the air, and dust and gravel fell to the ground. The Sandwave sect's disciples were stupefied. Now, not only Liang Mingji's nose and mouth were crooked, his whole face was lopsided at 60-degree angle. His neck looked like it was twisted at a 360 degrees angle, and was completely distorted. "Young Lord!" The other Sandwave sect's disciples shouted anxiously as they rushed to Liang Mingji's side. "You!" Liang Mingji glared at Huang Xiaolong with his crooked eyes. Even so, everyone could still distinguish the shock and anger on his face. He was a peak mid-10th order ancient god realm, yet he was sent flying by an 8th order ancient god realm punk with just one punch. Moreover, by a punch to his face. "My face!" Liang Mingji suddenly shrieked. He detested people talking about his face, and now, this punk had actually punched his face. However, his mouth looked even more crooked when he shrieked, and his shriek even sounded strange. With that voice and face, Wang Luo and even Feng Er laughed at him. Hearing Wang Luo and Feng Er's laughter, Liang Mingji's face turned uglier as he bellowed, "Kill him! Kill him for me!" He pointed angrily at Huang Xiaolong. Immediately, several Sandwave sect's disciples rushed to attack Huang Xiaolong. All of them were peak late 10th order ancient god realm cultivators. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Gue Yi, and others were about to deal with these Sandwave sect's disciples. But Huang Xiaolong said, "You don't need to do anything. Xianxia and I will handle them." Several peak late 10th order ancient god realm masters were perfect for him to test his 8th order ancient god realm strength. Thus, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Gue Yi, and the rest moved to the side. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow darted forward to attack the Sandwave sect's disciples. They looked akin to two wolves among a flock of sheep. Watching this scene, Sandwave sect's young lord Liang Mingji and the remaining disciples as well as Wang Luo blanked for a second. Then, ruthlessness crept into Liang Mingji's eyes. He refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong, who was an 8th order ancient god realm, could defeat the several peak late 10th order ancient god realm Sandwave sect's disciples. But this thought had barely come to his mind when one of the peak late 10th order ancient god realm Sandwave sect's disciples tumbled back in the air after he was punched by Huang Xiaolong. The little cow was even more ruthless. Her tail struck out like a whip, hitting one of the peak late 10th order ancient god realm disciples. Then she turned her butt and smashed the expert into the distance so hard that he was seeing stars. And so, the battle in the midair continued. A chain of blasts shook the air, turning the air current volatile. Sometime later, the battle came to an end, as Huang Xiaolong and the little cow stopped attacking. All of the Sandwave sect's disciples were either half buried in a mountain or the ground. Huang Xiaolong's frosty gaze swept over Liang Mingji and the remaining Sand Waves sect's disciples. These disciples' battle power was low, despite being peak late 10th order ancient god realm cultivators. They were almost at the same level as the Sea Tribe's Guojun, maybe even weaker by a tad. Huang Xiaolong turned to look at Liang Mingji. Liang Mingji and other Sand Waves sect's disciples finally realized something. As they looked at Huang Xiaolong, fear and shock intermingled in their eyes. They had never heard of a person with such talent and battle power, except for one person, not to mention witness it with their own eyes. Why you're that Huang Xiaolong? Suddenly, one of the Sand Waves sect's disciples shouted. Huang Xiaolong, hearing that name, stunned the rest of the Sand Waves sect's disciples. It's him. He's Vientiane World's Huang Xiaolong. It must be him. That's right. It said that even the 8-tailed silver whale Guojun was not his match during the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony. He can transform into a primordial divine dragon. The Sand Waves sect's disciples shouted sentences one after another, sounding extremely lively. Huang Xiaolong was baffled as the Sand Waves sect's disciples grew increasingly excited after correctly guessing his identity. Had his reputation spread so far and wide since the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony? Huang Xiaolong knew a little about the Sand Waves sect. It was a super force from one of the neighboring world surfaces called Reverence World. Its overall power was at par with Vientiane World's Fortune Gate. In other words, had his reputation reached the neighboring world surfaces? At least, the majority of neighboring world surfaces forces had heard what had happened at the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony. Liang Mingji's crooked face was filled with astonishment. The sullen fury on his face was obvious as he questioned Huang Xiaolong. Are you really the Vientiane World Surface's Huang Xiaolong? Huang Xiaolong, this is a matter of the Sandwave sect. You do better not to butt your nose in. As long as you don't interfere, you and your subordinates can leave now. As soon as Liang Mingji identified Huang Xiaolong, he suppressed his anger and tried to make concessions. Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow at Liang Mingji's courage. Huang Xiaolong, I beg you, help me, help me. The woman named Wang Luo pleaded to Huang Xiaolong pitifully. Her helpless and lonely gaze stabbed at Huang Xiaolong's heart. Huang Xiaolong looked at Liang Mingji as he pointed at Wang Luo. I'll take her. One could imagine Wang Luo's fate if Huang Xiaolong chose not to help her. Wang Luo possessed a unique physique and was still a virgin, hence, Liang Mingji would definitely extract her Yin essence to boost his cultivation. The Yin essence of a virgin woman with a unique physique was beneficial to a cultivator's cultivation. Huang Xiaolong's conscience didn't allow him to watch a woman like Wang Luo suffer such an ending. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, Liang Mingji's face turned red with fury, and he bellowed at the top of his lungs. Huang Xiaolong, we're just giving you face. Do you think our Sandwave sect is afraid of Vientiane World's Fortune Gate? I'll tell you, my father is also here in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, and he's nearby, so you can fuck off now or else. The Sandwave sect chief was a master between mid to late 10th order ancestor god realm cultivation. The tiny light of hope in Wang Luo's eyes dimmed. In her opinion, Huang Xiaolong would definitely give up on her. No one would put their own lives at risk for a stranger. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed and locked onto Liang Mingji as he said, She stays, and you scram now or die here. Huang Xiaolong loathed people who dared to threaten him. Liang Mingji and the rest of Sandwave's sect's disciples were stupefied. Wasn't Huang Xiaolong afraid of death, since he was still persisting on saving Wang Luo? Didn't he hear that their sect chief was in the vicinity? Liang Mingji threw his head back and let out a roar. He then looked ferociously at Huang Xiaolong and said once again, Huang Xiaolong, do you think that I'm bluffing? You don't believe that my father is nearby. Liang Mingji was under the impression that Huang Xiaolong had the guts to interfere in his affairs, as Huang Xiaolong had misunderstood him to be bluffing when he had mentioned that his father was nearby. You have 10 seconds to think about it. Huang Xiaolong stated coldly. 10. 9. Huang Xiaolong counted in an icy voice. Everyone's faces went blank. Huang Xiaolong, in return I will count back the 10 seconds for you. Scram, Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you wanted to. Liang Mingji sneered, and then shouted, 10, 9. He bet that Huang Xiaolong didn't have the guts to kill him. How could he? He was the Honorable Sand Waves Sect's young lord. How could he be frightened off by one sentence from Huang Xiaolong? Hate and fury boiled in Liang Mingji's heart. Once father arrives, I'm going to take pleasure in torturing Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was Golden Brow and Blood Knife's personal disciple. However, as long as they erased all clues, Golden Brow and Blood Knife wouldn't be able to find out that they were the culprit. 4, 3, 2. Huang Xiaolong's icy voice rang in the air. Liang Mingji didn't mind Huang Xiaolong at all. He continued to count down, 6, 5, 4, 1. Just as Huang Xiaolong's voice fell, the Sky Dragon Blood Knife appeared in his hand and slashed out in a split second. The Sky Dragon on the Blood Knife's body flew out. Blood Qi flooded out as more than a dozen extremely fast knife Qi burst out of the Blood Knife. The dark space was lit up by the rays of knife Qi, and all else was eclipsed. Liang Mingji's voice came to a halt. His body stiffened, and disbelief was written all over his face as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. He bent his head to look at the dotted bloodline that went from his head to his crotch. You? A grunt sounded. Then, the two halves of Liang Mingji's body tumbled to the opposite sides. The rest of the Sandwave's sex disciples and Wang Luo were dazed with shock. They looked at Liang Mingji's split corpse with disbelief. Huang Xiaolong had really killed Liang Mingji. Yet Huang Xiaolong was deathly calm. Consider him impulsive or peeved, he had always acted according to his heart, true to his nature. Zhir! Suddenly, a heart-wrenching roar resembling a rumbling thunder came from the horizon. An overpowering pressure surged towards Huang Xiaolong like a boundless sea. The lightning clouds above the lightning pool mainland roiled violently. Wang Luo went deathly pale at the sudden change. Inwardly, she cried, "The Sandwave's sex chief!" Liang Mingji had not lied. The Sandwave's sex chief was indeed in the vicinity. Space was torn like a fabric as a black hole appeared, followed by a scarlet-eyed middle-aged man. He was the Sandwave's sex chief. Subsequently, the Sandwave's sex grand elders, and elders also appeared behind him. The Sandwave's sex chief, grand elders, and elders had come to the extraterritorial devil battlefield to hunt for the devils that had run into the divine world, possessing the infernal devil's bloodline. As soon as the Sandwave's sex chief Liang Luan appeared, he rushed to Liang Mingji's corpse. A moment later, he roared towards the sky, hoarse with grief, hatred, wrath, and remorse. Affected by Liang Luan, the surrounding lightning element energy became turbulent and was filled with hostility. Some of the Sandwave's sex disciples and Wang Lu were knocked away by the sudden pressure from Sandwave's sect chief Liang Luan. Feng Er, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Gue Yi, and Gue Er swiftly formed a protective circle around Huang Xiaolong, whereas the little cow retreated to the distance. Liang Luan's roar reverberated in the air, as if it would never end. Liang Luan finally stopped. His cold gaze swept over Feng Er, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Gue Yi, and Gue Er, and his scarlet eyes looked straight at Huang Xiaolong. "I want you dead." He gritted through every word, and a layer of ice spread outwards from below his feet, covering the ground. He didn't know who Huang Xiaolong was, nor did he care about knowing who he was. This was not at all important for him. Without another word, he slammed his palm at Huang Xiaolong. Palm force howled, and space warped, shaking the heavens and cracking the ground. He wanted this black-haired young man to die and turn him into pieces of meat and completely pulverize him. Watching Liang Luan's palm strike was that close to hitting Huang Xiaolong. Feng Er raised her slender hand and tapped it in the air. A force spread from her finger, turning it into an endless ghost army that rushed forward and blocked Liang Luan's attack. Liang Luan himself staggered back for several hundred meters. The Sandwave's sex experts, as well as Wang Luo, were dumbfounded as their gazes fell on Feng Er. All this time, Feng Er had concealed her strength. Therefore, No one from the Sandwave sect had paid her much attention. In truth, it hadn't even crossed their minds that a seemingly weak beauty like Feng Er could be a great ancestor god realm master. While Huang Xiaolong and the Sandwave sect were at hostile ends, there was a group of people flying towards the Lightning Pool mainland and getting closer at a high speed. Each of them were exuding a powerful aura that was stronger than Liang Luwen and even Feng Er. This group consisted of none other than Feng Yingying and Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs. Lord Sea God, the Lightning Pool mainland is just ahead. We can reach there in about 30 minutes. Gua family's patriarch Gua Shi informed. Feng Yingying nodded. From the news they had obtained, a few high-level ancestor god realm devils had run to the Lightning Pool mainland. Moreover, these devils possessed the infernal devil's bloodline. Feng Yingying's eyes glimmered with anticipation. If they could kill these few high-level ancestor god realm devils and absorbed their infernal devil's bloodline, it could surely raise the power of her sea god's bloodline. She had learned a secret that the divine world would face a great change in the near future, and before that happened, she needed to grow stronger as fast as possible, make the whole sea tribe stronger. Lord Sea God, Huang Xiaolong is also here in the extraterritorial devil battlefield. One of the Sea Tribe's family patriarch informed Feng Yingying. Gua family's ancestor Guada snorted. That kid better not run into me over here or else I'd extract his soul and refine his soul into a soul ghost stone. Feng Yingying responded calmly, even though Huang Xiaolong's godhead rank is not as high as Guojun's, nor comparable to his same-sex Li Lu and Wang Wei, his overall talent is actually higher than Guojun. It would be quite a pity to kill such a genius. Therefore, the other option is to subjugate him, to serve us. She paused for a second before continuing. And I lack a male slave by my side. Huang Xiaolong meets the requirements. Gua family's ancestor Guada could only laugh and agree. Lord Sea God is right. It is I, your subordinate, who was lacking in thought. Feng Yingying nodded. Now, various divine worlds' top forces movements are becoming frequent, offering tempting benefits to recruit talented disciples. And if Huang Xiaolong gets selected by the Fortune Gate's headquarters, it would be difficult for us to tame him. Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi said. Sea Tribe wasn't afraid of the Vientiane world's Fortune Gate. However, even if the Sea Tribe was 10 times stronger than the Vientiane world's Fortune Gate, they did not dare to provoke the Fortune Gate's headquarters. Even if the Fortune Gate's headquarters were to recruit disciples with Emperor-rank Godhead, wouldn't they find those that are mid- or high-level Ancestor God Realm disciples, or even above that rank? Although Huang Xiaolong's talent is not bad, his current strength is still too low. In short, Huang Xiaolong does not stand a chance. Guada disagreed. Feng Yingying did not refute Guada's words. The group continued to fly onwards. A few minutes later, the Sea Tribe's group reached the Lightning Pool mainland. They could see the roiling lightning clouds above the Lightning Pool mainland. A burst of light shrouded Feng Yingying's body as her group rapidly flew towards the Lightning Pool mainland, whistled through layers of lightning clouds. Upon contact with the light around Feng Yingying's body, the lightning clouds bounced away, as if they had come across a kryptonite. What are these energy fluctuations? There are high-level Ancestor God Realm Masters fighting ahead of us. Could it be those devils? The group of Sea Tribe's ancestors immediately discovered the energy fluctuations from far away. Even though the energy fluctuations they sensed were quite weak due to the long distance, they could immediately judge that these energy fluctuations were generated from the fighting between the high-level Ancestor God Realm Masters. Find out what's going on. Feng Yingying had already turned into a streak of light before her words sounded, as she sped towards the source of the energy fluctuations. The rest of Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs hastened behind her. Far ahead, above a mountain range, Huang Xiaolong's group and the Sandwave Sex group were battling one another. Feng Er against Liang Luwen, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Gue Yi and Gue Er were holding back the Sandwave Sex Grand Elders and Elders, while Huang Xiaolong and the Little Cow were one-sidedly butchering the Sandwave Sex disciples. The more he fought Feng Er, the more dread and anger rose inside Liang Luwen's heart. He was finding it difficult to accept that this young woman was powerful. No matter how hard he tried, she easily dispersed his attacks, putting him at a disadvantage. He looked around. Several Sandwave sect's grand elders and elders were staggering back repeatedly. From Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Gui, and Gui Air's attacks. Each of them had suffered different degrees of injuries. His sect's disciples were even more miserable. In just a short moment, almost all of the Sandwave sect's disciples were killed by Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. "Who are you all?" Liang Luwen shouted angrily at Feng Er. Feng Er didn't answer him. Her slender palm lightly struck out, and the surroundings ghost fog attacked once again. Liang Luwen kept dodging repeatedly. He had tasted the pain of being touched by this ghost fog earlier. It had felt like being bitten by a million poisonous creatures. Feng Er cornered the Sandwave sect's chief Liang Luwen, but as she was about to chase after him, her expression tightened suddenly as she turned to look towards the horizon. Almost at the same time, the Sandwave sect chief Liang Luwen also looked towards the horizon with a terrified expression. Such powerful momentums. Late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm? Or peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm? Why had so many masters appeared suddenly? A moment later, everyone else including Void Devil Battle Su Baixing, Gui Yui, Gui Air, Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Wang Lu, and the remaining Sandwave sects also sensed the powerful momentums coming towards them. Affected by this overwhelming pressure, the space shook and the dark lightning clouds froze in their place. "It's the Sea Tribe," Huang Xiaolong and the little cow blurted out in unison, as their faces darkened. During the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony, the Guo family's ancestor Guode and Patriarch Guoshi had wanted to kill Huang Xiaolong. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow were very familiar with their auras. "Go!" Feng Er exclaimed when she heard Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's words. At that moment, she did not have any energy to deal with the Sandwave sect chief. Darkness element God force spread outwards to wrap around Huang Xiaolong and the little cow, and soon their world spun upside down as a black light streaked away. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Gui, and Gui Air hastened to follow behind them at their fastest speed. Not long after Huang Xiaolong's group left, more than a dozen figures arrived. Space twisted as if it would shatter into pieces with a little more pressure. "It's Huang Xiaolong's aura," one of the Sea Tribe's ancestors exclaimed, the moment they stopped. The Sea Tribe was extremely sensitive to auras. Since Huang Xiaolong had left moments ago, some traces of him were still left behind. Therefore, the Sea Tribe's ancestor could recognize it immediately. "Guode, Guoshi, Teng Fei, Luijiang, the four of you go chase after Huang Xiaolong. Remember, I want him alive," Feng Yingying reminded them, and her tone carried an unquestionable authority. Guode and the other three respectfully answered yes, then disappeared from the spot. Feng Yingying then turned around to look at the remaining group of Sandwave sect, and his gaze finally fell on Wang Luo. Huang Xiaolong had barely left, when he immediately sensed four powerful auras chasing behind them. Feng Er, Gui, and others' faces grew sullen. "Huang Xiaolong!" Suddenly, Guo family's ancestor Guoda's voice bellowed like thunder, and soundwaves jarred Huang Xiaolong's and the others' minds. "I want to see how you're going to escape this time." A giant hand tore through space, casting a shadow over Huang Xiaolong's group, as if there was a mountain falling down on them. The lightning clouds all around them were blown away. As she saw the giant hand attacking them, Feng Er quickly pushed Huang Xiaolong away and ordered, "Gui, help Manor Lord leave first." At the same time, her palm struck upwards with all her might. Rumble. Fissures appeared in the surrounding space, and the earth quaked, raising a curtain of dust in the air. Gui didn't even have enough time to help Huang Xiaolong escape, as they were hit by a surging force. Both he and Huang Xiaolong, as well as Gui Air, Su Baixing, and the little cow were smashed into a mountain in the distance. However, when they were rolling down, they all suddenly disappeared. "Manor Lord!" Feng Er immediately rushed to the spot from where Huang Xiaolong and the others had disappeared. Out of nowhere, a suction force pulled her, and she too disappeared. In the next moment, Guode, Guoshi, and the other two also reached the spot where Huang Xiaolong and his group had just disappeared. They searched up and down, but couldn't find anything peculiar. The four of them looked at each other in confusion. Guoda and Guoshir's expressions were extremely ugly. That punk's got some luck, since he was actually able to bump into a wandering space. Guoshir harumphed irritably. Only one reason could explain Huang Xiaolong and his group's mysterious and sudden disappearance. They had fallen into a wandering space. A wandering space was a mysterious space bubble that drifted and wandered from one space to another. Therefore, the space had already drifted away by the time Guoshir and his group tried to chase Huang Xiaolong's group. Let's return. I want to see if this punk will still be so lucky next time, Guoda said, full of unwillingness through gritted teeth. The four of them did not linger, and sped away in the whistling wind. Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and the others merely felt the scenery in front of them changing as they fell out from the void. After they regained their senses and surveyed their surroundings, Huang Xiaolong was astonished. They were surrounded by the golden streaks of lightning. Furthermore, some of these streaks of golden lightning had morphed into golden lightning flood dragons. It was even more shocking that these golden lightning divine dragons had real physical bodies, and each of them had formed awareness. Below them was a sea of lightning. A lightning sea was born out of golden lightning. Huang Xiaolong looked towards the other end and couldn't even see its edge. Even though they couldn't see what was at the bottom of the lightning sea, everyone felt trapped by a terrifying power coming from below the sea surface. This is a chaos lightning pool, the little cow exclaimed, and went on. The lightning pool mainland's chaos lightning pool. It really exists. Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, and the rest were shaking with excitement. Ha ha ha. Good fortune smiles after surviving a disaster. Ah, Xiaolong. We're struck by a big fortune. The little cow laughed exorbitantly. If I am right, this must be the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool. The Golden Dragon Lightning Pool? Huang Xiaolong looked at her. So did Feng Er, Guiyi, and others. The little cow's face split into a wide grin. It's nothing strange that none of you know about the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool. Before the divine world came into existence, there were 9 great chaos lightning pools. Each had its own profound esoteric. If one manages to comprehend their secrets, then that person would be able to control the universe's lightning element force. 9 great chaos lightning pools. Everyone was astounded. The little cow went on to explain. If someone could gather all 9 great chaos lightning pools and comprehend the esoteric within them, then he would become the universe's lightning overlord and the most powerful person of lightning Dao. The most powerful person of lightning Dao. Gradually desire shone in Huang Xiaolong and the others' eyes as they listened to the little cow's explanation. However, the universe's chaos lightning pool has existed for countless billions of years, but I have never heard of anyone succeeding in comprehending the esoteric within them. The little cow added. Everyone was stunned. Of course, even if we can't comprehend the chaos lightning pool's mystery, we can still cultivate inside the lightning pool, tempering one's physical body and godhead with the chaos lightning pool's lightning force. One's cultivation would progress rapidly, and would even absorb a tiny strand of the lightning origin force. The benefits are boundless, the little cow said with bright sparkling eyes. Hold on. Huang Xiaolong suddenly thought of a very important question. How are we going to take away this chaos lightning pool? He had mainly come to the extraterritorial devil's battlefield to search for Li Lu and to determine that she was safe. How was he going to search for Li Lu after being trapped in this space? The little cow was a little embarrassed as she answered, I don't know. What? You don't know? Huang Xiaolong widened his eyes and glared at her. The embarrassment on the little cow's face deepened, but she tried to salvage the remaining dignity. I think, if we can comprehend the chaos lightning pool's esoteric, we probably can get out. Huang Xiaolong's nerves relaxed. If it was according to what the little cow had said, at the very least, there was a way to leave this place. However, the little cow's following words were like a bucket of ice-cold water over his head. With my understanding of lightning element's esoteric, to comprehend this golden dragon lightning pool's esoteric would require 10 million years. 10 million years. Huang Xiaolong had an impulse to strangle the little cow to death. Who knows how the world would have changed by the time he manages to get out in 10 million years. In 10 million years, who knows how many elections of the Vientiane world's Fortune Gate's chief position would have passed. After 10 million years, where would Li Lu be? What would have happened to Yao Qi? Also, his family in the lower realm. Is there another way? Huang Xiaolong looked hopefully at the little cow. But the little cow shook her head and said, "No. Maybe, if you had the ultimate supreme god force to shatter this golden dragon lightning pool space? But I wouldn't be able to do it even at my peak." Huang Xiaolong couldn't help feeling disappointed. The little cow's words were not at all helpful. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's obvious disappointment, the little cow quickly said, "Perhaps there are other ways, but I don't know. Also, you have refined the purple grand mist aura. Based on your comprehension of the purple grand mist aura, maybe you can comprehend this golden dragon lightning pool's esoteric in a few hundred years." Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. His comprehension of the purple grand mist aura could help him in comprehending the golden dragon lightning pool's esoteric? The little cow explained, "The purple grand mist aura is the highest quality of spiritual energy. You've refined the purple grand mist aura. In the future, refining any kind of spiritual energy between heaven and earth would take you little effort. For instance, this golden dragon lightning pool." Huang Xiaolong seemingly saw the light at the end of a dark tunnel. A few hundred years? Though it was still too long for Huang Xiaolong, maybe he could do it in a few decades, or maybe even comprehend this golden dragon lightning pool's esoteric in a decade. Now that he was certain that there was no shortcut to leave golden dragon lightning pool space, he could only calm down and cultivate here with the others. Huang Xiaolong ran the grand mist parasitic medium as he sat cross-legged in the air above the golden dragon lightning pool. Immediately, fine silk-like threads floated upwards into his body from the lightning sea below. Huang Xiaolong shuddered violently the moment the lightning silky threads of energy entered into his body, as if he was struck by several streaks of lightning. It took him a while to adapt to the lightning energy, and gradually his body stopped shuddering. Even a fine strand of this chaos golden dragon lightning pool's energy contained a large startling amount of energy. Therefore, he did not dare to absorb too much at one time. Even so, the fine silky thread amounts of lightning energy turned into a boundless sea once it was inside Huang Xiaolong's body, and it rushed to every inch of his body. 3 supreme godheads spun to their limits, devouring the energy from the sea of lightning within his body. The 4 divine fire spirits were emitting fiery glow as chaos spiritual energy fell from the void. The Yellow Spring's magic robe unfolded behind him, absorbing the chaos spiritual energy roiling from the void, as well as the golden lightning energy from lightning sea below. The magic symbols on the magic robe started glimmering brightly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 1 month went by. Huang Xiaolong was completely cocooned by flashing golden lightning. From afar, he resembled a golden lightning god. As time went by, the amount of lightning energy Huang Xiaolong had absorbed thickened from fine silk-like threads to wide strings. Huang Xiaolong's strength rose steadily, and continued to rise even after he had advanced to peak early 8th Order Ancient God Realm. Under the chaos golden lightning's tempering, Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique and 3 supreme godheads slowly grew stronger. Soon, Huang Xiaolong entered into an ethereal state, forgetting everything that existed outside. In the distance, the little cow, void devil beast Su Baisheng, Feng Air, Gui and Gui Air also began to cultivate. The little cow was also enshrouded in bright golden lightning, interweaved with purple lightning. Though her momentum couldn't be compared to Huang Xiaolong's, it was not far from him. Void devil beast Su Baisheng, Feng Air, and the others' momentums were a little weaker though. Unknowingly, 3 months passed. Huang Xiaolong could absorb pinky-sized lightning energy strands into his body by now. A numbing pain was tingling all over his body, while his 3 supreme godheads were spinning at unprecedented speed, swallowing the lightning energy like a whale drinking water. By this time, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had already reached the peak of mid-8th Order Ancient God Realm. The general norm was that the higher one's cultivation, the slower was their cultivation improvement. However, Huang Xiaolong had completely overthrown this norm because as time passed, His comprehension of lightning element esoteric deepened, and the rate of his lightning element energy absorption also increased. The more lightning element energy he absorbed, the faster his strength rose. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had progressed shockingly, as it had reached the late 8th Order Ancient God Realm. This speed was unheard of until now. Other high-level Ancient God Realm masters would only advance one small order with 10 years of hard work. Zhu Feng and even Wang Wei were examples of such high-level Ancient God Realm masters. After Huang Xiaolong's cultivation reached late 8th Order Ancient God Realm, his strength continued to rise daily. It didn't take long before Huang Xiaolong's cultivation reached peak late 8th Order Ancient God Realm, and breakthrough to 9th Order Ancient God Realm with an irresistible force. The instant Huang Xiaolong broke through to 9th Order Ancient God Realm, the lightning sea roiled violently from below as a strong golden light burst out from the lightning sea, and the waves reached several hundred feet high. An overwhelming power burst out from Huang Xiaolong's body like a hurricane, sweeping outwards in all the 4 directions. Air blasts reverberated in the air. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, Gue Yi, and the others were awakened by this overwhelming momentum. When they discovered Huang Xiaolong had broken through to 9th Order Ancient God Realm, their jaws dropped all the way down to their chests in shock. Is Manor Lord the reincarnation of an ancient great emperor? Feng Er muttered under her breath subconsciously. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing shook his head and said, "Could ancient great emperor break through to 9th Order Ancient God Realm from 8th Order Ancient God Realm in 1 year?" Gue Yi and Gue Er shook their heads like a rattledrum as they answered in unison, "No, no, that's right. Even an ancient great emperor with supreme godhead would not have this cultivation speed in the chaos lightning pool. Since an ancient great emperor would have been unable to do this, then, when everyone thought of the existence above ancient great emperor, their breaths quickened subconsciously. Is Manor Lord the reincarnation more scary than that?" Feng Er had some difficulty breathing as she said this, and her voice quivered. Maybe. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing was also quivering. However, that level of existence was not something they could think of, hence, he didn't dare to say anything with certainty. Suddenly, a thunderous blast shook the space as a terrifying momentum broke out from another direction. Su Baixing, Feng Er, Gue Yi, and Gue Er immediately turned to look towards the little cow. Purple lightning that was enshrouding the little cow opened up like blossoming petals around her. Everyone was left dumbfounded, as they could sense that the pressure from the little cow was no weaker than pressure exerted by Huang Xiaolong. Seisanire Xiaonyo wouldn't be that kind of existence too, right? Gue Yi gulped loudly. Maybe, Su Baixing repeated with the same quivering voice. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow were unaware of these conversations, as they had long entered into an ethereal state, temporarily detaching themselves from the outside world. Huang Xiaolong felt like he was floating in an ocean of lightning that was warm and soft. He could even hear the gurgling from the depths of the sea, like music in the air. 2 years went by. The sound coming from the depths of the lightning ocean grew louder, like it was imprinted on his soul. Seemingly, only this sound existed in the world. 3 years, 4 years. Sitting cross-legged above the golden lightning sea, Huang Xiaolong's figure was submerged by lightning. Compared to 4 years ago, Huang Xiaolong had grown many times stronger, akin to the golden lightning sea below. Even though Huang Xiaolong's progress had slowed down slightly after he had broken through to 9th Order Ancient God Realm, it was still shocking. In these 4 years, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had not only reached 10th Order Ancient God Realm, but it had reached the peak of early 10th Order Ancient God Realm. However, he needed more energy to advance through the 10th Order Ancient God Realm, not to mention, his 3 supreme godheads needed even more energy than an average cultivator. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong's progress slowed further after he advanced to 10th Order Ancient God Realm. 6 years passed by. At one point, Huang Xiaolong's figure was actually emitting ripples of lightning liquid from above the golden lightning sea. Golden-colored lightning liquid. These ripples of golden lightning liquid was exactly the same as the ripples on the golden lightning sea's surface. At first, These ripples were broken and intermittent like raindrops splattering on leaves of trees, but as time passed, these ripples became stronger, frequent and smoother, and then slowly started gathering into a puddle around Huang Xiaolong. In the blink of an eye, 8 years were gone. The golden lightning puddle around Huang Xiaolong had accumulated into a lake, and it was still expanding. As if influenced by the ripples from Huang Xiaolong's body, the golden lightning sea below him had started emitting lightning mists. After 10 years, the golden lightning lake from around Huang Xiaolong's body began merging with the chaos golden dragon lightning pool. At this point in time, Huang Xiaolong had broken through to late 10th order ancient god realm. By the 15th year, Huang Xiaolong's physical body strangely melted into a golden lightning liquid, including his 3 supreme godheads. This was not an illusion. Huang Xiaolong seemed to have turned into a part of the chaos golden dragon lightning pool. Suddenly, on this day, the golden lightning in the air became chaotic. The golden lightning flood dragon roared non-stop, and the waves rose high in the chaos golden dragon lightning pool, as if a fearsome lightning beast was about to be born. Void devil beast Su Baisheng, Feng Air, Gui Air, and the little cow were jolted awake from their cultivation. What is happening? Void devil beast Su Baisheng exclaimed in shock. The chaos golden dragon lightning pool's energy was violent, as if it was going to crumble into pieces. The little cow looked towards a certain spot in the air above the chaos golden dragon lightning pool. She looked beyond astounded as she exclaimed, "This kid, has he already comprehended the lightning pool's esoteric?" Su Baisheng, Feng Air, and others were stupefied. What? Manor Lord has comprehended the chaos lighting pool's esoteric? But how many years has it been? Didn't Senior Xianxia mention that it would take several hundred years? Everyone followed the little cow's gaze and looked at a certain spot above the lightning sea, but none of them could see anything. Right at that time, a bright pool of golden lightning liquid glimmered from that direction. In the next second, arms extended out from it, then a torso, head, legs, and then finally eyes. Su Baisheng, Feng Air, and even the little cow looked bewildered as they watched Huang Xiaolong gradually emerging from the pool of golden lightning liquid. This kid, could he have acquired the knowledge about the embodiment of all living beings, since he is able to change his form into a beast, liquid, etc.? The little cow muttered under her breath. After Huang Xiaolong had completely recovered his original body, the golden lightning sea actually moved. Not just moved, but it actually shrank. The chaos golden dragon lightning pool was shrinking in size, so was the whole space. Everyone's jaws were agape at this sight. Could it be? A possibility flashed in the little cow's mind. Half an hour had passed, but the chaos lightning pool space was still shrinking in size. As the chaos lightning pool space continued to shrink, everyone was now able to see the other edge of the pool that they had not been able to see initially. The edge of the chaos lightning space was a lightning barrier formed from numerous golden-colored symbols. Even at this point, none of them could tell how thick or how tall this lightning barrier was. Feng Air, Su Baisheng, and the rest paled slightly as they felt the barrier's terrifying and destructive lightning power, while they watched the chaos lightning barrier growing smaller and getting closer to them. After spending more than a decade of focused cultivation and recovery in the chaos lightning pool space, Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng's strength had exceeded Feng Air's, returning to his peak power before he was imprisoned in the Devil Prison Mountain. Unfortunately, as he faced the chaos lightning barrier, he couldn't even evoke the thought of resistance. Despite he had returned to his peak strength, he felt as small as an ant. Su Baisheng didn't doubt in the slightest that if he were to get struck by this chaos lightning barrier, he would be smashed into dust to be forgotten forever. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of danger as they continued to watch the shrinking chaos lightning. 10,000 li, 8,000 li, 7,000 li, 5,000, 4,000, 3,000, 1,000, several hundred li, a dozen li, less than 10 li. The chaos lightning barrier was akin to an overpowering lightning god with violent streaks of lightning whipping out at them. Everyone leaped and jumped back repeatedly in dread. However, the chaos lightning barrier closed in on them from all directions. There was no place left for them to hide or escape. Don't be afraid. Huang Xiaolong's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Feng Er and the others blanked for a second at Huang Xiaolong's words. In the next second, they watched the chaos lightning pool space turning into a golden lightning symbol that flew into Huang Xiaolong's forehead. A golden lightning symbol appeared between his brows, and at the same time, his body was bathed in flickering golden streaks of lightning. Everyone looked around them. The lightning energy, devil chi, death chi, and nefarious chi were floating in the air. Below them was a mainland. This was the lightning pool mainland that they were in before. Back outside, everyone was beaming with joy, but at the same time, there was a sense of lost. Huang Xiaolong looked at his own true dragon physique that was recreated by the golden lightning liquid. His fists clenched as he enjoyed the terrifying defenses and power in his muscles. He punched towards the mountain range by employing all his physical power. The several million li mountain range that had existed for an unknown million years suddenly exploded into pieces of rocks and was reduced to a flat land. Lightning energy rose from the ground with an astounding intensity. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched this. The mountains in Lightning Pool mainland were tempered by lightning energy for millions of years. Hence, they were almost impenetrable. The full force punch from a first-order ancestor god realm master would merely break a few pieces of gravel at most. But now, Huang Xiaolong had crushed the entire mountain range. What was the power of Huang Xiaolong's two fists punch? Not to mention, they could see that Huang Xiaolong was still a peak late 10th order ancient god realm. He had yet to break through to ancestor god realm. There was no surprise on Huang Xiaolong's face as he looked at the flattened mountain range. Based on his current strength, even without his primordial blue divine dragon transformation, he could easily send a second-order ancestor god realm master flying with a single punch. His true dragon physique had evolved further through these years of tempering by the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool. Hence, even though he had yet to break through to ancestor god realm, he was stronger than the average late second-order ancestor god realm master. However, a wry smile rose to his face. In the end, he was still stuck at peak late 10th order ancient god realm. To break through to ancestor god realm, his flesh, god force, and soul had to reach a state of perfection. Huang Xiaolong's flesh and god force met this condition, however. His soul was still too weak, hence, he was still unable to take the next step to break through to ancestor god realm. Brat, what's with that face? You broke through to peak late 10th order ancient god realm from 8th order ancient god realm? And you are still not satisfied. The little cow went up and chided to Huang Xiaolong when she noticed Huang Xiaolong's expression, and added, if Wang Wei, Zhu Feng, Wang Guzi, Guojun, or even Feng Yingying came to know about this, they would go die by banging their heads against a cow. Die banging their heads against a cow. Feng Er and others laughed out loud, momentarily forgetting about their shock. Huang Xiaolong laughed as well. In truth, the little cow Xianxia was right. In a little over a decade, he had broken through to peak late 10th order ancient god realm from 8th order ancient god realm, therefore he should be satisfied. Furthermore, he had comprehended the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's esoteric and now was its master. He had reaped an abundant harvest. Xianxia, how far do you think my soul is from achieving the state of perfection? Huang Xiaolong said to the little cow. The little cow's golden horns moved in the air, shooting out a streak of purple lightning that wrapped around Huang Xiaolong. A while later, she retrieved her purple lightning and shook her head. It's still far from perfection. To put it this way, if your soul's perfection stage is 100, then you're not even 1, maybe just around 0.2 inch. If 100 was perfection, he hadn't even reached 1. Only 0.2. Despite knowing his soul was far from achieving the state of perfection, the little cow's answer rendered Huang Xiaolong speechless. In recent years, he had swallowed many precious treasures that had nourished his soul. Moreover, he had the moon jade heavenly spiral shell. Therefore, he was surprised that his soul was still weak. Then again, Huang Xiaolong was not in the mood to ask the little cow about how he could improve his soul, as he was concerned about Li Lu. As he was trapped inside the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool for more than a decade, he was now wondering what had happened to Li Lu. Subsequently, he thought of the Fortune Gate. Did his masters have news of Li Lu? Thinking of this, Huang Xiaolong quickly took out a special communication artifact that was given to him by Golden Brow Ancestor and sent a message to him. His masters, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, replied almost immediately. There was delight in their replies. They mentioned that they had news of Li Lu and that she was safe. He didn't need to worry about her. They also asked where he had disappeared for the last decade, and why they couldn't get in touch with him. They also inquired if there had been any accident. From these chain of questions, it was apparent to Huang Xiaolong that they had been anxious. Joy and warmth intermingled in Huang Xiaolong's heart. He was joyous because he had news of Li Lu's safety. He was rest assured now. He then replied to Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, and assured them of his safety, as he explained to them that his group was trapped in a wandering space, and they had just broken free from it. Huang Xiaolong replied to a few more of his master's questions before ending the conversation. At this moment, he turned to the little cow and finally asked how he could strengthen his soul. The little cow searched through her memories, and then said solemnly, "The fastest way is the divine pills that could strengthen the soul. The most effective one I know of is a chaos spiritual pill named Brilliant Black Soul Divine Pill. The ingredients to refine it are hard to find. One of the hardest herbs could be found in the extraterritorial Devil's Battlefield, but that place is extremely dangerous." Huang Xiaolong was happy, and he asked urgingly, "Where is that?" "Soulless Star," the little cow answered. "Soulless Star." Feng Er, Guei and Guei Er exclaimed in shock just hearing the name. While Huang Xiaolong's group was discussing about the Soulless Star, the furrows between Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's brows relaxed, as they sat within the Vientiane World's Fortune Gates Assembly Shrine main hall. After Huang Xiaolong had gone missing, the two of them were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but now they were relaxed. "But, are we really not going to tell Xiaolong about what happened to Li Lu?" Blood Knife Ancestor asked with hesitation. Although Li Lu had returned to the Fortune Gate, there was something wrong with her body. She was comatose, as she was affected by the evil spirits. Golden Brow Ancestor said, "If all of us join our hands, we might be able to force that evil spirits out of her completely. Therefore, for the time being, let's keep this from Xiaolong." Although Li Lu's soul is unstable due to the evil spirit in her body, her cultivation has also risen significantly because of it. This can be considered as a blessing in disguise. Blood Knife Ancestor sighed. "Li Lu has advanced to 7th Order Ancestor God Realm. I wonder how that brat Xiaolong is progressing? Mid-8th Order Ancient God Realm? Perhaps late 8th Order? Or even 9th Order Ancient God Realm?" Golden Brow Ancestor mused. Blood Knife Ancestor chuckled as he said, "It has been more than a decade. An average genius would probably break through to mid-8th Order Ancient God Realm in this amount of time. Therefore, I estimate that Xiaolong could have broken through to 9th Order Ancient God Realm by now." Golden Brow Ancestor was comforted as he thought the same. "I've received news that the Black Region World's Fortune Gate Chief Lu Mengyuan had gone to the headquarters." Blood Knife Ancestor suddenly changed the subject. At the mention of this, creases wrinkled Golden Brow Ancestor's brows. He too had learned that Lu Mengyuan had gone to the Fortune Gate's headquarters. It was highly likely that Lu Mengyuan had gone to complain about Huang Xiaolong's ruthless killing of his disciple Jiang Feng, as well as report about Wang Yu, who was also severely injured by Huang Xiaolong, so that the headquarters punishment hall would send someone to punish Huang Xiaolong. The headquarters mostly ignores the competition between branches' disciples, Golden Brow Ancestor said, and added, "Let him jump around." But inwardly he wasn't confident as he said this. Generally, the headquarters didn't pay attention to the disputes between branches' disciples, but Lu Mengyuan had a backing in the Fortune Gate's headquarters punishment hall. Lu Mengyuan's backing was an elder called Wu Zongping of the punishment hall. Wu Zongping has a high status in the Fortune Gate's headquarters. If he lobbied to punish Huang Xiaolong, forget about Golden Brow or Blood Knife. Even their venerable master, who had been missing for a long time, won't be able to save Huang Xiaolong. But I have heard that the headquarters might be interested in nurturing a batch of genius disciples with emperor-rank godhead from several world surfaces branches. I wonder if this is true. Blood Knife Ancestor added. If Xiaolong can pass the assessment and get selected, Then would we need to pay attention to a mere Lu Mengyuan? Worry crept up Golden Brow Ancestor's eyes. He said, recently, various divine worlds' top forces are recruiting emperor-rank godhead geniuses. Therefore, there might be great changes in the near future. Great changes! Blood Knife Ancestor was shocked. Golden Brow Ancestor nodded. Yes, this is my gut feeling. However, even if the headquarters selects emperor-rank godhead disciples, they would select those that had broken through to Ancestor God Realm. Xiaolong's cultivation is still too low. Regardless of his potential, he still needs to reach Ancestor God Realm cultivation. Blood Knife Ancestor sighed weakly. It's as you've said, This was really something that made them feel helpless. But they could understand the reasons for the headquarters' actions. The Ancestor God Realm was an important ceiling. In the divine world, the Ancestor God Realm was a benchmark to gauge a disciple's overall potential. Some important factors that were taken into consideration were how many cultivation years it had taken the disciple to break through to Ancestor God Realm, and what level were their avatars. The avatar's talent formed upon advancing to Ancestor God Realm affected future cultivation progress. Some monstrous geniuses were fortuitous while forming their avatars, that there were occasions where an avatar's talent was higher than the main body, whereas other geniuses would rush to break through to Ancestor God Realm, hence, resulting in an avatar with an average talent. This would affect their progress in the future. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's group was flying towards the Solar Star to find one of the herb ingredients for refining the brilliant Black Soul Divine Pill. The Solar Star was located in the middle belt of the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Even though the evil spirits and magic beasts living there were not as powerful as those in the deeper region, they were definitely much stronger than the ones in the outer peripheral region. The weakest magical beasts in the middle belt had the minimum strength of low-level first-order Ancestor God Realm, while there were quite a few mid-level and high-level Ancestor God Realm level beasts. Then again, against Void Devil beasts Su Baixing, Feng Air, Gue Yi, and Gue Air, these magical beasts and evil spirits were of no concern for Huang Xiaolong. However, apart from these beasts, their journey was laden with remnants of ancient formations as well as devil's curses. Even high-level Ancestor God Realm masters would pale at the mention of these remnants of ancient formations and devil's curses. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong and his group acted with caution. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong did not stop the surrounding devil qi. After he had broken through to peak late 10th order ancient god realm, his energy absorption speed was 1,000 times faster. On top of that, the shrunken chaos golden dragon lightning pool between his brows was self-absorbing the chaos lightning energy from the air, while channeling it into Huang Xiaolong's body. Chaos lightning energy was tempering his body at all times. Could be said that, even if Huang Xiaolong was not consuming any divine pills or sitting down to cultivate, he was still cultivating every second of the day. The chaos lightning energy was the purest form of lightning energy absorbed by the golden dragon lightning pool. Not to mention, the amount of energy that was channeled by the chaos lightning pool into Huang Xiaolong's body was equivalent to the amount that could be absorbed by a group of cultivating 10 to 15 peak late 10th order ancient god realm masters during cultivation. Master, can we enter the golden dragon lightning pool's space to cultivate? The little cow asked repeatedly as they traveled. Huang Xiaolong was speechless, since he had already answered this question over 3 times. Although I have begun comprehending the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's esoteric, I can't activate the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's grand formation as my cultivation is still too low, hence you can't enter. Huang Xiaolong explained patiently. He too was feeling frustrated and helpless about it. He understood how the little cow was feeling. It was analogous to simply look at a mountain of gold without being able to touch it. He felt the same way. If they could enter the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space and cultivate, everyone's strength would rise significantly, among other benefits. During the past decade, their cultivation had risen by 1 order as they had cultivated in the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space. What if they could cultivate inside the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space for several hundred years, or even several thousand years? Xianxia, what is the realm above Ancestor God Realm? Out of nowhere, Huang Xiaolong asked the little cow. The little cow blanked. Why is Huang Xiaolong suddenly asking this question? Above the Ancestor God is God King. meaning the king of gods, the gods' king. The little cow answered frankly, despite her curiosity as to why he wanted to know this. God king. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered. The king of gods, the gods' king. Reaching this realm meant acquiring the qualifications to participate in the battle of the heavenly court. Then, has Su Baixing's strength recovered until God King realm? Huang Xiaolong looked over towards Su Baixing as he asked. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing respectfully replied, "It is so, Master. I am now a second-order God King realm, which is 2/10 of my peak strength." As expected, God King realm. Huang Xiaolong was happy hearing that. He knew what that represented. With a God King realm master by his side, the Sea Tribe looked insignificant to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's mood was even better when he heard Su Baixing's answer. Huang Xiaolong cultivated as his group continued traveling towards the soulless star. At the same time, he released his Grand Mist God Force as he tried to sense if there was any Grand Mist aura nearby. But he was disappointed. He had collected various herbs along the way, but had not found any Grand Mist aura. On their way they also killed more than a few Ancestor God Realm magical beasts, and occasionally chaos spiritual beasts which Huang Xiaolong ordered the little cow to subjugate. Hence, a month later, when they reached the soulless star, there were 6 chaos spiritual beast lackeys behind the little cow. Though small in number, all of them had Ancestor God Realm strength. Huang Xiaolong's group could use only one word to describe the soulless star: desolate. The wind carried a taste of sorrow as it blew past them, and a chill seeped deep into the bones as well as their souls. This is soulless frigid wind. The little cow went on with a solemn expression. If this soulless frigid wind were to enter a low-level Ancestor God Realm cultivator's body, they would die a ghastly death within the hour, if they were not to receive immediate treatment. Ghastly how? Huang Xiaolong asked curiously. When they would die, their godheads would go missing as if eaten by something, their souls would scatter, and they would die with expressions of agony. On top of that, their internal organs would get completely destroyed. The little cow described for Huang Xiaolong's benefit. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cold air. Terrifying. This soulless frigid wind didn't only damage the flesh, but it also swallowed a cultivator's godhead. The average divine armor and god force are completely useless to defend against the soulless frigid wind. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing interjected. But Master has the Yellow Springs magic robe. Therefore, no need to fear this soulless frigid wind. Huang Xiaolong nodded and was inwardly relieved. In fact, even without the Yellow Springs magic robe, you don't need to worry about this soulless frigid wind because of your supreme godhead and the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool, said the little cow. The Golden Dragon Lightning Pool can dispel the soulless frigid wind? Huang Xiaolong was surprised. He didn't expect the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool to have this effect. The little cow rolled her eyes at him. Even though the soulless frigid wind is scary, it still pales in comparison with the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool. After all, the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool is one of the 9 great Chaos Lightning Pools. I am not very clear about the other effects of the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool, but you will gradually learn with time that it is a treasure that exceeds your imagination. Huang Xiaolong was stoked at the little cow's words, and he began looking forward to the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's benefits. A while later, the group flew past the layer of the soulless frigid wind, into the soulless star. In order to test the Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's power, Huang Xiaolong did not call out the Yellow Springs magic robe. He also did not use his Golden Divine Armor or his God Force to put up a protection barrier. He simply let the soulless frigid wind to brush past him. The instant the soulless frigid wind entered his body, ghostly howls jarred his mind. At the same time, he felt pangs of pain in his internal organs. These effects staggered Huang Xiaolong. His true dragon physique was stronger than he could imagine. Yet the soulless frigid wind actually affected his true dragon physique malignantly. In the next second, streams of chaos light energy surged out from between Huang Xiaolong's brows to every part of his body. Wherever the chaos lightning energy reached, the soulless frigid wind's harmful effects disappeared. It was even more surprising that in addition to negating the soulless frigid wind's harmful effects, the chaos golden dragon lightning pool's energy was also scattering the soulless frigid wind entering Huang Xiaolong's body, and transforming it into a kind of natural energy. This was then absorbed by Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong discovered that after he had absorbed the transformed soulless frigid wind energy, his true dragon physique and 3 supreme godheads had actually developed resistance to it. Huang Xiaolong was completely relieved after testing the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's power. Subsequently, he employed his innumerable Buddha supreme godheads' purifying power and discovered that it could also purify the soulless frigid wind. His confidence rose even further. The group flew onwards. Huang Xiaolong's group was flying towards one of the mainlands close to the center of the soulless star. 2 of the herb ingredients, the 9 turns 100 leaves grass and black shadow illusionary soul fruit, could be found there. Huang Xiaolong needed these in order to refine the brilliant black soul divine pill. Maybe it was because of the soulless frigid wind, but there were very few magic beasts or evil spirits in Soulless Star. As they flew onwards, the little cow suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Everyone was taken aback, but halted quickly. Huang Xiaolong was baffled, but before he could ask anything, the little cow's hoof pointed at an ordinary-looking hilly terrains. "There's a restrictive formation in front of us?" Restrictive formation. Everyone was surprised, but no one doubted the little cow's words. Moreover, a restrictive formation that made the little cow react in such a way would definitely not be an average one. "We need to circumspect around it," said Huang Xiaolong. Judging from the little cow's solemn expression, he better not mess with it. But the little cow shook her head and said, "No need." Huang Xiaolong turned to look at her. "Very likely, there is some kind of ancient artifact sealed within this restrictive formation," the little cow said. "Ancient artifact." Huang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled. There was an ancient artifact sealed within a restrictive formation that had caused the little cow to show such a solemn expression. Huang Xiaolong looked at the void devil beast Su Baixing, and Su Baixing responded with a respectful yes. He extended his palm towards the hilly terrain and pressed down. Immediately, a bright light gushed out from the ordinary-looking hilly terrain, along with a strong soulless frigid wind and thick death qi. Everyone was caught off guard, but they reacted quickly and circulated their god force to form a barrier in front of them. As a precaution, Huang Xiaolong summoned out the Yellow Springs magic robe. Thick devil qi roiled out like clouds, protecting everyone. Under the Yellow Springs magic robe's protection, the strong soulless frigid wind and death qi turned into a hurricane. A long time later, soulless frigid wind and the death qi gradually weakened and finally stopped. Huang Xiaolong and the others looked at the hilly terrain once again. At this point, the hills had disappeared, and an appealing antique mirror was revealed. Huang Xiaolong wasn't able to identify the mirror's materials. It was rustic yellow in color, without any luster. On mirror's frame were wisps of death qi and blowing soulless frigid wind that were shaped into numerous ghostly shrieking heads. Their sharp shrieks pierced into Huang Xiaolong's and his group's hearts like a song of a siren from hell. "The Hell's Spirit World's Great Dead Souls Formation," Void Devil Beast Su Baixing exclaimed as he recognized the formation in front of them. Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, and the rest, except for the little cow, had never heard of the Great Dead Souls Formation. But given the little cow and Su Baixing's sullen expressions, it was not hard to guess that this Great Dead Souls Formation was a powerful formation from Hell's spirit world. "Can you break this Great Dead Souls Formation?" Huang Xiaolong asked the little cow and Su Baixing. The little cow smirked. "Who's this cow?" "The super invincible unparalleled cow tribe's ancestor. A mere Great Dead Souls Formation can't stop me." Looking at the little cow's smugness, Huang Xiaolong immediately put her on the pedestal. "All right then, you have 1 minute to break this Great Dead Souls Formation." The little cow was agape, but she didn't manage to retort a single word. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing curled his lips as he tried his best to keep a straight face. In the meanwhile, on a certain mainland at the center of the soulless star, a group of people was busy trying to break an ancient grand formation. These people were none other than the Sandwave sect's chief Liang Luan, and Sandwave's sect grand elders and elders. The joy on Liang Luan and others' faces became thicker, as they saw that the formation's light was dimming gradually. "Sect Chief, we should be able to break this ancient formation in another 2 hours." One of the Sand Waves sect's grand elders laughed loudly. Liang Luwen nodded in agreement. "As long as we can break this ancient formation, everyone will get a share from the treasures within. Listen up. Attack the formation as hard as possible. And this gate chief will heavily reward you all." "Thank you, Master." The Sand Waves sect's grand elders complied loudly in unison. Half an hour later, a booming crash reverberated through the air. Finally, the little cow had broken the spirit world's great dead souls formation with Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's assistance. The antique mirror was finally exposed in front of them. Huang Xiaolong and the others walked towards it. Standing right in front of the mirror, Huang Xiaolong reached out to hold it. Strangely, the antique mirror felt weightless like a feather in his hand. There were dense green-colored lines on the front side of the mirror. These lines looked like some kind of ancient symbols that formed an ancient formation. The back of the mirror had faint black stripes that corresponds with the ancient symbols on the front side. It was another ancient formation. The only difference between them was the color. Other than these ancient formations, Huang Xiaolong couldn't see anything special about the antique mirror. Huang Xiaolong carefully inspected the mirror from all angles, but still couldn't find any clues. Hence, he handed it over to the little cow and said, "Do you recognize this ancient artifact?" The little cow studied the antique mirror for some time, and doubt appeared in her eyes, but she refrained from speaking. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, and the rest came over. Each looked curiously at the antique mirror, but none of them could recognize what it was. The ancient heavenly court had a magic mirror named 9 Magic Mirror that could restrain the soul of the person reflected in the mirror. It was extremely powerful. This antique mirror slightly resembles that but it is also different. The little cow said. The 9 Magic Mirror could restrain a person's soul. Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, and others were astounded by this information. "What's the difference?" Huang Xiaolong asked. The little cow pointed at the backside of the mirror. The 9 Magic Mirror is the same on both sides, but this antique mirror's front and back is different. However, the strange thing is, half of this antique mirror has the same aura as the 9 Magic Mirror, and its one side looks exactly the same as the 9 Magic Mirror. Huang Xiaolong's curiosity was stoked. He asked, "Could it be that a peerless master reforged the 9 Magic Mirror that might have given this mirror its current shape?" The little cow said, "Maybe, but this 9 Magic Mirror is an evil object. If you want to refine it as yours, you must be cautious. The 9 Magic Mirror is the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's sacred item from Hell's spirit world, so you better not expose this mirror in front of others. If the 9 Giant Corpse Tribe were to find out about it, they will come to snatch it away from you." "The 9 Giant Corpse Tribe," Void Devil Beast Su Baixing exclaimed with an ashen face. Huang Xiaolong asked, "Is this 9 Giant Corpse Tribe very strong?" Void Devil Beast Su Baixing explained with a serious expression. "They are not just strong, but they are the spirit world's hegemon. The 9 Giant Corpse Tribe had once united the entire spirit world, and had even led an army of 1 trillion spirit world's experts to attack the divine world." Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, Gue Yi, and Gue Er sucked in an air of cold breath. "What happened after that?" Huang Xiaolong urged. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing continued. "The 9 Giant Corpse Tribe fought the whole of the ancient heavenly god realm, but they lost because the ancient heavenly emperor had the heavenly court artifact. The 9 Giant Corpse Tribe's ancestors suffered serious injuries. Thus they were left with no choice but to retreat back to the spirit world. Even so, half of the divine world were destroyed when the spirit world had attacked. Countless world surfaces were bathed in blood, with countless experts and living beings slaughtered. Families and sects' ancestors were killed, leaving piles of corpses that were as high as mountain. Everyone's hearts were shaken imagining these scenes. Half of the divine world was destroyed. What kind of strength did the spirit world have to do that? If the Vientiane world's human forces and the Sea Tribe were to be united, how powerful would that be? Yet the extraterritorial devil battlefield has more than 10,000 world surfaces similar to the Vientiane world, and some of these world surfaces' overall forces were many times stronger than the Vientiane world. However, these world surfaces could only be considered as rural villages, perhaps even lower than that. How powerful was half of the divine world, and how vast was it? While these thoughts emerged in Huang Xiaolong's mind, the little cow gave Su Baixing's head a big knuckle, and chided, "Don't frighten everyone. Although the Nine giant corpse tribe is strong, they could destroy half of the divine world only because they had help from the whole of the spirit world's forces, Hell's Azura world and Ghost world. Hell's Azura world and Ghost world, on top of that, the spirit world, that was the entire underworld's forces." The little cow then said, "Close to the end, the devil world also joined in the raid. Unfortunately, the ancient heavenly emperor was in seclusion at that time, as he was in the middle of comprehending a cultivation technique. The divine world was completely caught off guard, which resulted in such a tragedy." Huang Xiaolong's tension loosened. The little cow went on, "In that year, the Nine giant corpse tribe's ancestor killed countless of ancestor generation masters with the help of Nine magic mirror. In the end, the Nine giant corpse tribe's ancestor was heavily injured by the ancient heavenly emperor. At that time, the ancient heavenly emperor also confiscated the Nine magic mirror." Huang Xiaolong fell into contemplation. If the Nine magic mirror had fallen into the ancient heavenly emperor's hands, why is it sealed here? Did the ancient heavenly emperor come here in the past? Another question was, did the ancient heavenly emperor feel that the Nine magic mirror was too nefarious that he reforged it into its current shape? Huang Xiaolong still couldn't determine whether the mirror in his hand was the Nine magic mirror or not. But since the little cow had said that the backside of this mirror was similar to the Nine magic mirror, he believed that 9 out of 10, this antique mirror was a reduced version of the Nine magic mirror. Huang Xiaolong circulated his supreme god force as he tried to activate the antique mirror, but he soon found out that his god force couldn't enter the antique mirror. Subsequently, he squeezed a drop of blood essence on the antique mirror. However, the antique mirror did not absorb his blood essence at all. The drop of his blood simply slid off the mirror to the ground. He tried other methods that he could think of to own the antique mirror, but none worked. Huang Xiaolong looked dejectedly at the little cow. The little cow explained with serious tone, "There are some ancient divine artifacts that could only be refined with unique methods." She paused, then added, "Most likely, only the Nine giant corpse tribe's ancestor or patriarch knows of the method to refine this Nine magic mirror." Huang Xiaolong truly felt depressed. Maybe the ancient heavenly emperor would have been aware of the method. The little cow supplemented. Huang Xiaolong was rendered speechless by the little cow's additional words, as they carried the same meaning that he would be unable to refine the mirror. Since the ancient heavenly emperor had died long ago, where was he going to find him to inquire of the right method? In the next second, Huang Xiaolong saw a ray of light. Maybe if he could find the ancient heavenly court artifact and refined it. Who knows, maybe he could find out the method to refine the Nine magic mirror from the ancient heavenly emperor's remnant memories. But, for now, Huang Xiaolong could only put the antique mirror into his ghost Buddha ring. He would study it later. "Let's go," Huang Xiaolong said as he started flying towards the center of the soulless star. A few hours later, the group reached the mainland at the center of soulless star. There's a ghost cave up ahead. The 9 turns 100 leaves grass and black shadow illusionary soul fruits are inside that ghost cave. I have been in that ghost cave in the past to look for chaos spiritual herbs. The little cow grinned. There are a lot of chaos spiritual herbs in there, but the problem is that the ghosts inside that cave move in fright. Needless to say, the ghost cave is very dangerous. Even a 10th order ancient god realm has a high mortal risk of 90%. Everyone tensed slightly. However, just as Huang Xiaolong's group flew towards the ghost cave, a group of people were flying in their direction. Huang Xiaolong was surprised when he saw who it was. "It's the Sandwave's sex chief," Feng Er blurted. The opposite group was none other than the Sandwave's sex chief Liang Luan, as well as other Sandwave's sex grand elders. This time, there was obvious joy on their faces. It seemed like they had collected a big harvest after breaking the ancient formation. A beat later, the Sandwave sex group also saw Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, void devil beast Su Baixing, and others. After a momentary bewilderment, Liang Luwen started laughing like a maniac. His eyes turned red from hatred and bloodthirst as he stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong. The heavens is fair. Punk, you didn't think of this, right? I actually run into you here in the soulless star. This time, I'm going to tear you into a million pieces. His killing intent surged like an angry storm. During their last encounter with one another, Feng Er, Gue Yi, and Gue Er's strength had alarmed him because he had only had a handful of Sandwave sex Grand Elders at his side. This had made it difficult for him to contain Feng Er. But the situation was different this time, since all of Sandwave's sex disciples were with him. 42 Grand Elders. As long as these 42 Grand Elders formed the Sandwave sex Grand Formation to entrap Feng Er, and the others, then, he would have enough time to kill Huang Xiaolong and pulverize him into pieces in order to avenge his son. Zhir. Father will avenge you this time by killing this punk. Though it's a bit late. Don't you worry, he's going to die a wretched death. Liang Luwen screamed hoarsely. Then he ordered, "Into formation. You all delay them. I'm going to kill this punk personally." Yes, Sect Chief. Sandwave's sex Grand Elders complied in sonorous voices, and immediately leaped into positions to form the Sandwave's sect Grand Formation as they tried to entrap Feng Er, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Gue Yi, Gue Er, and the little cow. Liang Luwen's palm strike cut across space, slamming towards Huang Xiaolong. Pity that Liang Luwen didn't know that the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing and the rest had been cultivating inside the Chaos Lightning Pool space for over a decade. Not to mention, their cultivation had risen by one order. Especially Su Baixing, his cultivation had recovered to Second Order God King realm. If Liang Luwen had been aware of this, he would have turned and fled with his tail between his legs, instead of raging to kill Huang Xiaolong. As the Sandwave sex Grand Elders were about to attack Su Baixing, and the others, Su Baixing suddenly raised his palm and pressed in the air. The Sandwave sex Grand Elders felt a surge of terrifying power that was beyond their imagination. They couldn't move. A second later, all the Grand Elders tumbled backwards simultaneously, just like withered leaves. As Void Devil Beast Su Baixing attacked, Feng Er also made her move. She took a step forward and arrived in front of Liang Luwen with her palm hitting out. Her attack collided with Liang Luwen's attack. A great ghost fog flooded silently like the rigorous morning tide towards Liang Luwen. Liang Luwen was startled, as a thunderous boom ensued in a split second. His whole body shook and he was knocked back in the air, violently vomiting blood. He looked at Feng Er with dumbstruck terror. He could see many of the injured Sandwave sex Grand Elders from the corner of his eye. Then, his terrified gaze fell on the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing. No! Impossible! YYU, ULL, WHY? How? He was trembling as his gaze went back and forth between Feng Er and Su Baixing. Disbelief, denial, and unwillingness were apparent in his eyes. Liang Luwen remembered the last time he had fought Feng Er. She was still a peak mid-10th Order Ancestor God realm, with less than a finger-sized gap difference between their strengths. But based on the exchange between them at this moment, Feng Er was a peak late 10th Order Ancestor God realm for certain. In a little over 10 years. Even more frightening was that beast. 42 Sandwave sex Grand Elders had formed the formation to entrap their enemies, but all of them were sent flying with just one strike? All of them? Liang Luwen's heart trembled violently as he sensed the pressure coming from the Void Devil Beast. It was many times more powerful than Feng Er. A God King Realm Master. Definitely the momentum of a God King Realm Master. What's going on? He was certain that this beast's cultivation had lower than Feng Er the last time. Not even a 10th Order Ancestor God Realm. But now he was a God King Realm Master. Liang Luwen was horrified. His mind was overwhelmed as a barrage of questions flashed in it. At this point, all the Sandwave sex Grand Elders were quivering with fear and despair. Kill him, Huang Xiaolong coldly ordered Su Baixing. Yes, Master. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing respectfully complied. Master. The Sandwave sex party was bewildered as they heard a God King Realm Master, referring to Huang Xiaolong as his master. Wait! Liang Luwen was bloodlessly pale as he struggled, and shrieked fearfully. Who are you? You cannot kill me. The corner of Huang Xiaolong's lips curved slightly into a sneer as he looked at Liang Luwen. He asked playfully, Why can't I kill you? Is it because you are the Sandwave's sex chief? Liang Luwen blanked for a second. At this moment, he finally realized that his identity was useless in the black-haired young man's eyes. That as long as you don't kill me, I can submit to you. Liang Luwen stuttered with much difficulty as he promised through gritted teeth. Submit to me? Huang Xiaolong drawled with complete disinterest. As he saw Huang Xiaolong's indifferent expression, Liang Luwen hastened. That's right. Submit to you. I can be your subordinate. Our entire Sandwave sect will submit to you. Everyone will submit to you. Be my subordinate? Huang Xiaolong ridiculed. Are you telling me that you're willing to become my subordinate even after I have killed your son? Don't you feel like tearing me into a million pieces? Weren't you howling you want to avenge your son just moments ago? Didn't you want me to die a death worse than your son? Liang Luwen was choked by Huang Xiaolong's questions, and he was unable to find his words for a second. Huang Xiaolong's every word was like a needle stabbing at his heart. Huang Xiaolong had killed his son. It would be a lie to say he didn't hate Huang Xiaolong. Not a day had passed in the last 10 years when he hadn't thought of killing Huang Xiaolong. He indeed was thinking about avenging his son in the future, as long as he managed to survive this time. Huang Xiaolong signaled to Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng with a look, and he responded by striking Liang Luwen with his palm. Liang Luwen's pupils dilated in fear. He turned around in an attempt to make his escape, but he was slapped into the ground by Su Baisheng. The corrosive devil chi from Su Baisheng's palm instantly reduced Liang Luwen's corpse into nothing but white bones. All of the Sandwave sect's Grand Elders turned deathly pale as they witnessed Liang Luwen's death. But none of them tried to flee, as they knew that it was impossible for them to escape. Huang Xiaolong glanced coldly at Liang Luwen's white bones. Although he had briefly thought about subjugating Liang Luwen, his current cultivation realm was low for branding his soul mark on Liang Luwen's soul. This wouldn't have allowed him to fully control Liang Luwen. Hence, Liang Luwen had to die to prevent future troubles. Huang Xiaolong spotted Liang Luwen's fallen spatial ring and reached out to grab it on an impulse. As he wiped off the spatial ring's restriction, Huang Xiaolong was shocked to discover its contents. There were a number of spirit stones, herbal ingredients, divine pellets, and divine artifacts within the spatial ring. This bedazzled Huang Xiaolong for a second. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong was perplexed. Even if Liang Luwen was the Sandwave sect's chief, he couldn't have possessed so many spirit stones, herbs, divine pellets, and divine artifacts. He turned and pointed at one of the Sandwave sect's Grand Elders and inquired about it. Only then he came to know that Liang Luwen's group had managed to obtain a treasure at the center of the soulless star. Huang Xiaolong shook his head thinking that Liang Luwen was quite unlucky. Even though Liang Luwen had gotten a big treasure, he was dead to spend it. The treasure had ended up benefiting Huang Xiaolong instead. Huang Xiaolong put away Liang Luwen's spatial ring. He then looked at the group of Sandwave sect's Grand Elders. Kill or not to kill? In the end, Huang Xiaolong did not kill the Sandwave sect's Grand Elders. He made all them to tactfully submit under his authority. No one had any objections. Huang Xiaolong looked indifferently at the seemingly respectful Sandwave sect's Grand Elders. He knew that these people had no loyalty towards him, but it didn't matter. Once his Grand Mist parasitic medium would step into the second stage, and he would able to condense Grand Mist worms, and then these people would have no other choice but to show him their utmost loyalty. After subjugating the Sandwave sect's Grand Elders, Huang Xiaolong's group continued flying to the ghost cave the little cow had mentioned. With the additional 42 Sandwave sect's Grand Elders, and 6 Chaos spiritual beasts tamed earlier, Huang Xiaolong's big group was a striking sight. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong got more information about the Sandwave sect from one of their elders. He asked him several questions such as if any of the Sandwave sect's ancestor were still in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, or about the total number of experts in the Sandwave sect, and so on. The Sandwave sect's Grand Elders didn't dare to conceal anything, and therefore answered Huang Xiaolong's questions with honesty. The Sandwave sect had 6 ancestors in total. 3 of those ancestors were in the extraterritorial devil battlefield, and the other 3 had stayed back to guard the sect's headquarters in the Reverence world. The 3 ancestors had headed straight to the depths of extraterritorial devil's battlefield upon arrival. They were acting separately, therefore they were not with Liang Luwen. They had gone to the depths of extraterritorial devil battlefield in search of the Tianwu treasure. Huang Xiaolong was surprised. No one has taken the Tianwu treasure yet? He had been inside the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space for 14 years. In other words, the Tianwu treasure had appeared for more than a decade. Huang Xiaolong had thought that the Tianwu treasure would have been taken away by someone after such a long time. Sandwave sect's Grand Elder Zhenguan shook his head and answered, "Not yet." A sneer came from the little cow's mouth. She looked at Huang Xiaolong and said, "Merely a group of fools. They can only dream of obtaining the Tianwu treasure. Ancestor God Realm Masters going in there is equivalent to rushing to their deaths. There are layers and layers of formations, and a peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm Master, at most, could make it to the outermost layer of the Tianwu treasure." She then looked at Zhang Guowen. "A lot of Ancestor God Realm Masters are already dead, aren't they?" Zhang Guowen looked at the little cow. His eyes were wide with astonishment, but he nodded. "Yes. It said over 1,000 ancestors have already fallen. Over 1,000 ancestors." Huang Xiaolong and Feng Er exclaimed in shock. The majority of these Ancestor Generation Masters had late 10th to peak late 10th Order Ancient God Realm cultivation. Nonetheless, over 1,000 of them had fallen. Over 1,000, that's not a lot. The little cow went on. "Probably, some forces in the divine world know that there is no hope. Therefore, they didn't participate." She turned to Huang Xiaolong and said, "In truth, the Tianwu treasure had appeared once 10 million years ago, and various divine world's forces had fought to snatch it, but it had only left rivers of blood. Not just the Ancestor God Realm cultivators, but even a large number of God King Realm Masters ended up losing their lives back then." The little cow's recount stopped there. But anyone could guess the ending. This time, too, it was obvious that all forces had failed to obtain the Tianwu treasure, as no one had claimed it for such a long time since it had resurfaced more than a decade ago. Huang Xiaolong almost couldn't believe it. Even many God King Realm Masters had died. Are the Tianwu treasure's restrictive formations this powerful? Feng Er couldn't help but asking. The little cow rolled her eyes. "For sure. That is a treasure left behind by a kid titled Heavenly Martial King. At the time of his death, he was a peak late 10th Order God King Realm Master, and he was well-versed in formations. The entire divine world used to acknowledge his outstanding talent in formations. A peak late 10th Order God King Realm Master, and an exceptional genius in formations, so what kind of formations do you think he could arrange?" Everyone gasped audibly. A peak late 10th Order God King Realm. Well-versed in formations. No wonder. However, Huang Xiaolong caught on to something the little cow had said. She had referred to the Heavenly Martial King as Kid. The Sandwave sect's Grand Elders had weird expressions on their faces. Some even had a flicker of disdain in their eyes as they thought that the little cow's bluff was too big. "But, Master, after you advance to high-level Ancestor God Realm, I will take you to the innermost of the Tianwu treasure. I am confident that you will be able to refine the core of the Tianwu treasure's formation and take it away." The little cow ignored the disdain in the Sandwave's sect Grand Elder's eyes as she said this to Huang Xiaolong. The disdain in Sandwave's sect's Grand Elders' eyes deepened even further as they heard the little cow. Even though the God King Realm Masters couldn't reach the innermost formation of the Tianwu treasure, this cow still wants to go in there, despite being at a mere high-level ancient God Realm strength? What a joke! Huang Xiaolong was delighted, for he absolutely believed in the little cow's words. The little cow then added, "However, Tianwu, that kid has laid a grand time flowing sand great formation over the Tianwu treasure. Therefore, It will disappear into the void if no one claims it within 100 years of its appearance. Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, and the rest had not expected this. This? You're saying, I need to break through to high-level ancestor god realm in the next 100 years? Huang Xiaolong asked while feeling a little speechless. The little cow went on. Not 100 years. There's only 80 years or so left. Huang Xiaolong smacked his lips silently. Despite being confident in his talent, even he knew that it was impossible for him to break through to high-level ancestor god realm in 80 years. If the requirement was mid-level ancestor god realm, there was still a chance of achieving it. Still, Huang Xiaolong was doubtful. The little cow seems familiar with that heavenly martial king. Otherwise, how can she know so much about the Tianwu treasure? Senior Xianxia, could it be that you knew the heavenly martial king? Void Devil Beast Su Baixing asked the question that was also on Huang Xiaolong's mind. But the little cow crisply answered, No. All the Sandwave sect's grand elders mocked the little cow inwardly. Until now she had been bluffing big, but in the end, she and the heavenly martial king are nothing but strangers. I knew that kid's martial ancestor, the little cow supplemented, leaving the Sandwave sect's grand elders agape. You knew the heavenly martial king's martial ancestor? One of the Sandwave sect's grand elders looked at the little cow with an incredulous expression. The little cow didn't even bother to look at that grand elder, and answering him was out of the question. Seeing her reaction, the Sandwave's sect grand elder once again thought the little cow was bluffing, and she did not answer his question due to guilt. All of them were so deeply engrossed in their conversations that even before they knew, they had already reached the ghost cave the little cow had mentioned. The ghost cave was located on the slope of a peculiar-shaped giant mountain. The ghost cave's mouth was not very big, but enough to accommodate 4 people entering at the same time. From outside, the cave looked very dark. Once they reached the mouth of the cave, Huang Xiaolong felt chilly winds blowing past him. These winds were colder than the soulless, frigid wind. He did not dare to act carelessly. Therefore, he circulated his innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead's light God force and wrapped it around his body. Just as he was about to enter the ghost cave, a group of people came flying towards them. A group of about 30 people, clad in sky-blue brocade robes with striking symbols on their cuffs. They were exuding a powerful momentum that was even more powerful than the Sandwave's Gate's grand elders. The pressure coming from the few people at the front of the group was no weaker than Feng Er. This sky-blue robed group was surprised when they saw Huang Xiaolong's group. After all, not many people dared to search for herbs in the ghost cave. This one is Blue Spirit Gate's Zhang Yunbua. You also came to the ghost cave to look for herbs? The ghost cave is extremely dangerous. The risks reduces with number. Shall we cooperate in exploring this ghost cave? An old man from the Blue Spirit Gate suggested. His eyes were on Feng Er. In his opinion, Feng Er was the most powerful amongst Huang Xiaolong's group. Therefore he had assumed that she was most likely the decision-maker of her group. This was because Void Devil Beast Su Baixing had concealed his strength. Hence, the old man was unable to tell his strength. However, Huang Xiaolong, who was merely an unimportant peak late 10th order ancient god realm disciple, spoke. Sorry, we have no intention to join any group. Huang Xiaolong did not find it necessary to team up with the Blue Spirit Gate group, since the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing was a second-order God King Realm Master. According to the little cow, even though there were numerous ghosts within the ghost cave, the strongest ones were only peak late 10th order ancestor god realm. In other words, there was no ghost king with a God King realm in the cave. Huang Xiaolong was confident that his group could take care of themselves. The Blue Spirit Gates group was dumbfounded as Huang Xiaolong had spoken to them instead of Feng Er. Not to mention, he was just a peak late 10th order ancient god realm cultivator. And to top this all off, he had outright declined the offer to cooperate with them. The Blue Spirit Gates disciples had obviously thought that joining forces would benefit both parties while inside the ghost cave. We're entering, Huang Xiaolong said to the little cow, Feng Er, and the rest. Just as Huang Xiaolong's group took a step towards the ghost cave, one of the Blue Spirit Gates experts barked, Stop right there! Then he glared fiercely at Huang Xiaolong and reprimanded, Punk, Who the fuck do you think you are? How dare you speak to our ancestor like that? Even top forces chiefs address ancestor Zhang Yunbo courteously. What sect do you belong to? In their opinion, Huang Xiaolong was merely a peak late 10th order ancient god realm junior disciple. Yet ancestor Zhang Yunbo had personally invited the other group of people to cooperate. But the other group had been nothing but ungrateful since they had refused this generous offer. Huang Xiaolong stopped and turned around. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he looked at that particular blue spirit gates expert. Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Feng Er, Gue Yi, and Gue Er also turned to look sharply at that blue spirit gates expert. Who the fuck do you think you are then? How dare you speak rudely to our manor lord? What blue spirit gate? I have never even heard of it. Gue Yi's frosty voice sounded as he released the coercion of a 10th order ancestor god realm master. Even though the blue spirit gates expert was himself a high-level ancestor god realm, Cultivation was still at 7th order ancestor god realm. Under Gue Yi's overwhelming pressure, he was unable to even breathe. Airflow was completely stagnated for him, and the world seemingly froze. The blue spirit gate's ancestor Zhang Yunbo suddenly spoke to Huang Xiaolong. My apologies. The people of my sect have spoken rudely. Please do not mind his air. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over the faces of blue spirit gate's people, stopping a second longer on the person who had admonished him earlier. He then turned and stepped into the ghost cave without another word. As Huang Xiaolong disappeared into the ghost cave, Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Feng Er, and others quickly followed behind him and entered the ghost cave. The Sandwave's sect's grand elders were inwardly gloating as they had assumed a fight would break out between Huang Xiaolong and the Blue Spirit sect's group, as they wanted to seize that chance to escape. No one had thought that the hostile atmosphere would suddenly disperse with a few words and a faint smile from the Blue Spirit Gate's ancestor Zhang Yunbo. In the end, the Sandwave's sect's grand elders could only carry their disappointment with them as they reluctantly followed behind Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, and others into the ghost cave. After Huang Xiaolong's large group disappeared into the ghost cave, the Blue Spirit Gate's expert who scolded Huang Xiaolong earlier harumphed angrily. Where did this fart of a manor lord climbs out from? Ancestor, we should have captured all of them. We could have made them explore the path for us inside the ghost cave as cannon fodders. The other Blue Spirit Gate's ancestor, Jiang Dongyang, shook his head. It's not that easy to capture them. That girl's strength is equivalent to 4 of our strengths. The 2 young men at her side are early 10th order and mid-10th order ancestor god realm masters. Not to mention, the group of people at the back, if I'm not wrong, should be the grand elders of Sandwave's sect from the Reverence World. Reverence World's Sandwave sect? The others repeated doubtfully. Why would a group of Sandwave's sect's grand elders follow that black-haired young man? If I remember correctly, 3 of the Sandwave sect's ancestors are also visiting the extraterritorial devil battlefield. That black-haired young man is just a peak late 10th order ancient god realm junior. How could he have so many ancestor god realm followers? Strange. One of the Blue Spirit Gate's grand elders was baffled as well, and added, also, he's a manor lord of what? In the neighboring world surfaces, which forces has a peak late 10th order ancient god realm brat as manor lord. Zhang Yunbo said, there are over 10,000 world surfaces around the extraterritorial devil's battlefield, and there are countless manor lords. It's not unusual that we don't know. We have come here to look for the 9 turns 100 leaves grass and black shadow illusionary soul fruit. I hope that they are not looking for these 2 things as well. Ancestor, if they are looking for the same 2 things like us? One of them asked. Zhang Yunbo's eyes glimmered sharply. If they know what's good for them and do not compete with us, then all is well. If they are tactless, then let them become the ghost cave's ghosts. Let's go. The Blue Spirit Gate's group flew into the ghost cave. By this time, Huang Xiaolong's group had flown deeper into the ghost cave, with the precipitous cave walls. Gusts of ghostly winds blew from the depths of the ghost cave. The deeper they went, the colder and stronger the winds became, accompanied by the soulless frigid wind and death chi. By this point, Huang Xiaolong had already summoned the Yellow Spring's magic robe. He rode on the little cow, while the void devil beast Su Baixing and others were around him, opening a path. The magic symbols on the Yellow Spring's magic robe glimmered brightly, blocking all the ghostly wind, soulless frigid wind, and death chi that were blowing towards them. Even so, everyone had activated their divine armors, and had also formed a God-force protective barrier. Feng Er, Guei, and Guei Er had formed the last line of defense to prevent ghosts from ambushing. This was the first time the Sandwave's sex Grand Elders had seen Huang Xiaolong's Yellow Spring's magic robe. Burning desire and greed flickered in their eyes after witnessing the Yellow Spring's magic robe's power. Although they could not recognize the Yellow Spring's magic robe, the Sandwave's sex Grand Elders had enough eyesight to judge that the robe was a powerful ancient artifact, perhaps a primordial battle robe. Roar! Suddenly, thick ghost chi roiled as a 10th Order ancient god realm ghost flew out from the side cave wall, with its mouth opened at Huang Xiaolong. However, Su Baixing lightly tapped in the air, and the ghost exploded into ghost fog, even before it had managed to leap halfway at Huang Xiaolong. A thought flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind, and he quickly circulated the blood pact mandate. Huang Xiaolong swallowed the group of ghost fog into his body in front of everyone's eyes. Almost simultaneously, the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's lightning energy started transforming the ghost fog into an element energy and darkness element energy that were subsequently absorbed by his 3 supreme godheads. The Sandwave's sex Grand Elders were stunned agape. Is this even possible? The group continued deeper into the ghost cave. Along the way, they came across more than one ghostly ambush. There were even peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm ghosts. All of them were killed by Void Devil Beast Su Baixing. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing continued killing the ghosts the whole way, and Huang Xiaolong kept devouring Su Baixing's praise. However, at his current cultivation realm and true dragon physique, he could only devour up to 4th Order Ancestor God Realm ghosts. The further they went inside, the narrower tunnel gradually widened. 3 to 4 hours later, the group reached a wide empty space that resembled a square. The cave walls at the 4 sides were filled with big black holes. Every black hole was a ghost path leading to an unknown place inside the ghost cave leads to. At the end of some of these black holes are places where ghosts multiply and gather. There are ghost towns, ghost temples, and ghost kingdoms established by ghosts in there. Others are tunnels that lead to another space, or a land filled with various herbs. The little cow explained. We're going into that black hole. The 9 turns 100 leaves grass and black shadow illusionary soul fruit is there. Everyone looked at a black hole on the east side of the cave wall. Go! Huang Xiaolong urged the little cow, and she was the first to leap into the air and fly towards the black hole on the east side of the cave wall. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing quickly followed behind them. He was followed by the group of Sandwave sex Grand Elders, while Feng Er, Guei, and Guei Er entered last. The cave tunnel was less than spacious, and none of them could even see their own fingers within the cave's darkness. However, the ghostly wind and the soulless frigid wind was considerably weak inside this part of the cave. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong's group also encountered less number of ghostly creatures. This greatly eased their journey. Huang Xiaolong had retrieved the Yellow Spring's magic robe. It hung on his shoulders like a cloak. The glimmering magic symbols and the diagram of a great devil holding an axe on its surface had dimmed, but everyone could still feel its majestic aura, making their hearts palpitate. The Sandwave's sex Grand Elders had been staring feverishly at Huang Xiaolong's Yellow Spring's magic robe for a long time now. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder at the Sandwave's sex Grand Elder Zhang Guowen, what do you think about my magic robe? Zhang Guowen was caught off guard by Huang Xiaolong's abrupt question and, noticing that Huang Xiaolong was looking at him with unfathomable meaning, he hastened to reply, very good, very powerful. I have never seen such a powerful magic robe. Huang Xiaolong went on nonchalantly. In truth, this magic robe has suffered severe damages, and its power has fallen by 90%. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. What? Severe damages. At 90% less power. The hearts of the Sandwave sex Grand Elders quivered. In other words, What they had seen so far was only 1/10 of the magic robe's power. If that was the case, if the magic robe were returned to its peak power, then, for a moment, they did not even dare to think further. But soon, their desire and obsession towards the robe intensified. Huang Xiaolong sneered, as their expressions had not escaped his eyes. He was certain that if it wasn't for the void devil beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, and the others, these people would have pounced on him to snatch his robe. As long as all of you are loyal to me, I won't ill-treat any of you, Huang Xiaolong added suddenly. Zhang Guowen quickly complied. Please rest assured, Manor Lord. All of us are undoubtedly loyal to Manor Lord. We pledge to follow Manor Lord forever. After the Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders had submitted to Huang Xiaolong, he had ordered them to address him as their Manor Lord, just like Feng Er and others did. Other Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders also joined in. Each righteously announced their loyalty to Huang Xiaolong. The conversation ended and silence returned in the Black Tunnel. The group continued flying deeper into the Black Tunnel. Almost 2 hours later, the Black Tunnel path gradually widened and grew brighter. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong and the others smelled faint scents of spiritual herbs which made them quicken their speed. Based on our current speed, we will reach there in half a day's time, the little cow informed Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Another 2 hours passed when the path in front of them turned bright. Everyone dazed for a second when they saw the scenery in front of them as they flew out from the tunnel to an open space. They had reached the other end of the tunnel. In front of them was an endless range of mountains, and all they could see were tall mountains. The lush green vegetation on these mountains consisted of various spiritual herbal ingredients along with different kinds of towering old trees. The air was filled with the scent from these herbs. On top of that, the cold, ghostly wind and death qi didn't exist here. Even if there were any remnants of ghostly wind or death qi, herbal scents in the air negated them. Huang Xiaolong's group flew towards the mountains. When they were flying over one of the many mountains, one of the Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders exclaimed, Is that the water magic fruit? Everyone looked at the mountain below them. Several giant trees were clustered over mountain peak. On these giant trees hung crystalline green-colored fruits, and inside these fruits were wisps of agile black qi. The water magic fruit was originally one of Hell's rare spiritual fruits, and no one had thought it would appear here. Sometimes, water magic fruits were auctioned at sky-high prices by the auction houses in the divine world, a price that the Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders couldn't afford. In a split second, all the Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders rushed down towards the mountain peak below. They kept fighting amongst themselves to pick the water magic fruit. Fury glimmered in the void devil beast Su Baixing's eyes, as he watched the Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders rush to snatch the water magic fruit without asking permission from Huang Xiaolong. His palm reached out and pressed down in the air. Below, all the Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders were sent flying in various directions, and their bodies smashed into the mountain below. All of the Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders were enraged as Su Baixing had attacked them out of nowhere. But they shuddered in fear as they saw void devil beast Su Baixing's frosty gaze, and were jolted to their senses. What, want to fight? Huang Xiaolong's indifferent cold voice sounded. No, we would not dare to do that. The group of Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders denied hurriedly. Kill him, Huang Xiaolong said as he pointed at one of the Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders, since he was the one who had led the others to snatch the water magic fruit. Void devil beast Su Baixing's palm struck out with a turn of his paw, and an overwhelming force smashed onto the Sandwave Sect's Grand Elder's chest. Even before he realized, the Grand Elder exploded into blood mist. Zhuang Ping. The Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders glared fiercely at Huang Xiaolong. You want to kill me? Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over several furious Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders, while a cold sneer rose at the corner of his lips. I have known the entire time that all of you have wanted to kill me at an opportune time, to avenge your sect chief. Earlier, all of you were praying inwardly for the Blue Spirit Gates group to kill me. Am I right? Sandwave Sect's Grand Elder Zhengguowen forced a smile on his face, and said, Manor Lord must be joking. All of us have sincerely pledged loyalty to Manor Lord. There are no ulterior motives. You better not, Huang Xiaolong stated. Then he turned to other Sandwave sect's Grand Elders who looked like they wanted to kill him and said, "Since you want to kill me, I will give you a chance. Only one chance." 3. Huang Xiaolong begun to count. These Sandwave sect's Grand Elders' faces tightened. They had been extremely confident that Huang Xiaolong was interested in conquering the Sandwave sect through them. Therefore, they had been extremely certain that Huang Xiaolong would not easily kill them. But now it seemed like they were mistaken. When Huang Xiaolong counted 2, the several Sandwave sect's Grand Elders attacked. God Force frantically surged out from their bodies, and their eyes turned scarlet as they leaped towards Huang Xiaolong with their most powerful attack. "Fart of a Manor Lord, go to hell!" One of them bellowed madly. His face was distorted with anger and hate. But when they got closer to Huang Xiaolong, several shadows flickered. Feng Er, Gui and Gui Er had parried their attacks. At the same time, the Sandwave sect's Grand Elders were thrown backwards. Feng Er, Gui and Gui Er attacked them once again. Ghost fog flooded out and submerged the Grand Elders, and undulating screams of terror rang in the air. Seconds later, bloodied, gnawed, and unrecognizable corpses fell to the mountain. The rest of the Sandwave sect's Grand Elders stepped back in horror. Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell on the remaining Sandwave sect's Grand Elders and said, "I hope there is no next time, or else I will not think twice before killing all of you." Huang Xiaolong needed to teach these people an unforgettable lesson, as he was certain that they would betray him in case of conflict, if they ever encountered the Blue Spirit Gate in the future. The remaining Grand Elders shook their heads heavily and promised their loyalty to Huang Xiaolong. However, Huang Xiaolong was unmoved by these people's words. After everything was settled, Huang Xiaolong asked Gui to pick all the water magic fruits from the trees. In the end, Huang Xiaolong generously gave each of the Sandwave sect's Grand Elders 2 water magic fruits, a balance of reward and deterrence. After all of the water magic fruits were collected, the group flew further above the mountain ranges. Not long after Huang Xiaolong's group had left, the Blue Spirit Gates group flew into the same black hole. Blue Spirit Gates group gasped in similar astonishment to Huang Xiaolong's group when they flew out from the cave tunnel and saw the mountains of spiritual herbs. All of them stared fervently at the mountains full of treasures. So many spiritual herbs. That's the vanishing cloud grass. Soul-sealing fruit. The Blue Gate Spirits experts exclaimed in delight again and again. All of these herbs in front of them were rare spiritual herbs that were hard to find outside. Thus, the Blue Spirit Gates experts tacitly went to collect those irresistible spiritual herbs. Zhang Yunbua, Zhang Dongyang, and the other 2 Blue Spirit Gates ancestors did not stop them. In fact, all 4 ancestors were beaming. It seems like the ancient records are true. Although this ghost cave is dangerous, there are precious spiritual herbs everywhere. Zhang Yunbua chuckled. The 9 turns 100 leaves grass and black shadow illusionary soul fruit are surely here. Zhang Dongyang and the other 2 ancestors laughed softly. Obviously, they were in a good mood. Ancestors, look over there. That's the water magic tree. But all the water magic fruits are gone. It looks like they were harvested not long ago. Suddenly, one of the Blue Spirit Gates Grand Elder shouted. The 4 Blue Spirit Gates ancestors blanked for a moment at his words. In a few flickers, the 4 Blue Spirit Gates ancestors were standing in front of one of the water magic trees. Indeed, the water magic fruits on these trees had been collected not long ago. Zhang Dongyang frowned, and his words sounded more like an answer instead of a question. Someone came in here 1 step ahead of us. Could it be them? Another ancestor blurted as Huang Xiaolong's face flashed in his mind. Zhang Yunbua, Zhang Dongyang, and others quivered with anger. Since people rarely enter the ghost cave, it must be them. Zhang Dongyang's face sank. He went on. I hadn't expected them to actually come this far, not to mention to be in the lead. Zhang Yunbua and others' expressions turned slightly ugly. If Huang Xiaolong's group was ahead of them, then all of the good spiritual herbs would be swept away by them. leaving the leftovers for the Blue Spirit Gates group. And the water magic fruits were the most convincing proof. The vanishing cloudgrass or soul-sealing fruit were farts when compared to the water magic fruits. Humph. That kid better prays that we don't catch up to him. One of the ancestors snorted. In his opinion, the Blue Spirit Gate had the ownership over all of the spiritual herbs growing inside this cave. Huang Xiaolong was no different than a thief sneaking up into their sex treasury. Zhang Yunbua turned away from the water magic tree and looked at the present Blue Spirit Gate's Grand Elders. He said sharply, "If we catch up to that group, be prepared to attack." His instincts were telling him that Huang Xiaolong's group was also after the vanishing cloudgrass, or soul-sealing fruit. If a conflict were to erupt between them, they needed to seize the chance for initiating the attack. That kid's merely a peak late 10th order ancient god realm, therefore we just need to capture that kid as hostage. This will deter the rest of his group from attacking us, and will help us deal with the remaining stronger members of their group. Whatever water magic fruits and other spiritual herbs they have collected belong to us. All the Blue Spirit Gate's Grand Elders agreed in unison. "Leave that kid's life to me," a Grand Elder clamored. "I will teach him a lesson," as he had the guts to speak rudely to Ancestor Zhang Yunbua at the cave's entrance earlier. Huang Xiaolong's group had come across a winding river after flying over a mountain. Everyone was surprised to see the river, as it was an unusual place for a river to flow there. When they went to the river bank, they discovered that this river was several hundred zhang wide and its water was a clear turquoise. Water mist danced above the water surface, dreamy and surreal. "This is Blue Spectre Spring," the little cow exclaimed with delight. "I am surprised that the environment here has actually given birth to a Blue Spectre Spring after millions of years." The little cow had visited this cave over 10 million years ago, and this Blue Spectre Spring had not existed during her last visit. Blue Spectre Spring? Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, and others looked at the little cow with confusion. The little cow explained, "This Blue Spectre Spring was born at an extreme inland through the fulfillment of certain conditions and accumulation of Blue Spectre energy." Huang Xiaolong and the others had never heard of the Blue Spectre energy, but could guess that it was a kind of high-quality spiritual energy. Looking at everyone's ignorant faces in front of her, the little cow understood that these little juniors had yet to come across such high degrees of treasures. Thus she explained, "If you add a small cup of Blue Spectre spring water when refining a pill, it could raise the purity of that pill to the highest possible level. Not just that, but if you can cultivate for a long time in this Blue Spectre spring, it will enhance your body's physical toughness and flexibility, and there is a possibility of forming the godly spectre eyes. The godly spectre eyes allow you to see through ghostly creatures and phantoms. Of course, more importantly, this Blue Spectre spring can be used to repair divine artifacts. A severely damaged divine artifact will slowly repair itself over time when soaked in this river's water." This time, everyone was genuinely shocked. Could repair divine artifacts? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help asking, "The pill-blending tower could have been repaired without those chaos spiritual liquids and chaos five-colored heaven refining stone if we had possessed the water from the Blue Spectre spring?" Then, Huang Xiaolong immediately thought of another item, Yellow Spring's magic robe. If this Blue Spectre spring water could be used to repair the Yellow Spring's magic robe, then, the little cow nodded. "At that time, if we would have had this Blue Spectre spring, we could have repaired the pill-blending tower even without the chaos spiritual liquids and chaos five-colored heaven refining stone. However, it would take a longer time to repair an artifact that is at the pill-blending tower's level. At least tens of thousands of years." She then looked at the Yellow Spring's magic robe hanging from Huang Xiaolong's shoulders and stated, "This applies to the Yellow Spring's magic robe as well." Disappointment filled up in Huang Xiaolong's chest. "Sigh. It would take more than 10,000 years to repair." The little cow rolled her eyes at him. "Do you think this Blur Spectre Spring is a great Tao holy treasure that it can repair your magic robe in a few decades or a few years?" Huang Xiaolong shook his head and smiled helplessly, as he knew that the little cow said was right. It would be heaven-defying if the Blue Spectre Spring river water could repair the Yellow Spring's magic robe in a few decades. But hearing the little cow mention the Great Tao Holy Treasure, he asked, "A Great Tao Holy Treasure can repair the magic robe in a few decades or less?" The little cow grinned. "A Great Tao Holy Treasure? Hehe. You better not think about it right now. Even I, who has lived for so long, has never seen it." Huang Xiaolong was truly speechless this time. Hearing the little cow's words, Huang Xiaolong did not continue asking about the Great Tao Holy Treasure. Instead, he turned around and looked feverishly at the Blue Spectre Spring River. One small cup of this river's water was good enough for raising the purity of a pill to the highest possible level at the time of refining that pill. Then how many cups would this severely 100-li-long river be able to fill? All the Sandwave sect's grand elders stared at the Blue Spectre Spring River with burning greed. But no one dared to rush up to it, as they had learnt their lesson the hard way earlier. Huang Xiaolong's palms faced down above the river as he tried to suck up the whole Blue Spectre Spring River from the ground. With Huang Xiaolong's current strength, he was able to move a great ancient mountain with his palms, hence, removing a river from the ground should have been simple. But the Blue Spectre Spring River was quite heavy. His palms sunk lightly in the air. Seeing this, Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng reached out and assisted Huang Xiaolong in moving the Blue Spectre Spring River into his Ghost Buddha ring. Huang Xiaolong felt a sense of relief as he looked at the calm Blue Spectre Spring River bubbling calmly inside his Ghost Buddha ring. He retrieved the Yellow Spring's magic robe into the Ghost Buddha ring and let it soak within the Blue River water. As soon as the Yellow Spring's magic robe entered the Blue Spectre Spring River, Huang Xiaolong could immediately feel the Yellow Spring's magic robe cheering with vitality. That's right, cheering with vitality. The magic symbols on the magic robe glimmered spiritedly, whereas the axe-wielding archdevil diagram exuded a devilish red light with brutal and violent aura. Huang Xiaolong was feeling extremely cheerful after acquiring the Blue Spectre Spring River. Since the Blue Spectre Spring River was now repairing the Yellow Spring's magic robe, it would become more powerful in the days to come. The 9 turns 100 leaves grass and Black Shadow illusionary soul fruit are just up ahead in that direction, the little cow said as she pointed her hoof in front of her. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Shortly, everyone continued flying onwards. Half an hour later, they arrived at a stone valley. Surveying from high up in the air, Huang Xiaolong's group could see colorful halos from the spiritual herbs and flowers in the valley below. Towering ancient trees loomed over from the high edges of the valley walls that were laden with aromatic spiritual fruits. That's the 9 turns 100 leaves grass. Black Shadow illusionary soul fruits. Heavens! There's so many 9 turns 100 leaves grass and Black Shadow illusionary soul fruits. There's enough to refine several hundred batches of brilliant Black Soul Divine pills. Having several hundred batches of these brilliant Black Soul Divine pills will enable your soul to achieve a state of perfection. Huang Xiaolong's face split into a wide grin at the little cow's words. He too was feeling quite happy. On the ground of the valley, there were clusters of grass enshrouded in a faint greenish halo. These clusters of grass resembled the blooming petals of a flower. This was the 9 turns 100 leaves grass, and it looked adorable and charming. There were more than 200 clusters. On the other hand, the Black Shadow illusionary soul fruits were in a haze of purple halos. The soul fruits were about the same in quantity as the 9 turns 100 leaves grass, if not more. Just as Huang Xiaolong was preparing to collect them, whistling winds sounded from the distance, as a group of people flew towards them at high speed. The sound of the whistling winds caught Huang Xiaolong's attention, and he turned to look in the distance. He was a little surprised when he saw the Blue Spirit Gates group, whom he had encountered at the Ghost Cave's entrance. A faint frown creased Huang Xiaolong's smooth forehead. Have they also come here for harvesting the 9 turns 100 leaves grass and Black Shadow illusionary soul fruits? If that was the case, then conflict was inevitable. Huang Xiaolong signaled Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Feng Er, and others to prepare for battle. Moments later, the Blue Spirit Gates group arrived above the same valley. Naturally, they also spotted the 9 turns 100 leaves grass and Black Shadow illusionary soul fruits. Blue Spirit Gates ancestor Zhang Yunbua, ancestor Jiang Dongyang, and others couldn't hide the joy from their faces. There are lots of 9 turns 100 leaves grass and black shadow illusionary soul fruits in the valley below. Ha ha ha. These 9 turns 100 leaves grass and black shadow illusionary soul fruits are all ours. One of the Blue Spirit Gate's ancestors exclaimed with an exuberant laugh. Huang Xiaolong sneered as he listened to him. One of the Blue Spirit Gate's ancestors rushed down towards the valley to collect the 9 turns 100 leaves grass, as if Huang Xiaolong's group didn't even exist. However, a shadow flickered out of nowhere to block his path before he could reach the valley. In the next second, a surging palm force flooded forward from a slender palm as ghost fog roiled towards him. The Blue Spirit Gate's ancestor was taken aback, but he dodged it with a quick reflex, and at the same time, his palm struck forward to meet the attack. Booming blasts thundered in the air, and the shockwaves from the collision shook the valley below. The Blue Spirit Gate's ancestor was repelled back. You! He looked at Feng Er angrily and demanded, "What's the meaning of this?" Feng Er was cold and indifferent as she said, "Meaning?" She looked at the Blue Spirit Gate's ancestor as if she was looking at an idiot. "Are you an idiot? If you really don't know, I can tell you." "Idiot." A red blush of shame rose the Blue Spirit Gate's ancestor. Just as he was about to retaliate, Zhang Yunbua's arm reached out and stopped him. Zhang Yunbua looked at Huang Xiaolong and then at Feng Er. He then said, "Little brother, Blue Spirit Gate needs these 9 turns 100 leaves grass and black shadow illusionary soul fruits. Therefore, Blue Spirit Gate wants to take all these herbs. Little brother has already collected more than a few precious herbal ingredients. Right?" Huang Xiaolong spoke calmly. "In other words, are you trying to say that you're already being magnanimous for not ordering us to hand out those spiritual herbs? Is that it?" Zhang Yunbua nodded matter-of-factly and said, "That's right. If you leave without taking the 9 turns 100 leaves grass and black shadow illusionary soul fruits, I won't force you to hand over the water magic fruits and other spiritual herbs. Ancestor, you cannot let them leave so easily." The Blue Spirit Gate's Grand Elder who had argued with Huang Xiaolong at the Ghost Cave's entrance jumped out anxiously. He stressed, "Those spiritual herbs should belong to the Blue Spirit Gate. They must hand over all of their spiritual herbs. Yes, all of them must hand over their spatial rings. They must also leave their divine armors here." Other Blue Spirit Gate's Grand Elders followed and clamored vehemently. They all agreed that Huang Xiaolong's group needed to hand out their spatial rings. And not just that, Huang Xiaolong was even expected to leave behind his prior possessions before coming to the Ghost Cave, including all divine pills, spiritual herbs, and divine artifacts. They even wanted their divine armors. This meant that Huang Xiaolong's group could only leave when there was not even a thread left on their bodies. The Blue Spirit Gate's experts could see that the divine armors worn by Huang Xiaolong's group's members were all of the finest quality. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, as he found the situation a little helpless as well as hilarious. He said directly to Zhang Yunbua, "How about a counteroffer? Before I change my mind, all of you better hand over your divine armors and spatial rings, then leave." Zhang Yunbua, Jiang Dongyang, and the rest of Blue Spirit Gate's experts were astounded by Huang Xiaolong's words for a second. Then all of them burst out roaring laughter. "Kiddo, you do have a lot of people on your side. But more people doesn't mean more power. There are 4 great peak late 10th order Ancestor God Realm Masters on our side, while there is only one on yours." Jiang Dongyang snickered mockingly. "Just the 4 of us are enough to annihilate all of you." But Jiang Dongyang's words were cut off by an overwhelming coercion from the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's body. Space became distorted from the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's momentum, and the spiritual herbal fragrance floating above the valley was swept away. The Blue Spirit Gate's group started suffocating from the pressure exerted by the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's overwhelming coercion. Their eyes widened in horror. "GG, God King Realm Master." The Blue Spirit Gate's ancestor who had rushed down to collect the 9 turns 100 leaves grass shrieked. His teeth were chattering from fear and astonishment. That mundane-looking magic beast at the black-haired young man's side was actually a God King Realm Master. On top of that, this magic beast didn't look like it had broken through to First Order God King Realm recently. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze fell on Zhang Yunbu's group, and his tone was just as cold when he said, "You're right, your side has 4 peak late 10th order ancestor god realm masters, but we have 1 second order god king realm master here. Second order god king realm master." The revelation was like a thunderclap in the ears of the Blue Spirit Gates group members. Despair clouded their faces as they thought inwardly. Second order god king realm. Zhang Yunbo believed that with the 4 of them, they could have had a chance to escape if it would have been a peak late first order god king realm master. But now there was no such thing. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze shifted to one of the Blue Spirit Gates Grand Elder. He was the one who had first mentioned about taking Huang Xiaolong's divine armor, and he was also the one who had questioned Huang Xiaolong's identity at the entrance of the Ghost Cave. The Blue Spirit Gates Grand Elder's legs gave out when he saw Huang Xiaolong looking at him. He tried to speak, but he could only make intelligible gurgling sounds. Void Devil Beat Su Baixing tapped his finger in the air. In the next second, this Blue Spirit Gates Grand Elder's body was corroded away, leaving behind only his white bones. The Blue Spirit Gates experts felt a strong fear in their hearts. "What do you want?" Zhang Yunbo was shaken and angered at the same time as he glared at Huang Xiaolong and the Su Baixing. But Huang Xiaolong and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing didn't bother to answer. However, the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing continued attacking. With another tap of his claw, another stream of corrosive devil chi shot out and pierced through a Blue Spirit Gates Grand Elder's forehead. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing continued tapping his claw in the air, and with every tap, a Blue Spirit Gates Grand Elder died. The Blue Spirit Gates ancestors' expressions grew increasingly sullen and ugly. They clenched their fists so hard that their fingers dug into their palms, and their eyes turned scarlet, but the 4 of them forcefully endured their anger. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing consecutively killed 5 Blue Spirit Gates Grand Elders before stopping. The Blue Spirit Gates group suddenly realized that those 5 Grand Elders were the ones who had shouted the loudest for Huang Xiaolong's group to leave their spatial rings and divine armors behind. This discovery made the Blue Spirit Gates group even more fearful. "Hand out all your spatial rings and divine armors, and then scram!" Huang Xiaolong's voice rumbled in their ears suddenly. Blue Spirit Gates group was very angry due to this, and Zhang Yunbo and Jiang Dongyang's faces had turned red. "Hand out all spatial rings." "You!" Zhang Yunbo's temper flared and he glared ferociously at Huang Xiaolong. "You have 10 seconds to consider before I change my mind." Huang Xiaolong added indifferently. 10 seconds. Guei began counting down. 10, 9, 8. Zhang Yunbo and Jiang Dongyang's faces were distorted with indescribable fury. Still, Zhang Yunbo, Jiang Dongyang, and the other 2 Blue Spirit Gates ancestors decided to hand out their spatial rings. Watching this, the remaining Blue Spirit Gates Grand Elders also handed out their spatial rings with extreme reluctance. All of them hurriedly took off their divine armors as well. A while later, Feng Er looked at the miserable-looking Blue Spirit Gates group as they were fleeing for their lives and said, "Manor Lord, why spare their lives?" Feng Er knew that their current battle power could have easily annihilated the whole Blue Spirit Gates group. Or Huang Xiaolong could have at least subjugated those people. It was the little cow who answered her. The Blue Spirit Gates backing is complex, and the repercussions of killing or subjugating them would have been far greater than dealing with the aftermath for allowing them to flee. The Blue Spirit Gates backing. Feng Er was stunned, but a moment later, she nodded in understanding and dropped the subject. Since someone as knowledgeable as the little cow had mentioned that the Blue Spirit Gates backing was not simple, then it surely wasn't simple. The Manor Lord must have listened to the little cow's advice, since he had spared them. Huang Xiaolong watched the fleeing Blue Spirit Gates group, and a cold light glimmered in the depths of his eyes. He knew that Zhang Yunbo won't forget this matter easily, and he had a strong feeling that they would meet again in the future. He retrieved his gaze from the fleeing group to the pile of spatial rings. He opened them all at once, and instantly a burst of herbal fragrances, rich spiritual energy from spirit stones, and divine pills permeated the valley. A smile finally swept away the coldness from Huang Xiaolong's face as he looked at the countless spiritual herbs, spirit stones, and divine pills. How does it feel to rob high-level ancestor god realm masters? Thrilling, isn't it? The little cow smiled sheepishly and added, "You'll feel even more thrilling when you rob high-level god king realm masters. The wealth accumulated inside a high-level god king realm master spatial ring would even more startling." Huang Xiaolong snorted and asked sarcastically, "Is there something more thrilling than that?" The little cow chuckled roguishly. "Of course, robbing the heavenly emperor." The rest was dazed by the matter-of-fact tone in her voice. Huang Xiaolong rebuked, "Why don't you go rob the whole divine world instead?" It was the little cow who was dazed this time. After a long pause, she mumbled under her breath, "Rob the entire divine world? Why didn't I think of that?" Huang Xiaolong was too lazy to talk with the little cow any further. He hovered towards the center of the valley and began collecting the 9 turns 100 leaves grass and black shadow illusionary soul fruits. They swept away the valley of all the 9 turns 100 leaves grass and black shadow illusionary soul fruits. Huang Xiaolong's group also found other kinds of precious herbs. All these spiritual herbs were the best materials for refining chaos spiritual pills. Huang Xiaolong did not leave immediately after coming out of the valley. His group continued flying deeper inside the cave since it wasn't easy to visit the ghost cave. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong decided to look around if there was any other good stuff. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong's group had literally flipped the area upside down, while harvesting everything they could find. This land was filled with treasures, and it didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong's group to fill up their spatial rings. In these 2 months, Huang Xiaolong's strength had risen further under the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's constant tempering. On the other hand, even though the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell's moon essence had been nourishing his soul, the progress was still too slow for Huang Xiaolong's taste. During this period of 2 months, Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Feng Air, Gue Yi, and Gue Air, had been cultivating inside the Blue Spectre Spring River. Huang Xiaolong could feel that his true dragon physique had become more flexible after soaking in the Blue Spectre Spring River, and his defense was even more shocking. Even though Huang Xiaolong had yet to reach the stage where he could condense the godly spectre eyes, he was now able to see more clearly. Huang Xiaolong's group left the ghost cave after 2 months. When they flew out from the ghost cave, the soulless star's desolate environment gave them a feeling like a generation had passed since they had entered the ghost cave. Although Huang Xiaolong had found the 9 turns 100 leaves grass and black shadow illusionary soul fruits, and had all the spiritual herbs from the Yellow Springs Archdevil's treasure, the spatial rings from the Blue Spirit Gates group and Sandwaves sect chief Liang Luwen, he was still lacking about 400 kinds of spiritual herbs for refining the brilliant Black Soul Divine Pill. Thus, Huang Xiaolong planned to search for them in other places in the Soulless Star. As there were no urgent matters or troubles dragging their feet, their journey was smooth and relaxed. They were also able to cultivate as they searched. In the blink of an eye, a year went by. Huang Xiaolong had managed to find most of the required spiritual herbs, except for a few. As time passed, Huang Xiaolong's mood soured, as he still wasn't able to find the 2 remaining spiritual herbs. These 2 herbs were the Wishful Golden Flower and Black Flames Ganoderma. On top of that, he could not find any Grand Mist Aura either. Therefore, at one point, he decided to leave the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Instead, he decided to try his luck in finding the remaining herbs at the surrounding world surfaces trading houses. Manor Lord, you want the Wishful Golden Flower and Black Flames Ganoderma? After learning Huang Xiaolong was searching for these 2 herbs, the Sandwave Sect's Grand Elder Zheng Guowen asked, and went on, "In our Sandwave Sect's treasury, we have the Wishful Golden Flower." Huang Xiaolong was surprised and delighted at the same time. The Sandwave Sect's treasury has the Wishful Golden Flower? During the period of 1 year, the group of Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders had been obedient. Although they had not truly submitted to Huang Xiaolong, at least on the surface, he hadn't found any fault with them. Zhang Guowen respectfully replied, "Several hundred years ago, our ancestor Zhang Ningbo had once obtained several stalks of Wishful Golden Flower that were placed inside the Sandwave Sect's treasury. They should still be there. However, Only our 6 ancestors and the sect chief can open the Sand Waves sect's treasury. Huang Xiaolong asked, "Do you have any clues about the Black Flames Ganoderma's whereabouts?" Huang Xiaolong believed that it was not going to be an issue in opening the Sand Waves sect's treasury, if there were wishful golden flowers inside of it. Some years back, I had seen the Black Flames Ganoderma at the Scarlet One World's Bright Nirvana Trading House's auction hall. I remembered clearly that Black Flames Ganoderma was bought by the Blood Imperial sect's young lord. Zhang Guowen answered. Scarlet One World Surface, the Blood Imperial sect's young lord. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. In that case, it's a good chance to make the Blood Imperial sect pay some interest. With the next destination decided, Huang Xiaolong's group flew towards the outer periphery of the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Their first stop was going to be the Reverence World's Sand Waves sect's headquarters for collecting the wishful golden flowers. 2 days later, while Huang Xiaolong's group was flying towards the periphery of the extraterritorial devil's battlefield, a roar suddenly thundered from the direction in front of them. Sound waves rushed towards Huang Xiaolong's group, and a brutal aura ensued. In the next second, Huang Xiaolong and the others heard several gut-wrenching screams. Everyone in Huang Xiaolong's group halted in apprehension as they experienced the brutal roiling aura and tremendous pressure. "It's a God King Realm Master," Feng Er blurted out almost immediately. The Sand Waves sect's Grand Elders' faces ashened at her words. "It's likely to be an escaped devil from the devil world," Void Devil Beast Su Baixing added. "A God King Realm Devil." Huang Xiaolong too was startled by Feng Er's exclamation. "But Master, rest assured, this devil is only a peak late First Order God King realm," Void Devil Beast said calmly and confidently. "Let's go over and take a look." Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Although it was a peak late First Order God King realm devil, he believed that the Void Devil Beast's strength could suppress the other side. Although Huang Xiaolong had entered the extraterritorial devil battlefield for so long, he had yet to encounter any devils from the devil world, and he very much wanted to see one. "Go!" With Huang Xiaolong in the lead, Feng Er, and the rest followed behind him and flew towards the source of the roar. The closer they got, the stronger the brutal coercion came at them, making it harder for them to breathe. A curtain of sand obscured their sight as mountains crumbled, and booming collisions grew louder. Obviously, a battle had broken out between the devil and another side. It wasn't one person, but a group of people. Everyone's expression grew heavier by the second. Ghostly fog surged out from Feng Er, Gui and Gui Er's bodies, whereas the little cow's 6 chaos spiritual beast lackeys were enshrouded in various bright lights. The Sand Waves sect's Grand Elders also hastened to circulate their god force and formed a protective barrier over themselves. The power of a God King Realm Master was no joke. Just a little hit from this beast could reduce them to dregs. Huang Xiaolong activated the Yellow Spring's magic robe, and it unfolded in the air behind him. Devil Qi flooded out, guarding Huang Xiaolong. Soon, the group was close enough to see the ongoing battle. In the distance, a group of people was attacking a giant winged devil. It had a sharp horn on its forehead and lantern-sized scarlet eyes, and black devil Qi that was as thick as clouds. The peak late First Order God King Realm Devil spat out black energy balls from his mouth. Every energy ball crumbled down a mountain, or completely destroyed one of the human experts until nothing was left. The ground cracked, opening abyssal fissures as the battle went on. Just as Huang Xiaolong's group arrived, the God King Realm Devil tore open one of the human experts, and blood splattered everywhere. It was brutal and tragic. The Sand Waves sect's Grand Elders were now pale as a sheet. They could clearly see that on the human side of the war, the weakest realm was still a 10th Order Ancestor God realm, while many of them were peak late 10th Order Ancestor God realm masters. But they were nothing more than paper tigers when compared to the God King Realm Devil. "Baixing, go help," Huang Xiaolong ordered as soon as he saw this scene. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing shook his head. "No, I must stay here to protect masters." Before he could finish, the little cow gave him a kick on his big butt and scolded. "Master ordered you to go, so you go." Where are all these excuses coming from? The void devil beast Su Baixing had no other option but run towards the battle. He ran while rubbing his hurt butt. Huang Xiaolong was speechless. But he had to admit that the old cow's words were more effective than his. Not to mention, probably, little cow was the only one who dared to kick Su Baixing's butt. With a great space teleportation, void devil beast Su Baixing arrived above the battle. Almost immediately, the God King Realm Devil roared furiously as it detected Su Baixing's interference. His violent nature broke out, and he punched upwards at Su Baixing. Su Baixing raised his paws to meet the attack head-on. Ara rumble. The land quaked and swayed violently. Even more peaks and mountains shattered and crumbled, while sand and dust swirled like a storm. Alarming shockwaves swept outwards from the battle between two God King Realm Masters, crushing everything along the path. Several human race warriors who were late in dodging the shockwaves were sent flying to the mountains and forests in the far distance. Even though Huang Xiaolong's group was some distance away, they were forced to stagger backwards repeatedly. Fortunately, everyone was prepared, but nonetheless it was still frightening. Everyone saw the God King Realm Devil tumbling and smashing into a mountain far away from the collision. A screeching scream cut through the air. Just as everyone anticipated God King Realm Devil to retaliate, he simply turned into a streak of black light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He fled. Everyone was dumbfounded. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing was dumbfounded too. He hesitated for a while, but then decided against chasing the God King Realm Devil. Instead, he returned to Huang Xiaolong's side. Huang Xiaolong looked at the miserable mountains. He then noticed that the human race experts were only knocked back, without any severe injuries. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong decided on resuming his journey instead of approaching them. At the moment, Huang Xiaolong did not wish to reveal his strength. Nor did he want to reveal that he had a second-order God King Realm Master by his side. After Huang Xiaolong's group left, the human race experts gradually struggled up from the piles of rubble on the ground. They looked at each other, and had the same thought in their minds. That God King Realm Devil fled. And what was that beast that defeated that God King Realm Devil? They had merely caught a blurry image of Su Baixing. Huang Xiaolong's group flew onwards without stopping. A few hours later, Huang Xiaolong's heart quivered. Ecstasy rose to his eyes. What is this? Grand Mist Aura. He had actually sensed the Grand Mist Aura's presence. Within 10,000 li radius from here, Huang Xiaolong could barely contain his excitement and accelerated forward. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, and others were baffled when they saw Huang Xiaolong accelerating with an excited expression. But they flew faster and caught up with Huang Xiaolong. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to reach an ancient forest, where he could sense the Grand Mist Aura's presence. Thick towering trees with lush ink-colored leaves veiled the ground below. Manor Lord, look out! It's dangerous down there, Feng Er cautioned as she arrived at Huang Xiaolong's side. She sensed a powerful magical beast crouching in the forest underneath. It probably had the strength of a peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm. Huang Xiaolong nodded to indicate that he was aware of the danger. When everyone arrived, he said, "We're going down." Since there was Grand Mist Aura in this ancient forest, regardless of the dangers, Huang Xiaolong was determined to enter it. His Grand Mist parasitic medium cultivation had reached the limit of the first stage. Therefore, he urgently needed the Grand Mist Aura to break through to the crucial second stage. Shuttling through the ink-colored leaves, the group entered the ancient forest. Everything turned dark once they were inside, and grayish-black miasma floated around them. Huang Xiaolong took out some detoxification chaos spiritual pills and distributed them to the rest of his group. After everyone swallowed their detoxification pill, Huang Xiaolong flew in the direction from where he sensed the Grand Mist Aura. A while later, as they were flying, a low-level Ancestor God Realm magical beast drilled out from the forest floor and pounced onto Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong looked at the attacking beast and saw that it was a late Second Order Ancestor God Realm Crimson Blossom Python. The Sky Dragon blood knife appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hand, and he slashed it faster than lighting. More than 200 blood-red knife rays shot out. In the blink of an eye, the crimson blossom python was sliced into 200 pieces. When Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was still at the 8th order ancient god realm, he could only slash out a dozen blood-red knife chi. But now, with a single slash, there were more than 200 blood knife chi. Although the Sandwave Sex Grand Elders had seen Huang Xiaolong's startling battle power more than once, their hearts still shuddered as they witnessed Huang Xiaolong cut a late second order ancient god realm crimson blossom python into pieces without much effort. Based on Huang Xiaolong's battle power they had witnessed so far, it could be predicted that he would be extremely strong after breaking through to Ancestor God Realm. Once that happened, Huang Xiaolong might be able to kill an early 4th order Ancestor God Realm Master with ease. Huang Xiaolong didn't spare the Crimson Blossom Python another look, and continued riding on the little cow's back towards the Grand Mist Aura. But they soon met with a second attack from another magic beast. It was a peak late 2nd order Ancestor God Realm magic beast, but Huang Xiaolong killed it with the same ease as the previous one. The group continued to fly onwards following Huang Xiaolong's lead. The grayish-black miasma in the forest got denser the deeper they went. Luckily, this did not pose a problem for Huang Xiaolong's group because of their strengths as well as the detoxification pills. But, the deeper they went inside the forest, the frequency of attacks from the magic beasts increased. Not just that, these beasts also became increasingly powerful. Initially, Huang Xiaolong and the little cow could manage to defeat these magic beasts on their own. But at one point, Feng Er, Gue Yi, and Gue Er had to take over the task. The Sandwaves Sex Grand Elders were not idle either. They had formed the Sandwaves Grand Formation to kill 7th Order Ancient God Realm magic beasts. As they had started encountering increasingly powerful magic beasts, Feng Er couldn't help asking, "Manor Lord, is there something in particular that you're looking for inside this ancient forest?" It was obvious that their path was dotted with magic beasts gathering places. She couldn't figure out why Huang Xiaolong wanted to go into the depths of this ancient forest, especially taking into consideration the risks of getting attacked by these powerful magic beasts. "Little Feng Er, you shouldn't inquire into Master's personal matters." The little cow suddenly looked over her shoulder at Feng Er. Her thoughts were connected with Huang Xiaolong's thoughts. Therefore she knew exactly why Huang Xiaolong was entering into the depths of this ancient forest. Since it was related to the Grand Mist Aura, the less people knew about it, the better it was. At the very least, she didn't want any mishap to occur before Huang Xiaolong could successfully merge with the Grand Mist Aura. Feng Er stopped asking questions at the little cow's reminder. At last, they stopped at the edge of a mountainous area. The mountain peaks were not very high, but the mountain range in itself stretched tens of thousands of li, with dense devil qi roiling around it. Huang Xiaolong was surprised. He hadn't expected the ancient forest to hide such a mountain range. Earlier, when they were in the air, they hadn't seen this mountain range. Huang Xiaolong could distinctly sense the Grand Mist Aura beneath this mountain range. The group whizzed past the dense devil qi and hovered in the air above the mountain peaks. Huang Xiaolong summoned out the sky dragon blood knife and slashed downwards. Zhang! Sparks flew out when the sky dragon blood knife's knife qi struck the mountain peak. The result stupefied everyone. As Huang Xiaolong's knife slash merely left a shallow cut on the mountain peak, this result was astonishing. What kind of chaos iron or was this mountain peak made of? Then again, even though this mountain was made of chaos iron it was unexpected that Huang Xiaolong's powerful knife attack would merely leave such a shallow cut. "Let me try," Feng Er said when she saw this and stepped forward. She circulated her god force to the limit and slashed down with her palm using her god force. Instantly, ghost fog roiled madly. The mountain peak below them shook violently, and gravel rolled down. But to everyone's surprise, there was only a 12 meters long crack. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and attack." The little cow gave the void devil beast Su Baixing a kick in the butt and scolded when she saw him standing idly. Void devil beast Su Baixing pulled a bitter face and asked meekly, "Senior Xianxia, can you not kick my butt in the future?" At the end of the day, he was still a God King Realm Master, and being kicked in the butt every other day destroyed his mighty prestige. The little cow's face split into an evil grin. "Objection invalid. Cannot do that." She raised her hoof as if she was going to kick him again. Void Devil Beast quickly ran forward. With all his force, his paw chopped down on the mountain peak, like a knife. He could only vent out his frustration on the mountain peak. Wang! A crisp cracking noise sounded. The mountain cracked, starting from the mountain peak all the way to the mountain slope. Although the crack was not big, it was enough for 2 people to enter. Huang Xiaolong was delighted. He quickly ordered Feng Air, Gui Air, and the Sandwave's Sex Grand Elders. All of you stand guard outside. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Feng Air and the rest acknowledged with a yes. Huang Xiaolong swooped into the mountain crack, sitting on the little cow's back, and the Void Devil beat Su Baixing following behind them. The lower they descended within the mountain, the stronger he could sense the grand mist aura. Upon reaching the belly of the mountain, they realized that it was a completely different world down there. The walls within the mountain's belly were covered with a layer of light purple vegetation that was emitting spiritual energy, whereas below them was a flat ground with a several li perimeter. Huang Xiaolong had the little cow descend on the flat ground, but suddenly he stopped sensing the grand mist aura. Huang Xiaolong was bewildered. What's going on? Huang Xiaolong released his grand mist god force to every inch of the walls, and even had it penetrate the surrounding walls. But he was still unable to sense the grand mist aura. In the end, he even opened his eye of hell, yet it was futile. The little cow was frowning as well. She was using her own secret technique to explore the surroundings, but she was also failing to detect anything. Suddenly, the mountain's belly space fell into complete darkness with a buzzing silence. Then, a faint purple glow appeared around Huang Xiaolong and lit up the cave. Something akin to a small gaseous river was floating in the air around Huang Xiaolong, winding intimately around him like a child jumping up and down. Huang Xiaolong's eyes shone with ecstasy. He hadn't expected for the grand mist aura to suddenly appear in front of him in this manner. Huang Xiaolong reached out and touched the grand mist aura. He felt its warmth and softness. Su Baixing looked at the grand mist aura, as if he was thinking of something. He then stammered excitedly, that is grand. His words sounded like gibberish, but his words were cut short as the little cow kicked his butt once again. What the heck are you so excited for? Shut up, even if you know that is. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's voice was stuck in his throat as he nodded solemnly. At that moment, the small grand mist aura river turned into a streak of light and disappeared within Huang Xiaolong's body. Immediately, the familiar feeling of warmth as well as the familiar grand mist aura energy filled his body. Soon, the small grand mist aura river reached Huang Xiaolong's consciousness. He quickly sat down and ran the grand mist parasitic medium to refine the grand mist aura river. Since he had previously refined a purple grand mist aura dragon, refining this grand mist aura river was simple. Streams of grand mist aura energy flowed out from the grand mist aura river and started circulating through Huang Xiaolong's entire body and into his 3 supreme godheads. Huang Xiaolong entered into an ethereal state, comprehending the law of heaven and earth contained within this grand mist aura. Both the little cow and Void Devil Beast retreated to the side to protect Huang Xiaolong. 1 month came and went by. The Sandwave Sex Grand Elders grew impatient and annoyed since Huang Xiaolong hadn't yet come out from the mountain. Sandwave Sex Grand Elder Zhengguowen intentionally approached Feng Air and asked with a forced smile, Miss Feng Air, you see, Manor Lord hasn't yet come out after such a long time. Could it be that they met with an accident? Should we go in and take a look? Feng Air's frosty gaze fell on Zheng Guowen. Then she looked away and warned, the Manor Lord has ordered us to stand guard, and no one is allowed to enter without his permission. Has Grand Elder Zheng forgotten it? Zhang Guowen's face stiffened, but as he was scared of Feng Air, he hurriedly replied, I remember. He quickly retreated. The group of Sandwave's sex experts watched silently as they were engrossed in their own thoughts. Although they didn't know the reason why Huang Xiaolong had stayed inside the mountain for so long, they could guess that it was extremely likely that Huang Xiaolong had found some kind of treasure. More like a supreme treasure. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't have frantically led them all the way here. despite the dangers along their way. More than a few Sand Wave Sect's Grand Elders had even started thinking of escaping. Now that Huang Xiaolong's God King Realm Magic Beast was not around, it was their best chance to escape. However, they also knew that the first person to make any move would definitely end up being killed by Feng Er, Gui and Gui Er. Therefore, they were cautious and hesitant to follow through their plans for escaping. As time ticked away, 3 months passed by. By this time, the Sand Waves Sect's group's patience had thinned greatly. The depths of this ancient forest was enshrouded in dense devil chi and poisonous miasma. This is where the Sand Wave Sect's group was positioned to guard the entrance to the mountain by Huang Xiaolong. This, coupled with frequent magic beasts attacks, had reduced the Sand Wave Sect's group to a sorry state. Miss Feng Er, Manor Lord wouldn't have met with mishap, right? It has been more than 3 months already, and the Manor Lord still hasn't come out. Maybe, can you try contacting the Manor Lord? Zhang Guowen said as he approached Feng Er. Feng Er frowned. In truth, she was also worried about the same thing. It has already been 3 months since the Manor Lord entered the mountain. Was there something delaying them inside? While Feng Er was thinking of this, a stoic voice sounded, "No need to worry. Master is cultivating right now. We just need to calmly guard him." Everyone was startled by the sudden voice. When they looked down, the void devil beast Su Baixing was flying out from the mountain crack. Feng Er eased slightly and greeted, "Senior Su." Void devil beast Su Baixing nodded at her. Then he coldly looked at the Sandwave Sect's group. "Anyone else has a problem?" Hearts tightened at the other end of Su Baixing's cold gaze. Zhang Guowen forced a smile. "No problem, no problem. We were just worried about Manor Lord's safety. Since Senior Su says the Manor Lord is cultivating, we wouldn't dare to disturb the Manor Lord." Void devil beast Su Baixing ignored them. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the air to faithfully guard the crack entrance to the mountain. The little cow had sent Su Baixing, since she had been worried that the Sandwave Sect's group might come up with some nasty tricks, given the void devil beast's absence for a prolonged period. Not to mention, she was enough for protecting Huang Xiaolong within the cave. Void devil beast Su Baixing's attention was locked onto the Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders. The moment these people made any ulterior moves, he would kill them on the spot. Huang Xiaolong stayed cultivating inside the cave for over a year. On the flat ground in the belly of the mountain, golden bright light was enshrouding Huang Xiaolong, as his Grand Mist Godforce had formed a river around him. At one point, the calm-flowing Grand Mist Godforce river suddenly shook and separated in various sections, then formed light purple-colored worms. These light purple-colored worms were only the size of a pinky. They had spirited eyes and were absolutely adorable. There were stripes of cute-shaped symbols on them. These symbols were formed from Grand Mist Law. Finally, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes. Mad joy rushed to Huang Xiaolong's heart as he watched the wriggling Grand Mist worms condensed from the Grand Mist aura. He had finally advanced to the second stage of the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Upon extending his arm, a Grand Mist worm immediately fell onto it and shook slightly. It then rolled left and right unsteadily, looking incredibly adorable. Huang Xiaolong smiled, watching the little guy's antics on his palm. Even though each and every one of these Grand Mist worms were condensed with his Grand Mist Godforce, they each had their own separate awareness. The Grand Mist aura was the most miraculous of all spiritual energy in the universe, and it had many more wonderful uses. But right now, he could only condense around 20 or so Grand Mist worms. With a wave of his hand, the 20-plus Grand Mist worms were reverted to Grand Mist Godforce that drilled back into his body. After more than a year of cultivating here, his Grand Mist parasitic medium had finally advanced to the second stage. At the same time, his strength, true dragon physique, and 3 supreme godheads had grown stronger. Although his soul had also grown strong during this time, this growth was still negligible. It was still far from reaching even level 1 out of level 100. Not far from him, the little cow who had been standing guard for this whole time, yawned loudly as she stood up and flexed her legs. There was joy in her eyes as she said, "Not bad, not bad. You've broken to the second stage of Grand Mist parasitic medium in such a short time." It's enough for you to swagger a little arrogantly in the divine world. But of course, it would be way better if you do that when you advance to the 4th or the 5th stage. At that time, you can be as arrogant as you please. Huang Xiaolong stood up and smiled wryly at the little cow's words. The 4th or the 5th stage. How many years would that take? Without any purple Grand Mist Aura or Grand Mist Aura, it would take 10,000 years or 20,000 years, wouldn't it? The little cow grinned sheepishly, then said, 20,000 years? It took the Grand Mist King over 1,000,000 years of cultivation to reach the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium's 4th stage. As for you, it would be extraordinary if you could even reach the 4th stage in 200 to 300,000 years. Of course, it's another matter altogether if you could find more purple Grand Mist Aura or Grand Mist Aura. Over 1,000,000 years. Huang Xiaolong decisively stopped talking. Even though Huang Xiaolong had been cultivating for a year, he had only refined half of the Grand Mist Aura River. He had decided to gradually comprehend and refine the remaining Grand Mist Aura River. At this moment, he needed to get back on track to collect the wishful golden flowers and black flames Ganoderma, to refine the brilliant black soul divine pill, to prepare him for his breakthrough to Ancestor God Realm. We should go out now. It has been so long. I am sure that Sandwave's sex group has probably grown impatient by now. Huang Xiaolong said with a meaningful gaze. The little cow grinned. If they come to know that you've successfully cultivated the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium, they would be willing to wait no matter how impatient they are. The two of them flew out from the belly of the mountain. Manor Lord, Master, Senior Xianxia. The moment the two of them flew out from the mountain crack, everyone rushed up to greet them. Huang Xiaolong looked at everyone and said, I've made everyone wait for a long time. Zhang Guowen smiled respectfully. It's related to Manor Lord's safety. Even if it is guarding for 100 years, it is our honor. As Manor Lord has already come out, should we head to the Sandwave's sex headquarters now? Huang Xiaolong smiled. There is no hurry. Before going to the Reverence World, I have good news to share with everyone. I have successfully cultivated a divine art. This divine art is similar to a supreme soul branding technique, but it is superior to a soul branding technique as it allows me to control Ancestor God Realm Masters. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Manor Lord. Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Feng Air, Gui Air, and the 6 Chaos Spiritual Beasts congratulated Huang Xiaolong happily. But the Sandwave's sex Grand Elders were no longer smiling, as panic gripped them. The changes in their expressions did not escape Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He then added, But I need the cooperation of those who are above the mid-level Ancestor God Realm, since they need to open the defensive barrier to their souls for me. Hearing this, many of the Sandwave's sex Grand Elders inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Guowen, didn't you say that all of you are absolutely loyal to me? So now open the defensive barriers to your souls. Huang Xiaolong suddenly turned around and said to Zhang Guowen. Zhang Guowen subconsciously retreated several steps at Huang Xiaolong's words, and so did a few other Sandwave's sect Grand Elders. Huang Xiaolong sneered at their reactions. Even though in the last 2 years, these Sandwave's sex Grand Elders had seemingly been loyal to him, he had known that they had been always scheming inwardly. Huang Xiaolong was well aware that upon their arrival in the Reverence World, these people would secretly try to contact the Sandwave sex ancestors and experts as well as their ally forces to kill his group by borrowing the power of Sandwave sex Grand Formation. What? You all are unwilling? Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow and asked coldly when he saw that the Sandwave sex Grand Elders had taken a step backward. Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Feng Air, Gui and Gui Air all locked onto the group of Sandwave sex Grand Elders. The Sandwave sex Grand Elders led by Zhang Guowen mumbled something unintelligibly, but none of them dared to run. With the Second Order God King Realm Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng by Huang Xiaolong's side, it was impossible for these Sandwave sex Grand Elders to escape. Even if they were to have the strength of peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm, they would have been in a miserable situation. Zhang Guowen, you first. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze fell on Zhang Guowen. Zhang Guowen shuddered. His complexion turned pallid at Huang Xiaolong's words. Huang Xiaolong showed indifference towards Zhang Guowen's ashen face and continued, "Remember, each of you will have only 1 minute to consider. When this 1 minute is over, you can simply stop thinking forever." Killing intent burst out from his body. 1 minute. The Sandwave Sex Grand Elders turned a shade paler if that was possible. "Don't look so nervous. If it comforts you, rest assured, my technique will control you, but it won't affect your daily lives or cultivation. As long as you remain loyal to me, you are safe," Huang Xiaolong added. With that said, Huang Xiaolong gave Guiyi a look, signaling him to start counting. 60, 59, 32, 31. Guiyi's voice rumbled ceaselessly in Zhang Guowen's ears. Zhang Guowen felt like a hand was squeezing his heart tighter with every passing second. His face darkened as he clenched his fists. When Guiyi counted 6, he finally spoke, "Fine. I'm willing to open my soul's protective barrier." Zhang Guowen's shoulders slumped. Seemingly saying those words had drained all of his energy. In the end, he had chosen to submit to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded. As he ran the Grand Mist parasitic medium, a stream of Grand Mist Godforce flew out and transformed into a Grand Mist worm. It entered Zhang Guowen's body through his chest. From there, the Grand Mist worm sped straight to Zhang Guowen's God Sea within his godhead, and merged with Zhang Guowen's soul within his God Sea. Zhang Guowen felt a presence of something that was not part of his body inside his God Sea. Other than that, there was nothing unusual. His thoughts and actions were not influenced or affected in any way. His anxiety lessened after checking upon his condition. This proved that Huang Xiaolong had not lied to them. They would be safe as long as they remain loyal to Huang Xiaolong. "This is to reward you," Huang Xiaolong said as a jade box appeared in his palm. With a gentle flick, the jade box landed softly on Zhang Guowen's hands. Zhang Guowen opened the jade box and his face flushed with joy when he saw the contents within the box. He exclaimed excitedly, "Blue Spectre Spring Water." Inside the jade box was the Blue Spectre Spring Water. "Thank you, Manor Lord." Zhang Guowen respectfully expressed his gratitude. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Then his gaze shifted to Sandwave Sex Grand Elder Chenzheng. Chenzheng also chose to submit to Huang Xiaolong. Following Zhang Guowen and Chenzheng's examples, coupled with some persuasion from both of them, more and more Sandwave Sex Grand Elders chose to submit to Huang Xiaolong. However, 2 Sandwave Sex Grand Elders suddenly rushed at Huang Xiaolong with the intention of blowing up and pulling Huang Xiaolong to the depths of hell. These 2 Grand Elders were Liang Luwen's most trusted confidants. However, with the Second Order God King Realm Void Devil Beast Su Baixing by Huang Xiaolong's side, their plot was snuffed out along with their lives. They did explode to their deaths, but without being able to harm Huang Xiaolong. Few other Sandwave Sex Grand Elders were also killed when they rushed to collect the water magic fruit without Huang Xiaolong's permission. In the end, 35 out of the 42 Sandwave Sex Grand Elders had submitted to Huang Xiaolong. 35 mid-level Ancestor God Realm Masters. Moreover, a few amongst them were peak late 6th Order Ancestor God Realm Masters who could break through to 7th Order Ancestor God Realm in the near future, including Zhang Guowen and Chenzheng. Even without Su Baixing, just these 35 people were enough to deter any super forces in the neighboring world surfaces. "Let's go. First, we will head to the Reverence World." Huang Xiaolong was in a good mood that he waved his hand as he sat on the little cow's back and the little cow zoomed away. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Air, Gui Air, 6 Chaos Spiritual Beast Lackeys, and 35 Sandwave Sex Grand Elders followed behind Huang Xiaolong with an overwhelming momentum. As they flew towards the Reverence World, the little cow complained, "Really, comparing people to people, I feel frustrated to death. I have worked hard for so many years, but still, I have only 6 lackeys serving under me. Whereas, in a short span of a few hours, you have collected several dozen lackeys." She didn't know if all of the Chaos Spiritual Beasts had gone into hiding or not. But in the last 1 year, they had not come across any Chaos Spiritual Beast, even once. The little cow had been feeling down about this for quite some time now. Huang Xiaolong laughed hearing her complain, and teased, "Indeed, comparing people to people? But are you even a human? You're a cow." The little cow was so shocked that she stopped flying and was rooted in the spot with her mouth agape. Void devil beast Su Baisheng, Feng Er, Gui and Gui Er were trying hard not to laugh. The little cow looked over her shoulder and glared fiercely at the group of people behind them. Void devil beast Su Baisheng and the rest quickly looked around as if they were on the lookout. Perhaps there was a god-king realm devil on the horizon waiting to ambush them. Huang Xiaolong laughed heartily at this sight. As Huang Xiaolong's group joked along the way, a swarm of black shadows suddenly pounced at them. A group of evil spirits. These evil spirits' cumulative strength was between First Order to peak late Third Order Ancestor God Realm. Just as Feng Er, Gui and Gui Er were about to deal with them, Huang Xiaolong stopped them. "No need." His hands waved in the air, and his Grand Mist God Force surged, condensing 20-plus Grand Mist worms that merged into the evil spirits. The evil spirits halted abruptly midway. In the next second, all of them flew towards Huang Xiaolong in an orderly manner until they were in front of him, and respectfully saluted, "Master!" All of them were actually kneeling down in front of Huang Xiaolong. Everyone in Huang Xiaolong's group, except the little cow, were astounded, and an obvious disbelief was written all over their faces. Only the little cow was looking leisurely, as if there was nothing wrong with this scene. Based on Huang Xiaolong's current strength, and also the Grand Mist worms, Huang Xiaolong was now able to control cultivators below the Fourth Order Ancestor God Realm with ease. In other words, using the Grand Mist worms, Huang Xiaolong would now be able to easily invade a person's soul's protective barrier and directly control them, regardless of whether that person was willing or not. This was the terrifying aspect of the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Of course, for the people above the Fourth Order Ancestor God Realm like Zheng Guowen, Chen Zheng, and others, he required them to willingly open the barrier to their soul. Several months passed. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's group was exiting the extraterritorial devil battlefield. As they were exiting the extraterritorial devil battlefield, there was a long train of a total 1,000-plus ghosts, evil spirits, and magic beasts behind Huang Xiaolong's group, over 1,000 Ancestor God Realm masters. Most of them were at low-level Ancestor God Realm, while only a few possessed mid-level and high-level Ancestor God Realm strength. Nonetheless, this degree of power could destroy the Vientiane world's Fortune Gate, or super forces such as the Golden Phoenix Pavilion and Yama Gates. However, in order to avoid drawing too much attention, Huang Xiaolong sent all the ghosts, evil spirits, and magic beasts into the Shumi Temple. Fear and fanatic gleam shone in the Sandwave's Sect's Grand Elder's eyes, as they watched the ghosts, evil spirits, and magic beasts disappearing before their eyes. Even Su Baisheng, Feng Er, Gui and Gui Er had similar expressions on their faces. In the eyes of Su Baisheng and the rest, that was heaven-defying. If Huang Xiaolong were to stay in the extraterritorial devil battlefield for a few hundred years, or were to merely tour around, then everyone pictured an army of several 100,000 Ancestor God Realm masters standing behind Huang Xiaolong, and goosebumps ran down their necks. An army of several 100,000 Ancestor God Realm masters that would kill gods and Buddhas if ever they dared to block their path. Even a second-order God King Realm Master like Su Baisheng would be reduced to dregs. 2 months later, Huang Xiaolong's group stepped out of the Reverence World Surface's transmission array. Overall, the forces from the Reverence World Surface were stronger than the Vientiane World Surface. There were 8 forces from the Reverence World Surface that were as powerful as the Fortune Gate from Vientiane World. Among these 8 forces, the Sandwave's sect ranked 4th. Manor Lord, according to my avatar, only Chao Feng and the other 2 are overseeing the Sandwave's sect's headquarters currently. Zhang Guowen respectfully reported to Huang Xiaolong after stepping out from the transmission array. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. As Huang Xiaolong was able to use Grand Mist Worms to control an Ancestor God Realm Master by controlling their soul indirectly, he also controlled their avatar. Therefore, Zhang Guowen and the rest of the Sandwave sect's Grand Elders' avatars also took orders from Huang Xiaolong. Chao Feng was one of the Sandwave sect's ancestors. In other words, The other 3 Sandwave's sex ancestors who had gone to the extraterritorial devil battlefield in search of the Tianwu treasure were yet to return. Thus, only Chao Feng and other 2 ancestors were guarding the Sandwave's sex headquarters. There was a possibility that these 3 Sandwave's sex ancestors had met their demise long ago, as they had not yet returned from the extraterritorial devil battlefield. Then again, it made no difference to Huang Xiaolong whether there were 6 ancestors or 3. With the current battle power that he has around him, even if the number of Sandwave's sex ancestors were to triple, he could annihilate them nonetheless. From the transmission array, Huang Xiaolong's group flew non-stop to the Sandwave's sex headquarters. While Huang Xiaolong's group was flying to the Sandwave's sex headquarters, at a certain location within the extraterritorial devil battlefield, a group of people was encircling a devil. This devil was exuding an overwhelming momentum with devil chi surging out from his body. No doubt, this devil was a peak late 10th order ancestor god realm. However, this group of people had severely injured him. Judging from his situation, the devil was going to fall very soon. This group was the Vientiane world's sea tribe. Sea god Feng Yingying was watching the battle coldly from a distance, as the sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs were slowly hacking away the devil's life. Gradually, the light of excitement started shining brighter in Feng Yingying's eyes. In the last couple of years, the sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs had consistently hunted and killed devils, while she had devoured more than 100 devils that had possessed the infernal devil's bloodline. At this point, her sea god's bloodline purity had reached the apex. After devouring this peak late 10th order ancestor god realm devil's infernal devil's bloodline, her sea god's bloodline would be fully awakened. In other words, she would possess the magical power of the sea god's bloodline. Once that happened, she would be able to improve the sea tribe's ancestors' bloodline talent, which would allow the sea tribe's peak late 10th order ancestor god realm ancestors to break through to the god king realm. Thinking of this, Feng Yingying's blood quickened and her breathing turned a little heavy. Suddenly, the peak late 10th order ancestor god realm devil roared in pain, bringing Feng Yingying back to the present. She looked up and saw Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi had just pierced his sword into the devil's heart. Black-colored blood splattered to the ground, and the ground actually shook from it. Just from this, one could tell that this devil's black blood contained shocking amount of energy. Feng Yingying's eyes shone even brighter as she watched Feng family's ancestor giving the devil another deadly stab. Even so, it took the sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs several hours before they were able to kill this devil. Feng Yingying could no longer hold back as she saw the devil tumble down to the ground. Almost immediately, she appeared beside the devil's corpse. She ran a secret technique and placed both of her palms on the devil corpse's head as she began devouring the devil's infernal devil bloodline. Black dots of lights slowly floated up from the devil's head and entered Feng Yingying's body through her palms. Soon, rings of blue lights rippled out from Feng Yingying's body, which was her mysterious bloodline power. Sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs stared feverishly at Feng Yingying as she exuded this mysterious sea god's bloodline power. Feng Jingxi and the rest could see that Feng Yingying's sea god's bloodline power had fully awakened. An hour went by. The black dots that were the devil's infernal devil bloodline gradually lessened, whereas the blue ripples of light from Feng Yingying's body became increasingly stronger. Her sea god's bloodline power was growing stronger. At one point, Feng Yingying's sea god's bloodline power reached the peak like a volcano erupting suddenly from a million years of slumber. A crisp rumbling laughter rang in the air like the roar of ancient divine beast, shaking heaven and earth. The blue light from her body soared to the 9th heavens, cutting through the dense devil chi above the extraterritorial devil battlefield, and the mainland that they were on trembled from it. Great shadows exuding divine might appeared above Feng Yingying's head. They are the shadows of the generations of Sea God. Lord Sea God's Sea God bloodline has completely awakened now. Fully awakened. The Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs exclaimed and laughed with ecstasy. Just like what these Sea Tribe's ancestors had said, Feng Yingying's Sea God bloodline had, indeed, fully awakened, fully awakened. At the exact moment Feng Yingying's Sea God bloodline was fully awakened, her cultivation realm began to rise exponentially. When Feng Yingying's sea god bloodline's power was fully awakened, the energy rushed out merged with her godhead and sea god physique. Feng Yingying's cultivation realm was initially at early second order ancestor god realm, but it quickly reached peak early second order, mid-second order, peak mid-second order, late second order, then peak late second order ancestor god realm. Finally, her cultivation stopped rising at early third order ancestor god realm. Feng Yingying opened her eyes. Her pupils resembled two blue crystals the color of the sea. Lord Sea God, congratulations for fully awakening the Sea God bloodline's power. Congratulations, Lord Sea God. The Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs got down on their knees and lauded fanatically. Feng Yingying nodded with a faint smile and said, "All of you may rise. Now we should look for a suitable place. I will start to improve your bloodline. Once ancestors successfully break through to God King realm, we will return to Vientiane world." Everyone respectfully complied. Guo family's ancestor Guode took a step forward. He smiled amiably as he said, "The time we return to the Vientiane world is the time we conquer the Vientiane world. I dare to suggest, we should attack the Fortune mainland first. Capture that Huang Xiaolong as Lord Sea God's male slave. Huang Xiaolong could be Lord Sea God's male slave. He will be lucky and thankful for being Lord Sea God's male slave," Guo family's patriarch Guo Shi stated. The Sea Tribe's group left the spot shortly as they began looking for a secluded place to improve their bloodline and talent. Huang Xiaolong was naturally not aware of the Sea Tribe's plans. A few days later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Reverence World's Long Sun mainland's Long Sun City. The Sandwaves Sect's headquarters was located further down south on the Windwaves Desert at the southern tip of the Long Sun mainland. After entering the Long Sun City, Huang Xiaolong's group casually strolled down the streets. Zhang Guowen walked beside Huang Xiaolong. He tactfully took on the role of a guide and started introducing the sights of Long Sun City to Huang Xiaolong. "Yo, isn't this Grand Elder Zhang Guowen? You're back? So, where's your sect chief?" A young man leading a group of people taunted Zhang Guowen from the opposite side of the street. When Zhang Guowen saw this group, his brows wrinkled into a frown, but he was quick to explain to Huang Xiaolong. "He is called Chen Wenli, Chao Feng's third disciple. A fifth-order ancestor god realm, quite a good talent, but he has some conflicts with me." Huang Xiaolong nodded. The Sandwaves sect ancestor Chao Feng's disciple. Huang Xiaolong simply ignored Chen Wenli and was about to walk past them. But Chen Wenli extended his arm out and blocked Huang Xiaolong from leaving. Chen Wenli looked maliciously at Huang Xiaolong out of the corner of his eyes. His voice carried a hint of bloodthirst as he said, "Little kid, who might you be?" But soon, his gaze shifted onto Feng Er, who was a step behind Huang Xiaolong. "This is your maid? Her face is not bad. Loan her to this young master for a couple of days. I'll return her to you after 2 days." His eyes were glued to Feng Er's bosom. Just as Chen Wenli finished speaking, a figure flickered. Feng Er had struck Chen Wenli across his left cheek. Chen Wenli was knocked into the air with blood and teeth spurting out from his mouth. "You!" Chen Wenli was shocked and enraged at the same time, glaring fiercely at Feng Er. He didn't expect Feng Er to be this strong. How can she be a high-level ancestor god realm? "Young Lord Chen." The people following Chen Wenli cried out in shock and hastened clumsily to his side. "Zhang Guowen, you better give me an explanation for this." Chen Wenli roared as he pushed away the people gathering around him and struggled to get up on his feet. His sharp gaze was full of killing intent, and it was fixed on Huang Xiaolong. "Manor Lord, you think?" Zhang Guowen ignored Chen Wenli's threat and instead inquired about Huang Xiaolong's opinion on how to deal with Chen Wenli. When Chen Wenli heard Manor Lord, he looked at Zhang Guowen foolishly and repeated, "Manor Lord." Seemingly, Zhang Guowen was following this black-haired young man's orders? Could it be Zhang Guowen and the others have? Chen Wenli looked carefully at the other members of the group of Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders. He soon realized that all these Sandwave Sect's Grand Elders were standing respectfully behind this black-haired young man. Were they looking like they barely dared to breathe more than necessary? Bring him. We'll head to the Sandwave sect after we've filled up our stomachs. Huang Xiaolong ordered indifferently. Guiyi respectfully acknowledged his order. He restrained Chang Wenli without any effort by using the suction force from his palm. He then placed Chang Wenli over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Chang Wenli's subordinates rushed up to Guiyi, but they were knocked backwards with just a single palm strike from Guiyi, even before they could get any closer. Huang Xiaolong and the others walked away as if nothing had happened. Hate and fury soared in Chang Wenli's heart as he glared at Zhang Guowen, Chen Zhang, and the rest of Sandwave's sect's grand elders. He gritted his teeth and spat. You all dare to betray the Sandwave sect and serve this puny punk? You've just signed up for your deaths. Zhang Guowen, if all of you kill this punk right now and release me, I would plead to my master on your behalf. At these words, the little cow, void devil beast Su Baixing, and the others burst out into laughter. They looked at Chun Wenli like he was an idiot. Chun Wenli screamed in rage. Zhang Guowen, you are seeking death. Huang Xiaolong's face sank and he threatened coldly. If he screams one more time, cut off his tongue. Yes, Manor Lord, Guiyi acknowledged. Chun Wenli's anger rose even further at Huang Xiaolong's words. Just as he was about to bellow at Huang Xiaolong, he saw Guiyi's piercing gaze. It was enough to leave his mouth agape in fear, and he no longer dared to utter a sound. A while later, Huang Xiaolong's group stepped inside one of the biggest restaurants in Long Sun City. After their order was served, everyone enjoyed themselves as fragrant wine flowed into their cups. Chun Wenli's Godforce was sealed, and then he was thrown into a corner. His face turned green as the fragrant dishes and wine drilled into his nose. However, he was smart enough to sit quietly in the corner. After everyone was fed and watered, except for Chun Wenli, they once again started flying towards the Sandwave sect's headquarters. While Huang Xiaolong's group flew in the direction of the Sandwave sect's headquarters, with the captured Chun Wenli's subordinates had already reported the incident to the Sandwave sect's elders. The message was then brought to the three ancestors. When Chao Feng and the other two ancestors heard the report, all three ancestors were astonished. You're saying that Zhang Guowen, Chen Zhang, and the others have all betrayed Sandwave's sect in order to serve a black-haired young man? Chao Feng asked doubtfully as he looked at the several Sandwave's sect's elders who had just reported to him. That is so, Ancestor Chao Feng. And that group of people has caught junior brother Wenli as their hostage. One of the elders replied respectfully. This matter is reported by his disciples. At the time of this incident, they were with junior brother Wenli, and they witnessed everything with their own eyes. This matter is surely real. Chao Feng and the two ancestors exchanged a silent look. What do you two think about this? Chao Feng's expression was a little ugly as he asked the other two ancestors for their opinions. One of the ancestors, Ancestor Deng Qishuan, spoke solemnly. There is something strange about this matter. Zhang Guowen, Chen Zhang, and the rest were the ones who had followed the sect chief to the extraterritorial devil battlefield. The sect chief has not yet returned, whereas Zhang Guowen and the rest are said to have submitted to a black-haired young man. On top of that, they actually came back here. Chao Feng asked the several elders, Are Zhang Guowen and the others still in the Long Sun City? One of the elders hurried to answer. No. They have already left Long Sun City, and now they are flying here to the Sandwave sect's headquarters with junior brother Wenli. They are coming to our Sandwave sect's headquarters. Chao Feng and the other two ancestors exchanged a doubtful look. Yes. All of a sudden, a heavy silence enveloped the hall. How many people are there in their group? And how much is their strength? Deng Qishuan asked. Other than Zhang Guowen, Chen Zhang, and other grand elders, there are 8 demonic beasts in their group. These beasts' strengths ranges between low-level to mid-level ancestor god realm. There are also 3 other people, 1 woman and 2 men. Most likely that black-haired young man's bodyguards. It is estimated that they are high-level ancestor god realm masters. One of the men was able to easily capture junior brother Wenli. One of the elders reported. Humph. Zhang Guowen and those traitors still dared to come back to Sandwave's sect headquarters. A coldness burst in Chao Feng's eyes. But what are they coming to our Sandwave Sex headquarters for? Deng Qishuan voiced out the doubt in his heart. We'll know when they come. Chao Feng sneered, and a killing intent rippled around his body. Since they have dared to come here, they must have a trump card. Another Sandwave's Sex ancestor stated. Chao Feng sneered. So what? I don't believe they have a God-King Realm Master with them. Of course, even if they have an early First Order God-King Realm Master with them, we can still suppress him with the three of us and the Sandwave Sect Grand Formation. Our ancient Sandwave Sect Grand Formation's power is not something juniors like Zheng Guowen can estimate. A few hours later, the Sandwave Sect's elders reported that Zheng Guowen, Chen Zheng, and the rest of the Grand Elders, as well as the black-haired young man, had reached the edge of the desert. Let's go out. I'd like to see if this black-haired young man has 6 arms and 3 heads. Chao Feng's eyes glimmered. A moment later, he tore space and vanished from the hall with Deng Qishuan and Li Yi. At this time, Huang Xiaolong, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, and the others were a short distance from approaching the Sandwave Sect's headquarters. Although the Sandwave Sect's headquarters was built on the desert, the surrounding 100-li radius had been transformed into a green oasis by the Sandwave Sect. There were spiritual flowers and spiritual trees everywhere, just like an independent utopia. The Sandwave Sect really knows how to choose a good place. It won't be a bad idea to cultivate here, once we conquer the Sandwave Sect. Huang Xiaolong joked with Feng Er and the others. Huang Xiaolong had discovered that there was a naturally formed spiritual vein underground. And it was at least a grade 6 spiritual vein, maybe even higher. Humph! A cold harumph sounded. Conquer our Sandwave Sect? Ignorant Junior, you've got quite a big tone. Suddenly, a light rippled in the path of Huang Xiaolong's group, and Chao Feng, Deng Qishuan, and Li Yi appeared. Lastly, a sea of people rushed out from the Sandwave Sect's headquarters. These were all of the Sandwave Sect's elders. Master! Chen Wenli was finally able to scream out. Zhang Guowen, Chen Zheng, and the others have betrayed the Sandwave Sect. Arrest them all and punish them with a death penalty. There's also this punk. His group. Tear them into 1,000,000 pieces. Chen Wenli glared fiercely at Huang Xiaolong, his eyes filled with hatred. If looks could kill, he would have torn Huang Xiaolong into several million pieces by now. Guiyi had carried Chen Wenli his shoulder all the way from the Long Sun City like a tied-up clown on a parade, which had turned Chen Wenli into a laughingstock. The other forces' experts' laughing faces were still vivid in his mind. He's going to pay back this humiliation 1,000 times. But Chen Wenli had barely finished venting his fury when a sword appeared in Guiyi's hand. With a swift flick of his wrist, the sword slashed across Chen Wenli's face. Blood spurted out from Chen Wenli's mouth as Guiyi cut off his tongue. Chao Feng, Deng Qishuan, Li Yi, and the Sandwave Sect's elders were all outraged by Guiyi's action. Violent killing intent roiled in Chao Feng's eyes. The other side had actually dared to hurt his disciple right in front of him. This was a completely disrespectful behavior towards him. Courting death, Chao Feng roared, and he lethally punched Guiyi. The fist force rumbled unpredictably like layers of sandstorm. No one could guess where the punch would land. Guiyi snorted coldly. In a split second, as his fist swung out, roiling ghost fog surged forth, forming numerous ghostly shadows that covered the sky. Rumble! Thunderous booms shook the air, and terrifying shockwaves swept out in 4 directions. The spiritual flowers and spiritual trees in the proximity were uprooted, and the ground quaked. Guiyi staggered back several steps from the collision before regaining his balance. Even though Chao Feng's cultivation was at the peak late of 10th Order Ancestor God Realm, Guiyi's strength had risen dramatically in recent years, and his battle power was above the average cultivator. Therefore, his overall strength was not weaker than Chao Feng. Since Guiyi had successfully withstood Chao Feng's punch, Chao Feng, Deng Qishuan, and Li Yi were genuinely shocked. So, you're a late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm. No wonder you dared to act so arrogantly. Chao Feng's expression grew colder as his gaze swept over the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, and Gui Er. He then said, "It seems the few of you are all late 10th order, or peak late 10th order ancestor god realm." As void devil beasts Su Baisheng, Fegn Air, and Gui Air had concealed their cultivation realm with secret methods, Chao Fong, Deng Qishuan, and Li Yi were unable to determine their exact strengths. Deng Qishuan also had an ugly expression as he looked sternly at Huang Xiaolong. "Kid, even if you have 4 late 10th order, or peak late 10th order ancestor god realm masters with you, that doesn't mean you can come swaggering into our Sandwave sect. I'm giving you one chance. First, release Wenli, then take out 1,000 chaos spiritual pills, and 100 pieces of grade 6 spiritual stones as compensation. Lastly, hand over Zheng Guowen, Chen Zheng, and the rest of the traitors, to be punished by our Sandwave sect. Or else, this Wind Waves desert will become your burial place." Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Gui Yi, and Gui Air, as well as the several chaos spiritual beasts, laughed wantonly. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow shook their heads as they snickered. Deng Qishuan glared frostily at them. "You don't agree? I say, little guy, did you think that we would agree?" The little cow questioned in return. "Little guy?" Deng Qishuan and the others were dumbfounded. Deng Qishuan was still fuming when Huang Xiaolong said, "Haven't you all wondered why Liang Luan, Liang Mingji, and other Sandwave sect's disciples have not returned until now?" Chao Fong, Deng Qishuan, Li Yi, and the Sandwave sect's elders blanked for a moment. "You've taken our sect chief and young lord hostage?" Li Yi demanded sternly. There was a little hesitation in his voice. "Or you have our sect chief and young lord?" Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng laughed as he answered, "That's right, your sect chief and young lord have already been killed by us." "What?" the Sandwave sect's elders exclaimed in fright. "Ancestors, kill them. Avenge our sect chief. Kill them. Kill all of them." The Sandwave sect's elders shouted angrily. Chao Fong, Deng Qishuan, and Li Yi secretly exchanged a glance, and the three of them simultaneously formed a strange seal with their hands. Immediately, terrifying waves of sword chi shot out from underground towards the sky. The three of them had activated the Sandwave sect's grand formation, the Confoundment 7 Emotions Extinction Sword formation. "Manor Lord, watch out!" Feng Air appeared beside Huang Xiaolong. Her eyes surveyed their surroundings as she swept away the sword chi flying out from underground. Gui Yi and Gui Air also swept away the sword chi coming at them. However, the rays of sword chi were endless, covering over 10,000 li radius. Chen Wenli was inwardly gloating when he sensed some panic in Huang Xiaolong's group at the sudden appearance of the Sandwave sect's Confoundment 7 Emotions Extinction Sword formation. His face warped, but right at this moment, a dozen sword chi from underground pierced through his body. His eyeballs protruded out as he looked at bloodied holes in his body. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed and vanished. "Wenli!" Chao Fong cried out from outside the grand formation when he saw his disciple Chen Wenli being pierced by a dozen rays of sword chi and his body plummeting to the ground. "I want them dead. Kill them." Chao Fong went berserk. God Force burst out from his body, flowing vigorously into the Confoundment 7 Emotions Extinction Sword formation. The number of sword chi shooting out from underground immediately became denser. Huang Xiaolong turned to the Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, who was protecting him, and said, "No need to worry about me. Go and break the formation." In a matter of seconds, the several chaos spiritual beasts had suffered severe injuries within the formation. If this were to continue, these chaos spiritual beasts would die in the next few seconds. The Sandwave sect's grand formation had exceeded Huang Xiaolong's estimation. According to Zheng Guowen and Chen Zheng's previous description, the Sandwave sect's grand formation was not supposed to be this powerful. It seemed like they were not aware of the grand formation's actual power. "Break this formation?" Chao Fong's face contorted as he snickered. This Confoundment 7 Emotions Extinction Sword formation was arranged by our God King Realm ancestors. Therefore, even a First-Order God King Realm won't be able to break this formation. "All of you will be buried with my disciple today." Chao Fong, Deng Qishuan, and Li Yi increased the power of the formation to the fullest. On top of that, even the Sandwave's sex elders contributed their god force into the formation. However, right at this time, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing let out a resounding bellow. He grew several hundred times bigger in the blink of an eye right in front of everyone's eyes. His momentum soared and corrosive devil chi roiled out from his body like a tsunami. Subsequently, Su Baixing pressed his claw in the air towards the ground. Rumble! The ground cracked and crumbled. Muffled blasts came from underground as if something was continuously exploding. The confoundment 7 emotions extinction sword formation covering over 10,000 li radius dispersed suddenly like a mist. At the same time, Chao Feng, Deng Qixuan, Li Yi, as well as all the Sandwave sex elders were thrown back by an overwhelming force. The sand in the desert below them was dyed red in color with blood. Under the sunlight, the dyed sand appeared glaring red. Chao Feng and the others were smashed into the man-made hilly terrains below, destroying the beautiful sceneries. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely relieved as Su Baixing had succeeded in breaking the Sandwave sex grand formation. Then, he turned to look at the 3 ancestors. Chao Feng climbed out from a pile of stones. He looked at the void devil beast Su Baixing. He was beyond shock as he stammered, "Why, you are a God King Realm Master? Moreover, a second-order God King Realm or above." Deng Qixuan, Li Yi, and the Sandwave sex elders climbed up from the ground. They looked terrified as their attention fell on the void devil beast Su Baixing. A second-order God King Realm magical beast. Absolutely above early second-order God King Realm. Had the void devil beast Su Baixing been merely an early second-order God King Realm Master, he absolutely couldn't have broken the confoundment 7 emotions extinction sword formation in one strike. In fact, Chao Feng, Deng Qixuan, and Li Yi were right about the strength of the confoundment 7 emotions extinction sword formation. In the last 2 years, with the effects of the Blue Spectre Spring and numerous Chaos Spiritual Pills, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's strength had recovered further. Currently, his cultivation was at the peak late second-order God King realm. Huang Xiaolong rode on the little cow and approached Chao Feng. Deng Qixuan and Li Yi were also nearby. Huang Xiaolong began with his usual aloof coldness. "You have one chance. Submit to me or die. The 3 of you have 2 minutes to think about it." Chao Feng, Deng Qixuan, and Li Yi's faces tightened with anger. Their expressions had never been so ugly. "I don't need your 2 minutes. This is total nonsense. Kill me if you want. Submitting a mere peak late 10th order ancient god realm ignorant junior is nothing but a joke." Chao Feng stared poisonously at Huang Xiaolong and added, "Even if you kill me today, one day, my avatar would avenge me. Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong said nonchalantly. He then said to the void devil beast Su Baixing, "Since he wants to die, fulfill his wish." Chao Feng's face clearly ashened. Would this black-haired kid really kill him? "Yes, master," void devil beast Su Baixing said in a frosty voice. "Master!" Chao Feng, Deng Qixuan, Li Yi, and the rest of Sandwave's sex group thought they had misheard Huang Xiaolong. Void devil beast Su Baixing's giant claw fell on Chao Feng like a small mountain in the blink of an eye. Chao Feng opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but before a word could come out, he was ruthlessly smashed deep into the ground by void devil beast Su Baixing's claw. The ground quaked and spider web-like cracks spread out rapidly. Deng Qixuan and Li Yi retreated in panic. "Is he still alive?" Void devil beast Su Baixing exclaimed in surprise. There was still Chao Feng's breath even after his body had exploded. Huang Xiaolong looked into the pit. It was Chao Feng's godhead. Chao Feng's godhead was actually a top emperor rank godhead. Moreover, it was a top emperor rank godhead known for its powerful defense, the extreme clear godhead. Void devil beast Su Baixing struck down again. His corrosive devil chi condensed into corrosive devil flames and it slammed onto Chao Feng's extreme clear godhead. Instantly, a heart-wrenching scream came from the inside of the godheads, but it only lasted for seconds. Dead. Deng Qixuan, Li Yi, and other Sandwave's sex elders were deathly pale after witnessing Chao Feng being ruthlessly killed in front of them. In the next second, Deng Qixuan and Li Yi saw a cow picking up Chao Feng's godhead and then she did something that dumbfounded the two of them. The cow put Xiaofang's godhead into her mouth and crunched it into pieces. "That doesn't taste too bad," the little cow commented while she continued munching, as if it was something delicious. Deng Qishuan, Li Yi, and the others wished they could faint on the spot. "Is this really a cow? And not some kind of fierce grand mist beast?" Huang Xiaolong glanced at the little cow speechlessly. He then turned and fixed his gaze on Deng Qishuan. "Now you have 2 minutes to consider. Either submit to me like Zheng Guowen and Qin Zheng, or die. Choose yourself. Of course, if you submit to me, you can still continue being the Sandwave sect ancestor, and still possess the same authority." Deng Qishuan and Li Yi both hadn't expected this. Still have the same authority in Sandwave sect. This made them hesitate. On the side, Gue Yi began counting. 120, 119, 118. "Fine. I'm willing to submit." Deng Qishuan finally agreed by the time Gue Yi counted 70. But his face scrunched in anger when Huang Xiaolong ordered him to open his soul's barrier. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Guowen, Chen Zheng, and the other grand elders bitterly persuaded Deng Qishuan. In the end, Deng Qishuan relented and opened his soul's protective barrier, which allowed Huang Xiaolong's grand mist worms to merge within his godhead smoothly. Li Yi was next in line after Deng Qishuan. Having Deng Qishuan and Xiaofang as examples, Li Yi also chose to submit to Huang Xiaolong. Subsequently, it were the Sandwave sect's elders' turns. Even though some of the Sandwave sect's elders were unwilling, they were powerless to resist. In the end, they too submitted. "Lock down the Windwave's desert, and look for Xiaofang and Chen Wenli's avatars," Huang Xiaolong ordered Deng Qishuan and Li Yi. "Though Xiaofang and Chen Wenli's avatars won't raise much of a wave, it'd be better to uproot all troubles." "Yes, Manor Lord." Deng Qishuan complied respectfully. He ordered the Sandwave sect's elders to lock down the Windwave's desert, as well as hunt for Xiaofang and Chen Wenli's avatars. "You, bring me to the Sandwave sect's treasury," Huang Xiaolong said to Li Yi. He complied respectfully, then turned to lead Huang Xiaolong to their Sandwave sect's treasury. Huang Xiaolong followed Li Yi on the little cow, followed by Feng Er, Gue Yi Gue Er, Su Baisheng, and the group of chaos spiritual beasts behind him. As for Zhang Guowen, Chen Zheng, and the rest of the Sandwave sect's grand elders, Huang Xiaolong had them accompany Deng Qishuan to deal with Xiaofang and Chen Wenli's avatars. Half an hour later, after flying through layers of restrictive formations, Huang Xiaolong's group arrived at the Sandwave sect's core area. Although the Sandwave sect's treasury was surrounded by numerous layers of restrictive formations, they did not meet with any troubles along the way due to Li Ye's guidance. It didn't take them long to reach Sandwave sect's treasury. The Sandwave sect's treasury had humongous steel doors. Even without Huang Xiaolong's instruction, Li Yi took the initiative to deactivate the restrictive formations placed on the steel door and open them. He then retreated to the side, gesturing Huang Xiaolong to enter. Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, and the others stepped inside. The moment Huang Xiaolong entered the Sandwave sect's treasury, they came upon a vast plain. Above the plain were a sea of crystal balls the size of a football. Inside every crystal ball were mountains of chaos spiritual herbs, divine pills, spirit stones, divine armors, and other divine artifacts. Though Huang Xiaolong and the others had expected the Sandwave sect's treasury to be wealthy from nearly 100 million years of accumulation, they were still astounded by what they saw. But the little cow seemed blasé as she sauntered to the plains leisurely. Wishful golden flowers, black flames Ganoderma. Huang Xiaolong halted when he saw inside one of the crystal balls. There were several hundred kinds of chaos spiritual herbs, and 2 of them were the ones he had been looking for. Huang Xiaolong could hardly control his excitement. The Sandwave sect's treasury does have the wishful golden flower, and even the black flames Ganoderma. In other words, he finally had all the herbal ingredients to refine the brilliant black soul divine pill. Suddenly, the little cow reacted as if she had seen a peerless treasure. She was full of excitement as she flew towards a crystal ball in a streak of light. Her action stoked Huang Xiaolong and the others' curiosity. They looked into the crystal ball, and inside was a strange item, but they couldn't see anything special. It really is. It's really the Firmament Bear's soul crystal. The Desolate Era's Firmament Bear clan's soul crystal. The little cow exclaimed in excitement. The Firmament Bear's soul crystal? Huang Xiaolong turned to the little cow with uncertainty. It was obvious that he had not heard of the Firmament Bear's soul crystal. The Grand Mist Chaos Era was followed by the Desolate Era. Both of these eras predated the existence of the divine world. Therefore, if this was really the so-called Desolate Era Firmament Bear's soul crystal, then it was indeed a rare and precious treasure. It took the little cow some time before she managed to rein in her excitement. After she calmed down, she explained to Huang Xiaolong, "Ha ha ha, Xiaolong. With this Firmament Bear's soul crystal, you can absolutely break through to Ancestor God Realm within 10 years. She couldn't contain her excitement. Huang Xiaolong quivered as joy shone from his eyes. Are you saying that this Firmament Bear's soul crystal can help my soul to achieve perfection within a decade? The little cow rolled her eyes. Her expression was obviously saying, "You ignorant bumpkin." She then explained further, "Remember we talked about 100 being a perfect score for a soul during our last conversation. But in truth, a soul is not really perfect even at 100. It can merely be considered as a passing mark. You can condense an avatar when you break through to Ancestor God Realm if your soul is at 100, however, there are some freak geniuses who have managed to achieve 1,000, even 2,000 or 3,000. The stronger your soul is, the stronger the avatar you condense." Her words sent waves of shock in Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, Gue Yi, and Gue Er's hearts. Something like this even exists? Then, there is no limit to how strong one's soul can be? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but ask. The little cow shook her head. That is not the case. An Ancestor God Realm cultivator's soul can achieve only a score of up till 10,000. But I've never seen any genius that could achieve that in my entire life. The highest score that I have seen is close to 9,100 plus or minus. Close to 9,100 plus or minus. Feng Er and the others gasped in astonishment. 10,000 was the limit, thus 9,100 was surely a terrifying figure. Who was it? Huang Xiaolong urged. The ancient heavenly emperor? But the little cow shook her head again. Even though the ancient heavenly emperor was divine world's genius in a billion years, according to what I know, his soul did not even reach 9,000. His score had probably reached the upper limit of 8,000, maybe almost 9,000. She paused momentarily, then added, "In truth, the person who reached close to 9,100 plus or minus is somewhat related to you." Somewhat related to me? Huang Xiaolong was confused. When and how did he know such an amazing character? Yes, related to you. The little cow softly added, "The Grand Mist Parasitic Medium." The Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. The words jarred Huang Xiaolong's mind. The King of Grand Mist. Huang Xiaolong blurted out the first person that came to his mind. The person who created the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium. The King of Grand Mist. The little cow nodded. Correct. It was the King of Grand Mist. Since you've successfully cultivated the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium, you can be considered as his second disciple. But the little cow suddenly changed the subject in the middle of her explanation. It was obvious that she didn't want to speak of the King of Grand Mist any further. Her attention returned to the Firmament Bear's soul crystal, and said, "The Desolate Era's Firmament Bear tribesmen are innately born with a strong soul, and this Firmament Bear soul crystal is the crystallization of a Firmament Bear soul force. Every fist-sized crystal is enough to strengthen your soul to an unimaginable degree. There are actually several thousand pieces of Firmament Bear's soul crystals here. They definitely could strengthen your soul to the highest limit." Huang Xiaolong's fists were clenched tightly as he tried to control his excitement. "Where did you guys find these Firmament Bear's soul crystals?" The little cow asked the Sandwave's sex ancestor Li Yi. Li Yi shook his head and explained, "These were found by senior brother Song Qi in a perilous land. At that time, we didn't even know what these crystals were. Therefore, they were just placed here in the treasury." Senior brother Song Qi went to the extraterritorial devil's battlefield with the other two seniors, and has yet to return. Huang Xiaolong's heart was moved. Try to contact them. See if they reply. Li Yi took out his communication talisman and tried to contact the other three Sand Waves Sect's ancestors. After a while, he shook his head and reported to Huang Xiaolong. No reply from senior brother Song Qi, or other two senior brothers. We've tried contacting them before, but we haven't been able to establish any communication with them. Huang Xiaolong was a little disappointed at the result. It seems those three Sand Waves Sect's ancestors have most likely fallen. That being the case, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to get the location of Firmament Bear's soul crystals from Song Qi. Huang Xiaolong subsequently collected all the soul crystals, Wishful Golden Flower, and Black Flame's Ganoderma into his Ghost Buddha ring. He then took a stroll around the Sandwave Sect's treasury, collecting away the Chaos Spiritual Herbs and Chaos Spiritual Pills that he deemed useful. Half a day later, the group stepped out from the treasury. Since Huang Xiaolong had discovered the Firmament Bear's soul crystals, Wishful Golden Flowers, and the Black Flame's Ganoderma, there wasn't any need for him to head over to the Blood Imperial sect in the Scarlet One world. Therefore, he decided to stay in the Sandwaves sect to break through to Ancestor God Realm. He planned to return to the Vientiane world surface after he has advanced to the Ancestor God Realm. And his immediate goal was to conquer the 10,000 Elephant Clan upon his return to the Vientiane world surface. And of course, he had not forgotten about the Blood-Eye Devil Steel. With that, Huang Xiaolong's group stayed in the Sandwave sect's headquarters to cultivate. At this time, Huang Xiaolong was frowning as he listened to Deng Qishuan's report. They had failed to find Chao Feng and Chun Wenli's avatars. Subordinates have failed the Manor Lord. Please mete out the punishment for your subordinates. Deng Qishuan, Zhang Guowen, and the others pleaded guilty on their knees. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and said, "It's not your fault, Rise. Since Chao Feng and Chun Wenli's avatars had escaped, they might cause some troubles in the future." But Huang Xiaolong soon threw the matter out of his mind. He already had lots of enemies, a couple more enemies didn't make much of a difference. Still, Huang Xiaolong instructed Deng Qishuan to order the Sandwave sect's elders to put forth their best efforts in hunting down Chao Feng and Chun Wenli's avatars in the whole Reverence world. After that, Huang Xiaolong ordered the Sandwave sect's subordinates to leave him and his group undisturbed unless it was an emergency, before sending them away. He had planned to enter seclusion to refine the Firmament Bear's soul crystals and break through to Ancestor God Realm. The Sandwave sect's headquarters were located inside a palace. It contained the richest spiritual energy. Huang Xiaolong took out the Blue Spectre Spring River and sat cross-legged inside it. Next, he took out one of the Firmament Bear's soul crystals. A Firmament Bear's soul crystal was about the size of a fist and it was reflecting luster like a black diamond. Huang Xiaolong adjusted his mind and ran the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Instantly, a mysterious black energy flowed out from the Firmament Bear's soul crystal and entered through the crown of his head. His three supreme godheads shook, emitting resplendent lights as his soul grew stronger rapidly. If Huang Xiaolong's soul was to be described as a dried sea, then the Firmament Bear's soul crystal's energy was like the water from a big river rushing down to fill up that dried sea. The Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell released rain of moon essence that also supported Huang Xiaolong's soul. However, compared to the Firmament Bear's soul crystal's energy, the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell's moon essence energy was like a water pipe. In truth, Huang Xiaolong's current cultivation realm was too low. Therefore, the Moon Jade Heavenly Spiral Shell's power was limited. The Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool 2 was releasing waves of Chaos Lightning Chi to temper his body. As he began to cultivate, the four divine fire spirits inside his body started devouring the gray chaos spiritual energy falling from the void. When Huang Xiaolong entered into seclusion to attempt breaking through to Ancestor God Realm, both the little cow and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing stood guard for him as a precaution. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing was watching Huang Xiaolong apprehensively from a distance, as he was going through the Firmament Bear's soul crystals at an alarming rate. Su Baixing said to the little cow, "Senior Xianxia, do you think Master Soul could reach 9,000 with his talent?" 9,000. The little cow's voice was a little uncertain. Hard to say. In the past, the ancient heavenly emperor could only reach close to 9,000. Even though the divine world is vast and it has been billions of years, only a scarce few people have touched almost the score of 9,000. Based on Huang Xiaolong's extraordinary performance so far, they were quite sure Huang Xiaolong's limit would be shocking. However, even the little cow couldn't say for certain if Huang Xiaolong could reach the 9,000 limit. How many super forces does the divine world have? And how many rare geniuses are there among these super forces? Unfortunately, in billions of years, she had known of only one person who had succeeded in achieving more than 9,000. Of course, there might be other people who would have successfully crossed over the 9,000 threshold that she was not aware of. Even so, she knew that there would be 10 or less of such geniuses. I wonder, what ranked Avatar Master would condense after advancing to Ancestor God Realm? Void Devil Beast added further. Would it be Emperor rank or Supreme rank? The little cow said, Supreme rank probably. However, she wasn't so confident inwardly. In general, when an Emperor rank Godhead genius breaks through to Ancestor God Realm, there is a 30% chance to condense an avatar with Emperor rank Godhead 30%. Only 30%. Therefore, until the last moment, no one could surely guess Huang Xiaolong's avatar's rank. Time flowed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Huang Xiaolong had already refined 2 firmament bear's soul crystals, and was in the middle of refining his third one. In merely 2 months, Huang Xiaolong's soul had actually grown several hundred times stronger, almost reaching the score of 100. Even Huang Xiaolong had not expected that the firmament bear's soul crystals could raise his soul to this degree, and that too at this speed. Guarding in the distance, the little cow and void devil beast Su Baixing were a little frightened as they watched Huang Xiaolong go through one firmament bear's soul crystal after another. Initially, according to the little cow's estimation, Huang Xiaolong would have broken through to Ancestor God Realm in 10 years after refining the firmament bear's soul crystals, but now it seemed like Huang Xiaolong might take less than 10 years. The two of them could see that Huang Xiaolong's speed in refining the firmament bear's soul crystals had increased. Huang Xiaolong had spent 31 days to refine the first piece of soul crystal, while the second piece of soul crystal had merely taken him 26 days. At this speed, would the third piece take him 20 days or less? The two of them did not dare to think of Huang Xiaolong's refining speed any further. While they were standing guard for Huang Xiaolong, neither the little cow and void devil beast were idle. The two of them were continuously using the blue specter spring water to nourish their bodies. 2 years gradually passed, as Huang Xiaolong continued to refine the firmament bear's soul crystals. 2 years later, Huang Xiaolong's soul force had long surpassed 100, even exceeded 3,000, and it was close to surpassing 4,000. In the divine world, the average cultivator's soul force was considered as passing when they reached 100, and was sufficient to break through to Ancestor God Realm. Those whose soul force could reach 1,000 were called a genius, and at 2,000, they were considered a rare genius. The monstrous geniuses that the divine world's superforces focused on nurturing averagely entered the 3,000 range. Those that could reach 4,000 were extremely rare. I wonder what number has Master's soul force reach? Void devil beast Su Baixing mumbled under his breath. In these 2 years, Huang Xiaolong had absorbed over 100 firmament bear's soul crystals. Currently, it was only taking Huang Xiaolong up to 7 to 8 days to refine one soul crystal. Probably, he has already reached 3,000. The little cow roughly estimated. 3,000. The divine world's superforces most dazzling geniuses cultivated for several thousand years to achieve this result, but Huang Xiaolong had achieved the same result in merely 2 years. While the little cow and void devil beast were feeling dumbfounded, another 2 years passed. Huang Xiaolong had been in seclusion for 4 years by now. Sitting cross-legged inside the blue specter spring water, the surface of his skin was actually reflecting lustrous black light, like black diamonds. At the same time, there were also 7 colored lights mingling in between the black rays. From afar, Huang Xiaolong was looking very mysterious and bedazzling. The little cow's eyes shone with fervor, sensing Huang Xiaolong's soul force growing stronger day by day. With her eyesight, she could guess that Huang Xiaolong would be able to break through to Ancestor God Realm in half a year. However, she could only wonder about Huang Xiaolong's current soul force's strength. 7,000? 8,000? Could Huang Xiaolong's soul force reach 9,000 when he breaks through to Ancestor God Realm? Void Devil Beast Su Baixing too was looking forward to that moment with anticipation. For months later, the little cow and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing were paying close attention to Huang Xiaolong. Suddenly, the black rays enshrouding Huang Xiaolong expanded like a black sun, sending out spheres of black light, one stronger than the other. The surrounding spiritual energy became turbulent and violent. The little cow and Void Devil Beast jumped up in alarm at the sudden changes. "Is this?" the Void Devil Beast asked excitedly. "Master is finally going to break through." "Going to break through?" The little cow's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Even she didn't notice that her breathing had quickened. At this time, within Huang Xiaolong's consciousness, his three supreme godheads were resembling three great tornadoes that were bursting in black lights. All of a sudden, the black lights disappeared. His holy dragon supreme godhead emitted red, golden, blue, green, azure, and purple lights, while extreme blackness radiated from his archdevil supreme godhead, and his innumerable Buddha supreme godhead released the brightest golden Buddha luminance. The various colors of light swirled around Huang Xiaolong. This sight stupefied the little cow and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing. These lights then gathered into three spheres of lights that flew around Huang Xiaolong. A long hum came from inside of Huang Xiaolong's three supreme godheads. This hum was like the beginning of life, growing ever stronger. In the end, it was like the beating of drums. The sky above the palace, where Huang Xiaolong was cultivating, suddenly darkened, as if that piece of land had entered into boundless darkness of hell. Thunder rumbled amidst howling winds in this darkness. Outside the palace, Feng Er, Gui Yi, Gui Er, Deng Qishuan, Li Yi, as well as the Sandwave sect's grand elders and elders were looking at the sky with horror and astonishment. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing was astonished too. He stammered, what's going on?" Contrary to the Void Devil Beast, there was delight on the little cow's face. "It's all right. Once the soul force reaches 7,000 and above, there is natural manifestation when breaking through to Ancestor God Realm. The more shocking the manifestation, the higher the number of the soul force. Since Master has triggered natural manifestation, does that mean his soul force has already exceeded 9,000? Void Devil Beast asked excitedly. The little cow shook her head and said, "It's still too early to say that. At the time the ancient heavenly emperor broke through to the Ancestor God Realm, the natural manifestation that he had triggered had lasted for 4 days and 4 nights. And the King of Grand Mist had triggered a natural manifestation that had lasted for 6 days and 6 nights. Stronger the soul force will result in highly shocking natural manifestation. In other words, if Huang Xiaolong were to trigger a natural manifestation that exceeds 4 days and 4 nights, then there would be a high chance that his soul force has at least reached 9,000. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing stared without blinking at Huang Xiaolong. He looked as if he was afraid that he might miss witnessing something important and rare. 1 hour passed. A veil of darkness covered the Sandwave sect's headquarters that extended outwards, covering 10,000 li radius. One could hardly see their own hands within this darkness. Even the Sandwave sect's Ancestor God Realm higher echelons could merely see no more than a few hundred meters. The odd expression on Deng Qishuan, Li Yi, Feng Er, Gui Yi, Gui Er, and the others' faces deepened. Before this, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing had already informed Deng Qishuan, Feng Er, and the rest that the reason behind this manifestation was Huang Xiaolong advancing to Ancestor God Realm. He had specifically informed them about this so that the Sandwave sect's higher echelon and disciples wouldn't become flustered and disorderly because of it. The day passed. The darkness continued to expand further. In fact, the whole Wind Waves desert was under a blanket of darkness now. Other sect's disciples who were training in the Wind Waves desert were alarmed and confused by the phenomenon. What's going on? Why have the surroundings darkened? Is there some kind of a great devil appearing from hell appearing? These disciples scrambled out from the wind waves desert while wondering about the cause of this phenomenon. But to their dismay, they soon noticed that the darkness was spreading faster than they could run. They were scared that this darkness would devour the entire Long Sun mainland. As the darkness continued to spread, other forces of Reverence World noticed the drastic changes in the flow of energies between heaven and earth. Experts in some small cities within close proximity to the Wind Waves Desert who were drinking in restaurants, walking in the streets, or buying herbs and other things suddenly sensed that their surroundings had fallen into darkness. Looking up at the sky, they realized it wasn't their surroundings that had fallen into darkness, but the whole city. But when these people rushed out of the city in a panic, they discovered it wasn't only the city, but everything was enshrouded in darkness, as far as their eyes could see in all the four directions. As the little cow and void devil beast Su Baixing clenched their hands in anticipation. For days and 4 nights had already passed. 4 days and 4 nights. Void devil beast Su Baixing's breathing quickened unconsciously. He remembered clearly that the little cow had said that when the ancient heavenly emperor had broken through to Ancestor God realm, the manifestations had lasted for 4 days and 4 nights. Then, was Master's current soul force number similar to the ancient heavenly emperor, bordering 9,000? Even the usually blasé little cow looked nervous. Has Huang Xiaolong passed the threshold of 9,000? Could this natural manifestation triggered by Huang Xiaolong last for 6 days and 6 nights, similar to the King of Grand Mist? At this point, time seemed to have slowed down. Every second and every hour seemed long for the little cow and the void devil beast. The drumming sounds coming from Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads grew increasingly louder, reaching 1,000,000 miles away. In others' ears, the drumming sounds resembled the ancient thunder god banging on his heavenly drum. Soon, 5 days and 5 nights went by. Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads' actions intensified. Experts in every corner of Long Sun mainland could hear the drumming sounds from his 3 supreme godheads, as they vibrated to the core of their souls. It's already 5 days and 5 nights, the little cow muttered under her breath. Her gaze was fixed on Huang Xiaolong's figure without blinking. 5 days and 5 nights. Has Huang Xiaolong's soul force surpassed 9,000? She couldn't say for sure, however, as long as Huang Xiaolong could last 6 days and 6 nights, it was for sure above 9,000. Eternal Prosperity City was the main city of Eternal Prosperity Mainland. From somewhere within the city, the ancestor and sect chief of Vast Cloud Sect, one of Reverence World's super forces, were looking at the black light that was casting a shadow over the land in bewilderment. Ancestor, according to the reports from the disciples, the source of this black light is located in the Windwaves Desert. Ancestor, do you think it's got something to do with the Sandwaves sect? Vast Cloud Sect's chief Xianxia inquired. Vast Cloud Sect's ancestor Li Qingwei solemnly said, I've heard that the other 3 Sandwave sect's ancestors have yet to return. Is that correct? Vast Cloud Sect's chief Xianxia nodded in affirmation. Yes, that is so. Song Qi's group hasn't returned yet. Most likely they have fallen while competing for the Tianwu treasure. Not only that, I've received a message that Liang Luan was killed in the extraterritorial devil's battlefield. Ancestor, if that is true, we should seize this opportunity and attack the Sandwave sect before the Clear Mind sect makes their move. But the Vast Cloud sect's ancestor Li Qingwei shook his head in disagreement as he said, We can't determine if the message is true. Maybe Clear Mind sect's old tricksters deliberately released this false news to lure us to begin a war with the Sandwave sect. They can reap the benefits in between if that happened. Otherwise, why is the Clear Mind sect not attacking right now? Send people to investigate the matter. If Song Qi, Liang Luan, and others have really died in the extraterritorial devil's battlefield, then we can make a move. Also, check out what is causing this black light. Yes, Ancestor. While the Vast Cloud sect was sending someone to investigate about Song Qi, Liang Luan, and also the source of the black light, other superforces on the Reverence World had issued similar orders. Time flew by. Finally, 6 days and 6 nights had passed. When the heaven and earth manifestations triggered by Huang Xiaolong entered the 7th day, The little cow and void devil beast Su Baixing were so excited that they were babbling. 6 days, 6 nights. Master has passed 6 days and 6 nights. Senior Xianxia, then, Master Soul Force has exceeded 9,000. Void devil beast Su Baixing was almost screaming. Even the little cow was shrieking, definitely exceeded 9,000. Definitely. Her tail was swinging rapidly. 9,000. Within these several hundred million years, Huang Xiaolong's talent was undoubtedly ranked at the top. Even the ancient heavenly emperor's manifestations had lasted for merely 4 days and 4 nights. However, the little cow and void devil beast Su Baixing were dumbfounded when the manifestations continued beyond the 8th day. Each of Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads were still nurturing an avatar, still accumulating energy, and had yet to break the barrier to the ancestor god realm. The little cow and void devil beast Su Baixing exchanged a speechless expression. 8 days and 8 nights. What the heck was this? The little cow and Su Baixing were certain that Huang Xiaolong's soul force had exceeded the king of Grand Mist. By the time the 9th day and 9th night had passed, the drumming sounds from Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads finally stopped, and Huang Xiaolong shone as if he was the origin of light, and shrouded in a kaleidoscope of colors. Then, a loud boom came from inside of Huang Xiaolong's body. His momentum exploded and rose endlessly, as the god force belonging to an ancestor god realm master flowed out from him. At the same time, a primordial divine dragon flew out from his holy dragon supreme godhead, then a great archdevil from his archdevil supreme godhead, and lastly, an immemorial golden Buddha from his innumerable Buddha supreme godhead. A primordial divine dragon, a great archdevil, and a golden Buddha. Roars of a dragon reverberated in the air, accompanied by the howling of a devil, as well as the chanting of mantras. The little cow and void devil beast Su Baixing were more than a little dumbstruck at this sight. Roughly 3 hours later, the primordial divine dragon, great archdevil, and immemorial golden Buddha gradually turned into 3 different people that looked exactly like Huang Xiaolong, starting from the head, body, and lastly 10 fingers. These 3 were Huang Xiaolong's avatars. Each of the 3 avatars sat cross-legged above Huang Xiaolong's respective supreme godheads, exuding the majestic of a supreme being. 1 day later, the dazzling lights around Huang Xiaolong converged and disappeared. When Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes, the little cow felt a vast and mighty wave of force brushed past her. It was enough to make her and the void devil beast retreat backwards by 1 step. Late First Order Ancestor God Realm, void devil beast Su Baixing exclaimed as he stared stupidly at Huang Xiaolong. That's right. This time, Huang Xiaolong had not only successfully broken through to Ancestor God Realm, but his cultivation had risen straight to Late First Order Ancestor God Realm. 7 to 8 years ago, Huang Xiaolong had just come out of the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space, when he was still a peak Late 10th Order Ancient God Realm. During that time, Huang Xiaolong had consumed countless Chaos spiritual pills. The Chaos Lightning Qi had also supplemented his cultivation. Due to this, his god force had long surpassed the average peak Late 10th Order Ancient God Realm masters back then. During this time, these past achievements had helped Huang Xiaolong to break through all the way to Late First Order Ancestor God Realm. Late First Order Ancestor God Realm. My strength is still a bit too low. Huang Xiaolong shook his head at the void devil beast Su Baixing's exclamation. The little cow and void devil beast Su Baixing nearly choked on their own saliva. Even though he has broken through to Late First Order Ancestor God Realm, he is still complaining that it's too low. Kid, did you think you could have the same result as compared to when you broke through to Ancient God Realm? Did you expect to reach Second Order Ancestor God Realm? The little cow couldn't help rolling her eyes at Huang Xiaolong. This is the Ancestor God Realm, not Ancient God Realm. In the past, when the ancient heavenly emperor broke through to Ancestor God Realm, he had only reached the mid-First Order Ancestor God Realm. The little cow added as if she couldn't be any angrier at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was a little embarrassed listening to the little cow's words. He defended by saying, I was just saying that. There is no need to get so excited. In truth, he understood that being able to advance to Late First Order Ancestor God Realm in one go was already hard to come by. Master, Then your soul force? Void Devil Beast Su Baixing asked. The little cow's head jerked towards Huang Xiaolong, and she fixed her eyes on him as she waited for the answer. Huang Xiaolong felt goosebumps running down his arms, but he nodded and answered, Above 9,000. Above 9,000. Both the little cow and Void Devil Beast were ecstatic. As expected. As expected, Huang Xiaolong's soul force had exceeded 9,000. Even though they had already expected this, hearing it from Huang Xiaolong himself astounded them. Compared to the King of Grand Mist, the little cow asked cautiously. Huang Xiaolong answered honestly, higher than the King of Grand Mist. The little cow and Void Devil Beast were quivering with excitement. Yes, higher than the King of Grand Mist. The King of Grand Mist had triggered 6 days and 6 nights of manifestations, whereas Huang Xiaolong had triggered 9 days and 9 nights of natural manifestations. Is it 9,500? The little cow asked again. Huang Xiaolong was a little speechless. Does this old cow need to guess so accurately? But he nodded and answered, yes. To be more precise, when Huang Xiaolong broke through to Ancestor God Realm, his soul force had reached 9,999. Just one small step, he would have reached 10,000. Even so, 9,999 was already a number that could make other cultivators go crazy if they were to know about this. However, there was a small pang of regret in Huang Xiaolong's heart for being unable to achieve the perfect score of 10,000. Maybe only the Son of Heaven's Tao can reach 10,000? Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. After they heard Huang Xiaolong's affirmative answer that his soul force was higher than 9,500. Both the little cow and Void Devil Beast were too excited. It was as if their own soul force that had exceeded 9,500. One could hardly blame the little cow for being so excited. Every 100 increase in soul force above 7,000 represented the difference in future achievements. And for those with soul force above 9,000, every 100 increase brought even bigger differences in achievements. Huang Xiaolong's soul force had actually exceeded 9,500. This meant Huang Xiaolong's future achievements would surpass the King of Grand Mist. As long as Huang Xiaolong did not die, he would become a hegemon of the divine world one day. No, he would become the overlord of 10,000 worlds. The little cow said excitedly. This old cow already knew the master this old cow follows is extraordinary. Enough now. Let's go out. Feng Er, Gue Yi, and the others have been waiting for a long time. Huang Xiaolong said with a smile. Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing walked out of the palace together. The black light casting a shadow over the Long Sun mainland had already dispersed. Feng Er, Gue Yi, and the others immediately turned towards the entrance with surprise and joy when they heard the door open. They hurried over to meet Huang Xiaolong. Manor Lord! Feng Er, Gue Yi, Deng Qishuan, Li Yi and the rest saluted. Huang Xiaolong nodded at them with a faint smile. Manor Lord! You've already broken through to Ancestor God Realm? Feng Er was shocked as she looked at Huang Xiaolong. Gue Yi, Deng Qishuan, Li Yi, and the others were shocked as well. Huang Xiaolong had not concealed his cultivation, therefore they could see that he had broken through to Ancestor God Realm. On top of that, it was the late First Order Ancestor God Realm. Late First Order Ancestor God Realm. They had never heard of someone's cultivation realm reaching late First Order Ancestor God Realm when breaking through to Ancestor God Realm. Watching the shocked expressions around him, Huang Xiaolong grinned. Yes, already broken through to Ancestor God Realm. Pass down my order that all of the Sandwave sect's disciples' monthly allowance of divine pills and spirit stones will be doubled. Also, there will be a 3-day celebration banquet. Huang Xiaolong was in a good mood after his cultivation had advanced to Ancestor God Realm. Yes, Manor Lord. Deng Qishuan and Li Yi complied respectfully. These are your rewards. Huang Xiaolong took out 2 jade bottles. With a flick, the 2 jade bottles arrived in front of Deng Qishuan and Li Yi. When they opened these bottles, they saw alluring blue-colored water in them. They exclaimed in unison with ecstasy, Blue Spectre Spring Water. Previously, Huang Xiaolong had rewarded Zhang Guowen, Chunjung, and other grand elders with the Blue Spectre spring water. This was also the reason why these two had known about the Blue Spectre spring. Many thanks, Manor Lord. The two ancestors thanked Huang Xiaolong respectfully. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He subsequently asked about the Sandwave sex affairs that had taken place during his seclusion. Deng Qishuan reported that a rumor about Song Qi and Liang Luwen's death had been circulating in the Reverence world for a long time. The Reverence world's Vast Cloud sect and Clear Mind sect were investigating this matter to verify the rumor's credibility. It seems like they are preparing to attack the Sandwave sect. Huang Xiaolong calmly nodded, indicating that he had noted the matter. On the same night, a grand celebration banquet took place at the Sandwave sect's headquarters. It went on for 3 days, filled with a joyous atmosphere. It was the 4th night since Huang Xiaolong had exited his seclusion. On this night, Huang Xiaolong was hovering high up in the air above the Sandwave sect. His 3 avatars were sitting cross-legged on the surface of his 3 supreme godheads, and each one was cultivating. When the average genius's avatars are condensed upon their breakthrough to Ancestor God Realm, these avatars' strength is somewhere between Xiantian Realm and Saint Realm. From there, the avatars cultivate and break through to higher levels. However, Huang Xiaolong's 3 avatars were directly born at peak late 10th order Heavenly God Realm. Just a little bit more, and the 3 avatars could have stepped into the Ancient God Realm. Although he didn't know what kind of divine physique his 3 avatars had, he could feel that their physiques were not weaker than his true dragon physique. Each of their godhead was also a supreme rank godhead that was 499,999 li in diameter. Each of the avatar's supreme godhead was similar to the main body, but also different at the same time. Huang Xiaolong decided to wait a few days for the 3 avatars to break through to Ancient God Realm before heading back to the Vientiane world surface. Just as Huang Xiaolong had made that decision, the Vast Cloud sect's ancestor Li Qingwei and sect chief Xianxia were perplexed when they heard their disciples report about the Sandwave's sect 3-day celebration banquet. Ancestor, can it be that one of the 3 ancestors has broken through to God King Realm? Could it be the reason that the Sandwave sect was holding a 3-day celebration banquet? Vast Cloud sect chief Xianxia made a guess. Vast Cloud sect's ancestor Li Qingwei shook his head as he said, "It is not that easy to break through to God King Realm. I've been stuck at peak late 10th order Ancestor God Realm for more than 10,000 years, but still haven't been able to break into that realm. So, what's more special Deng Qishuan, Chao Feng, and Li Yi that they would break through to God King Realm?" Vast Cloud sect chief Xianxia agreed. Ancestor is right, but the Sandwave sect's 3-day celebration banquet is truly baffling. I had ordered you to check about the black light. Any clues? Ancestor Li Qingwei asked while changing the subject. Vast Cloud sect's chief Xianxia shook his head. We could only determine that the source of the black light is located in the Windwaves Desert. We were unable to find the cause of the black light. However, the black light disappeared as mysteriously as it had appeared. Following that, the Sandwave sect celebrated for 3 days. Could these 2 incidents be related? Li Qingwei nodded in agreement. There is a possibility. Send someone to observe them. For the time being, delay the plan to attack the Sandwave sect. There's something strange going on about the Sandwave sect. Understood. Xianxia complied. 10 days came and went by. In these 10 days, Huang Xiaolong had remained inside one of the Sandwave sect's palaces for cultivating in order to solidify his new realm foundation. His 3 avatars had already broken through to First Order Ancient God Realm. Inside the palace, Huang Xiaolong had sat inside the Blue Spectre spring, allowing its spring water to enter his body, and also his 3 avatars. Huang Xiaolong had soon discovered that the power and strength of his 3 avatars' physical bodies had risen rapidly after being tempered with water from the Blue Spectre spring. Huang Xiaolong's curiosity was stoked. He summoned out the 3 avatars from his body. The 4 sat around in a circle, forming a 4-color spiritual energy gathering formation while cultivating according to the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Immediately, more energy from the Blue Spectre spring rushed into Huang Xiaolong and his 3 avatars' bodies. Not only that, the spiritual energy from the surroundings rushed into the palace Huang Xiaolong. The four divine fires' chaos spiritual energy was rolling down vigorously from the void. Even the speed of the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's Chaos Lightning Qi had started circulating 2 times faster through his body. After Huang Xiaolong had broken through to Ancestor God Realm, the Chaos Lightning Qi's circulating speed had risen, and now it had doubled even further. Huang Xiaolong was elated. As expected, this was one of the great benefits from condensing his 3 avatars. He wouldn't be able to form the 4-color spiritual energy formation without his avatars, nor could he absorb energy at such a shocking speed by merely relying on his cultivation efforts alone. Huang Xiaolong was shocked to find his 3 avatars' strength was rising faster than him within this 4-colored spiritual energy gathering formation. If this were to continue, it won't take long for his avatar's cultivation to catch up to him. 1 day and 1 night passed as Huang Xiaolong continued cultivating with his 3 avatars. Huang Xiaolong woke up after 1 day and 1 night of cultivation and had a new discovery. The result of this 1 day's cultivation was actually better than 10 days of cultivation from earlier. Previously, Huang Xiaolong had estimated that he would take at least 40 to 50 years to advance to second-order Ancestor God Realm. But now, he was confident that he could break through to second-order Ancestor God Realm within 30 years. 30 years. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath, reassuring himself inwardly. This speed is not too bad. There were still 120 years left until the next Vientiane World's Fortune Gate Chief selection. Judging from his current cultivation speed, Huang Xiaolong could definitely advance to high-level Ancestor God Realm in 100 years. 100 years! Huang Xiaolong repeated to himself under his breath. The little cow's reminder about the divine world's impending great catastrophe had been lingering at the back of his mind. Therefore, he needed to improve his strength as much as possible before that time was upon them. Huang Xiaolong then retrieved his 3 avatars into his body. An idea came to his mind as he looked at the blue specter spring. A golden light glimmered and flew out from between his eyebrows when he activated the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool and enshrouded the blue specter spring river with it. In the blink of an eye, the blue specter spring was pulled into the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's space. It worked. He was now able to control a portion of the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's formation since he had advanced to the Ancestor God Realm to pull other things inside. However, he himself was unable to enter the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space. Same was the case with his 3 avatars. Huang Xiaolong was a little depressed due to this. It seems that he would need to reach high-level Ancestor God Realm before being able to enter inside and control the Chaos Lightning Space's core formation. Huang Xiaolong tried sending other things into the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space for a while. In the end, he concluded that items like the Blue Spectre Spring, herbs, pills, artifacts, and spirit stones could enter the space without problem. Even more surprising was the improvement in the grades of these herbs, pills, artifacts, and spirit stones after being tempered by the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool. For example, Chaos Spiritual Pills improved from low grade to top grade when placed inside the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool space for a month, whereas the Divine Artifacts attack and defense power rose after some period of tempering by the Chaos Lightning Qi. This finding made Huang Xiaolong even happier. The Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool deserved its reputation as one of the 9 great Chaos Lighting Pools. Just this wonderful function was enough to make it an unparalleled treasure. Huang Xiaolong toyed with the idea of purchasing some low-level spiritual herbs, Chaos Spiritual Pills, and Spirit Stones in order to temper them for a period of time inside the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool, and resell it at a price several times higher. Not to mention with the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's ample space, he didn't even have to worry about running out of place to put those spiritual herbs, Chaos Spiritual Pills, and Spirit Stones. It's time to return to the Vientiane world. Huang Xiaolong thought inwardly. I wonder how Li Lu is doing? And, has Yao Qi broken through to ancient God realm? A strong sense of longing washed over him suddenly. Later that day, Huang Xiaolong summoned Deng Qishuan, Li Yi, Zhang Guowen, and the rest of the Sandwave's sex higher echelons. He left Deng Qishuan and Li Yi in charge of the sex affairs. He ordered them to timely report him about difficult matters that would need his input. After taking care of all the important matters, Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, void devil beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, Gui and Gui Er left the Sandwaves sect. They soon flew out of the reverence world. As everyone was now an ancestor god realm, the group traversed speedily across the vast divine world space by teleporting. However, Huang Xiaolong was baffled. When had the little cow stepped into the ancestor god realm? As the little cow had not volunteered to tell him, he didn't pry into her affairs. Along the way, the group occasionally stopped to rest. Roughly 2 weeks later, they were already back in the Vientiane world. In the past, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't have believed they could return to the Vientiane world in such a short amount of time. Xiaolong, are we going back to the Fortune Gate first? The little cow asked once they were back in the Vientiane world. Huang Xiaolong pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, to the 10,000 Elephant Kingdom. Since his grand mist parasitic medium cultivation had entered the second stage, he couldn't wait to resurrect that petrified divine elephant and become the master of the 10,000 Elephant clan. The 10,000 Elephant Kingdom was only a short distance away. Therefore, instead of teleporting, they opted to fly. With their current flying speed, it was only a matter of 3 or 4 days. What is the 10,000 Elephant clan's ancestors' strength? Huang Xiaolong wondered as they were flying. First order ancestor god realm? Second order? Perhaps? Third order god king realm? Not forgetting, there was also the 10,000 Elephant clan's patriarch. What was his strength? In the past, the 10,000 Elephant clan had deterred the Sea Tribe and other super forces in the Vientiane world for so long that Huang Xiaolong was convinced that they had more than God King realm masters. This was merely Huang Xiaolong's guess. As for the real situation, he would know in a few days. While Huang Xiaolong's group was flying towards the 10,000 Elephant Kingdom, bursts of powerful energy fluctuations rushed out from the inside of an obscured mountain cave in the extraterritorial Devil battlefield. Affected by these powerful surges of energy, mountains cracked while boulders and gravel crashed to the ground. The nearby magic beasts, devils, and evil spirits fled the area in a hurry. Those that were too slow exploded to their deaths. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Laughter resounded through the mountain, followed by an elated voice. I finally stepped into the God King realm. The God King realm. I am the king amongst gods. This voice belonged to the Sea Tribe's Feng family's ancestor, Feng Jingxi. The Sea Tribe's Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi was enshrouded in an aquamarine light, and his body was exuding boundless power. After their bloodline's talent was improved by Feng Yingying, the Sea Tribe's strongest person, the Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi, had broken through to God King realm. While Feng Jingxin was laughing in euphoria due to his advancement to the God King realm, powerful vibrations came from the distance, piercing a hole through the dense devil chi in the sky and spread across the 10,000 li radius. Subsequently, the Gua family's ancestor Guida had broken through to the God King realm after Feng Jinsi. Soon after, Guida was Ma family's ancestor. In a day, the Sea Tribe had 3 ancestors who had stepped into the God King realm. Feng Yingying was over the moon due to these results. The sea god's bloodline's power had far exceeded her expectations. 3 of the ancestors had managed to break through to God King realm speedily after their bloodlines were improved by her sea god's bloodline's power. 3 ancestors had broken through to God King realm in one day. At first, she had originally thought that it would take these ancestors 10 years or so to successfully break through to the God King realm. But Feng Yingying was in a bliss as 4 more Sea Tribe's ancestors also broke through to the God King realm in the consecutive days. The Sea Tribe's 12 prominent families' ancestors had broken through to the God King realm. 7 great God King realm masters. Feng Yingying's breathing quickened just thinking of this, adding a layer of charm to her allure. Lord Sea God, this subordinate suggests we immediately return to Vientiane world and sweep the Fortune Gate, Wangu clan, and Dark Elf tribe to the ground. Once that's done, we will rule the Vientiane world, Gua family's ancestor Guida suggested. Their confidence was naturally boosted after they had stepped into the God King realm. That's right, Lord Sea God. We should return and conquer the Vientiane world. Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi supported the suggestion and added, 7 of us, great God King Realm Masters, can not only conquer the Vientiane world, but also the Void Sky world. The rest of the 7 ancestors that had broken through to God King Realm voiced their agreement. Feng Yingying looked at everyone and solemnly agreed. All right, everyone get ready. We set off in 1 hour to return to the Vientiane world. Our first target is the Vientiane world's fortune gate. Although other ancestors had not broken through to the God King Realm, with Feng Jingxi and other 6 God King Realm ancestors were enough to conquer the Vientiane world. An hour later, Feng Yingying led the group of Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs through the layers of Devil Qi and flew out of the extraterritorial Devil battlefield back to the Vientiane world. After 4 days of flying, Huang Xiaolong's group had arrived at the 10,000 Elephant Kingdom. As the group had not used the transmission array, they descended down directly on the main road, not far from the city gates. In front of the 10,000 Elephant Royal City's gates, Huang Xiaolong looked at the ancient characters reading 10,000 Elephant and took a deep breath. He then said to the rest of the group, "Let's go in." With that, the group walked steadily into the royal city. This was Huang Xiaolong's 3rd time in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City. During the first time, he had passed through the city to participate in the 4 mainlands' new disciples battle. The second time was when he had left the Vientiane world a couple of years ago. He had specifically brought the little cow here to show her the petrified divine elephant. Every time he had been to this place, Huang Xiaolong had experienced a different feeling. This time around, there was a strong sense to conquer in Huang Xiaolong's heart. Walking along the streets of the 10,000 Elephant Royal City, Huang Xiaolong went straight to the square where the petrified divine elephant was located. Their steps were steady and unhurried. The petrified divine elephant had stood there for more than 5 billion years. No expert would reach there ahead of Huang Xiaolong and resurrect the petrified divine elephant in a few hours' time. As Huang Xiaolong's group was headed towards the petrified divine elephant square, further down the street, a group of people was talking and laughing merrily inside a restaurant. A few in this group were Huang Xiaolong's old associates. One of them was the Sea Tribe's Guo family's Guojun, and the other one was the Wangu clan's Wangu Zi. There were several other young men who were exuding arrogance from the depths of their bones. They were actually stronger than Guojun. They were first-order ancestor god realm masters. Amongst these 6 people, a young man was sitting in the main seat. He had a thin face and was a late first-order ancestor god realm. Wangu Zi smiled flatteringly at the thin-faced young man and said, "Young noble Xiang Li, I toast to you." The thin-faced young man nodded nonchalantly and raised his wine cup and sipped without a word. Wangu Zi's hand stiffened in midair as he laughed in embarrassment. "In my opinion, young noble Xiang Li is the real Vientiane world's #1 genius. That Huang Xiaolong is but a fart. In front of young noble Xiang Li, he's nothing but a shit." Xiang Li did not follow Wangu Zi's flow of conversation. Instead, he looked at Guojun and said, "Say, Guojun, you have the 8-tailed silver whale's bloodline, and you are also a peak late 10th order ancient god realm master. Yet, you failed to deal with that puny 7th order ancient god realm kid." After hearing Huang Xiaolong's name, Guojun's face darkened slightly and his voice turned eerily cold as he said, "That kid is not that simple. You will know when you come across him." The other several young men snorted at Guojun's words. "Not that simple? Pity that kid is not around, or else we would have taught him an unforgettable lesson. How can he be compared to our big brother Xiang Li?" The table was filled with laughter once more. Clearly, they were looking down on Huang Xiaolong. However, it seemed rightly so that these young men didn't have a high regard for Huang Xiaolong, since they believed that Huang Xiaolong was just a mere ancient god realm kid. Since they were ancestor god realm masters, killing Huang Xiaolong was only a matter of one finger flick. Suddenly, a Guo family's disciple ran to their table in a flustered manner. But there was excitement shining in the guard's eyes as he reported to Guojun, "Big brother Guojun, Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong is right here in the royal city." "What?" All the people sitting at the table blanked for a second. Guojun suddenly jumped up from his seat. There was an intense killing intent in his eyes. The thin-faced young man smiled meaningfully and said, In that case, let's go and take a look at this wonderful Huang Xiaolong you two have been talking about. He too stood up from his seat. Without further delay, Guojun, Wang Guzi, as well as Xiang Li and his companions all strode out from the restaurant to confront Huang Xiaolong. They were led by the Guo family's disciple. Guojun said, "Brother Xiang Li and brothers, I want to kill Huang Xiaolong with my own hands." Killing intent surged from Guojun's body. In the last 20 years, he had cultivated like a madman inside the Guo family's secret ground. He had supplemented his cultivation by using the Guo family's ancient treasures, and his strength had risen significantly to very peak of late 10th order ancient god realm due to this. It was only a matter of time for him to break through to ancestor god realm. Based on his talent and strength, even without his 8-tailed silver whale true body transformation, his battle power was comparable to an early first order ancestor god realm master. Not to mention, if he were to transform into his 8-tailed silver whale true body, his could battle a mid-first order ancestor god realm master. Today, I am going to pay back the humiliation Huang Xiaolong has given me. I will torture and then kill Huang Xiaolong. That would wash away my shame. The thin-faced young man Xiang Li said indifferently, "In that case, I'll leave Huang Xiaolong to you. In truth, dealing with him ourselves would lowers our identities. Big brother Xiang Li is right, that Huang Xiaolong is merely a puny ancient god realm disciple. It would indeed be uninteresting for several of us ancestor god realm masters to deal with him." One of the young men agreed loudly. As the group continued their conversation, they soon spotted another group walking in their direction. Guojun's eyes immediately narrowed into malicious slits. This group was led by none other than Huang Xiaolong. Guojun had been wishing to rip Huang Xiaolong into pieces for the last 20 years. Hatred burned in Wang Guzi's eyes the moment Huang Xiaolong entered his sight. There were also trepidation, jealousy, and a hint of exhilarated anticipation about Huang Xiaolong's miserable sight being humiliated by Guojun and Xiang Li. "That is Huang Xiaolong?" Xiang Li asked when he noticed Guojun's expression. "That's him." Guojun's cold gaze was fixed on Huang Xiaolong and his steps quickened as if he was worried Huang Xiaolong would disappear in the blink of an eye. On the other end of the street, Huang Xiaolong also saw Guojun, Wang Guzi, and the rest of their group. He was surprised at first, then the corner of his lips curved up in a cold sneer. However, his steps were unhurried. He strode leisurely towards Guojun's group. The little cow grinned playfully. "Hee hee, this is going to be fun." Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Feng Er, Gue Yi, and Gue Er were baffled, but hurried after Huang Xiaolong. "None of you should make a move. Just Xiaolong and I are enough," the little cow told Su Baisheng and the others. She was afraid that they might rob her of her fun. Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Feng Er, and the others smiled wryly at the little cow's words, but none of them dared to neglect her words. All nodded and complied with a yes. They could naturally tell that the strongest person in the other group was only a late first order ancestor god realm. Huang Xiaolong and the little cow's strength was more than sufficient to deal with them. In a few big strides, Guojun rushed to Huang Xiaolong. He stopped roughly 10 meters away from him. His glare was as frosty as it could be, enough to freeze a cow to her death. He sneered and said, "Huang Xiaolong, we have quite the fate. I rarely come to the 10,000 Elephant Royal City, but luckily I happened to run into you today." "Fate?" Huang Xiaolong shrugged his shoulders. "I don't think so." His gaze shifted onto Wang Guzi and Xiang Li, as if Guojun was irrelevant. Even though he was inwardly surprised as to why Guojun would be in cahoots with Wang Guzi, his attention was focused on the thin-faced young man and the several young men beside him. Huang Xiaolong sensed a mysterious energy inside these young men's body. The divine elephant's bloodline? The bloodline power from these young men was weak, but he could sense it. Are these young men disciples of the 10,000 Elephant Clan? "Huang Xiaolong, do you want to die?" Guojun's killing intent and fury exploded since Huang Xiaolong had ignored him. His momentum soared to the peak, and a silver-colored sphere formed above his head. The silver-colored sphere of light expanded in an instant, spreading in all 4 directions. This was Guojun's silver whale space. Compared to the last time he had fought Huang Xiaolong, Guojun's silver whale space had grown 10 times bigger. Within the silver whale space, air stopped flowing, and even time seemed to have slowed down. Other than Xiangli, the other 10,000 Elephant Clan's First-Order Ancestor God Realm disciples, everyone felt a strong pressure bearing down on them, a pressure that had come from a higher strength. The 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciples quickly circulated their God Force, only to realize that their God Force was circulating at a much slower speed than usual. Xiangli inwardly nodded with appreciation. Even he had to admit that Guojun was highly talented. Based on Guojun's talent, once he would break through to Ancestor God Realm, one could imagine how strong his silver whale space could be. Guojun threw his head back and bellowed after summoning the silver whale space. It sounded like a wrathful roar of an ancient silver whale. Thundering sound waves reverberated throughout the entire royal city. Then, Guojun began to change at a rapid speed. One after another long silver-colored whale tails grew out from his tailbone. At the same time, long bone spikes grew out from his arms and legs. Guojun's body grew several times bigger. This sight shocked Wanguzi. None of them had anticipated Guojun to straightforwardly transform into his 8-tailed silver whale true body. But a gleam of bloodthirst was shining in his eyes. It looked like Guojun had decided to defeat Huang Xiaolong in one strike. Kill Huang Xiaolong without giving him a chance to resist. Huang Xiaolong, your death is upon you. Let's see if you can still escape today. Wanguzi shouted with anticipation in his heart. When the 8-tailed silver whale Guojun struck at punch at Huang Xiaolong. Die! Go die for me! Guojun's face was distorted. His eyes had turned scarlet like he had gone berserk. But just as Guojun was 1 meter from Huang Xiaolong, he was suddenly unable to move, like there was an invisible barrier between him and Huang Xiaolong. No matter how hard he pushed forward, he was not even able to get an inch closer to Huang Xiaolong. Wanguzi, Xiangli, and the others were dumbfounded for a second. Guojun turned red. He let out a furious roar as he frenziedly circulated his entire body's silver whale god force. A silver light burst out from his fist that nearly blinded Wanguzi's sight. But his fist remained at the same spot. Huang Xiaolong watched Guojun's tireless efforts to punch, then shook his head and said, "In the last 20 years, you've only improved this bit? I'm so disappointed in you." Huang Xiaolong lightly poked at Guojun's fist, like poking at a bubble. In the next moment, everyone saw Guojun flying backwards as if he was struck by a great impact. His speed seemed slower, however, with every passing second. A part of his flesh cracked open. The sharp spikes on his arms and legs, and the long curved fin from his head shattered inch by inch, disintegrating into silver dust. Finally, Guojun smashed into a building at the end of the street, leaving a human-shaped hole in the wall. Everyone could see Guojun violently spitting blood through the hole in the wall. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wanguzi, the 10,000 Elephant Clan's several young men, including Xiangli, sucked in a breath of cold air. Especially Wanguzi felt like his heart was going to explode as it was beating too fast. Guojun was defeated. Miserably defeated. Shit of a 8-tailed silver whale, that's just a paper tiger. Moments later, Xiangli turned to look at Huang Xiaolong and slowly stated, "You have broken through to Ancestor God Realm." Ancestor God Realm. Wanguzi shuddered and felt like he was about to piss on himself. In these 20 years, Huang Xiaolong had actually broken through to Ancestor God Realm. He was already an Ancestor God Realm. Xiangli and the other 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciples were extremely shocked. According to Guojun, Huang Xiaolong hadn't even been an 8th Order Ancient God Realm during the last God of the Sea Grand Ceremony. But now, he had already broken through to Ancestor God Realm in a little over 20 years. Ancestor God Realm. In a little over 20 years he had shot past the 2 big realms. As these thoughts raced through Xiangli and the others' minds, Huang Xiaolong stepped towards Wanguzi. Huang Xiaolong, no, it's Senior Huang. Wanguzi realized that Huang Xiaolong was coming towards him. He was looking deathly pale and terrified. At this point, he even tried to sever his connection with Guojun. This This has nothing to do with me. I beg you, don't. As soon as Guzi learned that Huang Xiaolong had broken through to Ancestor God Realm, his title for Huang Xiaolong had subconsciously changed to Senior. Xiangli frowned as he watched this. He extended out his arm to block Huang Xiaolong and warned, Huang Xiaolong, this is the 10,000 Elephant Royal City. Fighting is prohibited over here. This matter ends right here and right now. In Xiangli's opinion, since he had stated that the matter had ended there, it meant that he had already shown Huang Xiaolong some leniency. Had it been his usual style, those fighting in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City would have either had their cultivation abolished or killed on the spot by Xiangli. Huang Xiaolong glanced indifferently at Xiangli from the corner of his eyes. His voice was just as cold. Fighting is prohibited? Why didn't you say so when Guojun attacked me? Why didn't you warn Guojun that fighting is prohibited here? Also, who the hell are you? Xiangli's face turned sullen. Other 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciples accompanying him felt burning anger rise in their hearts. Huang Xiaolong, you better know what's good for you. Do you think you can do as you please in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City just because you've broken through to the Ancestor God Realm? Let me tell you, we are the disciples of the 10,000 Elephant Clan, and this is our big brother Xiangli. Our big brother Xiangli is the real Vientiane world's #1 genius, and you're just dog fart. Quickly slap yourself 300 times as an apology to our big brother Xiangli. The 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciples angrily scolded Huang Xiaolong. The little cow slowly trotted over. She looked at the group of the 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciples from head to toe and then grinned. What 10,000 Elephant Clan? I can only see a few elephant dung. You better slap yourself 30,000 times as an apology to my master. Otherwise, this cow's going to cripple you from head to toe. The several 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciples were flabbergasted. In the next second, their fury soared to the sky. What did this cow just say? They ought to slap themselves 30,000 times. As an apology to Huang Xiaolong, Fist of the 10,000 Elephant King. One of the 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciples failed to rein in his temper and swung his fist at the little cow. He wanted to smash this annoying cow into a paste with one punch. Space warped from the power of his fist as if a desolate era divine elephant had awakened inside him. As the disciple was about to hit the little cow, she let out a loud sneeze. Streaks of purple lightning shot out from her nostrils, faster than the 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciple could capture. In a split second of daze, he was whipped by the little cow's purple lightning. The disciple was whipped into the air and then crashed onto the street. His body twitched and jerked on the ground. He had turned charcoal black, with tiny ribbons of lightning coming out from his pores like a fountain. The only difference was, it was lightning instead of water. Xiangli and the rest of the 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciples were stunned. When their gaze fell upon the little cow, there was fear in their eyes. They all knew very well that once the disciples of 10,000 Elephant Clan had successfully cultivated their inherited 10,000 elephant divine art and awakened their bloodline power, the power contained within one punch was unimaginable. In fact, very few people could disperse their bloodline power. But a mere cow had easily dispersed the power of their bloodline. Xiangli was the quickest to recover from his shock. He glared coldly at Huang Xiaolong and the little cow and barked, "You are the first person who dares to injure a 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciple in our royal city. The first person in 1,000,000,000 years." The little cow yawned lazily and responded, "If that is so, then it is my honor." That lazy and unconcerned expression on the little cow's face enraged Xiangli and his companions even further. In this short moment, Huang Xiaolong was already standing in front of Guzi. Guzi opened his mouth to say something, but Huang Xiaolong sent flying with a brutal punch. He crashed heavily into a corner at the end of the street. For a long time, there was no reaction from Guzi. Huang Xiaolong observed him with an uninterested expression, as he was unconcerned if Guzi was dead or alive. Then again, Huang Xiaolong's intention was to abolish Guzi and not to kill him. Not even a God King Realm Master would be able to heal Guzi's current injuries. "You!" Xiangli shouted angrily. Ignoring Xiangli, Huang Xiaolong strode towards Guojun. By this time, several Guo family's disciples had fed Guojun with some kind of healing pellet. As a result, Guojun was able to stand up. Huang Xiaolong, how do you want to settle this? Guojun shuddered inwardly as he saw Huang Xiaolong walking towards him, but demanded with false bravado. How do I want to settle this? Huang Xiaolong sneered as he did not have any patience for dribbling nonsense. With a single punch from Huang Xiaolong, a glaring golden light shot out and swallowed up Guojun and Guo family's disciples who were standing beside him. Muffled, yet heart-wrenching screams sounded from the middle of the golden light. Guojun and several Guo family's disciples exploded to their deaths, including their godheads, right in front of Xiang Li and his group. Huang Xiaolong had spared Wang Guzi's life since he believed that his grudge with Wang Guzi was not too big of a deal. But Guojun was different. Huang Xiaolong had never thought of sparing Guojun's life. He knew that Guojun would cause trouble once he would break through to Ancestor God Realm. Huang Xiaolong, you're too presumptuous. Xiang Li was absolutely enraged that Huang Xiaolong had actually killed Guojun right before his eyes. Not just that, Huang Xiaolong has also ignored his presence and the 10,000 Elephant Royal City's rules. He roared in fury at Huang Xiaolong, and in the next second, his body began to change. As his body continued to grow bigger, his nose elongated into an elephant trunk. Xiang Li's trunk raised and swung at Huang Xiaolong. Once the bloodline of a 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciple reached a certain degree of purity, he could then transform into a divine elephant's body. The power of the elephant's trunk was beyond the outsider's imagination. With a single strike, a same realm cultivator would be smashed into a meat paste. Huang Xiaolong reached out and grabbed Xiang Li's trunk. This sight rendered other 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciples speechless. Huang Xiaolong exerted force with his hand and threw Xiang Li high into the air by his trunk. Suddenly, a certain cow's moo brought several 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciple to their senses. When they turned to look, the little cow was galloping towards them. Before they could react, they were forked into the air by her horns. Master, what did you think of this move? The little cow craned her neck in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly and praised, not bad. He then said to Feng Er, Guei and Guei Er, let's go straight to the petrified divine elephant square. After Xiang Li's group was beaten, the 10,000 Elephant Clan's experts would rush over. He wanted to resurrect the petrified divine elephant before their arrival. While Huang Xiaolong's group made their way to the square, Guo family's patriarch Guoshi, that was flying out from the extraterritorial devil battlefield, suddenly let out an angstful cry. Junior. Just a second ago, he had received a report from a Guo family's disciple that Guojun was killed by Huang Xiaolong in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City. Guo family's ancestor Guode, Feng Yingying, and others stopped when they heard Patriarch Guoshi's scream filled with agony. Guoshi, what happened? Guo family's ancestor Guode asked urgently. Junior. Guo family's patriarch Guoshi choked on his words. Is dead. Guojun's dead. All of the Sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs were startled. This news was also unexpected for Feng Yingying. What has exactly happened? Guo family's ancestor Guode shouted hoarsely. He repeated under his breath. Why did things turn out this way? Guojun was Guo family's hope. It had been a rare blessing for an 8-tailed silver whale to be born in the Guo family. Dead. Guojun was dead. Just now, a Guo family's disciple reported that Junior was killed by Huang Xiaolong in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City. Guoshi snarled, while his fingers dug into his palms as he tried to control his fury. Huang Xiaolong, everyone exclaimed in shock. It's that son of a dog. Ancestor Guode bellowed. Huang Xiaolong, you son of a dog. I vow to make you feel pain 1,000 times worse than death. I will let you taste all the bitterness of purgatory, all kinds of pain in the world. I'm going to kill you. Guode vented a fraction of his fury. Guoshi's eyes were red with a cruel expression on his face, as if he couldn't wait to gnaw on Huang Xiaolong. Lord Sea God, This subordinate pleads to be allowed to punish Huang Xiaolong upon our return to the Vientiane world. Guode and Guoshi knelt on one knee in front of Feng Yingying. They had known that Feng Yingying had long decided to conquer Huang Xiaolong to serve her as her male slave. Feng Yingying sighed inwardly, looking at the two people kneeling before her. At this point, she could only abandon the thought of Huang Xiaolong as her male slave. Though it was not a bad thing if she could conquer him to be her male slave, the Sea Tribe's unity was more important. After all, it was not a miscellaneous matter, as Huang Xiaolong had killed Guojun. All right then, the two of you quickly stand up. Once we've captured Huang Xiaolong, he would be left at your mercy. Feng Yingying could only agree. Many thanks, Lord Sea God. Guode and Guoshi thanked Feng Yingying, then got up to their feet. Oh right, what is Huang Xiaolong's strength right now? Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi asked suddenly from the side, as an important question crossed his mind. As far as they knew, Guojun had been cultivating diligently in recent years, and he had already advanced to peak late 10th Order Ancient God Realm. He was at the very limit of breaking through to Ancestor God Realm in a matter of time. His battle power was comparable to a mid-First Order Ancestor God Realm cultivator. However, Guojun was killed by Huang Xiaolong. How? Then, what was Huang Xiaolong's current strength? According to the reporting disciple, Huang Xiaolong has already broken through to Ancestor God Realm. Guoshi frankly told the truth. He wore a complicated expression on his face as he said that. What? Ancestor God Realm? Huang Xiaolong has actually broken through to Ancestor God Realm. Impossible, right? Did that disciple make a mistake? Huang Xiaolong has broken through to Ancestor God Realm in a little over 20 years. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. The Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs all shook their heads in denial, and their faces were filled with disbelief. They absolutely did not believe that Huang Xiaolong had broken through to Ancestor God Realm. Even Feng Yingying heavily suspected if that was true. It was simply too incredulous to be true. She would have believed, even though reluctantly, if she was told that Huang Xiaolong had broken through to the 10th Order Ancient God Realm in these 20 years. But breaking through to the Ancestor God Realm was simply unbelievable. Guoshi was also doubtful now. The disciple had informed him that Huang Xiaolong had broken through to the Ancestor God Realm, but he had not given him any further details regarding the incident. I will confirm with the disciple if this information is true. He immediately sent back a message. Guoshi was shocked when he saw the reply. What is it? Guode asked. Everyone looked at Guoshi. The disciple has confirmed that Huang Xiaolong has indeed broken through to Ancestor God Realm. The 10,000 elephant clans Xianxia and several other disciples witnessed the whole incident. And Xianxia has confirmed this news to be true. Guoshi heavily exhaled the words. Everyone felt extremely shocked after hearing the confirmation from Guoshi's mouth. Huang Xiaolong has really broken through to Ancestor God Realm. They were no strangers to the 10,000 elephant clans Xianxia. The 10,000 elephant clans number one genius. Xianxia had broken through to Ancestor God Realm 100 years ago. Since Xianxia had said that Huang Xiaolong was an Ancestor God Realm, then it must be true. There is another thing, Xianxia also fought Huang Xiaolong, but the result. Guoshi's voice trailed off as he said this. What was the result? Don't tell me Xianxia pummeled Huang Xiaolong to death, Guode added worriedly. If Huang Xiaolong was killed by Xianxia, then we wouldn't get our chance to kill that dog ourselves. Guoshi shook his head. No, it was Xianxia that was sent flying by Huang Xiaolong. What? Guode, Feng Yingying, and other Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs were dumbfounded. Xianxia is already a late First Order Ancestor God Realm, right? Xiangli's strength is probably comparable to an early Second Order Ancestor God Realm. Then how was he sent flying by Huang Xiaolong with a single palm strike? The more Feng Yingying thought about it, the more shocked she felt. In that case, did that mean Huang Xiaolong could fight her? Even though she was superior to him, there wasn't too big of a gap in their strengths. After recovering from her shock, a fire was lit in her heart. Such a monstrous genius. Only a handful could be found in the whole divine world. If she could make such a talent her male slave, then that would be an absolute good thing. Ah, Lord Sea God, we cannot spare Huang Xiaolong, Gua family's ancestor Guada said immediately when he noticed her expression. He then added, based on Huang Xiaolong's talent, he is not someone who can be controlled. The only solution is to kill him before he grows stronger. Feng Yingying frowned, but nodded reluctantly. You're right. Huang Xiaolong is not someone we can control. A monstrous genius like Huang Xiaolong was extremely hard to control. Huang Xiaolong needed to die. However, when we attack the Vientiane world's fortune gate, don't kill the disciples indiscriminately, Feng Yingying said to Guada, Guashi, and others. Or at least, as long as Zhu Yi is willing to disassemble the Fortune Gate's power over to Fortune Mainland, and guards the Fortune City under Sea Tribe's banner. And of course he will need to hand over Huang Xiaolong. In these years she had investigated the Fortune Gate. She had found out that Golden Brow Ancestor's master had offended an elder of Fortune Gate's headquarters. Therefore, the headquarters had basically closed their eyes on most of Vientiane World's Fortune Gate's affairs, leaving the sect branch to its own fate. This was the main reason she even dared to make a move on the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate branch. Of course, she still didn't dare to cross any line despite what she had learned about the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate branch. If she were indiscriminately kill the sect branch's disciples, the Fortune Gate headquarters would not swallow it easily. Yes, please rest assured, Lord Sea God, Guada, Guashi, and others respectfully complied. Feng Yingying nodded her head. The Sea Tribe's group flew onwards, rushing back to the Vientiane world, and their speed was faster than before. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's group arrived at the petrified Divine Elephant Square. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath as he looked at the several hundred zhang tall petrified Divine Elephant. He then ordered the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, and the others, stand guard for me. Although his Grand Mist parasitic medium had advanced to the second stage, it was still not easy to resurrect this petrified Divine Elephant. Yes, Master. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing and the others complied. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing and the rest retreated to the edge of the square. Su Baixing released his divine sense to cover the whole square. Feng Er, Guai and Guai Er also stood guard in different corners of the square. All of them paid attention to the movements around them. Even the little cow was alert for any disturbance. Huang Xiaolong walked towards the petrified Divine Elephant in a slow pace. Huang Xiaolong mentally adjusted himself and began to enter an ethereal state. As that happened, he circulated his Grand Mist God Force according to the second stage of the Grand Mist parasitic medium. Grand Mist God Force formed into a Grand Mist worm and flew out from his index finger. In others' eyes, that adorable light purple-colored worm landed on the petrified Divine Elephant's forehead. Huang Xiaolong then tried to manipulate the Grand Mist worm to penetrate inside the statue. But almost simultaneously, a small burst of yellow-colored light covered the surface of the petrified Divine Elephant. The Grand Mist worm was immediately blocked on the spot. Huang Xiaolong's brows creased into a furrow, and he increased the flow of his Grand Mist God Force. At last, 10 minutes later, the Grand Mist worm managed to penetrate the layer of yellow light and slowly inched its way into the petrified Divine Elephant. The moment the Grand Mist worm successfully penetrated into the petrified Divine Elephant, it was as if the Grand Mist worm had entered an enormous stone chamber. The stone chamber was completely sealed, isolating all divine sense and secret exploring methods. The stone chamber could even block all the attacks and objects. Huang Xiaolong was delighted as the Grand Mist worm moved. Its speed was slow, but it could still move onwards. The Grand Mist worm took approximately 2 hours to reach the Divine Elephant's real body. At this point, Huang Xiaolong couldn't predict how long it would take the Grand Mist worm to enter the Divine Elephant's soul. If the Divine Elephant were to subconsciously resist the Grand Mist worm, it would surely take more than 2 hours. Huang Xiaolong absolutely needed to concentrate for the next couple of hours. If he were to lose his concentration halfway, his overall efforts would be wasted and his soul would suffer injuries from the backlash from the interrupted process. While Huang Xiaolong was fully concentrating on guiding the Grand Mist worm deeper towards the Divine Elephant's soul, The injured 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciples, including Xianxia, had returned to their clan's headquarters. Several of the 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders were furious upon seeing their miserable appearances and injuries. Who was it? Grand Elder Xiang Yuan demanded in a low, sullen voice. Killing intent roiled in their eyes. Someone dared to make trouble in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City. Not to mention, this person had also heavily injured the 10,000 Elephant Clan's core disciples. And to add insult to the injury, one of the injured disciples was Xianxia. Xianxia answered through gritted teeth. It was Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. The 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders were confused, as they couldn't put a name to the face, although this name sounded familiar to them. A thought suddenly flashed in Xiang Yuan's mind and he blurted out, "Are you talking about Huang Xiaolong from the Fortune Gate? Golden Brow and Blood Knife's disciple." "Yes, Grand Elder Xiang Yuan. I am talking about the same Huang Xiaolong." Xianxia nodded. The 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders were inwardly shocked as they exchanged a look. Naturally, they had heard about Huang Xiaolong, the fastest rising star of the Fortune Gate in recent years. Not only Huang Xiaolong had become the champion of the Fortune Mainland's All Islands Great War, but he was also the champion of the Four Mainlands' New Disciples Battle, and even Wang Guzi had lost to him. To top it off, Huang Xiaolong had given the Guo family's #1 genius Guojun a severe beating in the Sea Tribe's God of the Sea Grand Ceremony. At that time, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was just at peak late 7th Order Ancient God Realm, while Guojun was a late 10th Order Ancient God Realm. Barely a decade has passed since Huang Xiaolong entered the Fortune Gate when considering all of his achievements. And now, Huang Xiaolong has grown strong enough to injure Xianxia. What is Huang Xiaolong's current strength? Could it be that Huang Xiaolong has broken through to Ancestor God Realm? I remember that 20 years ago his cultivation was at the peak late 7th Order Ancient God Realm during the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony. Am I right? Xiang Yuan voiced his doubt aloud. That's true as gold. Huang Xiaolong has not only broken through to Ancestor God Realm, but I even lost to him in one strike. Although it was less than glorious, Xianxia told the truth. What? Xiang Yuan and the other Grand Elders exclaimed. A long time later, Xiang Yuan finally exhaled. I've lived for more than 200,000 years. During this time I have visited more than 100 world surfaces and have seen numerous so-called elite geniuses. But none of them can be compared to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's a freak. Another Grand Elder, Xiang Weizhen, added, maybe his talent even exceeds the Son of Heaven? Scary. No matter what, Huang Xiaolong still dared to disregard the 10,000 Elephant Royal City's rules and injured our clan's disciples. Therefore, he cannot be allowed to leave the city, another Grand Elder stated coldly. His face turned gloomy as he went on. We must first capture him, and then inform Golden Brow and Blood Knife to come and give us an explanation. Xiang Yuan's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he nodded. Let's do that. After all, the 10,000 Elephant Clan's prestige was at risk. They would lose respect if Huang Xiaolong were to safely leave the royal city, despite injuring the 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciples. Had it been someone else instead of Huang Xiaolong, they would have killed him on the spot, whereas Huang Xiaolong's identity was a little special, therefore they could only detain him. Where is Huang Xiaolong right now? Xiang Weizhen asked. Xianxia respectfully replied. At that time, they were headed towards the petrified Divine Elephant Square. The Divine Elephant Square? Xiang Yuan asked doubtfully. Why are they going there? Why he went there is not important. We should just rush there and capture him, Xiang Weizhen said. With that said, all of them left for the petrified Divine Elephant Square with one great space teleportation. Xiang Yuan, Xiang Weizhen, and the rest did not report this issue to the 10,000 Elephant Clan's patriarch and ancestor because they didn't want to trouble them with such a trivial matter. They shortly arrived at the square. Xiang Yuan, Xiang Weizhen, and the rest looked down at the square from high up air. They could see Huang Xiaolong standing in front of the petrified Divine Elephant. Is that Huang Xiaolong? They inquired Xianxia. Yes, that's him, that's Huang Xiaolong, Xianxia said with eyes full of hatred. Xiang Yuan nodded and faced down his palm with an intention to pull Huang Xiaolong upwards. His giant palm appeared in the air and flew down towards Huang Xiaolong. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Air, and the others were completely ignored by Xiang Yuan's group. They were confident that no one was powerful enough to stop them except Golden Brow, Blood Knife, or other Fortune Gates ancestors. Just as Xiang Yuan was under the impression that Huang Xiaolong was a fish on the chopping board, a roiling ghost fog suddenly formed a giant gray palm and rushed upwards, immediately blocking Xiang Yuan's palm strike. Muffled blasts rang high up in the air, creating turbulence. Xiang Yuan's group felt themselves staggering backward as an overwhelming force slammed towards them. What? Xiang Weizhen and the others were astonished by this outcome. All of them looked at Feng Air and almost simultaneously shouted, "She is a peak late 10th order ancestor god realm." Xiang Li subconsciously trembled as he heard the Grand Elder's words. He looked at Feng Air with disbelief. This alluring maid of Huang Xiaolong's was actually a peak late 10th order ancestor god realm master? Huang Xiaolong was merely a Fortune Gates disciple. How come there was a peak late 10th order ancestor god realm master following him? In a short few moments, Xiang Yuan calmed down despite the flickering expressions on his face. All of them looked at Feng Air with a serious expression. "Miss, who are you? How are you related to Huang Xiaolong?" Xiang Yuan asked solemnly. "What is your relationship with Huang Xiaolong?" As Huang Xiaolong had not given them any prior instructions about dealing with such a situation, Feng Air asked a counter-question. "Are you the 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders?" Xiang Yuan frowned with displeasure. "That's right. We're the 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders. Since Huang Xiaolong injured the 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciples in our royal city, I hope Miss will hand over Huang Xiaolong to us, and not interfere in this matter." Feng Air shook her head and ordered, "You can leave now. We will stop by the 10,000 Elephant Clan's headquarters. But not right now. It would be after Huang Xiaolong would have resurrected the petrified divine elephant." Xiang Li sneered and asked mockingly, "What a joke! Do you mean to say that capturing Huang Xiaolong depends on whether he's free or not? Do we have to wait tens of thousands of years, or several 100,000 years to check his availability in order to capture him?" Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's eyes swept coldly over the several 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders before looked away. He was too lazy to entertain these fools. Xiang Wei glared coldly at Feng Air. "Since you're so stubborn, we'll capture you along with Huang Xiaolong." The 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders exchanged a look and nodded slightly. Xiang Yuan and another Grand Elder suddenly attacked Feng Air, whereas Xiang Wei and the remaining Grand Elder reached out from across the space to capture Huang Xiaolong. The 4 Grand Elders tacitly cooperated. 2 people went to delay Feng Air, while Xiang Wei and the other Grand Elder went to capture Huang Xiaolong. After that, all 4 of them would concentrate on capturing Feng Air. The 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders were all late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm Masters. They were confident that they could cooperate and easily suppress Feng Air, despite her strength. Of course, this is what they believed naively. Just as Xiang Wei and the other Grand Elder thought that they had caught Huang Xiaolong, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, who had been standing silently in one corner, suddenly stood up and raised his right paw and flicked 2 of his claw nails, as if he was flicking dirt from under them. Xiang Wei and the other Grand Elder wailed as both of them were sent flying backwards akin to broken kites. Xiang Yuan and another Grand Elder were just about to attack Feng Air when they were startled by 2 loud wails. They stopped as they looked over their shoulders and saw 2 flying figures. Their shocked gazes fell onto Void Devil Beast Su Baixing. You're a God King Realm Master. A God King Realm Master." Xiang Li seemed to hear thunder rumbling in his eardrums, and he got goosebumps. There's actually a God King Realm Master. This forgettable and charcoal of a demonic beast at Huang Xiaolong's side was actually a peerless God King Realm Beast King. Xiang Li shuddered as he remembered that he had followed Guojun to block Huang Xiaolong. 2 consecutive booms sounded as Xiang Wei and the other Grand Elders crashed into a medicinal shop in the far distance, destroying a large number of herbs. The 2 fainted into oblivion from the fall. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's cold gaze swept over Xiang Li's group, and was finally fixed on Xiang Li. Xiang Li's knees buckled and gave out under Su Baixing's stare. Xiang Yuan retrieved his gaze from the two who had crashed into a shop in the far distance. He could see that they had merely fainted and had not really suffered heavy injuries. Clearly, Su Baixing had held back. Sincere Yu and Huang Xiaolong are? Xiang Yuan suppressed his shock and tried to ask Void Devil Beast Su Baixing. His manner had completely changed, while his haughtiness had flown away with the wind. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing stated coldly, "What is our relationship is not for you to know. You can leave now." Xiang Yuan didn't expect this answer. He wanted to ask more. The other Grand Elder pulled his sleeve and dissuaded him with a look. He smiled and greeted, "In that case, we shall take our leave." With that said, he pulled Xiang Yuan away. He picked up the two unconscious Grand Elders and disappeared from sight along with Xiang Li, using a great space teleportation. "If it were up to me, I would have killed that Xiang Li," Gui snorted. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing said, "It is more important for the Master to resurrect the petrified divine elephant. Before that, it is better we do not to form a deep grudge with the 10,000 elephant clan." Then, he turned respectfully to the little cow and inquired, "Senior Xianxia, what do you think?" The little cow nodded in agreement. She said, "You did well this time, this is to reward you." She took out a common chaos spiritual pill and looped in his direction. The Void Devil Beast Su Baixing was stupefied, and then disappointed. "Reward? This is just a common chaos spiritual pill. This, compared to Master, Senior Xianxia is too stingy." "What, you don't want it?" The little cow widened her eyes and glared at the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's disappointed expression. Su Baixing's heart jumped, and he replied hurriedly, No, of course not. I couldn't be happier with Senior Xianxia's reward." The little cow drawled, "That's good. You don't know how many powerful beast kings used to dream about being rewarded to be rewarded by me, but they didn't get a thing." Void Devil Beast Su Baixing smiled wryly as he said, "Yes." Feng Er, Gui and Gui Er laughed secretly at Su Baixing. "All right now, everyone be on alert and guard. Those few 10,000 Elephant Clan's kids would most likely bring reinforcements after returning. Don't allow them to disturb the Master." The little cow cleared her throat and reminded everyone. "Yes, Senior Xianxia." The four complied. On another side, Xiang Yuan, Xiang Wei, and the others were inwardly relieved when they finally descended at the 10,000 Elephant Clan's headquarters. A feeling of escaping death came over them. Had the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing wanted to kill them, they wouldn't have been able to escape at all. "What is our plan?" Xiang Yuan asked as he looked at Xiang Wei. Xiang Wei and the other Grand Elder had consumed healing pellets and their condition had improved. "There is only one way left for us. We need to report to the Patriarch and Ancestor." Xiang Wei hesitated, then sighed heavily. Half an hour before, it had never crossed their minds that Huang Xiaolong would have a God-King realm follower at his side. At this point, they would be nothing but fools if they were to continue in believing that Huang Xiaolong was merely a Fortune Gates disciple. "That's the only way." Xiang Yuan nodded in agreement. The few of them took out elephant-shaped communication talismans and reported the matter to the 10,000 Elephant Clan's Patriarch and Ancestor. Soon, the 10,000 Elephant Clan's Patriarch Xiangtai, who was cultivating inside a secret space within the 10,000 Elephant Royal City, received Xiang Yuan and the others' report. Xiangtai wasn't very concerned about the matter until he read the latter part of the report. "Trouble?" the 10,000 Elephant Clan's Ancestor Xiang Hui asked when he noticed Xiangtai's fluctuated emotions. Xiangtai nodded solemnly and briefly recounted what Xiang Yuan and the others had reported. Xiang Hui too was shocked when he heard about what had happened. The Fortune Gates disciple, Huang Xiaolong? God King Realm Master. Shock and disbelief flickered in his eyes. "That is so, Ancestor. This matter, you see?" Xiangtai asked with a serious expression. The 10,000 Elephant Clan's Ancestor Xiang Hui spoke in a heavy tone. "What is Huang Xiaolong doing at the Divine Elephant Square? What are his intentions?" Although there were a lot of unknown people who came to observe the petrified divine elephant, it was obvious that Huang Xiaolong had another goal. The 10,000 Elephant Clan's patriarch Xiang Tai's face reflected a doubtful concern after listening to Ancestor Xiang Hui's questions. "Let's go and take a look," Ancestor Xiang Hui said. Both of them tore space and entered the void. In seconds, they appeared in the Great Hall of the 10,000 Elephant Clan's headquarters. At this moment, Xiang Yuan, Xiang Weizhen, and the rest of the 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders and Elders were awaiting their arrival in the Great Hall. Greetings to Ancestor and Patriarch. The 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders and Elders all stepped forward and saluted by going down on their knees. When they saw Xiang Hui and Xiang Tai appear, Ancestor Xiang Hui nodded at everyone and permitted everyone to rise. "I believe everyone here is already aware about the crux of the matter." Ancestor Xiang Hui was the first to speak. Then he looked at Xiang Yuan and said, "Xiang Yuan, explain the incident in detail once more." Ancestor Xiang Hui was exercising caution, since the matter involved a God-King realm master. "Yes, Ancestor." Xiang Yuan, Xiang Weizhen, and the other two Grand Elders complied respectfully. The four of them supplemented each other's sentences as they described the incident. They also recounted their brief exchange with Feng Er and the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing. However, Patriarch Xiang Tai and Ancestor Xiang Hui frowned when they heard that Xiang Li had instigated Huang Xiaolong unnecessarily, while backing up Guojun. They glanced at Xiang Li with disappointment. Xiang Li fell to his knees with a bitter expression as he admitted, "Ancestor and Patriarch, the fault is with Xiang Li. I'm willing to take Patriarch and Ancestor's punishment." Ancestor Xiang Hui harumphed with dissatisfaction and stated, "You will be punished accordingly when this matter is resolved. Stand at the side for now." Xiang Li shuddered, but respectfully saluted and retreated to the side without another word. "Ancestor, even though it's Xiang Li's fault, Huang Xiaolong still ignored our royal city's rules. On top of that, he also injured Xiang Li despite knowing his identity as the 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciple. We need to resolve this matter efficiently." One of the Grand Elders fumed. This person was the head of the 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders, named Xianxia. Grand Elder Xianxia's status in the clan was only second to Xiang Hui and Xiang Tai. He also had the third highest potential to break through to God-King realm, other than Xiang Hui and Xiang Tai. Xianxia was also Xiang Li's great-grandfather. "Yes, Ancestor and Patriarch, we cannot treat Huang Xiaolong favorably just because he has a God-King realm by his side. If we don't capture and punish Huang Xiaolong, our dignity would be compromised." Another Grand Elder seconded Grand Elder Xianxia's suggestion. Subsequently, other 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders spoke in agreement one after another. All of them were in favor of holding Huang Xiaolong accountable for breaking the 10,000 Elephant Royal City's rules. They decided on setting up a strong example in maintaining order in the city, despite a God-King realm master backing Huang Xiaolong. This would also deter others from causing trouble in the city even if they were to have a God-King realm master by their side. Xiang Hui's expression was calm as water, as he said matter-of-factly, "Capture Huang Xiaolong? Then, I'll let you handle the God-King realm master by Huang Xiaolong's side. I will reward you heavily once Huang Xiaolong is captured." Xianxia blanked for a moment. His arrogance deflated faster than a balloon as he squeezed weakly. "Ancestor is joking, right?" Although he was confident about breaking through to God-King realm in half a year's time, he was still far from being able to battle a God-King realm master. Xianxia was at least aware of his limitations. To be precise, a demonic beast, even the one that has just broken through to God-King realm, has a higher battle power than a human race early First Order God-King realm. But I believe that we can easily deal with the demonic beast with the help of Ancestor and Patriarch, Xianxia said confidently with a smile. Xiang Hui ignored Xianxia. How could Xianxia's little scheme escape his eyes? "Everyone be prepared. We're heading to the Holy Elephant Square." Xiang Hui organized his thoughts, then issued an order to the 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders and Elders. Everyone complied respectfully. In the meanwhile, Huang Xiaolong was exerting his full effort in guiding the Grand Mist Worm further into the layer of stone around the petrified divine elephant. Huang Xiaolong's Grand Mist Worm was already halfway through, and it would take another 45 minutes or so to actually reach the divine elephant's body. Huang Xiaolong had sensed the little dispute between Feng Er and Su Baixing with the 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders through his divine sense. He also knew that the 10,000 Elephant Clan's patriarch and ancestor were coming for him. This had made him anxious, but there was no other way than to focus on the Grand Mist Worm. Time trickled by. Huang Xiaolong continued to manipulate his Grand Mist Worm further in the layer of stone. The little cow, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, Gui, and Gui Er became more nervous as time passed. The closer the worm moved towards resurrecting the petrified divine elephant, the crucial it became to leave Huang Xiaolong uninterrupted. Right at this point, the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing suddenly raised his head to look towards the horizon and jumped to his feet. In the next moment, a bright light rippled across the sky as the 10,000 Elephant Clan's ancestor Xianghui and patriarch Xiangtai appeared with the clan's grand elders and elders. Feng Er, Gui, and Gui Er turned to look in their direction a second before they appeared. Only the little cow was still lounging on the ground, with her tail sweeping occasionally while biting on a high-level ancestor god realm's godhead. Ancestor Xianghui, patriarch Xiangtai, and the rest scanned Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, Gui Er, the little cow, and finally, their gaze was fixed on the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing. Xiang Yuan and Xiang Weizhen had previously informed that the ordinary-looking demonic beast was the God King Realm Beast King. Ancestor Xiang Hui and Patriarch Xiang Hui were inwardly shocked when they saw Su Baixing, as they could see that Su Baixing was not a demonic beast, but a magic beast from hell. Could this be a magic beast from the depths of the extraterritorial devil battlefield? May I know this friend's name? Ancestor Xiang Hui asked after a second thought, and added, "What is your relation to Huang Xiaolong? And what is your purpose behind coming to the Holy Elephant Square?" Xiang Hui's tone could be considered polite and amiable. He also avoided uttering a single word about Xiang Li, Xiang Yuan, Xiang Weizhen, others' injuries. He was intrigued by this God King Realm magic beast's connection with Huang Xiaolong. "My surname is Su. As for why we're here, you will know in another hour or two," Void Devil Beast Su Baixing stated. He did so because he could see that the 10,000 Elephant Clan's ancestor was a peak late Third Order God King Realm Master. Thus he was qualified to speak to him. In an hour or two, Ancestor Xiang Hui and Patriarch Xiangtai were even more curious about what Huang Xiaolong was doing, and their focus was fixed on him. All of a sudden, a possibility crossed their minds. Could it be? But neither of them could be certain. After all, how long has it been? No one had been successful. Otherwise, why would the 10,000 Elephant Clan be guarding here for billions of years? Grand Elder Xianxia interjected. "Although I don't know what remunerations Huang Xiaolong has given you for temporarily protecting him, you'd better not interfere in the affairs between Huang Xiaolong and our 10,000 Elephant Clan. Or else, even if you're a God King Realm Master, you'll be killed regardless, once our heritage ancient grand formation is activated." Ancestor Xiang Hui and Patriarch Xiangtai frowned deeply, as were disappointed by Xianxia's sudden interjection. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing sneered and said, "Be killed regardless? I am interested in testing the power of the 10,000 Elephant Clan's ancient grand formation." Su Baixing pressed down his paw on Xianxia from across space, just before completing his sentence. Xianxia felt a mountain-toppling power crushing him in the blink of an eye. Xianxia had always been confident in his power being a late 10th ancestor God Realm Master. But now, he felt extremely insignificant, fragile, and absolutely vulnerable. Xianxia felt fear like never before. Am I going to die? Die! Fortunately, Ancestor Xiang Hui and Patriarch Xiangtai acted at the same time. Their God King Realm Master's God Force rushed out from their bodies, covering the land. Rumble! The force from their palms collided with Su Baixing's paw force in midair. Space became distorted and space fissures appeared. Air currents became turbulent and chaotic, sweeping out in all directions. Buildings in the distant streets shattered into pieces. The aftershock resulting from this collision sent Xianxia, Xiang Yuan, Xiang Weizhen, and the others flying. Ancestor Xiang Hui and Patriarch Xiang Tai both staggered backwards a few times. Additionally, Patriarch Xiang Tai even coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this result, Xiang Xiaojia, Xiang Yuan, Xiang Weizhen, and the others were completely dumbfounded. Their ancestor and patriarch's joint efforts had failed to block the demonic beast's paw strike entirely. Their ancestor was a peak early Third Order God King Realm Master, and their patriarch's cultivation was at peak late First Order God King Realm. Then, that demonic beast must be? The 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders and Elders looked at Su Baisheng fearfully. Could it be that this demonic beast is a late Third Order God King Realm Master or above? In fact, these 10,000 Elephant Clan's members had guessed right. Su Baisheng's strength had indeed recovered to late Third Order God King Realm after cultivating for several years at the Sandwave Sect's headquarters. Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng had the confidence to face the 10,000 Elephant Clan's ancient grand formation because of the level of his cultivation. Suddenly, the world was engulfed in deep silence. The group of 10,000 Elephant Clan's members stood in midair, seemingly frozen. Ancestor Xiang Hui and Patriarch Xiang Tai swallowed chaos spiritual pills to heal their injuries and adjusted their conditions silently. Neither of them dared to make any sudden moves. Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng stopped attacking after the first paw strike and resumed guarding Huang Xiaolong. Ancestor Xiang Hui and Patriarch Xiang Tai were slightly relieved. Moments later, Xiang Xiaojia, Xiang Yuan, Xiang Weizhen, and the others returned to Ancestor Xiang Hui and Patriarch Xiang Tai's side. Xiang Xiaojia used voice transmission and said to Ancestor Xiang Hui and Xiang Tai, "Ancestor, Patriarch, let's activate the Myriad Elephant Grand Formation. We can suppress them only by activating the Myriad Elephant Grand Formation." Both Ancestor Xiang Hui and Patriarch Xiang Tai frowned at his suggestion. "Ancestor, Patriarch, don't hesitate any longer. If we don't activate the Myriad Elephant Grand Formation right away, then it would be too late if that beast changes his mind and attacks us." Xiang Xiaojia urged anxiously. "What if the beast wants to slaughter the entire 10,000 Elephant Royal City? No one would be able to stop him. Do you want to see streams of blood in the Royal City?" Ancestor Xiang Hui and Patriarch Xiang Tai's eyes glimmered with hesitation. While the two of them hovered between their options, a loud boom suddenly shook the square, as if the land itself had split open. This jolted the 10,000 Elephant Clan's group, and when they looked down they saw the petrified divine elephant emitted a startling black light. How is this possible? As long as they could remember, the petrified divine elephant had been standing there for billions of years. No matter how much he was attacked, or regardless of the secret techniques performed, the petrified divine elephant had never shown any reaction. He had always stood there, but now he was emitting a startling black light. Soon, this crepuscular black light shone brighter and stronger, and the experts in half of the royal city could see the black light. When Ancestor Xiang Hui, Patriarch Xiang Tai, and the others recovered from their shock, all of their eyes were fixed on Huang Xiaolong. Everyone could see the astounding changes happening in the petrified divine elephant, and it was obvious that Huang Xiaolong was causing them. "Ancestor and Patriarch, Huang Xiaolong is using some secret technique to destroy our holy elephant." Xiang Xiaojia impulsively shouted the first thought that came to his mind, and then shouted even louder, "We cannot allow Huang Xiaolong to destroy our holy elephant. Immediately activate the Myriad Elephant Grand Formation. Kill them. Destroy the holy elephant." Ancestor Xiang Hui and others were stupefied by Xiang Xiaojia's words. In a split second, Ancestor Xiang Hui and Patriarch Xiang Tai recovered their senses. Earlier, they had thought that Huang Xiaolong was trying to resurrect the petrified divine elephant. But if this guy was actually trying to destroy it like Xiang Xiaojia said? If Huang Xiaolong was really trying to destroy their clan's holy elephant, then they would become sinners for past and future generations of 10,000 Elephant Clan. Since they were not stopping him, the more the two thought about it, the more anxious they became. Ancestor Xianhui and Patriarch Xiangtai finally decided to issue an order to activate the myriad elephant grand formation to suppress Huang Xiaolong and his group. But they heard a thunderous boom before they could act upon it. The 10,000 elephant clans group looked in the direction of the booming sound and saw that the layer of stone had exploded from the statue of the petrified divine elephant. A majestic divine elephant towering several hundred zhang in front of them, exuding an aura of desolate era. The enormous divine elephant raised his trunk to the sky and let out a world-shaking trumpet. Giant sound waves rushed out, sending the 10,000 elephant clans group tumbling back in the midair. Even the void devil beasts Su Baisheng, Feng Air, Gui Air, and the little cow were knocked backwards. Only Huang Xiaolong remained rooted and unaffected in his spot. Startling black light shone from the surface of the divine elephant as he stood there. A mighty momentum spread from his body to the entire royal city. Under this oppressive pressure, all the living beings in the royal city prostrated to the ground, as if this pressure could shatter them to death instantly. How many years has it been that I, Xiang Sun, has finally been resurrected? Resurrected! The divine elephant laughed happily to himself, fully releasing his momentum as if he wanted to vent out his frustration, anger, hate, and unwillingness. In the distance, Ancestor Xianhui, Patriarch Xiangtai, and the others regained their balance as they felt the rush of mixed emotions filled with shock, joy, and euphoria. The old ancestor is resurrected. Old ancestor is finally resurrected. The 10,000 elephant clans group laughed joyously. Ancestor Xianhui and Patriarch Xianhui were beaming with joy. Their old ancestor had been resurrected. What a powerful momentum! Their old ancestor was certainly a high-level God-King realm master. Xianhui, Xiangtai, and the rest quickly flew towards the divine elephant. 10,000 elephant clan younger generation Xianhui, Xiangtai, lead the clan's disciples to greet old ancestor. We congratulate the old ancestor on being resurrected, Xianhui and Xiangtai said and prostrated on the ground. The divine elephant converged his momentum and the black light dispersed. He looked at the group of 10,000 elephant clan and nodded. Which generation of Xianghuajias are you? It must have been hard for you all to guard me for so many years. Rise! Xianghuajia was the 1,000 elephant clan's first-generation patriarch in the Vientiane world. Xianhui and the others were all smiling as they quickly thanked the divine elephant and stood up. It was at this moment when the divine elephant turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. As the divine elephant looked at Huang Xiaolong, so did everyone from the group of 10,000 elephant clan. Xianxia was glaring hatefully at Huang Xiaolong. He stood up and took a few steps forward. He respectfully said, "Old ancestor, this person brought his people to the 10,000 elephant royal city and violated our rules, injuring our clan's disciples, grand elder and elders. Even ancestor and patriarch were injured. I plead to old ancestor to be our judge. Kill this person and his followers." Since more than 1 billion years had passed, many people had forgotten the rule. The person who resurrects the divine elephant would be the 10,000 elephant clan's master. Even Xianxia had forgotten this rule. Xianxia stared at Huang Xiaolong with faint smirk and excitement. It was as if he could already see his clan's old ancestor killing Huang Xiaolong and his followers, especially the late Third Order God-King realm beast. Ancestor Xianhui and Patriarch Xiangtai actually ashened when they heard his words. Xianxia, grand elders and elders may have forgotten that rule. The 10,000 elephant clan's ancestor and patriarch would never forget that rule. Just as Xianhui and Xiangtai were about to say something, the divine elephant slowly walked towards Huang Xiaolong. Tremors ran through the land with every step the divine elephant took with his mountain of a figure. Huang Xiaolong looked very small and weak as he stood face to face with the divine elephant. It looked like the divine elephant could send Huang Xiaolong to the end of the divine world with a blow of his breath. The divine elephant's overwhelming aura washed over Huang Xiaolong as he walked towards him. The corners of Huang Xiaolong's robe fluttered in the absence of the blowing wind. The excitement in Xianxiaojia's eyes shone even brighter as he watched their clan's old ancestor walk towards Huang Xiaolong. And there was an obvious bloodthirst in his eyes as he thought to himself, Huang Xiaolong's slaves, You also need to prepare yourselves to die. However, there was a slight regret in his heart, as he thought that this was going to be an easy death for Huang Xiaolong and his slaves. At this time, the divine elephant stopped 30 meters from Huang Xiaolong. To everyone's surprise, the divine elephant bowed and knelt down in front of Huang Xiaolong. He respectfully and solemnly said, "My gratitude to Master for resurrecting Xiang Sun." Xiang Sun kowtows to thank Master. With that said, the divine elephant's forehead touched the ground, and his large trunk swung happily. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Air, Gui Yi, and Gui Air's taut nerves finally relaxed. On the other hand, the little cow shook away the dust from her body while mumbling something under her breath. The 10,000 Elephant Clan's group froze on the spot. Shock and disbelief were clearly written on every Grand Elder and Elder's face. A split second later, everyone remembered the particular rule that was passed down through generations of 10,000 Elephant Clan. Xianxia's jaw dropped in shock and his face turned deathly pale. His chest heaved, and his body swayed back and forth due to shortness of breath. It looked like he would collapse and die at any moment. Master. Gratitude to Master. Their old ancestor had addressed Huang Xiaolong as Master. His legs shook like he was carrying a great boulder on his shoulders. Huang Xiaolong looked at the divine elephant kneeling in front of him. He wasn't surprised by this gesture because the divine elephant resurrected by his Grand Mist Worm would have recognized him as his master, regardless of the 10,000 Elephant Clan's rule. Huang Xiaolong's rubbed the divine elephant's head. His hand looked extremely small against the giant elephant head, but the divine elephant trembled with excitement and happiness. "Stand up," said Huang Xiaolong. "Yes, thank you, Master." The divine elephant Xianxia thanked Huang Xiaolong respectfully before getting up. Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell upon Xianxia. Xianxia's legs gave out, and he fell to his knees with a plump. He hurriedly crawled towards Huang Xiaolong on his hands and knees while wailing at the top of his lungs. "Master," Xianxia was confused for a moment. "Ah, Master, old ancestor, please don't kill me. I've been loyal and faithful to the 10,000 Elephant Clan for the past hundreds of thousands of years. So please don't kill me." Ancestor Xianghui, Patriarch Xiangtai, the Grand Elders, and Elders hastened towards Huang Xiaolong in a fluster, as they realized that they were in big trouble. All of them knelt down respectfully before Huang Xiaolong and saluted loudly, "Greetings, Master." Huang Xiaolong ignored these people. His attention was on Xianxia, who was kneeling in front of him with snot and tears on his face. His pride and arrogance as a 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elder had vanished completely. Divine Elephant Xiangsun's cold gaze fell on Xianxia. He said, "You were disrespectful towards the Master, and even dared to think of borrowing my hands to kill him. According to the 10,000 Elephant Clan's rules, you should die 1,000,000 times. But you have the nerve to cry for sympathy." He then turned to Huang Xiaolong and said, "Master, please let Xiangsun kill this 10,000 Elephant Clan's disciple on our behalf." Huang Xiaolong nodded in approval. "All right." Xianxia had repeatedly tempted Xianghui and Xiangtai through voice transmission to kill him and his followers. This had nearly caused his efforts of resurrecting the divine elephant to fail. Indeed, Xianxia deserved to die 1,000,000 times. If Ancestor Xianghui and Patriarch Xiangtai would have interrupted Huang Xiaolong while resurrecting the divine elephant, they would have wasted all of Huang Xiaolong's efforts thus far. Not to mention, the backlash would have severely injured his soul, affecting his breakthrough to God King realm in the future. Xianxia was terrified as he heard Huang Xiaolong grant Xiangsun his permission for killing him. The divine elephant Xiangsun opened his mouth and blew a ball of black flames at Xianxia. The black flames enshrouded Xianxia, and he screamed with an agonizing pain. The black flames incinerated Xiaojia's body part by part, starting from his arms, legs, and lastly the rest of his body. The 10,000 Clans group paled hearing Xiaojia's heart-wrenching screams. Both Ancestor Xianghui and Patriarch Xiangtai broke out in cold sweat. They too were guilty, since they had decided to kill Huang Xiaolong due to Xiaojia's repeated inducement. Moments later, Xianxia was completely incinerated, including his godhead. During this whole time, the 10,000 Elephant Clan's group remained kneeling on the ground, holding their breaths. Black infernal divine fire is mediocre. While everyone held their breaths in apprehension, the little cow walked over with her tail swinging lazily. Everyone momentarily blanked. However, Divine Elephant Xiangsun looked at the little cow and asked with astonishment, "You know about the Black Infernal Divine Fire?" The Black Infernal Divine Fire was one of the Desolate Era's divine fires. Since he was sealed into a stone, it had disappeared for numerous years. But surprisingly, this little cow was able to recognize it. The little cow raised her head and said, "Know about merely the Black Infernal Divine Fire? I also know about the Myriad Circle's indestructible divine fire." The Divine Elephant Xiangsun shook at her words. The Myriad Circle's indestructible divine fire. This cow even knows about that. The Myriad Circle's indestructible divine fire was the most powerful divine fire amongst the Desolate Era's divine fires, but it had disappeared long before the Black Infernal Divine Fire. Huang Xiaolong looked at the snobbish expression on the little cow's face and felt like laughing. This old cow is again putting on an act. "You're the 10,000 Elephant Clan's patriarch?" Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell on Patriarch Xiangtai. Xiangtai inevitably trembled and respectfully replied in a fluster, "Yes, master. I am the current patriarch of 10,000 Elephant Clan." His heart was beating wildly. "Send people to lock down the square. I don't want a word about today to leak out," Huang Xiaolong ordered. Huang Xiaolong didn't want the news of his successful resurrection of the divine elephant to leak out. When Patriarch Xiangtai was relieved as he heard that Huang Xiaolong merely wanted him to put the Holy Elephant Square on lockdown, he replied promptly, "Yes, master. Please rest assured. This subordinate will do it immediately." Given the 10,000 Elephant Clan's power and influence in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City, putting the square on lockdown and containing the news about Divine Elephant's resurrection was very easy. Soon, everyone in the city was banned from talking about the incident. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong's group headed to the 10,000 Elephant Clan's headquarters, courteously led by Ancestor Xiang Hui. The disciples who had tried to block Huang Xiaolong with Xiang Li earlier fainted into oblivion when they heard that Huang Xiaolong had become the 10,000 Elephant Clan's master after resurrecting the divine elephant. Luckily for them, Huang Xiaolong did not pursue their faults. Ancestor Xiang Hui obtained Huang Xiaolong's permission to celebrate divine elephant Xiangsun's resurrection on the same day. Upon receiving approval from Huang Xiaolong, he ordered a banquet in the headquarters' Great Hall for a grand celebration. In truth, Huang Xiaolong also felt that it was worth celebrating since he had successfully resurrected the divine elephant Xiangsun and had become the 10,000 Elephant Clan's master. But the banquet was not overly grand. It was attended by very limited people including Huang Xiaolong's group, the 10,000 Elephant Clan's ancestor, patriarch, grand elders, and elders. Halfway through the banquet, Ancestor Xiang Hui took out a blood-red jade bottle and respectfully said to Huang Xiaolong, "Master, this is our 10,000 Elephant Clan's elephant elixir which has been accumulating for a long time. This will be very beneficial for Master's cultivation. So please accept it." Elephant elixir? Huang Xiaolong was confused. Although it had been a long time since he had ascended the divine world, Huang Xiaolong had never heard about the elephant elixir. Divine Elephant Xiangsun was about to explain Huang Xiaolong when the little cow spoke. "This is good stuff, ah. Elephant elixir has been condensed by the 10,000 Elephant Clan's clansmen from their origin essence. It has similar benefits to the primordial divine dragon's dragon ambergris. 1 drop of the primordial divine dragon's dragon ambergris greatly improves a person's physical body and increases a person's lifespan from a few hundred years to several thousand years. Similarly, swallowing 1 drop of the elephant elixir improves your physical body, raises your body's power, and even raises your cultivation." Her eyes sparkled as the little cow looked at the blood-red bottle. She then asked, "Was this elephant elixir condensed inside a God King realm's body?" Although the elephant elixir condensed inside the 10,000 Elephant Clan's ancestor God realm cultivator was precious, It was still many times worse compared to the elephant elixir from a God King realm. A God King realm's elephant liquid would be an absolutely superb supplement for Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and other ancestor God realm masters. Yes, Senior Xiaonyo. Ancestor Xiang Hui answered respectfully. He added, inside this blood-red bottle is God King realm's elephant liquid accumulated through all these years. There are over 1,000 drops inside this bottle. A single drop of elephant elixir was in itself very hard to condense. Some of the clansmen had only managed to condense a few drops of elephant elixir through several million years of their lifespan. Over 1,000 drops. This was considered as a very shocking number. The little cow's eyes lit up. She chuckled happily and said, I say, Kiddo Xiang Hui, what other good stuff you want to offer to Xiaolong? Anything for this elderly cow. Ancestor Xiang Hui was dumbfounded, and an awkward embarrassment followed the little cow's question. Huang Xiaolong laughed softly and said to Ancestor Xiang Hui, since she's looking for a snack, bring her a few sheep's buttocks. She likes eating sheep's buttocks the most. Sheep's buttocks? The little cow choked on her saliva as she looked at Huang Xiaolong bitterly. Divine Elephant Xiang Sun let out a hearty laughter, while Feng Er and the others also laughed out aloud. On the other hand, the Void Devil Beast didn't dare to laugh, making it very hard for him to hold in his laughter. Huang Xiaolong accepted the blood-red bottle from Ancestor Xiang Hui's hands and took out one bottle from his own spatial ring. He then said, this is some of the blue spectre spring water that is quite beneficial for cultivation. He then handed the bottle to Ancestor Xiang Hui. Since Huang Xiaolong had taken over the 10,000 elephant clan and could righteously take all of the 10,000 elephant clan's treasures, he was still a little shy to take the elephant elixir in exchange for nothing. After all, the clan had put in great efforts to accumulate the elephant elixir. Ancestor Xiang Hui received the bottle from Huang Xiaolong with both hands and thanked him with gratitude. However, he had never heard of this so-called blue spectre spring. Thus, he didn't take the gift to his heart. As if he saw through Ancestor Xiang Hui's ignorance, Divine Elephant Xiang Sun strongly advised him, the blue spectre spring is a rare spring between heaven and earth, extremely precious. Adding one drop when refining a pill could raise a pill's purity to the highest, and soaking inside the blue spectre spring water has the possibility of awakening the godly spectre eyes that could see through all illusions and phantoms. Most important of all, a damaged divine artifact could repair itself when soaked inside it. Everyone from the 10,000 clan was astounded at Xiang Sun's words. Damaged divine artifacts could repair themselves. Old Ancestor, are you saying that this blue spectre spring could even repair top-grade chaos spiritual artifacts? Ancestor Xiang Hui couldn't help asking as his voice shook slightly. Well, there were several top-grade chaos spiritual artifacts in their clan's secret grounds. However, all of them had some degree of damages, greatly reducing their power. If these top-grade chaos spiritual artifacts could be repaired, then their power would definitely rise several times. Divine Elephant Xiang Sun answered, not just the top-grade chaos spiritual artifacts, but even the top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifacts can be repaired in the blue spectre spring water. Even top-grade Grand Mist spiritual artifacts can be repaired. Ancestor Xiang Hui and the rest were astounded. Thank you, Master. Master, this blue spectre spring water is too precious. Ancestor Xiang Hui had finally understood the true value of the blue spectre spring water. He couldn't help kneeling on his knees to show his gratitude. Huang Xiaolong waved his hands nonchalantly and said, stand up. I still have a lot of this blue spectre spring water. If you need more later, you can tell me. The blue spectre spring river that Huang Xiaolong had collected was more than a dozen li long, several hundred meters wide, and several hundred meters deep. What he had given Ancestor Xiang Hui was only a small portion of it. Ancestor Xiang Hui said another thank you before rising. Patriarch Xiang Hui, the Grand Elders and Elders also knelt and thanked Huang Xiaolong. The banquet lasted for 2 hours. When it ended, Ancestor Xiang Hui arranged for Huang Xiaolong and his group to stay at a courtyard with the richest spiritual energy. How are Li Lu and Yao Qi doing right now? Huang Xiaolong longed to meet them as he stood under the night sky. Huang Xiaolong's group merely stayed one night at the 10,000 Elephant Clan's headquarters. As Huang Xiaolong desired to meet Li Lu and Yao Qi, they departed for the Fortune Gate early in the next morning. Meanwhile, inside the Fortune Divine Kingdom's brimming Snow Palace, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, Black Ice Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, and the rest were frowning deeply while looking at Li Lu, who was lying unconscious on the cold jade bed. Li Lu's eyes closed as if she was only sleeping. However, ripples of green lights were emitting from her body, while occasional angry shrieks could be heard coming from these ripples of green lights. Golden Brow Ancestor sighed heavily. I didn't expect the evil spirit inside Li Lu's body to be this strong. In these few years, the ancestors had used every method they could think of, but they had been unable to exorcise the evil spirit and evil qi from Li Lu's body. This cannot be delayed any longer. If we still fail to force the evil spirit out of Li Lu's body in another couple of years, Li Lu is very likely to stay comatized forever, Sky Sword Ancestor said. Black Ice Ancestor was filled with guilt. Blame me. If I would have exercised caution instead of being overconfident in my strength, and avoided exploring that ancient tomb, Lure wouldn't have ended up being entangled by the evil spirits. What do we do now? Myriad Flames Ancestor solemnly asked the most essential question. The room fell into a heavy silence. But how can we stand and watch Li Lu spend the rest of her life in a coma? Blood Knife Ancestor said pensively. In truth, Golden Brow Ancestor was feeling just as depressed. Just based on godhead and talent, Li Lu was their Vientiane world's Fortune Gate's #1 genius. If Li Lu were to die because of this, it would be a great loss to the Vientiane world's Fortune Gate. More importantly, their darling disciple Xiaolong had deep feelings for Li Lu. If Li Lu continued to be in a coma, it would be a big blow to him. Maybe our Fortune Gate's headquarters Fortune Divine artifact could suppress and force out the evil spirit from Li Lu's body. Lightning Hammer Ancestor suddenly came up with an idea. The others were surprised by his words. Myriad Flames Ancestor's eyes lit up. That's right. The Fortune Divine artifact in our Fortune Gate's headquarters is said to suppress all kinds of god force, restrain all evil spirits and phantoms. Therefore, suppressing and expelling the evil spirit from Li Lu's body is definitely not a problem. Other ancestors' eyes also shone with hope. A heartbeat later, Golden Brow Ancestor smiled bitterly as he said, even some of the Fortune Gate headquarters Grand Elders aren't qualified to borrow the Fortune Divine artifact. Then what chance would we stand in their comparison? Only the headquarters Gate Chief and ancestors are allowed to touch the Fortune Divine artifact. With this, that small ray of hope that was shining in their eyes turned bleak. Even though the Fortune Divine artifact could suppress all kinds of god force and eliminate all evil spirits and phantoms, unfortunately, they weren't even qualified to ask the headquarters to borrow the divine artifact. Golden Brow Ancestor might have been qualified to enter the Fortune Gate's headquarters, but he was not qualified to meet with the headquarters Gate Chief or ancestors. In truth, Golden Brow Ancestor couldn't even get a Fortune Gate's Grand Elder to see him. Furrows returned to everyone's face as they fell into a predicament. Where is Xiaolong? Golden Brow Ancestor suddenly asked Blood Knife Ancestor, then added, better tell him to come back. Blood Knife Ancestor didn't expect that, but nodded his head in understanding. He understood the underlying meaning of Golden Brow Ancestor's words. At the moment, Li Lu was able to wake up occasionally. Therefore, Golden Brow Ancestor wanted to give Huang Xiaolong an opportunity to meet her before her soul fell into complete slumber. Should Li Lu's soul fall into a complete slumber, she wouldn't get to hear Huang Xiaolong's voice and his thoughts. Without delay, Blood Knife Ancestor quickly took out his communication talisman to contact Huang Xiaolong and inquired about his location. Moments later, Blood Knife Ancestor received Huang Xiaolong's reply. In the 10,000 Elephant Royal City? Blood Knife Ancestor was surprised. Years back, Huang Xiaolong had gone to the extraterritorial Devil battlefield, and subsequently to the Reverence world. Even though Blood Knife Ancestor hadn't known Huang Xiaolong's purpose for visiting the Reverence world, Huang Xiaolong had seemingly stayed there for a couple of years. Why had he come back so suddenly? On top of that, why was he in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City? Xiaolong is in the 10,000 Elephant Royal City? Golden Brow Ancestor was also surprised. Blood Knife Ancestor nodded. Black Ice Ancestor snorted with disdain. Didn't you all say that he had gone to the extraterritorial devil battlefield in search of Li Lu? Didn't you all say that he had gone there to train? It looks like he was doing nothing but simply sightseeing nearby. Since he had already returned to the Vientiane world surface, why didn't he rush back to see Li Lu, instead of playing in the royal city? What bullshit of a deep love for Li Lu. The more Black Ice Ancestor verbally trashed Huang Xiaolong, the more excited she became. Her face was full of dislike for Huang Xiaolong, as if the mere mention of his name made her extremely uncomfortable. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's brows furrowed in displeasure. We did not tell Xiaolong about Li Lu's matter. So, he didn't know an evil spirit had possessed Li Lu's body, Golden Brow Ancestor explained. Otherwise, he would have rushed back to see Li Lu the moment he returned to Vientiane world. Had he known about Li Lu's condition, and he would have been sadder than any of us. As for going to the 10,000 Elephant Royal City, there must be something he needed to do there. He won't go there for no good reason. Black Ice Ancestor snorted again and disagreed loudly. You're his master. Of course you would make excuses for him. What reason could he have had to go there? Then tell us, do you know why he went to the 10,000 Elephant Royal City? Does he intend to pay his respects to the 10,000 Elephant Clan's #1 genius disciple Xiangli? Huang Xiaolong provokes trouble everywhere he goes. First it was Wanguzi, then the Sea Tribe's Guijun. When doesn't he provoke trouble? If he provokes Xiangli at the royal city and raises the 10,000 Elephant Clan's ire, then his identity as the Vientiane world's Fortune Gates disciple must be revoked, and he should be expelled. Or else, our Vientiane world's Fortune Gate will get destroyed because of him sooner or later. Black Ice Ancestor's accusations enraged Blood Knife Ancestor. He roared at her. Enough! Old hag Black Ice. I will fork your holes. Fork your holes. Black Ice Ancestor was dumbfounded. She subconsciously tightened her legs, and her face turned green. You! Her lips quivered with anger. You what you? Isn't it because of you that Li Lu became like this? Isn't it because of you that Li Lu is possessed by an evil spirit? Blood Knife Ancestor roared. Huang Xiaolong defeated Wanguzi as well as Guijun on the battle stage in an upright manner. How is that provoking troubles? Or are you saying that Xiaolong should have stood on the stage and gotten beaten by his opponents? Should he have let them humiliate him? That is not provoking troubles. Close to the end, Blood Knife Ancestor's anger reached a boiling point. He bellowed at Black Ice Ancestor's face. I will fork your holes. Another I will fork. Black Ice Ancestor felt as if her lungs were about to explode from anger, as she had remained chaste. Enough! Stop bickering. Golden Brown Ancestor broke off their argument. Only then did Blood Knife Ancestor stop. On the side, Sky Sword Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and the others were watching with great enthusiasm. Blood Knife, tell Xiaolong to rush back here by tomorrow, said Golden Brow Ancestor. Blood Knife Ancestor nodded and proceeded to contact Huang Xiaolong, to tell him to rush back to the Fortune Gate tomorrow. Huang Xiaolong was completely unaware of all these arguments between the two ancestors, as he was still in the 10,000 Royal City at this time. He was baffled when he received Blood Knife Ancestor's message, informing him to rush back to the Fortune Gate. Master had specifically contacted him to tell him to return? Something must have happened. But what was it? Then again, Huang Xiaolong had already decided to return to the Fortune Gate the next day. He would know it as soon as he returned. The sky gradually gave way to the rising sun. Huang Xiaolong sat on the little cow and they were at the front of their group. Divine Elephant Xiangsun, Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Feng Er, Gue Yi, and Gue Er were following behind them. Ancestor Xiang Hui, Patriarch Xiang Tai, and the 10,000 Elephant Clan's Grand Elders and Elders had respectfully seen Huang Xiaolong's group out of the royal city. Huang Xiaolong had refused to bring Ancestor Xiang Hui and Patriarch Xiang Tai back to the Fortune Gate with him. After all, His masters, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, recognized them as the 10,000 Elephant Clan's ancestor and patriarch. He didn't want to cause an uproar due to his actions. Once they were out of the royal city, Huang Xiaolong's group alternated between teleportation and high-speed flying, instead of using the transmission array. Based on their current strengths, flying and teleporting were faster than using the transmission array. The speed of the transmission arrays on the Fortune mainland was not very fast. Say, Kiddo Xiangsun, your current strength is not your peak strength, am I right? The little cow asked along their way. There are still hidden petrification seals inside your body, right? The divine elephant Xiangsun was astounded by the little cow's question. He asked carefully, Senior Xianxia, you know about the petrification seals? Then, do you know how to resolve them? The little cow was right. There were still petrification seals inside the divine elephant Xiangsun's body, which were suppressing a large part of his strength. Hence, the divine elephant Xiangsun felt excited when the little cow mentioned the petrification seals inside his body. Of course, I know how to resolve those petrification seals, the little cow said, swinging her tail. Divine elephant Xiangsun's face lit up with joy. For real? Then, Senior Xianxia, how should we resolve the petrification seals inside my body? He had learned about the little cow's identity from Huang Xiaolong and the others, hence, he absolutely trusted the little cow. Huang Xiaolong, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, and the rest also looked at the little cow, as they too were curious about the method. However, the little cow looked at Huang Xiaolong instead. She grinned at him and said, Master, you can resolve the petrification seals. Everyone was baffled by her answer, especially Huang Xiaolong. He asked, Me? Even though he had broken through to Ancestor God Realm, he was still just a late First-Order Ancestor God Realm cultivator. From where could he have gotten the ability to resolve Xiangsun's petrification seals? Even when Xiangsun was not able to resolve his own petrification seals despite his current cultivation realm, then how could he possibly break those seals? The Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool is one of the 9 great lightning pools between heaven and earth. Therefore, the master can easily break and completely resolve the petrification seals. The little cow explained. The Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool. The rest finally understood what the little cow meant. But, the little cow's tone changed. But what? Huang Xiaolong urged. Master, you're still unable to control the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation, right? The little cow asked in return. Huang Xiaolong was a little embarrassed as he answered. Wait until I break through to high-level Ancestor God Realm. I'd be able to control the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation. Are you saying that I can resolve the petrification inside Xiangsun's body? If I can control the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation? Asked Huang Xiaolong. The little cow shook her head. Although the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool is amazing, it wouldn't be that easy to resolve the petrification seals inside Kiddo Xiangsun's body. There is only a 50% chance of successfully resolving the petrification seals. For that we'll need to break through to God King Realm and borrow the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's power. Only a 50% chance. Huang Xiaolong was a little speechless. Divine Elephant Xiangsun suddenly felt dejected. Since Huang Xiaolong was still a late First-Order Ancestor God Realm, he would have to wait for a long time before Huang Xiaolong would break through to God King Realm. Would it be 100,000 years? If a little less, maybe 50,000 years? As far as he knew, even a peerless genius from the Desolate Era would take at least 30 to 40,000 years to achieve this feat. 30 to 40,000 years. On top of that, there was only a 50% chance of resolving the seals, even after Huang Xiaolong advanced to the God King Realm. Fret not. The chances would rise to 90% for resolving Xiangsun's petrification seals when your cultivation would reach the high-level God King Realm. The little cow said as she looked from Huang Xiaolong to dejected Xiangsun. In truth, you don't need to feel dejected. Based on Master's cultivation speed, breaking through to the God King Realm is simply a matter of 2 to 3,000 years. What? 2 to 3,000 years? Divine Elephant Xiangsun looked at the little cow, and his eyes wide in disbelief. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing interjected. That's right. When Master entered the Vientiane world's fortune gate 3 decades ago, he was merely a peak late 10th order heavenly god realm cultivator. But now, he is already a late first order ancestor god realm master. Thus, with Master's cultivation speed, he should be able to break through to the god king realm in 2 to 3,000 years. 3 decades. From the peak late heavenly god realm to late first order ancestor god realm. Divine Elephant Xianxia looked at Huang Xiaolong with sparkling eyes that seemingly asked, "Is that true?" Although Xianxia's soul had successfully awakened and merged with his body through Huang Xiaolong's grand mist worm, he still didn't know very much about Huang Xiaolong. With his eyesight, he could see that Huang Xiaolong possessed the true dragon physique, and his godhead ranked at the top level. But he could merely guess the other. And now, he was genuinely astonished to learn that Huang Xiaolong could break through to the God King realm in 3,000 years or less. Didn't that mean that his master Huang Xiaolong had a 10 times higher talent as compared to a desolate era's peerless genius? Maybe even 20 times higher. Huang Xiaolong inwardly shook his head as he saw the astonishment on Xianxia's face. Based on his cultivation so far, the little cow and the void devil beast Su Baixing had predicted that Huang Xiaolong would break through to the God King realm in 2 to 3,000 years. However, they were unaware of his avatars who possessed supreme godheads. The crucial point was, he and his 3 avatars with the supreme godheads could form a 4-colored spiritual energy gathering formation that exceptionally increased his cultivation speed. At the very least, Huang Xiaolong was confident that he could break through to high-level ancestor god realm within 100 years. High-level ancestor god realm within 100 years, thus reaching high-level god king realm would take less than 1,000 years. Huang Xiaolong roughly estimated himself to break through to the god king realm in 400 years, with the help of 4-colored spiritual energy gathering formation. 400 years? Still too long. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Then again, he could only take 1 step at a time. Breaking through to the God King realm was not something that could be done overnight. If his group could have heard Huang Xiaolong's ambitious thoughts, they would have surely hit their heads on a wall. How could he even think that achieving the God King realm in 400 years is slow? Huang Xiaolong would be the only person to think so in the entire divine world. Whereas, Divine Elephant Xianxia's eyes were sparkling with joy when he learned that Huang Xiaolong could break through to the God King realm in 2 to 3,000 years. The radiant sparkle in his eyes was almost blinding. Huang Xiaolong's group rushed back to the Fortune Gate, barely stopping to rest. 2 days later, they arrived at Fortune City. Greetings, Senior Brother Huang Xiaolong. Greetings, Senior Huang. As Huang Xiaolong appeared in the city, Fortune Gate's disciples, as well as other sect's disciples, greeted politely when they saw him. Though Huang Xiaolong had been away from the Fortune mainland for the past 20 years, his feat of defeating Guijun at the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony had spread gloriously. Hence, Huang Xiaolong's reputation and influence had surpassed even Zhu Feng, who was the Fortune Gate's young lord. On the balcony of a certain luxurious manor in the Fortune City, Zhu Feng was entertaining 2 young men who were exuded nobility. These 2 young men were of distinguishing identities, as they hailed from the Fortune Gate headquarters. At this moment, Zhu Feng saw the disciples respectfully greeting Huang Xiaolong. Zhu Feng's eyes glimmered as he had an idea. He smiled cordially as he said to the 2 guests, "Senior Brother Hifeng and Senior Brother Chen Shuguang, do you see that black-haired young man? He is Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's personal disciple. His name is Huang Xiaolong, and he is scarily talented. He managed to defeat the Sea Tribe's late 10th Order Ancient God Realm genius, when his cultivation was merely at peak late 7th Order Ancient God Realm. He defeated a late 10th Order Ancient God Realm, while still being a peak late 7th Order Ancient God Realm? Both Hifeng and Chen Shuguang were astonished. If this was true, then Huang Xiaolong's talent was indeed outstanding. Such a character was rare, even at the Fortune Gate's headquarters. Hifeng's curiosity was stoked, and he ordered crisply, "Go, summon him over here. Just tell him that we want to see him." Zhu Feng made a bitter expression and sighed heavily. Both senior brothers may not know, but Huang Xiaolong is an extremely arrogant person. Even if I issue this invitation, he won't necessarily come. Chen Shuguang snorted coldly. Not necessarily come? Then tell him to roll over here to meet us. Zhu Feng respectfully complied. Yes, yes. Senior brothers, please wait a moment. I will go invite Huang Xiaolong. He looked apprehensive as he turned around. But the moment his back faced Yifeng and Chen Shuguang, the corners of his mouth curved into a faint cold sneer. Huang Xiaolong. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant this time. Zhu Feng directly jumped off from the balcony and landed on the streets in a few swift strides. He then headed straight to fetch Huang Xiaolong, while inwardly filled with anticipation. A step behind Zhu Feng were Elder Lu Tai and Elder Sun Yao. Lu Tai and Sun Yao were Zhu Feng's confidants. Apart from cultivating, they spent most of their time following Zhu Feng like a shadow. Their relationship was similar to Huang Xiaolong and the little cow. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaolong was walking not far from Zhu Feng, while accepting the other disciples' greetings with a slight nod of his head. He suddenly sensed a sharp gaze fixed on him. He looked around and immediately spotted Zhu Feng walking towards him from the other end of the street. When Huang Xiaolong saw Elder Sun Yao following close behind Zhu Feng, his eyes narrowed coldly. He clearly remembered the incident when Elder Sun had given Yao Qi a difficult time after she had become Lu Chaoxing's disciple. To top it off, he had even harbored indecent intentions towards her. At that time, Li Chaoxing had mentioned to Huang Xiaolong that Sun Yao was a peak late third-order ancestor god realm with a great talent. He had also told Huang Xiaolong that Sun Yao could break through to the fourth-order ancestor god realm within 100 years to be promoted to the status of a grand elder. Junior brother Huang, we haven't met for many years. Has it been 20 years since you had left in search of Li Lu in the extraterritorial devil battlefield? Zhu Feng said as he stopped a few feet from Huang Xiaolong. His face was full of smiles as he went on. I have been thinking of junior brother Huang day and night, hoping to get a chance to drink and talk with junior brother Huang. And today, junior brother Huang has finally returned. Others would have thought that Zhu Feng and Huang Xiaolong were good friends, judging from Zhu Feng's words and manner. Probably, only tears of joy were missing during this friendly exchange. Huang Xiaolong calmly responded, Is that so? It seems I have concerned the young lord with my absence. Zhu Feng chuckled meaningfully, then said, Everyone knows that junior brother Huang is our Vientiane world's fortune gates #1 genius, and your future achievements are unimaginable. Not to mention, we're brethren. Therefore, it is only right that I'm concerned about you. Since junior brother Huang has finally returned, let's go to my residence to enjoy some drinks and chat. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and declined. Masters have summoned me back, so I need to return to the Fortune Divine Kingdom first. We can chat and drink on another day. Sun Yao sneered loudly as Huang Xiaolong had actually dared to decline Zhu Feng's invitation. Huang Xiaolong, the young lord is personally inviting you to his residence, but you are actually declining his invitation? You really don't know what's good for you. If you want to elevate your status, then you should open your eyes and see who is in front of you. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, and the others' faces turned frosty. Huang Xiaolong raised his palm to calm them down. He looked at Sun Yao coldly and said, Are you Sun Yao? I am speaking to your master, so do not bark noisily like a mad dog. Master. Dog. The fat on Sun Tao's face quivered for a second. A fierce, cold light burst in his eyes as he shouted, You're seeking death. However, Zhu Feng's arm blocked Sun Yao. He smiled faintly at Huang Xiaolong as he said, Junior brother Huang, you must come with me today, even if you are short on time. In fact, 2 senior brothers want to meet you, and are waiting in my palace for you right now. He then quickly added, Both of them are visiting from the Fortune Gates headquarters. From the Fortune Gates headquarters. Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not expected that. Why are those 2 here in the Vientiane world's Fortune Gates branch? Huang Xiaolong shook his head and said, Go back and tell them that I would accompany them another day. Zhu Feng was inwardly gloating at Huang Xiaolong's answer. Huang Xiaolong, Huang Xiaolong, you refused as I had expected. Junior brother Huang, pardon me, but the senior brothers have specifically asked me to roll you over to see them. in case you refuse to follow their order. Zhu Feng looked extremely troubled as he went on. So, junior brother Huang, you're making it difficult for me, ah. I think it would be better if you quickly roll over to see the senior brothers. Killing intent flickered across Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, and the others' eyes, including Divine Elephant Xiang Sun. Before entering Fortune City, Xiang Sun had shrunk his body to disguise himself as an ordinary elephant that was less than 5 meters tall. Master needs to roll over to see them? Divine Elephant Xiang Sun sneered coldly. Forget it. Not even the Fortune Gate headquarters Grand Elders or ancestors are qualified to demand that. You go back and tell them that if they want to see Master, they can roll over to the Fortune Divine Kingdom tomorrow. Master has no time for them right now. At the peak of his strength, Xiang Sun stood at the same level as the Fortune Gate headquarters' so-called ancestors. In his eyes, the headquarters' ancestors were truly not qualified. Zhu Feng's mind went blank, whereas Lu Tai and Sun Yao were stupefied. Huang Xiaolong now has an elephant from God knows where he had gotten it, and he had actually said that he Feng and Chen Shuguang could roll over to the Fortune Divine Kingdom to see Huang Xiaolong. On top of that, he had specifically mentioned to come see Huang Xiaolong the next day since he was currently busy. And the Fortune Gate headquarters Grand Elders and ancestors were also not qualified to order Huang Xiaolong. After a split second of incomprehension, Zhu Feng burst into a fit laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. He pointed his finger at Xiang Sun and asked, Junior brother Huang, from where did you buy this joker? His tone is 10 times bigger than yours. No, actually 100 times bigger. Not even Golden Brow or Blood Knife would dare to joke about the headquarters Grand Elders, much less the ancestors. Joker, Void Devil Beast, Feng Er, and the others gave Zhu Feng a sympathetic look, as he was a fool to laugh at Senior Xiang Sun and call him a joker. As the others had expected, Divine Elephant Xiang Sun lifted one of his front legs and smashed on Zhu Feng like he was swashing a fly. Zhu Feng's body made a sharp arc in the air, crashing through numerous shops and finally splashing into a pond of a residence. He simply disappeared from sight. Divine Elephant Xiang Sun hadn't even used any god force. It was purely his physical strength, not to mention, it was less than 1/1,000,000th of his physical strength. Even so, that kind of force was not something Zhu Feng's small human physique could withstand. Lu Tai and Sun Yao merely saw a blurry figure was past them, and in the next second, their young Lord Zhu Feng was gone. By the time they could react, Zhu Feng was floating in the pond, and their hearts jumped out of their throats. This Zhu Feng was a peak late Third Order Ancestor God Realm Master, yet he wasn't able to withstand a light kick from an ordinary elephant by Huang Xiaolong's side? Was this elephant really a joker that Huang Xiaolong had bought from somewhere like Zhu Feng had mentioned? But this was not the time for speculating. Hence, the two of them hastened to rescue Zhu Feng. Young Lord! Lu Tai and Sun Yao screamed. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing imitated Xiang Sun and said, You two can scram! His leg kicked out, sending Lu Tai and Sun Yao flying. Lu Tai and Sun Yao looked over their shoulders when they sensed a terrifying force surging towards them from the back. In the next second, two figures could be seen flying through the shop's walls helplessly, just like Zhu Feng, and they fell into the same pond as Zhu Feng. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing also did not employ a shred of god force, nor his corrosive devil chi. He purely used his physical force, but he kicked a little harder than Divine Elephant Xiang Sun. In the distant pond, 3 clusters of bubbles gurgled on the water surface, sending out patterns of ripples. A while later, Zhu Feng climbed out from the pond, splashing water all around him. His wet hair stuck to his face along with dirt and algae from the pond. Zhu Feng laid listlessly on the edge of the pond as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Xiang Sun's kick was hard enough to jumble his internal organs upside down, and he felt as if his body was going to collapse. Not long after Zhu Feng, Lu Tai and Sun Yao also climbed out of the pond with a great effort. They looked more miserable than Zhu Feng, with blood continuously flowing out of their mouths. Xiang Sun and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing looked at the 3 figures coldly. If Huang Xiaolong would have ordered them to kill these fools, they would have been nothing but ashes by now, instead of lying there and still breathing. Yet, the kicks were enough to leave them debilitated for a good while. Zhu Feng, Lu Tai, and Sun Yao were able to lift their heads after coughing up some more blood. They looked fearfully at the elephant and black beast at Huang Xiaolong's side. These two beasts, especially that elephant. Zhu Feng's eyes dilated in fear. Are they high-level ancestor god realm beasts? These two beasts surely had the strength of the high-level ancestor god realm masters. There was even a chance they had reached 8th order or 9th order ancestor god realm. Zhu Feng, Lu Tai, and Sun Yao had the same thought almost simultaneously. Huang Xiaolong, I am the Vientiane world's fortune gate's young lord, and yet you intentionally induced your subordinates to attack me and heavily injure me. Zhu Feng suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted angrily. I'm going to sue you in front of Father. Just wait for your punishment. Not even Golden Brow or Blood Knife can save you this time. You're going to be squatting inside the dungeon for thousands of years. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing lifted one of his legs. Seeing this, Zhu Feng panicked and scrambled to flee towards the sky. Forget it, Huang Xiaolong said to Su Baixing. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing complied respectfully, and did not pursue Zhu Feng if Huang Xiaolong wouldn't have stopped him. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing had intended to shut this fart of a young lord up for a few hundred years with one kick. Zhu Feng, Lu Tai, and Sun Yao ran back in a fluster to Zhu Feng's residence. He Feng and Chen Shuguang were waiting for them on the balcony. Only then did Zhu Feng, Lu Tai, and Sun Yao felt safe in the company of these Fortune Gate headquarters disciples. Zhu Feng subconsciously felt that Huang Xiaolong won't dare to harm He Feng and Chen Shuguang no matter how arrogant he was. Huang Xiaolong should have known very well that if he were to harm them, then he won't need a coffin. Of course, he was also aware that He Feng and Chen Shuguang were high-level Ancestor God Realm Masters, late 7th Order Ancestor God Realm and peak late 7th Order Ancestor God Realm, respectively. They probably could deal with the two high-level beasts by Huang Xiaolong's side, right? Zhu Feng had already realized that the big elephant was not a joker. He now wondered where Huang Xiaolong bought him from. Senior brother He Feng and senior brother Chen Shuguang. Zhu Feng made a bitter face and complained when he reached the balcony of his residence. That Huang Xiaolong? He pretended to be saddened by Huang Xiaolong's response to his invitation, and he coughed up blood before he could say anything further. He Feng and Chen Shuguang's faces were sullen. They were seated on the balcony this whole time. Therefore they had seen and heard everything very clearly. He Feng and Chen Shuguang's body exuded cold air as they thought about the incident they had just witnessed. That elephant had actually suggested that they could roll over to the Fortune Divine Kingdom to see Huang Xiaolong tomorrow, since Huang Xiaolong had no time to see them today. Even more infuriating was that the elephant had actually said that not even their grand elders and ancestors had the qualifications to tell Huang Xiaolong to roll over. Rampant. A mere Vientiane world's Fortune Gates disciples was audacious to this degree. Huang Xiaolong had not only disrespected the two of them, but also the grand elders and ancestors from the Fortune Gate headquarters. The two of them ripped the fabric of space and appeared 10 meters away from Huang Xiaolong, almost in an instant. He Feng's eyes narrowed as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. He then looked at Huang Xiaolong's group, and his gaze lingered a little longer on Xianxia and Su Baixing. Feng Er's beauty amazed him for a moment. The Fortune Gate's headquarters had many beautiful female disciples, but they were miles away from Feng Er's beauty. Huang Xiaolong, we're the disciples of Fortune Gate's headquarters. You disobeyed our order even though you were made aware of our identities. Chen Shuguang barked. His piercing cold gaze was fixed on Huang Xiaolong as he continued. As a disciple of Fortune Gate, don't you know the Fortune Gate's rules? How dare you rebel against your seniors? Rebel against seniors? Huang Xiaolong repeated calmly. Which Fortune Gate's rule states that the headquarters disciples could issue an order to the branch disciples. He Feng and Chen Shuguang were taken aback. Only then they remembered that there was no such rule in the Fortune Gate. However, disciples from the Fortune Gate's headquarters had an otherworldly air about them, that they were respected by all the Fortune Gate's branches no matter what. No branch disciples dared to defy them, and the gate chief and ancestors were always agreeable with them. Thus, He Fong and Chen Shuguang inevitably expected Huang Xiaolong to obey them since he was a branch disciple. Failure to do so was haughtily considered as a rebellion by them. For a moment, they couldn't retort to Huang Xiaolong. "Let's go," Huang Xiaolong said to the rest of his group. As he passed by He Fong's side, he said to him, "If you want to see me, come to the Fortune Divine Kingdom tomorrow." At the end of the day, these two were disciples from the Fortune Gate's headquarters. Not to mention, these disciples normally had big backings behind them. At the moment, Huang Xiaolong preferred avoiding conflicts with them. Therefore, he did not tell them to roll over to the Fortune Divine Kingdom. However, He Fong and Chen Shuguang were enraged. A branch disciple had told them that he had no time for them. Insolent! He Fong bellowed and his fingers bent into claws with swirling green energy as he leaped forward to capture Huang Xiaolong. This was one of the Fortune Gate's divine arts named Green Light Power Claws. But no sooner, a pair of hands reached out and locked his hands in midway. He Fong turned to look fearfully, and saw that a young man in black robes had blocked his attack. It was Guiyi. Guiyi's cold gaze met with He Fong's gaze. Guiyi twisted He Fong's hands, and a split second, He Fong was screaming as he staggered back multiple times. He regained his balance and looked at his 10 broken fingers. Chen Shuguang was about to attack as well, but forcefully stopped himself. After seeing He Fong's sorry state, he looked at Guiyi in astonishment. Another powerful character. He? A 9th Order Ancestor God Realm? Or late 9th Order Ancestor God Realm? How is that possible? Huang Xiaolong was just a branch disciple. How could there be so many high-level Ancestor God Realm Masters by his side? This is a warning. If you don't want to die, behave, Guiyi warned coldly. Huang Xiaolong and the rest didn't even give He Fong or Chen Shuguang a second look as they sped away flying in the air. Chen Shuguang's face turned green as he was rooted in the same spot for a long time. He didn't dare to move even an inch. Once Huang Xiaolong's group disappeared from the horizon, He Fong vowed full of hatred. "Huang Xiaolong, He Fong will make sure you get expelled from the Fortune Gate if it's the last thing I do, or I'll renounce my surname. My surname won't be He." His voice rumbled in the sky, and the surrounding roofs were pulverized to dust by the sound waves. Zhu Feng, Lu Tai, and Sun Yao were shocked as they watched everything from a distance. He Fong, a peak late 7th Order Ancestor God Realm Master, had his 10 fingers twisted and broken. To top it off, he was sent staggering back by a small push. Furthermore, the person who had stopped He Fong was an inconspicuous black-robed man by Huang Xiaolong's side, instead of the two beasts. Zhu Feng's throat went dry suddenly. Since when did so many high-level Ancestor God Realm Masters start following Huang Xiaolong? How is that even possible? There were already 3 high-level Ancestor God Realm Masters if Zhu Feng were to count the black-robed man and the two beasts. In the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate branch, there were only 8 high-level Ancestor God Realm Masters, counting his father Zhu Yi and the 7 ancestors. Naturally, Zhu Feng didn't know that Feng Er and Guiyi were also high-level Ancestor God Realm Masters. More importantly, Divine Elephant Xiangxun and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing were actually God King Realm Masters. Not to mention, there were over 1,000 Ancestor God Realm magical beasts, devils, and evil spirits inside Huang Xiaolong's Shumi Temple. Zhu Feng suppressed the fear that rose to his heart and hastened to He Fong's side and said righteously, "Senior brothers, leave it to me. Vientiane World's Fortune Gate will capture and put Huang Xiaolong on trial for rebelling against his seniors. I will also have him heavily punished. Senior brothers can then deal with him as you see fit. I will go report to my father about Huang Xiaolong's lawless actions." He Fong's eyes were gloomy and cold as he looked at Zhu Feng. He bellowed, "Why are you still standing here then? Quickly go and report your father and capture Huang Xiaolong for punishment." Zhu Feng's face was a lot ugly since He Fong had shouted at him, but he complied flatteringly. Yes, I'm going to report to my father right away." Just as Zhu Feng took out his communication talisman to report to his father, Chen Shuguang frowned and said, "If Golden Brow and Blood Knife refuse to cooperate, then it would be hard for the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate to capture Huang Xiaolong." Feng shouted angrily. Golden Brow and Blood Knife have the guts to disregard the Fortune Gate's rules to protect their disciples under such circumstances? He turned back to Zhu Feng and saw Zhu Feng standing stupidly, so he roared at him again. Send a message to Zhu Yi immediately. He has 1 hour to capture Huang Xiaolong for me, or we will report this matter back to the headquarters. Humph, you know the consequences of that, don't you? In his moment of rage, Feng had directly used Zhu Yi's name, instead of using the courteous title of a gate chief. Anger burned in Zhu Feng's eyes at Feng's disrespect towards his father. Still, he endured it, and quickly reported the matter regarding Huang Xiaolong to his father Zhu Yi. He naturally omitted some important details and even added his own versions to the narration of the incident, in order to portray Huang Xiaolong as the guilty party. Therefore, even before Huang Xiaolong reached the Divine Fortune Kingdom, the Fortune Gate's chief Zhu Yi had received Zhu Feng's report through the communication talisman. Zhu Yi thought he had read wrongly when he first read Zhu Feng's report. Thus he looked at the message again while his eyes grew bigger in shock. Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, Black Ice Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, and Myriad Flames Ancestor were puzzled by Zhu Yi's reaction. All of them were gathered to discuss and plan a strategy for dealing with the evil spirit inside Li Lu's body. Did something happen? Gate Chief, what happened? Sky Sword Ancestor asked curiously. Zhu Yi did not answer immediately. He looked at Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor with a concerned expression. This made everyone even more puzzled and curious. Feng just reported to me that Huang Xiaolong is back. Zhu Yi began. Huang Xiaolong's back. Everyone blanked for a second. Even if Huang Xiaolong was back, was there a need for such an expression? Moments ago, Huang Xiaolong's subordinates heavily injured Feng and Chen Shuguang in the Fortune City. Zhu Yi finished with a boom. What? Everyone gasped. Black Ice Ancestor was enraged and spoke impulsively. Huang Xiaolong is really lawless. As she fumed, she turned and roared at Blood Knife Ancestor. Didn't I already say that Huang Xiaolong is a troublemaker? Look, he has already started making trouble, even in Fortune City. He actually let his subordinates heavily injure Feng and Chen Shuguang. But she suddenly stopped talking and spun around towards Zhu Yi, as if she had just comprehended what he had said. Her mouth opened and closed before finally squeezing out a question. What did you say? Huang Xiaolong's subordinates heavily injured Feng and Chen Shuguang. Are you sure? It was his subordinates? Feng and Chen Shuguang were peak late 7th Order Ancestor God Realm, and peak late 7th Order Ancestor God Realm Masters respectively. How were Huang Xiaolong's subordinates able to injure the two of them? The rest of the ancestors had the same astounded expressions on their faces, except Golden Brow and Blood Knife. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor had known that Huang Xiaolong had inherited the Ghost Manor Lord's position. Thus they knew about Feng Air, Gue Yi, Gue Air, and Gue San's existence. But both of them were frowning and had deep furrows on their foreheads. If Feng Air and the others had actually injured Feng and Chen Shuguang, then how were they going to resolve this matter? Feng and Chen Shuguang had come to the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate branch under their master's order. Although their master wasn't a Fortune Gate headquarters elder, his status was not low. In the meantime, Zhu Yi explained to Black Ice Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestors, and the others. According to Feng, it was indeed Huang Xiaolong's subordinates who injured Feng and Chen Shuguang. He also said, he paused momentarily and continued, sounding slightly awkward. He said there are 3 Ancestor God Realm Masters by Huang Xiaolong's side. What? Black Ice Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, and Lightning Hammer Ancestor were dumbfounded, whereas Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor nodded inwardly. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor thought to themselves, yes, that sounds about right. It was indeed Feng Air, Gue and Gue Air. Furthermore, Feng estimated that these 3 are most likely 9th Order Ancestor God Realm Masters. Zhu Yi supplemented. 9th Order Ancestor God Realm Masters. Once again, the 4 ancestors dumbfounded. Eventually, all eyes fell on Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, but neither of them spoke. 3 Ninth Order Ancestor God Realm Masters. Black Ice Ancestor suppressed the great waves of shock in her heart and snorted coldly. No wonder he's so rampant and insolent that he even dared to the injured disciples from the headquarters. His trump card is these 3 Ninth Order Ancestor God Realm subordinates. Does he think we won't punish him because of that? Feng'er also said, He Feng and Chen Shuguang are furious. They want us to detain Huang Xiaolong and heavily punish him. Otherwise, they would return and report the matter to the headquarters' higher echelons. Zhu Yi was looking at Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor as he said this. Black Ice Ancestor demanded angrily, Golden Brow and Blood Knife, you still want to protect Huang Xiaolong? Even if he's your disciple, he cannot disregard the Fortune Gate's rules. Not to mention, the headquarters elder doesn't have a goodwill towards us in the first place. If He Feng and Cheng Shuguang report this matter, do you even know what the consequences would be? Golden Brow Ancestor sighed heavily in his heart, but he had to say something. If the fault lies with Xiaolong, we won't indiscriminately protect him. If the fault is not with Xiaolong, merely Zhu Feng stirring trouble. Humph! Blood Knife Ancestor snorted coldly. Black Ice Ancestor sneered in disdain. Whether it is or not, we'll know once we capture and interrogate Huang Xiaolong. He should be arriving soon. By this time, Huang Xiaolong had reached the Fortune Divine Kingdom's entrance. You all wait outside, Huang Xiaolong said to Xianxia, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng'er, and the rest. Zhu Yi had only given permission for the little cow to enter the Fortune Divine Kingdom in the past. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong did not wish to break the Fortune Gate's rules by bringing others to Fortune Divine Kingdom with him. Yes, Master. Xianxia, Su Baixing, and others complied respectfully. Thus, Xianxia and the rest waited for Huang Xiaolong to return at the entrance of the Fortune Divine Kingdom, whereas Huang Xiaolong and the little stepped into the Fortune Divine Kingdom. As soon as Huang Xiaolong entered the Fortune Divine Kingdom, he could immediately feel 2 sources of powerful divine senses locked onto him and the little cow. He sneered inwardly when he determined sources of these 2 divine senses. One was Zhu Yi, and the other was that old hag Black Ice. More or less, he could guess why their divine senses were locked onto him. It seems like Zhu Feng's quite efficient. He has already reported the matter to his father Zhu Yi in such a short time. The little cow flew leisurely into the Assembly God Shrine with Huang Xiaolong on her back. In the meanwhile, Black Ice Ancestor harumphed coldly at Blood Knife Ancestor inside the Assembly God Shrine as soon as she sensed Huang Xiaolong inside the Fortune Divine Kingdom. Your disciple is at least not stupid since he has decided to surrender. He at least knows that he cannot escape, and if he were to escape then one more crime would have been added to his name. Blood Knife Ancestor's face sank. Old hag Black Ice, it would be wiser of you to not utter another word, or I might act impulsively and split your below into 2. Puff! Lightning Hammer Ancestor was the first to crack, while Sky Sword Ancestor had a strange expression on his face. Black Ice Ancestor shrieked several octaves higher. Blood Knife! I'll fight you to the death today. The airflow in the hall turned violent and frigid cold in the blink of an eye, masking the whole Assembly God Shrine under a layer of thick grayish-green ice. The whole world was cocooned by frigid coldness. Blood Knife Ancestor retorted loudly, Come on, let's fight. Who's afraid of you? High waves of blood-red energy soared to the sky. Enough, stop. A burst of golden light from Golden Brow Ancestor's body flashed in the hall, dispersing the frigid cold air and blood-red energy waves. Black Ice Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor both leaped back simultaneously. Is it right for you 2 to bicker day in day out? Are you even upholding your images as ancestors with such behavior? Golden Brow Ancestor snapped. What are the disciples going to think of your unruly behaviors? Black Ice Ancestor grunted curtly, but did not say anything to retort him. Blood Knife Ancestor converged his surging blood knife chi, and kept silent. Silence returned to the hall. A while later, Huang Xiaolong calmly entered the hall on the little cow, as she strolled in lazily. The moment Black Ice Ancestor saw Huang Xiaolong, she immediately jumped out and started reprimanding him. Huang Xiaolong, Zhu Feng has informed us that you induced your subordinates to heavily injure the headquarters Hefeng and Chen Shuguang. Speak. Are you aware that your actions are equivalent to a rebellion and a massacre of brethren that deserves a severe punishment of dying 1,000 times? Rebellion. A massacre of brethren. Black Ice Ancestor had passed her judgment of punishing Huang Xiaolong with a death penalty as soon as she had seen him. Not to mention, she hadn't even bothered to hear his side of the story. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flickered with coldness, and he ignored Black Ice Ancestor. He respectfully faced Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, and saluted. Masters, you summoned me back urgently. So is there some kind of emergency? Anger exploded in Black Ice Ancestor's heart since Huang Xiaolong had ignored her. Her palm struck out faster than she could think. But before her palm could strike Huang Xiaolong, Blood Knife Ancestor's knife chi blocked it. Blood Knife Ancestor glanced coldly at Black Ice Ancestor as he said, "Old hag Black Ice, do you really want me to fork you below till it's split?" She retorted furiously. As an ancestor of the Fortune Gates branch, you're well aware of the rules, but you still favor your disciple. Once the headquarters elder comes, you too won't be able to escape death penalty. Blood Knife Ancestor rolled his eyes and snorted. Death penalty? We must have committed a big crime. I am so scared. Zhu Yi interjected. Blood Knife Ancestor. Huang Xiaolong is your disciple, and your disciple has broken the sect's rules. Not just that, you are being biased and playing favorites since he is your personal disciple. Your action is inappropriate. Don't you agree? In Zhu Yi's opinion, since Huang Xiaolong had induced his subordinates to injure Hefeng and Chen Shuguang, it was a heavy crime. And it was a great mistake on Blood Knife Ancestor's part for continuously overlooking Huang Xiaolong's mistakes. In the meanwhile, Golden Brow Ancestor looked at Huang Xiaolong, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Xiaolong, you've broken through to Ancestor God Realm? Zhu Yi, Black Ice Ancestor, and the others couldn't see it, but Golden Brow Ancestor could detect the difference in Huang Xiaolong. Black Ice Ancestor blanked, and then she was shocked. What? An Ancestor God Realm? Blood Knife Ancestor stammered. When Huang Xiaolong had left 20 years ago, his cultivation was just at peak late 7th Order Ancient God Realm, whereas now, he had actually broken through to Ancestor God Realm. He very much wanted to ask if Golden Brow had made a mistake. Zhu Yi, Black Ice Ancestor, and the other ancestors were also doubtful. Yes, Big Master, your disciple was lucky enough to break through to Ancestor God Realm some days ago. Huang Xiaolong honestly answered Golden Brow Ancestor. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's answer, Zhu Yi and the ancestors sucked in a breath of cold air, and their eyes widened with shock. He really broke through to Ancestor God Realm. This talent. How many years did Wang Wei take to break through to Ancestor God Realm? More than 1,000 years. They had never heard of cultivation speed like Huang Xiaolong's. Masters, why did you summon me back so urgently? Huang Xiaolong ignored the others and asked Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. Just as Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor were about to tell Huang Xiaolong regarding Li Lu's situation, Black Ice Ancestor snapped all of a sudden. Huang Xiaolong, even if you're an Ancestor God Realm now, it still doesn't change the fact that you induced your subordinates to injure Hefeng and Chen Shuguang. And it is still a crime that requires the punishment of a death penalty. Where are your 3 high-level Ancestor God Realm subordinates? Why aren't you telling them to surrender? Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze fell on Black Ice Ancestor. You really want me to call them here? That's right. Tell them to roll in here. Black Ice Ancestor screamed. If they were to escape, then your crime will only get heavier. Huang Xiaolong spoke nonchalantly. Since you want them to come in, I will have them come in. With that said, he contacted Xianxia, Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Feng Er, and the rest to proceed to the Assembly God Shrine. Xianxia and the rest stepped over and passed through the passageway into the Fortune Divine Kingdom after receiving Huang Xiaolong's orders and flew straight towards the Assembly God Shrine. Soon, Xianxia's group reached the Assembly God Shrine. Black Ice Ancestor turned and glared at Xianxia, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, and the others the moment they stepped into the hall. Are you Huang Xiaolong's subordinates? His so-called slaves? Which one of you injured He Fong and Chen Shuguang? Black Ice Ancestor barked. Slaves? Xianxia, Su Baixing, Feng Er, Guei and Guei Er frowned faintly. It was me, but... Before Guei could explain that it was He Fong who had first attacked Huang Xiaolong, Black Ice Ancestor cut him off as she shouted, "It's you! Then surrender. I'll abolish your cultivation first." Ice formed over her palms and struck Guei. Layers of frigid cold air spread out and enshrouded Guei. Ice crept up Guei's body. As Guei was seconds away from turning into an ice sculpture, he slightly shook for a second. Ghost Chi surged forth with howling ghosts as Guei condensed nether ghost energy and met with Black Ice Ancestor's palms. Rumble. In front of Zhu Yi and the others' eyes, the peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm Black Ice Ancestor staggered back several times from the collision until she reached a corner of the hall. Black Ice Ancestor looked at Guei in horror as she struggled to regain her footing in the corner of the hall. She was actually repelled back. Sky Sword Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and Zhu Yi were stupefied by the result. Wasn't he a 9th Order Ancestor God Realm? This black-robed subordinate of Huang Xiaolong wasn't a 9th Order Ancestor God Realm, but a late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm. A late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm Master. They sucked in a breath of cold air as it suddenly dawned upon them. Neither Golden Brow Ancestor nor Blood Knife Ancestor had expected this result. When did Guei become so strong? Myriad Flames Ancestor, Zhu Yi, and the other ancestors turned their gaze to Feng Er and Guei Er after they recovered from their momentary shock. Since this subordinate of Huang Xiaolong is a late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm, then this alluring girl and the other black-robed young man, are they also late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm Masters? Even if they were not, there won't be much of a difference in their strengths. The hall fell into silence. Black Ice Ancestor Zhu Yi and the other ancestors' attention was pinned on Feng Er, Guei and Guei Er, while they completely ignored Divine Elephant Xianxia and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing. Huang Xiaolong, you don't be complacent or presumptuous. After seconds of silence, Black Ice Ancestor couldn't restrain herself from shouting at Huang Xiaolong. Even if you have 3 high-level Ancestor God Realm subordinates, if the 7 of us join hands, we're capable of subduing all of you. She turned to Golden Brow Ancestor and said, "Senior Brother Golden Brow, we all know that you've already broken through to God King Realm. So are you going to violate the Fortune Gates rules and openly protect Huang Xiaolong?" Sky Sword Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and Lightning Hammer Ancestor looked at Golden Brow Ancestor in surprise. Golden Brow has really broken through to God King Realm? Although they had been speculating about this, it remained a mere speculation and nothing more since none of them had gotten any confirmation about it. Golden Brow Ancestor frowned and looked at Huang Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, Master, I know what you want to ask," said Huang Xiaolong. His sharp gaze fell on Black Ice Ancestor and Zhu Yi. "You repeatedly claimed that I had induced my subordinates to injure He Fong and Chen Shuguang with every sentence you uttered. But did you witness the incident with your own eyes?" Black Ice Ancestor and the others blanked for a second. Since Zhu Feng personally reported this matter, how could this be fake? Black Ice Ancestor snorted. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother to speak with Black Ice Ancestor. Instead, he took out a small stone and spoke to Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. "Masters, I have recorded everything that happened with this recording stone. You can understand what happened after watching it." With that said, he channeled a shred of God Force into the recording stone. Moving images shone out from the recording stone. Other than moving images, there were also voices. The scenes began with Zhu Feng faking his goodwill and inviting Huang Xiaolong, followed by Zhu Feng telling Huang Xiaolong to roll over to see He Fong and Chen Shuguang after Huang Xiaolong had politely declined his invitation. Subsequently, all the ancestors and the gate chief could see Xianxia and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing kicking away Zhu Feng, Lu Tai and Sun Yao. Moments later, They could see it was Feng and Chen Shuguang blocking Huang Xiaolong's path. When Feng attacked Huang Xiaolong, Guei had twisted and broken his fingers while protecting Huang Xiaolong. Finally, the images ended with Huang Xiaolong's group leaving the scene. After they finished watching the recording stone's images, Black Ice Ancestor and Zhu Yi's faces turned extremely ugly. Especially, Black Ice Ancestor was enraged since she had been biting hard and complaining that Huang Xiaolong had induced his subordinates to heavily injure Feng and Chen Shuguang. But the fact was completely opposite. It was Feng who had attacked Huang Xiaolong first, and Guei had only broken Feng's fingers to protect Huang Xiaolong. The cause and reason were clear and self-explanatory. Black Ice Ancestor turned to look at the two beasts with an ugly expression, while inwardly trying to estimate their strength. Could they also be late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm Masters? If that was the case, then wouldn't it mean that Huang Xiaolong actually had 5 late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm subordinates? Why are so many high-level Ancestor God Realm Masters following him? What was Huang Xiaolong's secret that she doesn't know of? Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly as he took note of Black Ice Ancestor and Zhu Yi's expressions. If it wasn't for the sake of his masters, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, he would have ordered Void Devil Beast Su Baixing to slap old hag Black Ice into pieces. At least, he would have had Su Baixing abolish her cultivation, so that she could stop annoying him in the future. Ha ha ha! Black Ice, why aren't you talking anymore? Weren't you shouting full of energy earlier? Didn't you claim that my disciple had induced his subordinates to heavily injure Feng and Chen Shuguang? Didn't you say that my disciple should die 1,000 times? I fork you, old hag. Why aren't you shouting now? Blood Knife Ancestor derided Black Ice Ancestor to his satisfaction. Now, you can swallow all of your farts back into your stomach. Blood Knife Ancestor added another stab and burst out into another bout of complacent laughter. Black Ice Ancestor's face turned green. Her angry eyes glared at Blood Knife Ancestor, but had no words to retort. Golden Brow Ancestor said to Zhu Yi, "Gate Chief, is everything clear now?" Zhu Feng deliberately slandered Xiaolong. Meanwhile, Feng and Chen Shuguang used their identities to intentionally make things difficult for Xiaolong. Although Zhu Feng is the young lord, this kind of behavior is not appropriate, isn't it? Previously, Zhu Yi had accused Blood Knife Ancestor for being biased towards Huang Xiaolong, and had stated that Blood Knife Ancestor's actions were inappropriate for doing so. At this moment, Golden Brow Ancestor returned the same question to Zhu Yi. Golden Brow Ancestor's expression was extremely cold. Huang Xiaolong was his disciple, yet Zhu Feng had dared to use Feng and Chen Shuguang to get his disciple into a big trouble. Do these people think that he was made of mud and won't get angry? Zhu Yi looked embarrassed and uncomfortable as Golden Brow Ancestor had put him on the spot. He weakly said, "Golden Brow Ancestor is right. My son's teaching is lacking. Golden Brow Ancestor, rest assured. I surely will punish Zhu Feng according to the sex rules." Golden Brow Ancestor said expressionlessly, "I hope so." Zhu Yi forced an awkward smile, then kept silent. "Masters, did something serious happen for you to summon me urgently?" Huang Xiaolong took the chance to ask his masters once again. Golden Brow Ancestor opened his mouth but didn't know where to begin. Seeing his master's expression, Huang Xiaolong got a premonition. It's Li Lu. She was possessed by an evil spirit while she was in the extraterritorial devil's battlefield. She's in a coma right now. Blood Knife Ancestor explained. What? Huang Xiaolong's face tightened. Li Lu was possessed by an evil spirit. Why didn't you tell me? Huang Xiaolong blurted out impulsively. We had thought that we could expel the evil spirit from her body by combining our strengths. But Golden Brow Ancestor's voice trailed off. But in the end, they had failed to expel the evil spirit from Li Lu's body, regardless of the methods they had tried. Moreover, even if they would have informed Huang Xiaolong, what was the use? It wasn't like Huang Xiaolong could have managed to find a way to expel that evil spirit. Therefore, they had decided to keep the matter from Huang Xiaolong. Where's Li Lu? Huang Xiaolong asked anxiously. In the brimming snow palace. Blood Knife Ancestor answered. Brimming Snow Palace. Huang Xiaolong turned around anxiously and flew out from the hall to the Brimming Snow Palace. The little cow, Xiangsun, Su Baisheng, Feng Er, and the rest of the group hurried after him. Seeing this, Black Ice Ancestor ridiculed, "Isn't he good at pretending? He made it look so real, as if he was really concerned about Li Lu." Blood Knife Ancestor glared daggers at her. "Let's go and take a look as well," Golden Brow Ancestor said and flew out from the hall. Blood Knife Ancestor harumphed coldly at Black Ice Ancestor before flying out behind Golden Brow Ancestor. Sky Sword Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and the rest also flew out from the hall and headed to the Brimming Snow Palace. Just as Huang Xiaolong's group arrived at the Brimming Snow Palace, Feng Yingying and a group of Sea Tribes ancestors and patriarchs were flying back to Vientiane World at high speed in the vast space of the Vientiane World surface. "Lord Sea God, we will reach Vientiane World in 2 days with our current speed," Gua family's ancestor Gua De commented to Feng Yingying. Bloodthirst and excitement glimmered in his eyes as he said that. "Junior, we'll be back in Vientiane World soon. Huang Xiaolong would soon accompany you. You won't be lonely." Feng Yingying merely nodded. Huang Xiaolong's figure inexplicably appeared in her mind. The scenes where Huang Xiaolong had defeated Guojun in the God of the Sea Grand ceremony flashed in front of her eyes. She shook her head and sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, Huang Xiaolong was not someone she could use. It would have been wonderful if she could have made Huang Xiaolong her male slave. Huang Xiaolong rushed through the door the moment he arrived at the Brimming Snow Palace. His heart ached when he saw Li Lu lying comatose on the cold jade bed with her pallid complexion. "Li Lu!" Huang Xiaolong cried out, his voice a little hoarse. In a few large strides, he reached Li Lu's side and held her hand. "Careful!" Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor shouted in unison as they arrived right behind Huang Xiaolong. They very well knew the strength of the evil spirit inside Li Lu's body. A tiny amount of the evil spirit's nefarious chi could render a high-level ancestor god realm comatose, ending up like Li Lu. Even so, their warning came a bit too late, as Huang Xiaolong was already holding Li Lu's hands. The moment Huang Xiaolong touched Li Lu's hand, a piercing shriek sounded from the inside of her body. Ripples of green light surfaced over Li Lu's body and flowed into Huang Xiaolong through his hand. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor ashened at this sight. Black Ice Ancestor arrived just in time to witness this. A spark of delight shone in the depths of her eyes when she saw the green light seeping into Huang Xiaolong's hand. Everyone was gripped by panic as they thought that Huang Xiaolong would be entangled by the evil spirit, but an aureate suddenly burst from between his brows. Waves of chaos lightning chi which was invisible to Golden Brow Ancestor and others rushed throughout Huang Xiaolong's entire body. In a split second, a green light was expelled out from his body before it disappeared. At the same time, the evil spirit inside Li Lu's body let out a scream full of screeching pain. It was clearly injured. This unexpected result surprised Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestors, and the others. "What's going on?" The little cow's eyes glimmered when she saw the green light emitting from Li Lu's body. Huang Xiaolong was a little startled seeing the green light from Li Lu's body. Is this the evil spirit inside her body? When he thought of this, he became excited. Did the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's Chaos Lightning Chi expel the evil spirit's nefarious chi just now? If that's the case, then... But he remembered that he still wasn't able to the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation with his current strength. Hence, he was unable to manipulate the Chaos Lightning Chi. Huang Xiaolong's bright eyes dimmed almost immediately. Huang Xiaolong's expression was obvious to all. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor were about to say something, but before they could say anything, Huang Xiaolong suddenly turned around and asked the little cow, "Xianxia, do you have a way to expel the evil spirit from Li Lu's body?" The little cow stepped forward with her head swaying as she spoke. "There is, but it's a little troublesome. This evil spirit is likely to be the ancient nefarious nightmare soul." Ancient nefarious nightmare soul? Huang Xiaolong's brows furrowed. Though Huang Xiaolong didn't know anything about the nefarious nightmare soul, he could tell that it was going to be a very difficult task to expel this soul if the little cow had said so. Xiaolong, our Fortune Gate headquarters Fortune Divine artifact is capable of suppressing all God force, along with suppressing and eliminating all evil spirits and phantoms. If we can borrow the Fortune Divine artifact and have a high-level God King Realm Master to activate it, then we can suppress and eliminate the evil spirit and nefarious chi from Li Lu's body. Golden Brow Ancestor interjected. However, it is impossible for us to borrow that Fortune Divine artifact with our identities. Only the Headquarters Gate Chief and Ancestors are eligible to use it. Blood Knife Ancestor chimed in. Moreover, where are we going to find a high-level God King Realm Master? Fortune Divine artifact. Huang Xiaolong pondered slightly and asked the little cow again, "This nefarious nightmare soul, is it very powerful?" The little cow nodded in affirmation and added, "Yes, it is very powerful. It's the undispersed soul of an ancient nefarious nightmare tribesman, formed after several million years of absorbing nefarious energy. The stronger the nefarious nightmare soul is, the more powerful it is. Once it possesses a victim, it strives to merge with the victim's godhead and gradually devour the victim's souls. Finally, it takes over the victim's body and turns it into an evil creature." Huang Xiaolong's expression changed greatly. If it was really as the little cow had said, then the moment Li Lu's soul gets devoured, would she turn into an evil creature? Once that happens, will there be no chance for Li Lu to recover at all? The little cow continued, "This nefarious nightmare soul in front of us has the strength of a mid-10th order ancestor god realm. If it wasn't for Li Lu's emperor rank Yin-Yang godhead and resilient soul, her soul would have been devoured clean by this time. However, Li Lu won't be able to last very long. The duration and the intervals of her unconscious spells are getting longer with each time she falls into a coma after waking up. Am I right? At first, Li Lu could wake up once every day, but now, she remains unconscious for the duration of half a month." Myriad Flames Ancestor nodded. Myriad Flames Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, and the others were inwardly thinking, "Even we couldn't recognize the evil spirit inside Li Lu's body despite our identities. Then how come this cow knows that it's the nefarious nightmare soul? What is this cow's origin? How long can Li Lu last?" Huang Xiaolong asked the little cow anxiously. 6 years at the most," the little cow answered. "What? Only 6 years?" Huang Xiaolong gritted his teeth to keep calm. "All of you go out. I have something to talk to Xiaolong," the little cow said to Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and the others. Black Ice Ancestor sneered, "You want us to go out? Who do you think you are?" Huang Xiaolong looked piercingly at Black Ice Ancestor. Xiangsun, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Air, and the others also glared sharply at Black Ice Ancestor. At the receiving end of several piercing gazes, Black Ice Ancestor could actually sense death looming over her head. In the end, Black Ice Ancestor obediently adhered to the little cow and went out following behind Blood Knife Ancestor, Zhui, and other ancestors. Outside, she was slightly panting and looked a little pale. After everyone had exited the room, the little cow erected a soundproof barrier over the room, then said to Huang Xiaolong, "In truth, you don't need to feel anxious, since your senior Xianxia is here. Your little darling is going to be all right." Hearing the little cow was still in a mood to joke, he slapped her head and scolded, "Speak quickly." The little cow shook her head, and she continued nonchalantly, "In fact, you've already guessed the way to help your little darling. You can use your Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's Chaos Lightning Chi to eliminate that nefarious nightmare soul." Huang Xiaolong said gloomily, "You know that I will be able to control the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation only after reaching high-level Ancestor God Realm. If everything were to go as he had estimated, it was something that would probably happen 100 years later. But Li Lu can't wait so long. If you could feed Li Lu a God King Realm Buddhist Cultivator's Buddha pellet, it could suppress that evil spirit and ensure her condition won't deteriorate any further." The little cow said straightforwardly, "You mean, if we have the Buddha pellet, Li Lu can wait until I break through to high-level Ancestor God Realm and control the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool's core formation to expel that evil spirit?" Huang Xiaolong was a little overwhelmed by the rising hope over the horizon. Smart. That's right, as long as you can get a Buddha pellet from a God King Realm Master and feed it to Li Lu, everything else will be much easier. The little cow continued while swinging her tail. By the time you break through to high-level Ancestor God Realm, you would be able to expel the evil spirit from her body, using your strength and the support of the Chaos Golden Dragon Lightning Pool. Or if you could borrow the Fortune Gate Headquarters Fortune Divine artifact before that, you could also use it to eliminate the evil spirit. Huang Xiaolong was a little relieved hearing the little cow's words, but he frowned once again. Buddhist cultivators were scarce in the divine world, not to mention God King Realm Buddhist cultivators were very rare. Where was he supposed to go and find a God King Realm Buddhist cultivator? Moreover, the Buddha pellet was the source of a Buddhist cultivator. Even if he could find a God King Realm Buddhist cultivator, how could he ask for their Buddha pellet casually? Would he need to make a trip to the Buddha world? But, with his current strength, it would take several hundreds of millenniums to traverse space and reach the Buddha world. The divine world was bigger than he could imagine. Forget about Ancestor God Realm Masters, even God King Realm Masters would rarely visit otherworld surfaces in their lifetimes. Although it's hard to find a God King Realm Buddhist cultivator's Buddha pellet, I do know of a place that surely has it. The little cow assured Huang Xiaolong as she saw his troubled expression. What place? Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up instantly. The Royal Buddha Great Worlds, she answered. The Royal Buddha Great Worlds? Huang Xiaolong had not heard of this place until now. Master, I know about this Royal Buddha Great Worlds, and it's a very famous big world surface in the southern region of the divine world. This Royal Buddha Great Worlds is somewhat similar to the extraterritorial Devil battlefield. There are more than 10,000 world surfaces that have formed the Royal Buddha Great Worlds. Although it's interesting that there are numerous Buddhist sects and countless temples in every corner of the Royal Buddha Great Worlds. 9 out of 10 people living there are Buddhist cultivators. Divine Elephant Xianxia explained. The southern region of the divine world. Huang Xiaolong was struck by this information. The Vientiane world surface was located at the edge of the eastern region of the divine world, and each of the regions in the 4 directions were boundless. No wonder he had not heard of the Royal Buddha Great Worlds until now. Some big auction houses backed by the Royal Buddha Great Worlds super forces sometimes auction God King Realm's Buddha pellet. The little cow went on. Although the God King Realm's Buddha pellet sells for an exorbitant price, you can totally afford it with your current wealth. The little cow knew very well how deep Huang Xiaolong's pocket was. Not to mention, she was also aware of Huang Xiaolong's ability to condense spirit stones from spiritual energy. Now that Huang Xiaolong had broken through to Ancestor God Realm, he could condense Grade 7 spirit stones. Grade 7 spirit stones with high purity spiritual energy was a treasure used for cultivating and refining pills. High-grade spirit stones were popular everywhere in the divine world. But how long would it take for us to reach the Royal Buddha Great Worlds? Huang Xiaolong asked the most crucial question. At the end of the day, Li Lu could only hold on for 6 years. If they couldn't get their hands on the Buddha pellet within 6 years' time and give it to Li Lu, their efforts would be in vain even if they managed to find a God King Realm's Buddha pellet in the Royal Buddha Great Worlds. The Royal Buddha Great Worlds is located on the east side of the southern region. Thus it's comparatively closer to us. However, even at our current fastest speed, it would take us 300 years to reach the Royal Buddha Great Worlds. The little cow answered honestly. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened. What? 300 years? Then, a round trip is 600 years. Huang Xiaolong had an impulse to strangle the little cow. If it takes 600 years, what's the fart purpose they plan to go to the Royal Buddha Great Worlds? Li Lu would have turned into a monster long before they would have even reached the Royal Buddha Great Worlds. The little cow chuckled. I haven't finished. Why are you in such a hurry? Haven't finished? The little cow's slow as a tortoise speed made Huang Xiaolong glare at her murderously. The little cow cleared her throat a few times before saying, Before we leave, we could go buy a top-grade flying boat. If we have a top-grade flying boat, Xianxia and Su Baixing could pull it, we could reach the Royal Buddha Great Worlds in 7 to 8 years. A round trip is only 15 years or so. 15 years. Huang Xiaolong's heart accepted this information reluctantly. But, even though their expedition time was cut down to 15 years, Li Lu still won't have enough time to hold on. Huang Xiaolong was about to ask when the little cow said, "Let me rest for a second. I haven't finished. Still haven't finished talking." Huang Xiaolong lifted his foot and kicked the little cow's butt with blazing eyes. The little cow quickly said, "In truth, the 10,000 elephant clan's elephant elixir also can suppress evil spirits." Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, and the others were surprised. The 10,000 elephant clan's elephant elixir. Huang Xiaolong looked at Xianxia. Xianxia respectfully said to Huang Xiaolong, "It is so, master. Though our 10,000 elephant clan's elephant elixir could suppress evil spirits, its effect is small, and it requires the combination of an ancient secret technique. This technique is only known to our 10,000 elephant clan's old ancestor and several eminent elders." This was the reason why Xianxia had not mentioned this method to Huang Xiaolong earlier. The little cow nodded, confirming Xianxia's words, and added, "Originally, this secret technique was indeed known only by Xiang Meng and those few kids, but in the past, Xiang Meng and I have had lots of discussions about the Great Tao. I know this secret technique since he had once mentioned it to me. With the technique and the God King Realm's elephant elixir, I can temporarily suppress the evil spirit in Li Lu's body, so that it can't wreak any more havoc inside her body for the next 30 to 40 years. 30 to 40 years. Huang Xiaolong's heart started beating faster. As long as Li Lu could hold on for 30 to 40 years, then that would give him enough time to save her. "Senior Xiaoyo, you know our old ancestor?" Xianxia looked at her, astounded. He knew that his old ancestor's true name was Xiang Meng. The little cow's tail pointed to the sky. "This cow even knows the ancient heavenly emperor and devil tribes Wu Tian. Move quickly then." Huang Xiaolong scolded as he took out the bottle of God King Realm's elephant elixir. He couldn't stand the little cow standing there idly and blowing her own trumpets about her past glory. The little cow smiled wryly at Huang Xiaolong's reaction and said, "I don't need the whole bottle. A dozen drops are enough, or Li Lu's godhead won't be able to stand it. However, I need Xianxia by my side to help me during the process." Huang Xiaolong immediately told Xianxia to help the little cow. The little cow opened her mouth and sucked in a dozen drops of glistening elephant elixir from the blood-red bottle. The drops of elephant elixir separately fell on Li Lu's forehead, chest, both palms, and legs, and were simultaneously absorbed into her body gradually. Purple lightning sizzled from the little cow's golden horns as bubbles of purple lightning liquid floated out, enveloping Li Lu's body. Xianxia began circulating his god force to assist the little cow. Huang Xiaolong watched everything without blinking, as if he was afraid something would go wrong. The room was deathly quiet. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Er, Gue Yi, and Gue Er guarded at the door to prevent Black Ice Ancestor or any other miscellaneous person from trying to interrupt the little cow and Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, 2 days went by. The green light inside Li Lu's body glimmered unsteadily, and the nefarious nightmare soul's screeching gradually weakened. Just as joy rose to Huang Xiaolong's face, several bright lights appeared high in the air of the Vientiane world. Space was torn, and out came Feng Yingying and the rest of the Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs. They were finally back in the Vientiane world. Feng Yingying and the group of Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs looked down at the various cities big and small on the Fortune mainland from high up in the air. "I hope that Huang Xiaolong is at the Fortune Gate," Gue family's patriarch Gue Shi said with a cold, bloodthirsty glint in his eyes as he licked the corners of his lips. Gue family's ancestor Gue sneered. "He better be, or else we'll start the slaughter with that golden brow and blood knife." Huang Xiaolong is their disciple, so if the disciple is not around, they naturally need to make up for his mistakes. Although Golden Brow Ancestor had already broken through to God King Realm for more than a decade, there were still 7 of them. They could toy with Golden Brow Ancestor as they liked. It was merely Golden Brow, and they had even less to worry about Blood Knife. "Come, let's go to the Fortune City," Feng Yingying commanded spiritedly. "Yes, Lord Sea God." The group of Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs answered with vigor. The group whistled boldly towards Fortune City without bothering to disguise their movements. There is no need for us to conceal our presence nor motives, Feng Yingying added. They will never need to hide in the Vientiane world ever again. She wanted to boldly display the current strength of her Sea Tribe to Zhu Yi, Golden Brow, and the others at the Fortune Gate. She wanted everyone in the Fortune Gate to know that her Sea Tribe had 7 great God King Realm Masters. The rest of the group was surprised as well as ecstatic as they complied. Feng family's patriarch Feng Kaiyun said, "The Fortune Gate's chief Zhu Yi, Golden Brow, and the others will soon know that our Sea Tribe has 7 great God King Realm Masters. I can't wait to see Zhu Yi, Golden Brow, and the others' expressions when this news hits them. What expressions will they have? They would definitely be scared until they piss in their pants." One of the patriarchs laughed. The group laughed loudly. Their laughter echoed in the air. At the same time, Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi's momentum rose. Guo family's ancestor Guo followed. Soon, the Sea Tribe's 7 great God King Realm Masters flew towards the Fortune City at full momentum. The originally clear bright sky suddenly dim as dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled as if a thunderstorm was coming from the horizon. The experts on the Fortune mainland felt the terrifying pressure from the Sea Tribe's 7 great God King Realm Masters, similar to a giant mountain pressing down and suffocating them. Their faces paled as they were forced into prostration. Following that, even the Sea Tribe's patriarchs released their momentums. Even though the other 5 ancestors had yet to break through to God King Realm, their cultivations had reached the very extreme of peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm. Moreover, the synergy of the group's momentum was multiplying its effect. It's the Sea Tribe. This is the aura of a God King Realm Master. Heavens, the Sea Tribe's ancestors have actually broken through to the God King Realm. So many of them broke through to the God King Realm. They want to attack our Fortune Gate. Some Ancestor God Realm Masters trembled as they realized their situation. The Sea Tribe has so many ancestors who have broken through to God King Realm. Moreover, judging from the situation, they were going to attack the Fortune Gate. This realization made the forces and families experts who had sworn fealty to the Fortune Gate feel devastated. If the Fortune Gate was defeated, then what would happen to them and the forces who had sworn allegiance to the Fortune Gate? Will they become the Sea Tribe's slaves? The Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs laughed even louder seeing the terrified faces of the people down in the cities. They accelerated towards Fortune City as they followed Feng Yingying. The news of the Sea Tribe's arrival and their intentions spread faster than wildfire, and it soon reached Zhu Yi, Golden Brow Ancestor, and the other ancestors. Inside the Fortune Divine Kingdom, Zhu Yi, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Black Ice Ancestor, and the rest looked grim. What? The Sea Tribe's ancestors have broken through to God King Realm, and they are going to attack our Fortune Gate. Disbelief was written all over their faces, as this news was very hard for them to accept. They had completely been caught off guard. Many of the Sea Tribe's ancestors have broken through to the God King Realm. How is that possible? Zhu Yi screamed hoarsely. According to the disciples, at least 7 of the Sea Tribe's ancestors have broken through to God King Realm. Blood Knife persuaded. His voice was heavy as he went on. The disciples wouldn't make any shoddy report, therefore it's likely to be true. Attack our Vientiane world's Fortune Gate. Isn't Feng Yingying afraid of our headquarters' retaliation? Black Ice Ancestor screamed. Others fell into silence. The Fortune Gate's headquarters? All of them were well aware about the relationship between the Vientiane world's Fortune Gate and their headquarters. As long as the Sea Tribe did not slaughter indiscriminately, the headquarters elder in charge of this area would turn a blind eye to their situation. Let's head out and gauge Feng Yingying and the Sea Tribe's ancestors' purpose, Golden Brow Ancestor said solemnly. The rest nodded. At this point, the God King Realm Golden Brow Ancestor was naturally their backbone. Golden Brow Ancestor Zhu Yi and the rest flew out from the Fortune Divine Kingdom, then tore space and appeared above the Fortune City. Not long after they had appeared, They saw the roiling dark clouds and rumbling thunder at the tail of Feng Yingying's group as their group accelerated towards them. The powerful momentums coming from the Sea Tribe's group billowed at the Fortune Gates group like a tsunami. Blood Knife Ancestor and the others' faces slightly ashened. They were all 10th Order Ancestor God Realm Masters, therefore they could instantly judge that the Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi, Gua family's ancestor Guada, and 5 other Sea Tribes' ancestors had broken through the God King realm. The Sea Tribe suddenly has 7 great God King realm masters, and it's true. In front of this absolute power, Zhu, Black Ice Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and the rest felt panic gripping their hearts. For a brief moment, the thought of fleeing flickered in Black Ice Ancestor's mind. However, she cut off this thought almost immediately because if she were to flee, then she would be labeled as a Fortune Gates traitor. The Sea Tribes group also saw the Fortune Gates group. Feng Yingying, the ancestors and patriarchs were filled with smugness when they saw the panic in Zhu and the Fortune Gates ancestors' faces. Moments later, the Sea Tribes group stopped above the Fortune City, keeping a distance of about several hundred li from Golden Brow Ancestors group. In one of the residences below them, Zhu Feng was deathly pale looking at Feng Yingying's group. Even though he could see a different view of Feng Yingying from below, he didn't have the mood to enjoy this alluring sight at this scary moment. As for Hifeng and Chen Shuguang, they had already flicked their sleeves and exited Fortune Gate angrily after learning that Zhu and the ancestors won't be taking any actions against Huang Xiaolong. They had vowed to make the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate branch pay for their actions upon returning to the Fortune Gate headquarters. High in the air, Feng Yingying wore a faint smile on her face as she looked at Zhu. 20 years have passed since the god of the sea grand ceremony. Long time no see. Gate Chief Zhu is still as dazzling as ever. Feng Yingying had cultivated the ancient Enchantress tribe's enchanting technique. Therefore, despite Zhu Yi's strong will, his breathing quickened with her every movement. Lord Sea God is flattering me. May I know Lord Sea God's purpose in coming to our Fortune Gate. Zhu calmed down and squeezed a smile on his face. Feng Yingying spoke nonchalantly. I would like to address and take care of a few matters at hand. Firstly, I want the Fortune Gate to surrender their forces on Fortune Mainland and retreat and stay within the boundaries of the Fortune City. Secondly, hand over Huang Xiaolong to us. Don't try to tell me that Huang Xiaolong is not at the Fortune Gate. Although everyone in the Fortune Gates group was enraged by Feng Yingying's first condition, they had already anticipated it. However, Feng Yingying's second condition for surrendering Huang Xiaolong was truly unexpected for them. Hand over Huang Xiaolong? Zhu repeated in confusion. That's right, hand over Huang Xiaolong. Gua family's ancestor Guada interjected. His scarlet eyes were fixed on Golden Brow Ancestor as he said, Huang Xiaolong killed by grandson Guajun. Therefore, if you don't surrender Huang Xiaolong... What? Killed Guajun? Golden Brow Ancestor Zhu and the others were genuinely astounded. As Huang Xiaolong had ordered the 10,000 Elephant Clan's patriarch Xianxia to lock down the whole city, not many people from outside were aware of Guajun's death at Huang Xiaolong's hands. Other than Feng Yingying, Guada, Guashi, and the others from the Sea Tribes group, only the higher echelons of the Sea Tribe knew about Guajun's death. Thus, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Zhu, and the others were completely unaware about this news. At this point, the Fortune Gates group finally understood why one of the Sea Tribe's conditions was to hand over Huang Xiaolong. Guajun was the Gua family's #1 genius disciple. Importantly, Guajun was the first 8-tailed silver whale after countless millennials. Therefore, Guajun was the Gua family's, and the whole Sea Tribe's precious genius that they had been nurturing with much care. But Huang Xiaolong had killed their precious genius. The entire Sea Tribe is surely longing to tear apart Huang Xiaolong into small bits of pieces at this moment. Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's heart sank. On the other hand, Zhu and Black Ice Ancestor were inwardly delighted. Huang Xiaolong, Huang Xiaolong, even your 2 beasts and the 3 subordinates who are late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm Masters would meet their deaths this time. Black Ice Ancestor could already imagine the sight of Huang Xiaolong and his subordinates being squeezed until they exploded to their deaths. Zhu Feng was equally delighted when he heard Feng Yingying's second condition, while watching the whole scene unfold above his luxurious residence. After a brief pause, Black Ice Ancestor broke the silence and said, "It is only right to pay life for life. Since Huang Xiaolong has killed the Sea Tribe's Gua family's Guojun, we will surely surrender him to you. Please rest assured." Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor's faces turned extremely grim, as Black Ice Ancestor self-righteously promised to hand over Huang Xiaolong to the Sea Tribe. Black Ice Old Hag, Huang Xiaolong is not your disciple. Therefore you're not the one to make any decisions concerning Huang Xiaolong. Blood Knife Ancestor widened his eyes in anger. Why don't you hand yourself over to the Sea Tribe and let them take turns to fork you? Take turns to fork you. Black Ice Ancestor jumped up in exasperation. Blood Knife, you old dog. Did I say something wrong? Since Huang Xiaolong has killed the Gua family's Guojun, do you want the whole Fortune Gate being dragged down by him? You want all the Fortune Gate's disciples to bear the consequences for Huang Xiaolong's actions. Because you are willing to protect your disciple at all cost, then does that mean you will sacrifice the other Fortune Gate's disciples? Golden Brow Ancestor snapped and broke the argument between the two of them. Enough! Dazzling rays of golden lights shone out from Golden Brow Ancestor's body, and his momentum churned the surrounding clouds away. This small show of might shocked the Sea Tribe's group. Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi and the rest subconsciously converged their arrogance a little. Golden Brow Ancestor's strength was stronger than they had expected. Golden Brow Ancestor's gaze were sharp as blades, as it swept past Black Ice Ancestor's face, then fell on Feng Yingying, Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi, Gua family's ancestor Guada, and the others. I cannot agree with both of your conditions. Firstly, our Fortune Gate will not surrender the forces on the Fortune mainland and stay within the boundary of Fortune City. Secondly, Huang Xiaolong is my personal disciple. Therefore, even if he were to massacre the whole Gua family's disciples along with Guojun, then also I wouldn't hand him over to you. Golden Brow Ancestor's tone was as hard as iron. Domineering aura billowed from his body. Feng Yingying's face darkened at his words. So did the rest of her group members. Black Ice Ancestor jumped out again. Senior Brother Golden Brow, it's true that Huang Xiaolong is your disciple, but Huang Xiaolong is also a disciple of Vientiane World's Fortune Gate. Don't forget that you're no longer our Vientiane World's Fortune Gate Chief. Zhu Yi is the current Gate Chief. Only Zhu Yi can decide how to deal with Huang Xiaolong. If everyone starts protecting their disciples, despite the crimes they have committed, then what's the use of our sex rules? What is the use of having a Gate Chief? Zhu Yi stood there without saying a word. However, his silence in itself showed that he was on Black Ice Ancestor's side. In truth, he had been dissatisfied with Golden Brow Ancestor of late. Golden Brow Ancestor had resigned from the Gate Chief's position for a long time now, so Zhu Yi was not happy when Golden Brow Ancestor was making decisions for Fortune Gate when the Sea Tribe brought up their two conditions. He believed that Golden Brow should respect him and let him make the decisions as the current chief of the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate. As Black Ice Ancestor said, Huang Xiaolong was Golden Brow Ancestor's disciple, but he was also a Vientiane World's Fortune Gate's disciple. Since Huang Xiaolong had caused troubles outside, as the current Gate Chief, I have the right to punish him. Can I not punish Huang Xiaolong just because he's Golden Brow Ancestor's disciple? Golden Brow Ancestor's cold glance swept across Black Ice Ancestor and Zhu Yi. Black Ice, you claimed that I'm biased towards my disciple. Then may I ask which Fortune Gate's rule has my disciple violated? Golden Brow Ancestor asked icily. Or are you saying that my disciple has violated the Fortune Gate's rules because he killed someone from outside? When did the Fortune Gate have a rule prohibiting their disciples killing outside? Black Ice Ancestor was stupefied. If my disciple has violated the Fortune Gate's rules because he killed someone, what about you? You've never killed people? Following your logic, you too have violated the rules, Golden Brow Ancestor stated. Black Ice Ancestor argued. The one he has killed Guojun. Gua family's Guojun? Golden Brow ancestor snickered. So, is there a Fortune Gates rule that prohibits killing the Sea Tribe Gua family's Guajun? Does it mean killing him violates our Fortune Gates rules? Black Ice ancestor couldn't find any words to retort. Meanwhile, Gua family's ancestor Guada had gotten impatient by this unnecessary exchange between the members of the Fortune Gates group. He shouted angrily, "Golden Brow, whether Huang Xiaolong violated any Fortune Gates rules or not is your internal business. Today you don't have a choice and must hand over Huang Xiaolong to us. Otherwise, we will attack directly and kill you first, then flip the Fortune Gate upside down. We will eventually find Huang Xiaolong either way." What a big tone! A cold voice suddenly resounded to everyone's surprise. Everyone blanked for a moment. In the next second, they saw Huang Xiaolong flying out from the Fortune Divine Kingdom. Following behind him were Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng, Feng Air, Gue Yi, and Gue Air. Gua family's ancestor Guada and Gua family's patriarch Gua Shi's eyes turned scarlet as soon as they saw Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, you've got guts to come out and face us." Gua family's patriarch Gua Shi laughed, his expression distorted with pain and hatred. "You killed my Junior. Do you think that your master, Golden Brow, will be able to protect you? Today, no one can save you." Huang Xiaolong stopped not far from the Sea Tribe and looked at Gua Shi without any expression. "Indeed, no one can save you today." His words baffled them. But the Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs were soon rolling in a fit of laughter in the mid-air. Especially Gua family's ancestor Guada and patriarch Gua Shi's laughter was the loudest. "No one can save me?" Gua Shi laughed at Huang Xiaolong, full of mockery. He laughed so hard that his stomach was aching, and there were tears at the corners of his eyes. "Huang Xiaolong, you have a great sense of humor." Gua Shi ridiculed and continued laughing. "I know your master Golden Brow has broken through to God King Realm, but do you think relying on his early First Order God King Realm strength could kill me? Do you think he can handle all of us? Let me tell you something important. 7 of our Sea Tribe's ancestors have already broken through to God King Realm. So listen carefully. It is 7 of us who had broken through to God King Realm. The King of Gods, the Gods King. Forget your master Golden Brow. Even if he were to get help from 2 more early First Order God King Realm Masters, you're still going to die today." Close to the end of his words, Gua Shi's face was grotesquely warped as he got more excited and his hatred intensified. He was outraged by Huang Xiaolong's insolence and foolishness. Black Ice ancestor spoke again. "Huang Xiaolong, you have brought this mess upon yourself, so I hope you won't drag the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate into it. Don't dream of using the entire Vientiane World's Fortune Gate as your protective shield. So it would be better for you to go obediently and receive your punishment from the Gua family." Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept across Black Ice ancestor's face like he was looking at a dead person. In the past, he had endured Black Ice ancestor time and again because she was Li Lu's master. But this time he won't compromise. Still, that would have to wait until he was done dealing with the Sea Tribe. "Huang Xiaolong, in a short few decades, you have broken through to the Ancestor God Realm from peak late 10th Order Heavenly God Realm. Therefore, even I acknowledge that you have a monstrous talent," Feng Yingying said with a soft and enchanting voice. "Initially, I wanted to subjugate you as my male slave to have you follow me for your whole life. Unfortunately, you just had to go and kill Guajun. Now, I also can't spare your life by making you my male slave because I will have to leave your fate in the Gua family's ancestor and patriarch's hands." Feng Yingying was looking full of regret. "Male slave? Male pet?" Huang Xiaolong looked at Feng Yingying's regretful face and smiled nonchalantly. "It sounds as if I have to thank you for your accidental love, but if I were to pick a slave or a maid, I absolutely wouldn't pick one of your kind." Feng Yingying was startled. She blinked her watery eyes at Huang Xiaolong, smiling alluringly as she asked full of interest, "Why so?" Huang Xiaolong cooperated and answered her. "Because your breasts and ass are too big, and above everything else, you stink too much. Breasts and ass are too big. Stink too much." Everyone had weird expressions on their faces. Blood Knife Ancestor's eyes roved over Feng Yingying's bosom and laughter bubbled out from his throat. Exactly. Darling disciple, you have grasped the essence. Too big is indeed not good, sags easily. Puff. Feng Er, Gui and Gui Er also failed to hold in their laughter. Sags easily? Huang Xiaolong speechlessly looked at his master. You said that, not me. Master, no matter what, she's still the Lord Sea God, the supreme leader of the Sea Tribe. Can't you be a little more civil? Huang Xiaolong tried to ease the atmosphere. Blood Knife Ancestor laughed heartily. Civil? This old man's mouth can't spout out any wishy-washy civil words. Huang Xiaolong, you're courting death. Feng family's patriarch Feng Kaiyun bellowed angrily. He punched in Huang Xiaolong's direction. All boundaries breaking punch. Earth-shattering icy blue sea god force surged from Feng Kaiyun's fist, forming fist images with strange explosive sounds with the might of destroying 10,000 world surfaces. In the blink of an eye, Feng Kaiyun's fist was within meters from Huang Xiaolong. This all-boundaries-breaking punch was the most powerful attack amongst the Wilder Sea Divine Fist, and the Wilder Sea Divine Fist was one of the Feng family's supreme divine arts. A pair of slender hands appeared out of nowhere and slapped forth with a wave. Chilling ghost chi from these hands turned into an army of howling ghosts and collided with Feng Kaiyun's Wilder Sea Divine Fist. RR rumble. RRR rumble. The sharp howls from the ghost army were akin to a million needles pricking into Feng Kaiyun's mind. Feng Kaiyun's body shook and he leaped back several times. What the? Everyone was startled at the result. All of them turned to see who had parried Feng Kaiyun's attack, and were astonished when they saw it was none other than the young woman clad in the fiery red dress at Huang Xiaolong's side. It was obviously Feng Er. Peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm? Gua family's patriarch, Gua Shi, blurted out in astonishment. Feng Yingying, the Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs, as well as Black Ice Ancestor and Zhu Yi were taken aback. This Feng Er is actually a peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm. No wonder you dared to despise and ridicule this lord, since you have a peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm Master protecting you. Feng Yingying said coldly as she recovered from her shock. She went on, but, you don't know right, a peak late 10th Order Ancestor God Realm is rubbish in front of a God King Realm Master. Feng Yingying turned to Feng Er and said, Miss, you don't need to die with Huang Xiaolong. I don't know what benefits Huang Xiaolong has offered you, but if you swear allegiance to me, I can give you twice the benefits. Feng Yingying had just used her sea god's bloodline power to test Feng Er, and had discovered her amazing talent. Not to mention, Feng Er also had a high chance of breaking through to God King Realm. This had roused her interest in taking Feng Er under her wings. In other words, I should be thanking you instead. Feng Er's tone suddenly turned nonchalant as she stated, Pity. Your breasts are too big. Pity. Your breasts are too big. Her tone was exactly the same as Huang Xiaolong. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Gui Yi, and Gui Er chortled. Feng Yingying's face turned white, and then green. She pointed a trembling finger at Feng Er, Gui Yi, and the others and said to Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi, Kill them for me, especially this slut who doesn't know what's good for her. Kill this slut, she screamed. Her image as the Lord Sea God had long been thrown out of the window. Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi complied. He stepped forward and fixed an icy glare on Feng Er. He raised his right palm and pressed in the air. The boundless great sea. Suddenly, there was an intense pressure pressing down from high up in the air, as if it was coming from thousands of vast seas. Feng Jingxi had completely displayed his power as a God King Realm Master. The pressure of a God King Realm Master from Feng Jingxi's body sword, tearing through the surrounding space. Black Ice Ancestor was delighted as she inwardly chanted, Die, die, all go and die quickly. She could already see the sight of Huang Xiaolong and his subordinates blood painting everything in red under Feng Jingxi's palm. Golden lights flickered in Golden Brow Ancestor's eyes. Just as he was about to make a move to save Feng Er, a giant, hairy black leg extended out. This giant leg aimed and kicked Feng Jingxi in swift movements. Feng Jingxi's sight blurred, and in the next second, he collided with something big. The impact sent him shooting across the air like a super cannonball. However, Feng Jingxi's body shot forward instead of backwards, smashing straight into a tall mountain peak outside of Fortune City. Boom! Feng Jingxi smashed into the mountain peak, shattering the top of the mountain into crumbles. Whereas Feng Jingxi himself was buried under boulders and stones, and not a corner of his robe could be seen. The Fortune Gate and Sea Tribes group were flabbergasted. The Sea Tribes group's jaws dropped as they looked at Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi buried under the layers of rocks. Feng Yingying, Gua family's ancestor Guada, Black Ice ancestor, Zhu Yi, Golden Brow ancestor, and Blood Knife ancestor were too stunned to speak. A long time later, Black Ice ancestor incoherently asked Myriad Flame's ancestor, her voice scratchy due to her suddenly dry throat, "St, that one, really is the Sea Tribe's strongest person, Feng family's ancestor?" It seems so. Myriad Flame's ancestor's tongue was quivering, affecting the clarity of his words. Soon, everyone's gazes turned away from the buried Feng family's Feng Jingxi and fell on the adorable-looking void devil beast Su Baisheng standing beside Huang Xiaolong. You. Black Ice ancestor's voice was quivering, and her face was as pale as someone who might have soaked in water for a few years. She had assumed that void devil beast Su Baisheng was a late 10th order ancestor god realm like Guei. But now, it dawned on her how wrong she was. Zhu Yi too had an ugly expression on his face, and there a flutter of panic in his heart. Feng Yingying was shocked as she looked at the void devil beast Su Baisheng, and she was inwardly trying to guess his strength. Second order god king realm? Or mid-second order god king realm? Perhaps late second order god king realm? This adorable-looking charcoal-colored beast is actually a second order god king realm master. There's actually a second order god king realm beast by Huang Xiaolong's side. How? Feng Yingying shook her head, unable to accept this truth. At this moment, Feng Yingying realized that Huang Xiaolong wasn't relying on Golden Brow, Blood Knife, or on the Vientiane World's Fortune Gate, but on a second-order God King Realm beast. Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng felt a little shy being at the center of everyone's attention, and scratched his head while saying, "Don't look at me like this. My face is going to turn red." Everyone nearly plummeted to the ground at his words. Huang Xiaolong's frosty eyes were fixed on Feng Yingying and the rest of the Sea Tribes group. Divine Elephant Xiangxun was still inside the brimming snow palace, as he was assisting the little cow to suppress the evil spirit inside Li Lu's body. However, with the late Third Order God King Realm Su Baisheng around, it was enough to kill the whole Sea Tribes group. Huang Xiaolong sneered when he detected the fleeting panic and fear over the Gua family's ancestor Guada's face. 7 great God King Realm Masters? Merely 7 people who had just broken through to the early First Order God King Realm were threatening him and the Fortune Gate. Even if the 7 of them were to combine their strength, they still weren't enough to fight against the Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng. It would have been a different scenario if Feng Jingxi, Guada, and the other 5 ancestors would have been late Second Order God King Realm Masters. In that situation, they could have fought Su Baisheng by combining their powers. Kill them! Huang Xiaolong ordered Su Baisheng as he pointed at Gua family's ancestor Guada and Patriarch Guashi. Gua family's ancestor Guada and Patriarch Guashi's pupils dilated in fear when they heard Huang Xiaolong's order. Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng respectfully complied and leaped straight at Guada and Guashi. Ancestors and patriarchs, join hands to form the Sea God's Heavenly Beasts formation. Feng Yingying cried out urgently. The Sea God's Heavenly Beasts formation was one of the Sea Tribe's heritage from ancient times. The stronger the people forming the Sea God's Heavenly Beasts formation, the synergy of their strengths greatly raised the formation's power. Gua family's ancestor Guade immediately stood at the center, while the rest of the Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs erected several layers of circles around Guade to form the Sea God's Heavenly Beasts formation. Waves of God force rushed into the Sea God's Heavenly Beasts formation from these Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs, casting a shadow over the sky. Surreal images of various divine beasts appeared into the high sky. The formation pulsated with heart-palpitating ripples of energy. Feng Yingying's heart eased seeing this. She looked at Huang Xiaolong with a faint mocking smile. Huang Xiaolong, Even if your beast is a second-order god-king realm, our sea god's heavenly beast's formation will easily suppress him. She then turned to Guida and shouted, "Kill this beast for me. Kill that slut." Her slender finger trembled in anger as pointed at Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng and Feng Air. Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng snickered coldly. He stepped forth and slapped onto the sea god's heavenly beast's formation with his claws. Corrosive devil chi surged like a ferocious beast, banging onto the sea tribe's formation. Rumble! In the split second of collision, the sea god's heavenly beast's formation was shattered into nothing. Guida's face turned several shades whiter, and the other ancestors and patriarchs were thrown out in various directions. A few of the weaker sea tribe's patriarchs were bleeding all over. Even Guida, who had broken through to God-King realm, was vomiting blood. Guida and the others crashed heavily to the ground in different locations of the Fortune City. Zhu Yi, Black Ice Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, as well as Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor gasped at this sight. Especially Black Ice Ancestor's lips were quivering with fear and shock. Feng Yingying's face was already deathly pale. Even so, she refused to believe what she was witnessing. She shook her head, as if she had lost her mind. "I'm possible? Why? Why is it like this? Impossible, I don't believe this. Even if he's a mid-second order god-king realm, it's impossible to break the sea god's heavenly beast's formation." Feng Yingying shrieked repeatedly, as she was extremely agitated. Zhu Yi, Black Ice Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and the others were staring wide-eyed at Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng. The sea god's heavenly beast's formation was easily broken by this mid-second order god-king realm master. How was it possible? Late second order god-king realm? No. Even a late second order god-king realm won't be able to break the sea tribe's sea god's heavenly beast's formation with just one move. In other words, was this adorable-looking beast by Huang Xiaolong's side a peak late second order god-king realm master? He might even be an early third order god-king realm master. Early third order god-king realm. The more Zhu Yi, Black Ice Ancestor, and others thought about it, the more sense it made. This could very well explain why this beast was able to break the sea god's heavenly beast's formation, which was otherwise unbreakable by even the second-order god-king realm master. This beast is not a mid-second order god-king realm but an early third-order god-king realm. After clearing the doubt in their minds, Zhu Yi, Black Ice Ancestor, and others looked as if they were having a stroke. Black Ice Ancestor was shaking badly. Meanwhile, Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng reached out and grabbed the Guo family's ancestor Guida and Patriarch Guoshi with his claw, and flung them across the air. As Su Baisheng gripped them tightly, Guida and Guoshi felt like they would explode to their deaths. Corrosive devil flames snaked out from Su Baisheng's claws and wound around Guida and Guoshi. Screams and grunts reverberated in the air. Right before Feng Yingying, Black Ice Ancestor, and the others, Guida and Guoshi were getting completely corroded, and soon only their godheads would be left behind. It was no secret amongst Huang Xiaolong's group that Senior Xianxia loved munching on the godheads. Hence, Su Baisheng was planning to destroy only their souls, while keeping the godheads intact. Just like that, the Guo family's ancestor Guida and Patriarch Guoshi were getting killed in front of everyone. Black Ice Ancestor almost stumbled from high up in the air, as she witnessed Su Baisheng killing Guo family's ancestor and patriarch, who belonged to one of the 12 sea tribes' prominent families. Guo family's Guida shouted madly, "I'm a god king, the king of gods. My body is immortal, my godhead is immortal, you can't kill me. Huang Xiaolong. There'll be a day when I will annihilate you, you little pup." Upon breaking through to God-King realm, they had comprehended the esoteric of life, turning their bodies and godheads immortal. For example, even if their arms, hands, internal organs were cut off or shattered, they could grow them back. Even if their godhead was broken, it could still be repaired. This was the frightening vitality of a God-King realm master. "Can't kill you?" Void Devil Beast Su Baisheng snorted with disdain and mocked. Although a God-King realm cultivation is said to be immortal, how can it be truly undying? If that was the case, then during the Divine World's calamity in the past, there wouldn't have been a sea of God-King realm masters' corpses. With that said, Corrosive devil flames danced vigorously from his claws. Guida's body was slowly eaten away by the black flames. As he was getting incinerated, his body started expanding at a rapid pace. Seeing this, void devil beast Su Baixing's corrosive devil flames also grew bigger. Instantly, the burning speed became faster than the speed of Guida's expanding body. In the end, Gua families Guida and Patriarch Guashi were killed just the same, leaving only their godheads. Huang Xiaolong was not idle on the side as he swiftly collected Guida and Guashi's spatial rings. Huang Xiaolong casually opened both spatial rings that belonged to Guida and Guashi. His eyes lit up as he saw the piles of chaos spiritual herbs, chaos spiritual pills, and mountains of grade 7 and grade 8 spirit stones. The Sea Tribe's 12 prominent families had existed with more than 1,000,000 years of heritage. So one could imagine the shocking wealth accumulated inside Guida and Guashi's spatial rings. Huang Xiaolong's attention then shifted to Feng Yingying and the remaining Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs. If Guida and Guashi's spatial rings had so much wealth, then Feng Yingying and the other ancestors and patriarchs' spatial rings should be equally plentiful, right? As Huang Xiaolong was trying to estimate the wealth inside the Sea Tribe's group spatial rings, Feng Yingying and the rest of the Sea Tribe were deathly pale. Guida's dead. Gua family's ancestor, the acknowledged Sea Tribe's strongest person, had died just like that. Not to mention, he was killed not long after he had broken through to God King Realm. A God King Realm master was a legendary existence in this Vientiane world. But now, such a legendary existence had died in front of them. This sight was a greater blow to Black Ice Ancestor and Zhui. Black Ice Ancestor looked at the God King Realm Guida who was killed in front of her. And the impact was so big that she could not even distinguish whether Myriad Flame's ancestor was a male or female anymore. Although Guida and Guashi still had their avatars in the Sea Tribe, they were still considered dead as their main bodies had died. Not to mention, when their main bodies died, the souls of their respective avatars were damaged in the process, which in turn would limit their avatars' future achievements. In the meantime, Huang Xiaolong had already put Guida and Guashi's spatial rings into his own Ghost Buddha ring. He looked at Feng Yingying and said, "Feng Yingying, you have two choices which are as follows. Either become my subordinate Feng Heir's slave," he pointed at Feng Heir, "or you can choose to die like Guida and Guashi." Huang Xiaolong stated coldly, What did you say? Want me to be your subordinate slave?" Feng Yingying screamed. Her face was green with indescribable anger, and she was trembling with uncontrollable rage. If Huang Xiaolong had given her a choice to be his slave, then she wouldn't have been so angry. But Huang Xiaolong wanted her to be his subordinate Feng Heir's slave. This was absolutely abhorrent. "I want you dead." Feng Yingying screamed as the Sea God's scepter appeared in her hand, and she struck out at Huang Xiaolong. The Sea God's scepter was enshrouded in a brilliant light. Feng Yingying was too agitated to remember that the void devil beast Su Baixing was still by Huang Xiaolong's side, and she lunged forward to kill Huang Xiaolong even at the cost of her life. When Feng Yingying attacked, Huang Xiaolong signaled Su Baixing, Feng Heir, and others to stay put. He clenched his right hand into a fist and swung straight at Feng Yingying's Sea God scepter. Clank! A strong force exploded from Huang Xiaolong's fist that was enshrouded in a golden light, while the Sea God's scepter in Feng Yingying's hands emitted a dazzling icy blue light. The others watched as Feng Yingying was repelled due to the collision, and she lost her balance. The Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs couldn't believe what they had just seen. Their Lord Sea God was a peak early Third Order Ancestor God realm, yet she was repelled back by Huang Xiaolong. Didn't Huang Xiaolong just break through to the Ancestor God realm? But his battle power. Feng Yingying looked at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief as she recovered from her frenzy. She looked at Huang Xiaolong's right fist, and she was surprised to see very few minor scratches on it. Her Sea God's scepter had merely left a few scratches on Huang Xiaolong's skin. The Sea God's scepter was claimed to be the Sea Tribe's sharpest divine weapon, yet it had barely pierced Huang Xiaolong's skin. On top of that, how could Huang Xiaolong be stronger than her? While Feng Yingying was still in shock and disbelief, Huang Xiaolong's figure flickered, and once again he swung his fist at her. Huang Xiaolong's right fist burst out in a shocking golden light. Metal Domain Cannon. Golden Inundating Sun. This was one of the strongest moves from Golden Brow ancestors' Metal Domain Cannon. The whole Fortune City was covered in golden light, blocking out all other colors. This radiant golden light contained an overwhelming destructive power. Feng Yingying was flustered, but quickly circulated every ounce of her sea god's bloodline power. Sea god descends to the world, she bellowed. A startling light started shining from her chest and bloomed outwards, while rings of light appeared behind her. At the same time, the sea god's scepter in her hands hummed and shook as the sea divine beasts flew out from its body one after another. Feng Yingying gripped at the sea god's scepter until her knuckles turned white, and unaware of what she was doing, she managed to shoot out a beam of light from her specter. This beam of light struck Huang Xiaolong's sky of golden lights. Rumble. Undulating thunderous explosions resounded in the air. Huang Xiaolong and Feng Yingying both leaped back, and simultaneously staggered several steps backwards. This time it was a draw. It was a draw. Even though Feng Yingying had employed her sea god's bloodline power and had used the sea god specter, it was still a draw. Nonetheless, she had stood her ground and fought Huang Xiaolong under such dire circumstances. But this result was unacceptable to Feng Yingying because she knew that Huang Xiaolong could transform into a primordial divine dragon. Huang Xiaolong's strength would rise exceptionally if he were to transform into a primordial divine dragon. As expected, Huang Xiaolong let out a dragon roar right in front of Feng Yingying. With a sway, his body turned into a primordial divine dragon. Compared to the last time, Huang Xiaolong's primordial divine dragon's body was thicker, and the blue dragon scales glistened brightly. Boundless dragon might spread out. Down! Huang Xiaolong was already above Feng Yingying the moment he transformed into a primordial divine dragon. His hill-sized dragon claw slammed down on Feng Yingying. Huang Xiaolong had no patience for entangling with Feng Yingying. Therefore he had transformed into a primordial divine dragon to kill her in the shortest amount of time. Huang Xiaolong, you dared to hurt our Lord Sea God. The group of sea tribes' ancestors and patriarchs bellowed in anger and rushed towards Huang Xiaolong. However, before they could even reach Huang Xiaolong, they were swept backwards by the void devil beast Su Baixing's fist. Feng Yingying looked at the dragon claw falling on her like a hill, and her face turned a shade paler. She frenziedly pushed her sea god's bloodline power to the limit, and summoned her sea god divine armor to protect her whole body while channeling all of her god force into the scepter in her hands and pointed upwards. But it was futile. In a split second, Feng Yingying was struck by a great impact, smashing her to the ground. The ground below shook violently, raising a curtain of dust. The others saw Feng Yingying lying in a human-shaped pit with her hands tightly holding onto the sea god scepter. With a sway, Huang Xiaolong reverted to his human form and looked indifferently at Feng Yingying. Feng Yingying, have you thought about it? Be my subordinate Feng heir's slave or die. He added, you have 1 minute to answer. Based on Huang Xiaolong's current strength, he could control cultivators below 4th Order God King Realm Masters with his Grand Mistworm. However, Feng Yingying had the sea god's bloodline. Therefore controlling her was not easy. Not to mention, she had the sea god divine armor protecting her. Feng Yingying laughed as she struggled up from the pit, her face distorted. Huang Xiaolong, even if I die, I won't be your slave, much less your subordinate slave. Since it's so. A cold glint shone in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Just as Huang Xiaolong's finger pointed to kill Feng Yingying, suddenly, a strong sense of death and danger gripped his heart. At the exact same time, a ray of blade light, faster than lightning itself, reached Huang Xiaolong in a split second, and slashed down from Huang Xiaolong's head to his toes. Master, watch out! Void Devil Beast Su Baixing roared. In the same instant, his claws enlarged several hundred zhong to block the terrifying ray of blade light from hitting Huang Xiaolong. Corrosive devil qi turned into a sea of angry waves. At this moment, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing no longer held back his strength. The power of a late 3rd Order God King Realm Master Sword to the highest. Bang! The ray of blade light pierced through the sea of corrosive devil chi and slashed into void devil beast Su Baixing's paws. Z. Black-colored blood spurted out from the crack lines that appeared on void devil beast Su Baixing's paws, splattering to the ground like a rain of stones hitting the ground. Void devil beast Su Baixing let out a low grunt as his body staggered back from the collision several li before regaining his balance. Fortune Gate and Sea Tribes groups were caught off guard and were beyond shock, as everything had happened suddenly and unexpectedly. They were shocked because Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's strength was stronger than they had estimated. On the other hand, the ray of blade light that had shot out of nowhere had actually repelled the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing. On top of that, the Third Order God King Realm Void Devil Beast Su Baixing was calling Huang Xiaolong Master. While everyone was in a state of shock, there was a soft glimmer in the void as a middle-aged man clad in earthy yellow-colored robe appeared in front of them. There was an emblem of 9 dragons on the chest of his robe. His body was naturally exuding a strong momentum that surpassed the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed as he looked at the middle-aged man. Even though Void Devil Beast Su Baixing was a late Third Order God King Realm, his battle strength was higher, comparable to an early Fourth Order God King Realm Master. But this middle-aged man had injured Su Baixing with just a ray of blade light. Then, this middle-aged man was at least a late Fourth Order God King Realm. At the very least, a peak late Third Order God King Realm, if not a late Fourth Order God King Realm. The Sea Tribes group was lifted out of their despair when they saw the middle-aged man's yellow robe, and they were now full of joy and ecstasy. Feng Yingying, as well as the Sea Tribes' ancestors and patriarchs, quickly hurried to greet the middle-aged man and knelt respectfully in salute. Greetings, Lord Nine Dragons Emperor Palace Envoy. As expected, the middle-aged man is on the Sea Tribe's side. A cold glint flickered across Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Zhu Yi Black Ice Ancestor, and others' nerves were stretched taut. Clearly, they already knew this middle-aged man's identity. The 9 Dragons Envoy nodded at Feng Yingying and the rest of the Sea Tribe and said, I've heard that a disciple of the Vientiane World's Sea Tribe has inherited the Sea God's bloodline. Therefore, the higher echelons sent me over to investigate into this matter. All of you rise. Feng Yingying and the others respectfully complied and stood up. The 9 Dragons Envoy's gaze fell on Feng Yingying. He nodded with appreciation and said, Your Vientiane World's new generation of Sea Tribe's Sea God that has fully awakened the Sea God's bloodline. Right? Not bad. Not bad. You can follow me back to the 9 Dragons Palace. Feng Yingying's face lit up with joy, and she looked charming as she said, Thank you, Lord 9 Dragons Envoy. She then turned and glared hatefully at Huang Xiaolong. But, Lord 9 Dragons Envoy, if you would have come a step late, I would have been killed by this person. The 9 Dragons Envoy smiled faintly. Don't worry, I will kill all of these people. My 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's disciple is not someone they can bully. His cold gaze was fixed on the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing as he continued. Hell's Void Devil Beast? I was just planning to refine a furnace of ancient divine pills and need a high-level Hell's magic beast's blood. Your blood is just right. His tone implied that it would merely take him a few slashes to kill Void Devil Beast Su Baixing. His gaze then shifted onto Huang Xiaolong. In fact, I'm very curious how a late First Order Ancestor God Realm like you managed to tame a late Third Order God King Realm magical beast. Of course, I would know once I capture you and search your soul. In the distance, delight resurfaced in Black Ice Ancestor's heart at Huang Xiaolong's impending doom. She had not expected these unlikely turn of events after that day's roller coaster of emotions. Even the heavens want Huang Xiaolong dead. In a flicker, both Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor arrived by Huang Xiaolong's side. This person is a 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy, and even though he is only a lower-level envoy, disciples selected to be special envoys are all highly talented. More importantly, their cultivation must be at least 4th Order God King Realm and above. Golden Brow Ancestor cautioned Huang Xiaolong. His expression was filled with worry as he added, Xiaolong, Master and the Void Devil Beast will block this special envoy, so you quickly run for it. The Nine Dragons Emperor Palace is the force behind the Sea Tribe. Blood Knife Ancestor added, afraid that Huang Xiaolong hadn't yet figured out the relationship between the Sea Tribe and Nine Dragons Emperor Palace. A surge of grief filled Huang Xiaolong's heart as Golden Brow Ancestor asked him to escape, while he and Su Baixing would block the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy. His master Golden Brow Ancestor was just a First-Order God King realm, therefore his strength was simply not enough when compared to the Fourth-Order God King realm Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy. The only outcome in blocking this envoy was his master's death. But Golden Brow Ancestor had still decided to protect him. Huang Xiaolong looked at the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy, and cold light gleamed in the depth of his eyes. Since a Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's lower-level envoy had the strength of the Fourth-Order God King realm, it was obvious that the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace was a superforce of the divine world. The Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy sneered, while looking at Huang Xiaolong and mocked, "Flee? None of you will escape today, all of you will die here." His eyes shone with murderous intent as he said to Golden Brow Ancestor, "Since you wish to die, I will fulfill your wish by killing you first." In a flicker of light, a giant blade appeared in his hands. The giant blade's body was wide, and it exuded an eerie coldness with souls wound around it. It would prompt a person to wonder about the number of lives reaped by this blade to have such dense soul's energy. Ghost King's Great Blade Hack. The Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy's great blade suddenly hacked down on Golden Brow Ancestor. Clang! A crisp noise shook the world as rows of blade images hacked down on Golden Brow Ancestor from above. Countless souls ferociously bared their fangs like a blade from hell, like the blade of death. Metal Domain Cannon, Golden Crow shooting towards the sun. Golden Brow Ancestor's face tightened, but his counterattack came swiftly as he executed the strongest attack from his Metal Domain Cannon. Golden Crow shooting towards the sun. Surging metal element Godforce formed an enormous ancient golden crow that shot out like the sharpest sword towards the rows of blade images. But it was useless. The rows of Ghost King's great blade images tore through the enormous ancient golden crow in the blink of an eye and attacked Golden Brow Ancestor with unstoppable momentum. A strong and intense feeling of death enshrouded Golden Brow Ancestor. As Golden Brow Ancestor was close to being perforated by the blade images, a beast's roar suddenly shook the heavens. Void Devil Beast Su Baixing opened his mouth and spat out a light beam formed of corrosive devil chi onto the rows of blade images. Under the corrosive devil chi light beam, the rows of blade images' power were greatly weakened and finally disappeared. At the same time, Su Baixing was forced back repeatedly from the impact as he dealt with the special envoy's attack. "Humph. Let's see how many tricks you have up your sleeves." The Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy harumphed coldly, as the great blade in his hands hacked into the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing and Golden Brow Ancestor. Feng Er, Huang Xiaolong, and the rest quickly retreated to a safe distance. Even though Feng Er, Gue Yi, and Gue Er desperately wanted to help Golden Brow Ancestor, the battle between the God King Realm Masters was beyond their capacity. The Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy kept hacking down repeatedly at rapid speed, and the whole sky was filled with blade chi. At one point, Golden Brow Ancestor was hit by one of the blade chi, and he was shot backwards while vomiting blood. Though the Void Devil Beast Su Baixing fared better than him, he too was bleeding all over from the unavoidable blade chi. The group of Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs cheered loudly, as the Lord Nine Dragons envoy was overpowering Void Devil Beast Su Baixing and Golden Brow Ancestor. Lord Nine Dragons envoys mighty. Feng Yingying was gloating as she looked provocatively at Huang Xiaolong, and thought to herself, "Wait till Lord Nine Dragons envoy packs up that beast. After that, Huang Xiaolong will be nothing more than a piece of meat on the chopping board that she could slice and chop as she pleased." The killing intent and hatred intensified in her heart, as she recalled that Huang Xiaolong had given her a choice to be his subordinate Feng Er's maid slave. "Huang Xiaolong and Feng Er, you slut, just wait. Soon, I'm going to crush you bit by bit with my bare hands. Especially that slut called Feng Er." That petty maid had dared to taunt and ridiculed her. She will make sure to torture her. That maid will not die that easily. She would bring her back to the Sea Tribe first, and let all the Sea Tribe's male disciples take their turns with her. Torture her a few hundred years. As Feng Yingying continued indulging in her vengeful fantasies and plans for Feng Er, she became increasingly excited, and her eyes glimmered with a venomous gleam. Rumble! An earth-shattering boom jolted Feng Yingying back to the present. When she looked in the direction of the source, the void devil beast Su Baixing had tumbled backwards as the Lord Nine Dragons' envoy's blade chi had overpowered him. Void devil beast Su Baixing crashed into a corner of Fortune City. The ground shook and cracked beneath his body. Seeing this, the Nine Dragons' Emperor Palace's special envoy turned away from the void devil beast Su Baixing and looked at Huang Xiaolong. The corner of his mouth curved into a cold sneer as he said faintly, "Kid, it's your turn. Are you prepared to be soul-searched? Don't be afraid. I will use the Nine Dragons' Emperor Palace's unique method to search your soul. At worst, you might turn into a fool once I am done with you." With that said, his right hand bent into a claw as he grabbed Huang Xiaolong from across space. He was confident that Huang Xiaolong would be an easy prey since he was merely a late First Order ancestor god realm. Just as the Nine Dragons' Emperor Palace's special envoy's claw reached out to grab Huang Xiaolong's head, an elephant's trumpet suddenly rumbled through space, as if it was coming from a faraway era. Xianxun's trumpet condensed into powerful sound waves that swept mercilessly at the Nine Dragons' Emperor Palace's special envoy from the Fortune Divine Kingdom. The special envoy's face showed a hint of fear, and he immediately leaped to a safer spot, while slashing towards the incoming sound waves using his Ghost King's great blade. Heavenly Sword Splitting Soul! A giant ray of destructive blade chi shot out. This attack was more powerful from his previous attacks. In fact, it was many times more powerful than the attack that had overpowered Su Baixing. But such a powerful blade chi was simply scattered by the sound waves in front of everyone's eyes. The sound waves clashed into the Nine Dragons' Emperor Palace's special envoy at shocking speed, and he was repelled back, while the Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs stared at him with wide-open eyes. But another burst of elephant's trumpet shook the air as an elephant several hundred zhang tall appeared in front of everyone. The giant elephant swung his long trunk and smacked the Nine Dragons' Emperor Palace's special envoy like he was smacking rubbish. Pa! The Nine Dragons' Emperor Palace's envoy was half buried into the distant mountain like a stake. Rocks ricocheted all over, as the ground cracked and swayed. Everyone was flabbergasted. Feng Yingying, the Sea Tribe's group, Black Ice Ancestor, Zhu Yi, and the others looked at the giant elephant that had appeared suddenly. No one dared to move as they were scared for their lives. Black Ice Ancestor, Zhu Yi, and the others could tell that this giant elephant looked somewhat familiar. But where had they seen him? Of course, Huang Xiaolong, Feng Er, and Huang Xiaolong's other subordinates knew that this giant elephant was not other than Xianxun. As Xianxun had reverted to his true body and size, there were some differences in his skin's surface. Therefore, no one was able to connect this giant elephant to the small elephant by Huang Xiaolong's side. Meanwhile, a destructive roar of wrath shattered the atmosphere. When everyone turned to look at the source, the little cow was leisurely flying towards them in the air. "I say, kiddo Xianxun, your speed is too fast. Couldn't you wait a little bit for this old cow?" The little cow said to the Xianxun. "Kiddo Xianxun, Black Ice Ancestor, Gate Chief Zhu Yi, Myriad Flames Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor." Even the injured Golden Brow Ancestor stared at the divine elephant Xianxun dumbfoundedly. Not to mention, this giant elephant had just smacked away the Nine Dragons' Emperor Palace's special envoy. Wait a minute. Isn't this elephant? Black Ice Ancestor and Zhu Yi's face ashened unknowingly as a possibility suddenly pooped in their minds. Divine Elephant Xianxun looked awkwardly at the little cow as he answered, "That's because I was worried about Master Master." Subsequently, Black Ice Ancestor and Zhu Yi saw the Divine Elephant Xianxun approach Huang Xiaolong and respectfully kneel in front of him. "Master, are you all right? This subordinate has come late. I accept my punishment." Naturally, Xianxia was referring to Golden Brow Ancestor and Void Devil Beast Su Baixing's injuries. Master, Black Ice Ancestor, Zhu Yi, and the others' guesses were confirmed as the divine elephant Xianxia was being respectful towards Huang Xiaolong and addressing him as his master. As they had guessed, this elephant was the same small, common-looking elephant by Huang Xiaolong's side. Black Ice Ancestor felt as if the world had flipped over her. The ecstasy built in her heart from watching Su Baixing's defeat suddenly drained out, leaving behind an empty and chilling coldness. Feng Yingying, the Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs, turned as white as a corpse. Feng Yingying's gloating, hatred, and murderous heart from earlier had vanished into the thin air, as she was gripped with fear and despair. Huang Xiaolong inwardly heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at Xianxia, who was still kneeling in front of him. It was lucky that Xianxia had arrived in time to save them. If he had arrived a second later, the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy would have turned Huang Xiaolong into a fool after searching his soul with secret technique. "It is not your fault, stand up," Huang Xiaolong said to Xianxia. Since Xianxia and the little cow had come out, did that mean that the evil spirit inside Li Lu's body has been suppressed? Huang Xiaolong's mood improved as he thought about this. Huang Xiaolong turned to look at Feng Yingying and the rest of her group, as well as the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's envoy, and the corner of his lips curved into a cold smile. In the meantime, the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy had managed to pull himself out of the ground. He stood there in shock and outrage as he looked at his cracked divine armor. Hell's 10,000 Elephant Clan? As far as I know, the 10,000 Elephant Clan is one of Hell's hegemon forces. You are a disciple of the Hell's 10,000 Elephant Clan with a noble bloodline. Then why are you acknowledging a human as your master? I cannot figure out what could be the reason. Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, Zhu Yi, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, Black Ice Ancestor, Myriad Flames Ancestor, and Sky Sword Ancestor looked at the divine elephant Xianxia. The 10,000 Elephant Clan? They suddenly remembered that Huang Xiaolong was at the 10,000 Elephant Royal City some days back. Could it be that this giant elephant is? Thinking of this, Golden Brow Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and the others' hearts started beating madly. This giant elephant is that 5 billion-year petrified divine elephant. Huang Xiaolong actually resurrected that petrified divine elephant. Then, does that mean the 10,000 Elephant Clan? Black Ice Ancestor's face turned a shade paler. Divine Elephant Xianxia did not say anything, while Huang Xiaolong looked indifferently at the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy and said, "In this world, there are many things that you can't figure out, and this is one of those things." He turned to Xianxia and ordered, "Kill him." The Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy's face ashened at Huang Xiaolong's words, and he shouted, "I'm the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's Yellow Dragon Hall Chief Xianxia. How dare you kill me?" "The Yellow Dragon Hall Chief Xianxia?" Huang Xiaolong's expression was extremely cold. "Kill. So what if you're the Yellow Dragon Hall Chief Xianxia? You will be killed first." Huang Xiaolong's ordered Xianxia, "Kill." The divine elephant Xianxia did not hesitate and attacked. He roared, and powerful sound waves pierced the sky as he raised a front leg and stamped onto the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy. The Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy was deathly pale as the divine elephant Xianxia's hill-sized foot was going to crush him. Despair filled his heart when he discovered he couldn't move an inch under Xianxia's overwhelming suppression. Was he about to die? Everyone was confident that the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy was going to die. But a ray of blade light split the void and whistled towards the divine elephant Xianxia across space. This sight was similar to the time when Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy had slashed his blade at Huang Xiaolong. However, this incoming blade chi was 100 times, no, 1,000 times stronger than the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy's attack. Humming noises from the blade chi could be heard in every corner of the Fortune mainland, and it felt like the Fortune mainland could split into two due to this powerful blade chi. Yai! Divine Elephant Xianxia was surprised. This sudden attack didn't leave him time to deal with the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy. Therefore he turned his foot in the direction of the incoming attack and stomped at the blade chi. His god force surged out from his foot like radiant rays of a black sun. When Xianxia and the blade chi collided, consecutive loud explosions resounded in the air. Xianxia's foot blocked the horizon-splitting blade chi. In the moment of collision, the blade chi shattered without resistance into debris. Go! A figure flew out from the void, faster than lightning, and reached the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy. He grabbed the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy in one hand, while Feng Yingying in another hand. In a split second, all three turned and fled. Want to run? Divine Elephant Xianxia snorted coldly as an icy gleam flickered across his eyes. The boundless hell. No end to the sea of sufferings. In the next second, dark light burst out from Xianxia's body, and his vigorous and endless god force turned into an endless black bitter sea that was encroaching heaven and earth. Blade destroying thousand realms. The figure raised a great blade that was bigger and more powerful than the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy's Ghost King Great Blade. The body of the Great Blade seemed like it was the combination of 10,000 divine blades. With a single slash of the blade, hundreds and thousands of blade lights flew straight into Xianxia's bitter sea. Rumble. High waves roiled as abyssal rifts appeared in the black bitter sea. However, the bitter sea's rebound power struck the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy and Feng Yingying so hard that they vomited mouthfuls of blood. While the cracks in the bitter sea were mending, the figure who had leaped out from void earlier escaped with the special envoy and Feng Yingying. The sea of suffering devouring the heavens. Xianxia bellowed, his front legs waving in the air. The hell's sea of suffering turned into a giant black hole that chased after the three fleeing figures. The figure spun back and slashed out with his blade once again. Hundreds and thousands of blade chi rays slashed onto the black hole. That person's attack barely managed to stop the black hole for a split second, while the person staggered back for some distance before stopping. Meanwhile, the onlookers came to their senses and finally saw that this figure was a young man who had a blade-like mark on his forehead. His piercing gaze resembled an unsheathed divine blade, and he had a slightly pale complexion. Perhaps the pale complexion was because his injuries from parrying the Sea of Suffering's black hole. 9 dragons overturning the sea. The young man held an enormous blade in his hand, and his body rotated as if there were 9 dragons spinning in the air, while heaven and earth also seemed to rotate with the young man. The Fortune Gate and Sea Tribes group fell in various directions from the sudden turning force. Xianxia took a big step forward, and the surroundings were restored. He immediately attacked the 3 people again. A moment before Xianxia's feet stomped down, the young man grabbed the special envoy and Feng Yingying, and all 3 vanished into the void. Xianxia's attack fell onto the mountain range below, and it was instantly reduced to dust, leaving only a piece of flat land behind. Xianxia was about to chase after the 3, but Huang Xiaolong stopped him. No need. He could tell that the young man was very likely a 7th Order God King Realm Master. Even though Xianxia's current strength was also at 7th Order God King Realm and could defeat someone at the same level of strength, killing that young man was another matter altogether. Therefore, it was useless to chase him. Moreover, there were still petrification seals inside Xianxia's body that restricted him from battling too intensely until they could be removed. Xianxia stopped at Huang Xiaolong's command. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered as he looked in the direction where the young man had disappeared along with Feng Yingying and 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's special envoy. That young man must be someone with a high status in the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace. Now that Feng Yingying was rescued, she would become a troublesome loose end once she gets the sanctuary within the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace to cultivate and improve her strength. Master, it's merely a 9 Dragons Emperor Palace. There is no need to worry. Xianxia thought Huang Xiaolong was worried about the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace's revenge. The 9 Dragons Emperor Palace is not going to offend us 10,000 Elephant Clan because of a lower-level envoy. Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. Then his attention shifted to Black Ice Ancestor. Cold sweat trickled down Black Ice Ancestor's face when she saw Huang Xiaolong looking at her. Her voice quivered as she appealed, "Huang, Xiao Xiaolong. For Li Lu's sake, Before she could finish her words, she was smacked into the ground by Xiang Sun's foot. Huang Xiaolong looked at the miserable figure lying inside a pit below. Xiang Sun's kick was enough to abolish Black Ice Ancestors' cultivation. Then again, if it wasn't for Li Lu's sake, he would have ordered Xiang Sun to kill her instead. Zhu Yi, Myriad Flames Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, Lightning Hammer Ancestor, and others paled when they witnessed Xiang Sun abolish Black Ice Ancestors' cultivation. Huang Xiaolong, you? Zhu Yi began angrily. Gate Chief, is something the matter? Huang Xiaolong asked indifferently. Zhu Yi's mouth opened and closed, and in the end, only one word came out. Nothing. Nothing. The corners of Myriad Flames Ancestor, Sky Sword Ancestor, and Lightning Hammer Ancestor's mouth twitched, but none of them said anything. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over a certain luxurious residence in the city below. Zhu Feng stiffened when he saw Huang Xiaolong looking at him. Master, are you all right? Huang Xiaolong asked Golden Brow Ancestor. Due to Feng Heir's timely healing, Golden Brow Ancestor's injuries had stabilized. Even though his injuries were severe, he would recover to his peak in a few years. I'm all right. Golden Brow Ancestor shook his head and gave Huang Xiaolong an assuring look. Huang Xiaolong's worry eased slightly at Golden Brow Ancestor's answer. Shall we go back? Huang Xiaolong asked Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor. Both of them nodded in agreement. Thus, Huang Xiaolong's group flew back to the Fortune Divine Kingdom. A few hours later, the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's lower-level envoy, Feng Yingying, and their rescuer stepped out of the void into a world surface not far from the Vientiane world. Junior brother, fortunately you came in time, or else I would have. There was still lingering fear on his face, as well as hatred. I would avenge this humiliation and make that kid suffer 1,000,000 slashes from my blade. The young man whom Li Chuanhao was the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's lower-level envoy, and the young man who had rescued him was Chen Yiji. He shook his head and said, You better not go make trouble with that kid in the future. This matter involves Hell's 10,000 Elephant Clan, and you know very well about the 10,000 Elephant Clan. Not only our Nine Dragons Emperor, even the Heavenly Emperor would have thought twice. Then, are we going to let this matter just slide like this? Li Chuanhao was extremely unwilling. What else can you do? The young man Chen Yiji retorted. Li Chuanhao fell silent at this question. In truth, he understood what the Hell's 10,000 Elephant Clan represented. The Hell's 10,000 Elephant Clan was extremely powerful, but he was still extremely unwilling to let the matter end here. Shen Sun was a mid-level God King Realm Master, who was also the Hall Chief of the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's Yellow Dragon Hall, but he was reduced to fleeing like a dog by some measly Vientiane World's Ancestor God Realm punk. Chen Yiji then turned to Feng Yingying and asked, Are you the Vientiane World's Sea Tribe's new generation sea god? Feng Yingying? Feng Yingying was a little nervous as she hurried to answer, Yes, this girl is Feng Yingying. She clearly knew that her identity as the Lord Sea God of the Vientiane world was insignificant in front of this young man. Putting aside the young man's identity as the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace's disciple, he was also a peerless high-level God King Realm Master. Your inherited bloodline is quite good. A good talent. Chunji nodded appreciatively as he added, When we return to the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace, if Master is keen, you might be our junior sister. So, don't be so nervous. Hearing his words, Feng Yingying beamed with happiness and respectfully thanked him. Thank you, senior. At this time, Li Chuanhao took out several chaos spiritual pills and swallowed them in one go, and his injuries recovered, but only a little. Chen Yiji looked around, then urged Li Chuanhao and Feng Yingying to make a move. The group rushed back to the Nine Dragons Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong was standing in the brimming snow palace's hall and looking at Li Lu, who was lying quietly on the cold jade bed. Li Lu's eyes were still closed. Although he knew that the little cow and Xiang Sun had successfully suppressed the evil spirit in her body, it was only temporary, and it would take Li Lu 10 days or so to wake up. A while later, Huang Xiaolong stepped out from the brimming snow palace and returned to his Cosmos Palace. Bring all the Sea Tribe's ancestors and patriarchs here. Huang Xiaolong commanded Feng Er as he took the main seat in the brimming snow palace's hall. Before they had returned to the Fortune Divine Kingdom, Xianxia had detained all the Sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs, except for the Guo family's ancestor Guode and patriarch Guoshi. Moments later, Xianxia brought all the Sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs into the hall. "Master, the Sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs are here," Xianxia reported respectfully. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "Now, each of you have 5 minutes to think, and think well. Either submit to me or end up dead like Guo family's ancestor and patriarch," Huang Xiaolong stated bluntly instead of beating around the bush. Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi laughed ironically at Huang Xiaolong's words and said, "Huang Xiaolong, you want us to submit to a snot-nosed brat like you? One day we will rule the Vientiane world. Let me tell you, our Lord Sea God and the 9 Dragons Emperor Palace, sooner or later, would—" Before Feng Jingxi could finish, Huang Xiaolong cut him off as he said to Xianxia, "Kill! Kill!" Xianxia raised one front foot and stomped down without hesitation. Boom! Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi was buried into the floor under Xianxia's foot. A second later, the rest of the Sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs glanced furtively at Feng Jingxi. They could see that he had turned into a flat meat cake when Xianxia lifted his foot. His bones, flesh, and organs were all mushed up. A suction force from Huang Xiaolong's hand collected Feng Jingxi's spatial ring as well as his God King realm godhead. He fiddled the 2 items in his hands while asking the Sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs, "Anyone else wants to die first?" The remaining Sea tribe's ancestor and patriarchs shuddered inwardly. Feng family's patriarch Feng Kaiyun's face was full of hatred and fury as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. However, he did not say anything. The silence in the hall was so heavy that one could hear a drop of water falling to the floor. Time slowly trickled by. As time passed, the Sea tribe's ancestors and patriarchs' hearts grew increasingly nervous and anxious. Finally, 5 minutes passed. "Feng Kaiyun, have you made your decision? Submit or continue to follow your ancestors' path?" Huang Xiaolong asked flatly. The corner of his eyes glanced at the meat paste of Feng Jingxi. Hesitation flickered back and forth on Feng Kaiyun's sullen face. At the time of the God of the Sea Grand Ceremony, Huang Xiaolong had just been an insignificant character, similar to an ant that he could have killed any time he wanted. Who would have thought that 20 years later, their positions would be flipped? Feng Jingxi regretted not killing Huang Xiaolong when he had a chance. Had he known that he would be in this position 20 years ago, he would have killed Huang Xiaolong at that time, even if it meant going against Golden Brow at that time. I submit." Under Huang Xiaolong's sharp gaze, Feng Kaiyun finally spoke. Those words seemed to drain all of his energy. "Very good. Now lower your soul's barrier," Huang Xiaolong ordered without any emotions. Feng Kaiyun's face turned white instantly. "Why?" Feng Kaiyun demanded with indignance. "Why?" Huang Xiaolong had an obvious disdainful smile on his face as he repeated. However, he did not give Feng Kaiyun an answer. Feng Kaiyun was flustered, but in the end, he had no choice but to lower the barrier to his soul. After all, their Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi's body was just a few feet from him on the ground. After Feng Kaiyun lowered his soul's barrier, a grand mist worm formed from a sliver of grand mist god force. With a snap of Huang Xiaolong's fingers flew into Feng Kaiyun's forehead, then straight to his godhead. In the end, the grand mist worm integrated with Feng Kaiyun's soul. With that done, Huang Xiaolong's attention then turned to the Ma family's ancestor. More than an hour passed. Other than Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi, and a Lu family's ancestor, others had chosen to submit to Huang Xiaolong and were controlled by Huang Xiaolong's grand mist worms. That Lu family's ancestor naturally had met the same end as Feng Jingxi. Huang Xiaolong had ordered Xianxia to kill him without a second thought. This Lu family's ancestor hadn't yet broken through to the God King realm. Other than 2 God King realm masters, Guo family's ancestor Guode and Feng family's ancestor Feng Jingxi, the other 5 Sea tribes' God King realm masters had all chosen to swear allegiance to Huang Xiaolong. However, Huang Xiaolong did not have time to celebrate conquering these sea tribes' ancestors and patriarchs. It was time for him to head over to the Royal Buddha Great Worlds to search for the Buddha pellet for Li Lu, and to do that, he required a top-grade flying ship. The problem was, where was he going to find a top-grade flying ship? Huang Xiaolong asked the little cow, but all he could get from her was a shake of the head and, "Don't know." After all, his knowledge of the surrounding world surfaces was limited. More importantly, he didn't have the luxury of time to search for it in the other world surfaces. Huang Xiaolong then asked Xiangsun, Void Devil Beast Su Baixing, Feng Air, and the others. None of them had any clues. As a last resort, Huang Xiaolong asked his masters, Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor, "You want a top-grade flying ship to go to the Royal Buddha Great Worlds?" Golden Brow Ancestor and Blood Knife Ancestor were shocked when they heard Huang Xiaolong's question. Huang Xiaolong nodded, then explained that he was going to the Royal Buddha Great Worlds to get a Buddha pellet for Li Lu. Golden Brow Ancestor pondered the matter after he heard Huang Xiaolong's explanation. A moment later, he said, "If I am not mistaken, the Sea Tribe has a top-grade flying ship. The ancient sea god collected various chaos spiritual iron, ores, and spirit stones, and invited a forging master from the flying heavens commerce to refine it." Huang Xiaolong dazed for a second, then ecstasy rushed to his face. The Sea Tribe actually has a top-grade chaos flying ship. But, Xiaolong, we've received a message from the Fortune Gate headquarters. They want to select a batch of Emperor-rank Godhead younger generation geniuses from the Fortune Gate branches. As long as a disciple's bone age is below 20,000 years, and they have already broken through to Ancestor God realm, they can participate. Golden Brow Ancestor went on, "This is a good opportunity for you. Moreover, even if Li Lu eats the Buddha pellet, it's still not going to expel the evil spirit from her body. At the end of the day, we still need to rely on the Fortune Divine artifact." Huang Xiaolong was surprised to hear that. The Fortune Gate's headquarters actually wants to recruit a batch of Emperor-rank Godhead geniuses?